Chuzhuo is the only UR-level item card in the Infinite Flow world. Due to its drop rate of 0, it was repurposed and sent to a romantic quest as an NPC. As the quest upgraded, 001 took him to traverse various small worlds to complete tasks, only to discover that in each world, there was a man devotedly pursuing him. Chapter 1. The White Moonlight of the Esteemed Figures. Host, there is no time. I will teleport you now. In a whirl of sensation, Chuzhuo propped himself up from his seat, his ears filled with the soothing voice of the flight attendant. Dear ladies and gentlemen, our plane is experiencing turbulence during descent. For your safety, please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. After enduring the turbulence, Chuzhuo opened his eyes to find himself enveloped in darkness. What is happening? Why has he been brought here? The romantic quest has always been characterized by stability and harmony. Could it possibly crash? Chuzhuo called out his mind. 001. 001 responded promptly. I am here. The main system of the quest you are in is undergoing an upgrade, and all functionalities are suspended during this closure. We almost got dragged back into the carpool, which is dark and dull. I brought you out to play. You can first receive the memories and timeline of the client, and then I will explain the client's requests. Upon hearing this, Chuzhuo closed his eyes. This is a cliched tale of a white moonlight going abroad. A scumbag seeking a substitute, and the substitute evolving into a true love. The scumbag is named Chuzhuo, and the substitute is named Shou. The client, the white moonlight, harbors a secret unknown to all. He shares a body with his younger brother. His brother has been frail since childhood and rarely ventured out. After his brother regained some strength, the client decided to return home, allowing his brother to take control of the body and experience the world while he fell into slumber. No one in the outside world knows of the brother's existence. When the brother awakens and returns home in his brother's body, Chuzhuo begins a grand pursuit of him. It is then that Shou realizes he is merely a substitute, frustrated and unwilling to accept this fate. He attempts to retain Chuzhuo's affection, only to be met with cruel rejections, ultimately leading him to despair and depart in silence. However, it is only after Shou's death that Chuzhuo suddenly realizes he has unwittingly fallen for this substitute. Consumed by madness, he torments the brother, believing that his existence blinded him, leading to Shou's demise. When Shou finally emerges from the shadows of the past and relinquishes his feelings for Chuzhuo, he inadvertently learns that the gentle white moonlight has indirectly perished. Because of him, Shou is thrown into turmoil, and as he attempts to untangle the web of events, Chuzhuo finds him, engaging in manipulation that leaves him uncertain of who owes whom. Thus, he drifts through life in a haze. Years later, provoked by a mistress who has come to confront him, someone who resembles the white moonlight of his past, Shou, in a moment of disorientation, slips down the stairs and fails to be revived. Since then, Chuzhuo has encountered countless individuals but has never remarried. The world deems him devoted, mourning his beloved's death. Regardless of his escapades outside, upon returning home, he remains the solitary widower. This twisted romance between the scumbag and the substitute ensnares the innocent brother. The original host awakens forcibly, terrified to discover that his brother's soul has dissipated into nothingness. In his sorrow and despair, he develops a formidable psychic power. Chuzhuo pondered for a moment and earnestly asked, can one be both promiscuous and devoted at the same time? One was momentarily taken aback. Thus, our mission begins, to bring Chuzhuo to ruin. Once the task is completed, you may play freely, dear host. The plane stabilized, and Chuzhuo removed his eye mask. Scoundrels deserve to be disgraced. I detest those who betray genuine affection. In the blue sky of May in Yunjing City, Chuzhuo embarked on his first journey away from the Infinite Flow world, filled with curiosity for all that surrounded him. In his memories, Chuzhuo had learned early of the client's return and had ambushed him at the airport. Photographs of their meeting had captured this romance, initially deemed tragically beautiful. This time, Chuzhuo chose a different exit, wishing to ensure the client had no connection with Chuzhuo. The air outside was fresh, and he spotted a modest black sedan parked in the distance, aligning with the client's memory of transportation. Chuzhuo opened the back door and entered. Driver, take me to Yunjin Villa number 5, that a luxury car belonging to a boss hardly resembled a taxi or a ride-hailing vehicle. The driver's lips twitched, thinking it was yet another attempt to flirt, albeit with a rather clumsy excuse. Just do as he says, Lu Tingzhou interjected unexpectedly. As Chuzhuo contemplated the ensuing plot, he was startled by the sudden male voice beside him and turned his head. The man had striking features, his deep-set eyes and sharp jawline exuding an air of superiority as he regarded Chuzhuo with an impassive expression. Chuzhuo quickly realized, I apologize, I didn't notice someone was inside. I will get out now. His hand pressed against the door handle, but it did not budge. Chuzhuo, puzzled, turned back. Sir, you may stay. I'm also heading to Yunjin Villa, Lu Tingzhou replied with an awkward smile, clearly unfamiliar with such emotions. Chuzhuo exclaimed in delight. Really? How fortuitous. My name is .001, timely reminded. The original host's surname is Shun. For the convenience of your mission, you will adopt the client's surname. Your first name will be replaced with your own. Shen Chuzhuo. The young man's eyes sparkled as he extended a delicate, fair hand. The man seemed to hesitate, remaining motionless for a moment, causing Chuzhuo to grow increasingly confused. Isn't this how people greet each other in modern times? The driver cleared his throat, ready to make his entrance. Our boss does not like to. Lu Tingzhou, with a gentlemanly gesture, lightly grasped Chuzhuo's fingertip, his voice low. Lu Tingzhou. The driver slowly closed his mouth. That so the boss's previous aloofness was because he had not encountered someone remarkable enough? Having worked under the great boss, the driver had witnessed countless suitors, yet none compared to the young man before him. With a rounded, well-defined forehead and large, lively doe-like eyes, he was extraordinarily captivating. His high nose, bridge, and smooth, defined lines framed perfectly sculpted lips, bestowing an otherworldly beauty upon him. The young man's slender frame concealed an undeniable strength. Even seated within the car, his long limbs and well-proportioned physique could not be hidden. Chuzhuo inferred the driver's unfinished thought. You dislike contact with others? It is not that I dislike contact with strangers. Once we exchange names, we are no longer strangers. Lu Tingzhou deftly redirected the conversation. Just then, Chuzhuo's stomach rumbled, prompting him to suggest, Are you hungry? If you're not in a hurry, would you like to grab a meal first? Chuzhuo tilted his head. Do you have any recommendations? It has been ages since I returned to Yunjing City, and I am unaware of which restaurants are good. Chuzhuo sensed that this individual bore no malice and seemed to be subtly ingratiating himself, feeling a hint of familiarity. In the quest, players would send him flowers and food, offering peculiar gifts to gain his favor in exchange for various items or to enhance their luck. Is Lu Tingzhou also on a mission? Chuzhuo was originally a humanoid item card, born as the highest level, exceedingly rare UR card. For 11 years, it had remained untouched in the infinite flow card pool, an extraordinarily difficult draw. Even SSR cards have been drawn nearly 100 times, not to mention the lower tiers of SR, R, and that the infinite flow world had existed for a long time. With its internal quests comprising themes of horror, adventure, and bloodshed, leaving players utterly exhausted. The main system could no longer endure a world filled with lifeless players, so it decisively created a romantic quest. Within this quest, every NPC was available for pursuit. The affection levels of the NPCs could enhance luck or be exchanged for items. Upon completing the waste utilization quest, the main system designated the initial character as the ultimate boss, transforming him into an NPC who could be courted. The initial boss's affection level was more valuable than that of all other NPCs, attracting countless players vying for his favor each day. There's a place called Shangyu Pavilion. The food is delightful. Shall I take you there? Lu Tingzhou seemingly inquired, subtly guiding the initial character to affirm his words. No one knew he was so anxious he could scarcely breathe. Lu Tingzhou had just returned from a business trip abroad. The driver was supposed to have picked him up at the airport and left over 10 minutes ago, but something inexplicable held him back, keeping him rooted in place. It was not until the initial character stepped out of the airport that Lu Tingzhou turned his head, catching sight of the young man's figure outside the car window. The initial character pressed his hand against his growling stomach, a smile gracing his lips. Thank you, kind soul, that Lu Tingzhou. Chapter 2, The White Moonlight of the Great Figures 2. Shangyu Pavilion adopts a high-end reservation approach, a restaurant established by the friend of Lu Tingzhou. Leading Chuzhuo to his exclusive private room, Lu Tingzhou accepted the menu handed by the waiter. What would you like to eat? He inquired. Chuzhuo glanced at the menu and replied, I'm fine with anything. Perhaps the signature dishes or some of your favorites. Consequently, Lu Tingzhou ordered the signature dishes. Before the main courses arrived, 2 appetizers were served. Lu Tingzhou pushed a small plate toward Chuzhuo. Have a little something to whet your appetite. The main dishes will take a while. Chuzhuo smiled and accepted. It looks delicious. Thank you, Lu Tingzhou. I'm about to dig in. At that moment, Lu Tingzhou felt a sudden flutter in his heart. Never before had he found his name so melodious. After expressing his gratitude, Chuzhuo took a small spoon and scooped a piece. The instant the dessert touched his lips, his eyes sparkled with delight. Lu Tingzhou thought to himself, so adorable. Meanwhile, outside the airport, Shou had been waiting for over an hour without seeing Chuzhuo appear. Growing impatient, he called his assistant. Wasn't it said that Chuzhuo's flight would arrive in Yunjing at 11? Where is he? The assistant, rifling through the documents, confirmed, yes, it is indeed 11 o'clock. Could there be a delay? Shou hung up the phone and inquired with the staff, learning that Chuzhuo's flight had not been delayed, and all passengers had disembarked without any lingering. Disheartened, Shou exited the airport and received a call from Shou and Brother Yu. Are you coming back for lunch? Shou's tone was filled with concern and affection. Yes, Shou replied, driving back to Shou's apartment. As Shou took the flowers from his hands, he exclaimed, Brother Yu, are these flowers for me? Shou ignored the question and carried Shou toward the bedroom. Aren't we having lunch first? Sensing Chiyu's unusual demeanor, Shou shyly leaned against his chest. I made your favorite steamed fish, the freshest catch from the supermarket this morning. Be quiet. Chiyu roughly placed Shou on the bed, the buttons of his shirt falling away. Shou's pupils dilated, yearning to kiss the man, only for him to turn away. The absence of Shun Chuzhuo vexed Chiyu immensely. He grasped Shou's chin to prevent him from kissing. Gazing deeply into Shou's face while his mind lingered on his Shun Chuzhuo's exquisite features. Tears welled up in Shou's eyes, bewildered by Chiyu's unusual harshness, for he was not accustomed to such treatment from him. Was something troubling him from outside? Shou bit his lip, allowing Chiyu to vent his frustrations in silence. After their meal, upon escorting Shou into the Yunjin villa, Lu Tingzhou raised his phone, signaling, May I have your contact information? After Chuzhuo added Lu Tingzhou as a friend, he twirled his phone and said, I've added you. Feel free to reach out anytime, Lu Tingzhou. Lu Tingzhou nodded slightly, all right. He watched as the young man's joyful silhouette faded from view, until it was no longer discernible. Closing the car window, he instructed to the company. Initially, the driver had been astonished, but now all that remained was a numb acknowledgement, yes, boss. On his way back to the company, Lu Tingzhou leaned against the back seat of the car, his eyes gently closed, as the image of a boy outside the airport flickered through his mind, causing his heart to race. He held a rather indifferent view towards love, not one of detachment or disillusionment, but rather a persistent feeling that he was waiting for someone. Shen Chuzhuo, perhaps? He had heard whispers about him. With goodwill, many signs of Yunjing held him in high regard, considering him a figure akin to the moonlight in their lives. Even among his friends, there were 1 or 2 who admired him. As Chuzhuo knocked on the door of the Shun residence, the servant, upon seeing him, exclaimed in delight, Young master, you have returned. Instantly, the villa buzzed with excitement. Although Mr. Shun was still at the company and could not return immediately, he was hastening his pace. Upon receiving a call from home, Mrs. Shun, who had just settled down at the beauty salon, promptly made her way back. My dear, why didn't you let me know you were coming home? I could have sent a driver to fetch you. It must have been a tiring journey, she said as she entered, enveloping Chuzhuo in a warm embrace. Chuzhuo bent down to accommodate her, and she affectionately stroked his head, commenting on how his face had thinned. Chuzhuo obediently allowed her to caress him, responding, It's just that you view me through rose-tinted glasses, Mom. I returned with a full stomach. That evening, when Mr. Shun returned home, the family enjoyed a delightful dinner together. The Shun family did not impose many rules on their children. They encouraged them to pursue their passions. And if one did not wish to inherit the family business, a professional manager could be hired to manage it. Mr. Shin inquired about Chuzhuo's plans, to which Chuzhuo reflected on his client's profession and replied, I wish to open a photography studio. Without hesitation, Mr. Shun invested 20 million into his son's entrepreneurial venture. After adjusting to the time difference, Chuzhuo received a call from a friend who mentioned organizing a welcome-back banquet for him at a bar. The bar was a lively hub, and as Chuzhuo entered, he was greeted with numerous cheers and flirtations, his striking looks drawing attention. He declined the drinks offered by strangers and pushed open the door to a private room where Chuzhuo awaited him. The space beside Chuzhuo was conspicuously empty, reserved solely for him. Chuzhuo paused, stopping at the farthest corner. A hush fell over the room. Chuzhuo, seemingly oblivious to Chuzhuo's disdain, took the initiative to sit beside him. Chuzhuo immediately stood up, exclaiming, "Scoundrel, do not come near me." Chiyu's expression turned pained. "Shou, has someone been speaking ill of me in your presence? My heart belongs only to you." Chuzhuo looked down at him, disdain evident in his gaze. "Is that so? You profess love for me while simultaneously sharing your bed with others? Chuzhuo, your affections are truly repulsive." Chiyu's heart sank, fearing Chuzhuo had misunderstood him. He hastily defended himself. "Who has slandered me before you? I harbor no feelings for them. Shou, if you disapprove, I will send them away immediately, banishing them from Yunjing, ensuring they never cross your path again." He Lianshan chimed in to support Chiyuo. "Indeed, Chuzhuo, that person is merely a substitute, materialistic and greedy, utterly lacking in comparison to you. Chiyuo could never settle for something inferior. His heart truly belongs to you." Chiyuo gazed at Chuzhuo with a hint of sorrow, further justifying himself. "You have been abroad for so many years without returning. I have missed you dearly." "Ah, indeed? You are aware that I have been abroad for many years and have not perished in a foreign land. Chiyuo, have I broken your legs, or have you, the esteemed Chi, fallen so low that you cannot even afford a plane ticket? Chuzhuo has unveiled your facade, using an innocent person as a shield. You are nothing but a cowardly and ineffectual wretch." Such unrelenting words left the crowd in stunned silence, the temperature in the private room plummeting. Everyone suddenly realized that, yes, Chuzhuo is indeed overseas. If there were genuine affection, would it be so difficult to travel abroad for a meeting? He Lianshan, who had just defended him, now found himself scrutinized by the others as if they were collectively judging him. In a fit of exasperation, he shouted, "Chuzhuo, do not think you can trample on him just because Chiyuo likes you." Lianshan, Chiyuo grasped He Lianshan's arm, self-deprecatingly lowering his gaze. "This situation is entirely my fault. Having committed the act, I should not harbor any illusions." After speaking, Chiyuo gazed deeply at Chuzhuo. "Shou, grant me some time, and I shall love you wholly and sincerely." Ugh! Lu Yan could not contain his laughter. The crowd turned to him, and he hastily waved his hands. "Please continue." He Lianshan redirected the focus. "What does it concern you, Lu Yan?" Lu Yan's smile dimmed slightly. "Indeed, it does not concern me. One could only say that Chuzhuo's eyes have finally opened. I truly do not understand what he saw in Chiyuo." "Enough." Lianshan, realizing what Lu Yan was about to say, Chiyuo interrupted. "I was initially in the wrong toward Shou. Her resentment towards me is entirely justified." "Do not speak so ambiguously." Chuzhuo raised a glass of wine and poured it over Chiyuo's head. "Do not entangle me in your relations. I do not associate with scoundrels." The pale red wine stained his forehead and streamed down his face, and Chiyuo clenched his fists, his heart shattering yet bearing the pain. "Shou, if this can bring you solace, I do not mind." He Lianshan, incensed, made a move. But Lu Yan seized his flailing arm. "What is your concern? Are you Chiyuo's lapdog, unable to bear seeing your master humiliated? Chiyuo himself has no objections. Why do you seek to assert your presence?" His grip was strong, and the bones ached slightly. He Lianshan struggled, but could not break free. "Damn it! Let go of me!" Lu Yan was rather amusing. Chuzhuo patted his shoulder. "Shall we get acquainted? You are quite to my liking." Lu Yan raised an eyebrow, using his wrist to force He Lianshan aside, the two of them tacitly ignoring the agitated man. Lu Yan sidled up to Chuzhuo, extending his hand. "You are quite intriguing, Chuzhuo." Before Chuzhuo could introduce himself, the other had already called his name, a hint of amusement gracing his brow. He replied in kind, "Yes, I am Chuzhuo." It is a pleasure to meet you, Lu Yin. Lu Yin was struck by his vibrant smile, his heart racing. He had always thought Chuzhuo too soft, his kindness abundant, as if in wholesale, and had kept a respectful distance from the white moonlight. However, the side he witnessed today seemed rather spunky. Chapter 3. The white moonlight of the great influencers as preparations for the photography studio commenced. Chuzhuo hired 3 well-regarded internet photographers at a high salary to establish their reputation. It has been half a month since the last incident at the bar. During this time, Lu Tingzhou had attempted to contact him via WeChat on 3 occasions, all of which were declined due to his busy schedule. Now that Chuzhuo found himself with some leisure time, he immediately returned Lu Tingzhou's call. Lu Tingzhou, I have finished my tasks. Are you busy? If not, I shall come find you now. In the conference room of the Lu group, a phone rang unexpectedly. The speaker on stage instinctively fell silent, while some quietly reached for their phones. Upon confirming it was not theirs, they were momentarily startled, beads of cold sweat forming. Assistant Yin, with a stern expression, was about to reprimand the employee who had forgotten to silence their phone when he saw Lu Tingzhou, seated at the forefront, pick up his device. Assistant Yin thought to himself, that was close. I almost confronted the esteemed boss. Whatever was said on the other end of the line seemed to soften the imposing countenance of the boss. Are you free? If you come over now, it will be just in time for lunch. Sighing, Chuzhuo chuckled at his own analogy, thinking, it seems we are indeed lunch companions. This time it's my treat. A couple of days ago, I stumbled upon a hidden gem of a restaurant that serves exceptional hot pot. You were the first person who came to mind. I hope you'll find it agreeable. Is that so? Then it would indeed be my honor, Lu Tingzhou replied, his tone amiable and tender. A stark contrast to his usual demeanor. All right, I will come find you. After ending the call, Chuzhuo changed into the clothes his mother had purchased for him and set out. Following the address Lu Tingzhou had provided, he successfully arrived at the company and approached the front desk. I have an appointment with Lu Tingzhou. My surname is Shun. Is there a registration? The front desk attendant, momentarily overwhelmed by his charm, regained her composure. Yes. May I confirm if you are Mr. Chuzhuo? Just then, Lu Yin emerged from the elevator and spotted Chuzhuo conversing with the front desk staff. Assuming Chuzhuo had been stopped, he approached. He is my friend. He should be here to see me. The front desk attendant exclaimed. Huh? Chuzhuo turned around. Lu Yin, what a coincidence. You are here too. Coincidence? Lu Yin queried, perplexed. Aren't you here to see me? Oh no. I'm looking for Lu Tingzhou. As realization dawned upon him, he added, wait, both of you share the surname Lu? Are you related? Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback by the term brother. No, of course not. Lu Tingzhou, he is my uncle. Uncle? Chuzhuo et Galim, Zenini Supit. But he certainly does not appear old. I thought you were brothers. My uncle is only 31 this year, just 6 years older than me, Lu Yin explained, slightly embarrassed. He is the youngest child of my grandparents, and please, Shun Chuzhuo, do not refer to him as a brother. His presence is quite imposing. Being in the same environment as him can be quite overwhelming. It dawned on Lu Yin that he had overlooked a crucial point. Shun Chuzhuo had just casually addressed his uncle by his full name. In their circle, who was unaware of the current head of the Lu family, Lu Tingzhou. After graduating from university, Lu Tingzhou took full control of the Lu Corporation. The elder members of the board, relying on their seniority, attempted to intimidate him, but to their astonishment, Lu Tingzhou was impervious to their tactics. He dismissed ineffective relatives and spent 2 years purging the internal parasites of the corporation. Once he established his footing, he became renowned for his decisiveness and astute judgment, employing ruthless methods that propelled the Lu Corporation to the pinnacle of wealth within just a few short years. Is it really that serious? Chuzhuo found it hard to imagine, feeling that Lu Yin seemed rather amiable. Amiable? Lu Yin hesitated, recalling the tone Chuzhuo had used when addressing his uncle. Unlike those infatuated admirers who feigned innocence to attract his uncle's attention, Chuzhuo had genuinely interacted with Lu Tingzhou, fostering a sense of familiarity. Could it be? Lu Yin thought with a wry smile, realizing he had stumbled upon an intriguing soul who shared a deeper connection with his uncle. Perhaps it was the dazzling presence of Shun Chuzhuo at the bar that instilled a flicker of hope in him. However, That fleeting sense of evasion evaporated the moment Lu Tingzhou emerged from the elevator. Why haven't you left yet? Waiting for me to treat you to dinner? Lu Tingzhou frowned slightly, and after addressing Lu Yan, he turned to Chuzhuo with a gentle demeanor. You haven't been waiting too long, have you? Lu Yan remarked. Well, it's quite rare to see my uncle acting foolishly for love. He shrugged. Grandfather is still waiting for me, so must take my leave. Goodbye, uncle. Lu Tingzhou nodded nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on Chuzhuo. My assistant received a call from the front desk, saying you had arrived. Why didn't you inform me? I could have come down to greet you. Isn't it fortunate that I ran into your nephew? We exchanged a few words. Chuzhuo replied, pretending to ponder. I didn't realize your status was so elevated. Should I address you as uncle alongside Lu Yan? What do you think, Lu Tingzhou? Doesn't Lu Tingzhou roll off the tongue quite smoothly? Lu Tingzhou raised a hand to tousle Chuzhuo's hair, pausing midway as he noticed her lack of aversion. Relieved yet inexplicably disappointed, he suggested, let us go eat. Chuzhuo responded with a couple of O's, leading the way. The overalls I'm wearing today were bought by my mother. She said I look lovely in them. I checked myself in the mirror before leaving and thought they were a bit childish. Yes, they do look lovely, and they suit you well. Lu Tingzhou seemed to overlook the childish remark. Chuzhuo sternly critiqued, you can't just praise me. What if I become vain? The playful inflection made it clear that she was being deliberately coy. Lu Tingzhou smirked but chose not to respond. Predictably, Chuzhuo smiled and altered her tone. All right, Lu Tingzhou, you have good taste. If you truly disliked it, you would have worn it out. Lu Tingzhou himself was unsure why he had uttered those words. And after speaking, he fell into contemplation. Yet he sensed that Chuzhuo was indeed that kind of person, vibrant and full of life, always embracing everything that was alive, never compromising herself. The hot pot restaurant Chuzhuo mentioned was nestled within a narrow alley. The car parked outside, and they navigated through a maze to reach it. I passed by here the other day, and from afar, I caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting out. As Chuzhuo pushed open the wooden door, he spoke while walking. An ancient saying goes, the fragrance of wine is not afraid of deep alleys. I cannot guarantee much, but it was indeed the aroma that lured me into this establishment. The familiar courtyard came into view, causing Lu Tingzhou to momentarily lose his focus. The style of the entrance had changed, and at first, he thought it merely resembled the one he frequented during his high school years. Little did he know, it was indeed the same place. What is the matter? Chuzhuo paused in his steps. Lu Tingzhou stood in the courtyard, a faint smile blooming in his eyes. What a coincidence! I often came here for meals during my high school days and occasionally visited during university. After graduation, I became engrossed in the affairs of the Lu family and hadn't returned since. He inhaled deeply. May I call you Bao, or simply Bao? He lightly bit his tongue, swallowing the more intimate term he wished to use. He reminded himself that it was not yet the right time. Sure. You can call me whatever you like. Chuzhuo was indifferent to the distinction in titles. After all, they were both derived from his name. He took a few steps back, pulling Lu Tingzhou along as they continued forward. Hurry up, I'm going to be overwhelmed by the fragrance. Lu Tingzhou allowed himself to be tugged along, offering no resistance, his eyes filled with indulgence. Chapter 4. The white moonlight of the great leader's Chuzhuo was remarkably fair-skinned. His features striking and his beauty unforgettable to those who encountered him. The owner of the hot pot restaurant remarked, "You're back again. Our hot pot is delicious. Isn't it? We follow my father's recipe to the letter, with no compromise." The owner, a young woman in her 30s, exuded an air of intellectual beauty despite being surrounded by the hustle and bustle of the restaurant. When Lu Tingzhou had previously dined here, the owners were a middle-aged couple. Now, the daughter had taken over the family business. Her meticulousness was surely the reason for their thriving enterprise. Chuzhuo gave a thumbs up in approval. The owner chuckled, and after selecting the broth, the meat slices began to arrive at their table, accompanied by a specially prepared dish of marinated cold vegetables. Lu Tingzhou, give it a try. Does it taste like you remember? Chuzhuo was particularly eager for Lu Tingzhou's assessment, given his frequent visits during high school. Lu Tingzhou picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, dipped it halfway into the sauce, and brought it to his mouth. Under Chuzhuo's expectant gaze, he replied softly, "Yes, That's wonderful. Chuzhuo began to eat with enthusiasm. Lu Tingzhou felt a playful yearning in his heart, longing to draw closer to him. Struggling to suppress his impulse, he let out a quiet sigh. He had never anticipated that such an unreliable notion as love at first sight would manifest in his life. Yet, in that moment, even before they had truly met, his heart had already recognized the other, their gazes locking tightly. It was indeed hard not to be moved. After their meal, Lu Tingzhou teasingly suggested, "Would you like to tour the interior of the Lu Group? There's a photography area on one of the floors that you might enjoy. Let me show you around." "Absolutely." Chuzhuo agreed without hesitation. The Lu Group possesses an entire building in the city center, encompassing a commercial street within a 2-kilometer radius, all part of the Lu family's enterprises. Employees, weary of the cafeteria fare, occasionally venture outside for a change of taste, but not straying too far. They are often teased about how Lu earns and Lu spends. Upon spotting Lu Tingzhou and Chuzhuo together again, the receptionist, having matured since noon, no longer appears astonished. As a competent front desk attendant, managing one's appearance is a fundamental skill. Once Chuzhuo and Lu Tingzhou entered the elevator, she accessed a group chat entitled Gossip among the not-so-serious colleagues. The screen was inundated with messages. Where are they? Just a glimpse for now. Calling receptionist Shou Mei. Is Lu and his unknown companion a true couple or a facade? The supplements pause here. A friend of mine, okay, I admit it's me, is on the verge of fainting due to low blood sugar. I hope to discover the relationship between that young man and Lu. I can attest to that. Please fulfill her wish. I also bear witness. She has nearly worn out that picture. She's going mad. Just this piece of candy to sustain her. The receptionist typed a reply. Let's not talk about anything else. Has anyone ever seen Lu speak gently? So cautious with those charming eyes, but considering that boy's looks, it's no wonder. He is truly stunning. On the day I joined, I wondered what kind of celestial being could capture our Lu, such a handsome and wealthy bachelor. It turns out she is indeed a goddess. He is so fair, standing there quietly, I felt he was almost animated. The group erupted with fervent messages until one appeared. Perhaps someone remembers I am also in this group? A glance at the remark silenced the chat. It was no surprise. Assistant Yin had recently joined the group, and initially, everyone was apprehensive. Eventually, when someone tentatively initiated gossip, they discovered that Assistant Yin was like a silent observer, not uttering a word, and gradually, the group forgot he was present. Suddenly, everyone seemed to awaken from a dream. It was unclear who initiated it, but soon, a flurry of ones surged, pushing the gossip about the boss's private life to the forefront. Assistant Yin chuckled at the scene, but reflecting on the earlier events, along with Lu's first request upon returning from a business trip, asking him to investigate Shun Chuzhuo's background, rendered it less surprising. Although the information Lu requested was all publicly known and he refrained from delving into anything inappropriate, it was sufficient to indicate that this aloof man had developed an interest beyond work. It must be said, the people in the company are quite perceptive, as his assistant. He was even more astute, weighing in lightly beneath the flood of ones. This is the first time Lu has voluntarily gone downstairs to fetch someone. Let us not disturb Mr. Shun. The group quickly formed smaller chats, with over a dozen members joining, and Assistant Yin, sensing their little maneuvers, sent another message in the group. Please refrain from forming such gossip groups in private. As long as we do not engage in excessive conversation, spread rumors, or argue, I shall continue to remain blissfully unaware. The receptionist paused her efforts to join the group, and, after a few seconds, she attempted to click the group link again, only to find that the chat no longer existed. She shivered at the thought. Assistant Yin was rather unsettling. The lunch venue was somewhat distant, and the employees of Lu's company had their break from 12 to 2 in the afternoon. They returned from their hot pot meal just before 3. However, Lu Tingzhou, as a principal owner, was not affected by these constraints. The 17th floor housed Lu's group's photography studio, where they typically captured images of the company's products and posters for sign brand ambassadors. Lu Tingzhou remarked that, evidently, despite not having seen each other for half a month, it was not difficult to inquire about Chuzhuo's busy schedule over the past 10 days. He even took the time to have the studio, which had been rather cold in atmosphere, redecorated into a vibrant space. The ever-present greenery was replaced with flourishing flowers, and several softly colored masterpieces adorned the walls. According to Assistant Yan's audacious choice of words when he received Lu's instructions, the man was like a peacock displaying its feathers. Chuzhuo understood well. Lu Tingzhou had grasped his character and led the team into the photography area, addressing the gathered crowd. Do not mind me. Attend to your own tasks. Consequently, everyone immersed themselves in their work. Chuzhuo appreciated the bright decor, which in turn lifted his spirits. Lu Tingzhou, your space is quite beautiful. Lu's group's photography studio operated under a well-established mechanism, allowing everyone to shine in their respective roles, undistracted by Lu Tingzhou's presence. Chuzhuo did not hesitate. His own studio was still in its infancy, and he was eager to seize every opportunity to learn. What were they capturing over there? As Chuzhuo admired the surroundings, he pointed towards a lively area not far off. They were shooting a poster for a sub-brand's ambassador, who was not particularly famous and had not received much investment. Last quarter, they had a minor success, but after the previous ambassador gained popularity, they renegotiated and were released from the contract, signing a new representative. Such small profit projects typically involved inviting ambassadors to the company for shoots. Lu Tingzhou replied, "Let's go take a look together." While other companies might see their products endorsed by celebrities to enhance their brand, at Lu's, it was the brand that elevated the ambassadors. Everyone vied eagerly for the honor of representing Lu's products. After all, Lu's was a renowned conglomerate that had recently ascended to the ranks of Asia's wealthiest. Enjoying a stellar reputation, many stars had garnered acclaim by endorsing Lu's group's products, effectively becoming walking testimonials. As they approached and got a better look at the ambassador, Chuzhuo's breath caught in his throat. He recognized him. Compared to his memory, the man appeared younger now and less adept at concealing his thoughts. Ever since Lu Tingzhou entered, his gaze had occasionally drifted this way, calculating and observant. Noticing the change in Chuzhuo's expression, Lu Tingzhou inquired, "What is it, Ajua?" "That person?" Chuzhuo pointed. "Have you conducted a background check to confirm there are no issues?" Chapter 5, The White Moonlight of the Giants. Lu Tingzhou discerned the implicit message within Chuzhuo's words. He harbored no doubts about her and replied, "Typically, ambassadors invited for poster shoots must have passed thorough background checks. Is there an issue you wish to address regarding this?" This statement reflected his trust in Chuzhuo and his speculation that she had inadvertently witnessed the ambassador displaying discrepancies from their background checks. Lu Tingzhou had unwavering faith in Chuzhuo, whom he regarded as pure-hearted, optimistic, and lively, someone who would not unjustly target another. Leaning in closer, Chuzhuo playfully whispered, "I'm inclined to believe in your company's background checks, but he is lacking in virtue and unqualified. It will be prudent not to utilize him." The mention of a lack of virtue was, of course, a whimsical fabrication. Chuzhuo recognized that the ambassador currently engaged in the photo shoot was none other than Yu, the third party in the provocative affair with Shou, someone who resembled a white moonlight lover even more than Shou did. "Very well, I shall have them replaced." Lu Tingzhou replied decisively. He trusted that Chuzhuo would not speak without reason and leaned towards the belief that she must have unintentionally encountered the ambassador entangled in emotional turmoil. "Aren't you curious as to why?" Chuzhuo interjected, her concern palpable. "Lu Tingzhou, are you a fool?" She pointed out, "Fortunately, I am a good person. Otherwise, you will be facing bankruptcy." "Foolishness. The Lu family will not easily face ruin," Lu Tingzhou retorted, teasingly pinching her cheek. "If that day were to arrive, it certainly would not be your doing." "Ouch, that hurts." Chuzhuo Isagota. Their playful commotion drew the attention of the photographer, prompting the brand manager to approach hesitantly upon noticing Lu's presence. "Mr. Lu, how may I assist you?" "This individual cannot be used," Lu Tingzhou stated plainly. "Replace him." The brand manager appeared bewildered. "Huh?" Lu Tingzhou did not shy away from anyone. Upon hearing his words, even the sound of the camera ceased. Kai Jolene removed his cap and approached, his face a canvas of anxiety and trepidation. "Mr. Lu, is there something about my image that does not align with the brand's philosophy? I can adjust to suit your company's products. My fans say I possess great versatility. I truly need this endorsement and hope you might grant me another chance." He hesitated, casting a fleeting glance at Chuzhuo. Or is it that someone has spoken against me in your presence? Mr. Liu, your wisdom is unparalleled. You wouldn't rely on just one perspective, would you? Chuzhuo refused to indulge him, directly stating, "Hello, are you referring to me? I believe you're mistaken. I merely speculated on the possibility." Kai hurriedly shook his head, casting a timid glance at Lu Tingzhou. "Your speculation does not sway any decision. The Lu family has no need for you. The absence of a reason is reason enough." Lu Tingzhou coldly pronounced his final decree. The brand manager, though confused, began to grasp the situation. Could he not discern the veiled implications? Whether misunderstandings arose was trivial. The Lu family would terminate the contract with him, and the penalty fee would be deposited into his account within 2 days. The brand manager swiftly devised a solution and provided a resolution. The Lu family had yet to release any news regarding their spokesperson. Should any related content surface online subsequently, the legal department of the Lu family would stand firm. Kai Zhelin, filled with reluctance, bit his lip. This was not his company, and the opposing party was numerous and formidable. He had no choice but to summon his assistant and leave in a state of disarray. As he reached the door, he glanced back with a lingering gaze, his expression a portrait of unwillingness yet resigned to the whims of capital. The brand manager shook his head, bemused by the theatrics and relieved that the signing announcement had not yet been made. "He bore a resemblance to me," thought Chuzhuo, who, though somewhat perplexed, could discern the confusion in his tone. Given Kai Zhelin's current credentials, his presence at the Lu family was utterly illogical. Upon their first encounter, he sensed something amiss, as if a deviation had occurred. Lu Tingzhou had investigated Chuzhuo's background and was aware of the unsavory deeds committed by Qiyu. He scrutinized Chuzhuo's face from various angles, reassuringly stating, "Aja, you are unparalleled. No one resembles you." Fearing that if he spoke too slowly, Chuzhuo might overthink, Lu Tingzhou hastened his speech. "I am uncertain how he was signed. There must have been some oversight. Typically, brand ambassadors undergo rigorous selection, resulting in 5 candidates for final consideration. I remember that among those 5, 2 were reputable male artists of greater renown. I will clarify the rationale behind this choice once I ascertain the details." In a gentle tone, Chuzhuo replied, "Why are you so anxious? I merely mentioned it, and I too feel he is unlike me." Lu Tingzhou wasted no time. He summoned Assistant Yin over the phone to inquire about the spokesperson situation. Assistant Yin, not daring to delay, located the employee responsible for the handover that day. After a thorough inquiry, he uncovered the origin of this misunderstanding. It turned out that when he first saw Kai Zhelin's photograph, he momentarily thought Kai Zhelin bore a striking resemblance to Chuzhuo. Among the 5 candidates, the profile of Kai Zhelin had been reviewed the longest, leading the adjacent business staff to instinctively assume that Assistant Yin favored him. Although 2 of the 5 were more suitable, the distinction held little weight given the stature of the Lu group, and after comparison, they ultimately selected Kai Zhelin as the spokesperson. To his surprise, this had stemmed from his own impressions. Assistant Yin, filled with remorse, stated, "I apologize, Mr. Liu. I was equally baffled at the time, inexplicably finding Kai Zhelin reminiscent of Mr. Shun. Now that I compare the 2, they are entirely different types. I truly acted foolishly." Lu Tingzhou's expression softened slightly, yet his tone remained firm. "This shall not occur again." Upon entering this world, Chuzhuo beheld his own visage in the mirror. However, the entruster, Shun Chuzhuo, bore little resemblance to him. The temporal leap of 001 had led to an energy depletion. After explaining the world line and the entruster's mission, it remained in a dormant state for the majority of the time, rarely disturbed by Chuzhuo. Sensing his confusion during its slumber, 001 briefly emerged to elucidate. The host has entered this world, assuming the identity of the entruster, who, at the cost of burning their flesh and sacrificing their soul, sent forth a call for help. This body does not belong to the contractor. Rather, it has been meticulously crafted based on the contractor's physical data. As for the visage, upon your entry into this body, your soul's sheer potency manifests your true appearance, an aspect seemingly unalterable. I have attempted to modify it, yet to no avail. However, there is no cause for concern, as the world's consciousness will diminish the resemblance between you, the host, and the contractor, leading everyone to believe that Chuzhuo has always looked this way. Kai Jilin, being a pivotal character in the narrative, along with Assistant Yen, is merely experiencing a fleeting illusion influenced by the plot. Chuzhuo, thank you for your hard work. 001. 001 blushed. It is my duty. Do you have any further inquiries? Host, if not, I shall resume my slumber. Chuzhuo softened her tone. Please rest. 001. I am quite capable. You need not worry about me. 001 is the auxiliary system assigned to Chuzhuo when she entered the romantic subplot, reportedly a unique privilege reserved for high-ranking bosses. After spending time together, Chuzhuo grew fond of 001, who in turn enjoyed interacting with this legendary UR level card. As a romantic NPC, 001 must be courted, issuing corresponding quest tasks based on Chuzhuo's current sentiments. For instance, if Chuzhuo desires to savor flower cakes, the player receives a quest to gather roses and prepare the delicacies for her. If Chuzhuo relishes the taste, she naturally awards affection points, which players can exchange for luck or items based on these points. During that period, the entire romantic subplot became a playground for the two of them to revel in. Chapter 6. The White Moonlight of the Great Figures. After reviewing the photography workspace of the Liu family, Chuzhuo felt the need to further refine her own studio and thus bid farewell to Liu Tingzhou, declining his offer of escort. Be cautious on your way, Liu Tingzhou earnestly instructed, adding that should any issues arise, she should not hesitate to contact him. Do not fear disturbing me. I would be more distressed if you did not reach out, as that would mean you do not regard me as a friend. Assistant Yen, seemingly deafened by the exchange, thought to himself, Liu, feeling sad? One absurd joke. Understood, he replied. The tall man remained behind, appearing both considerate and somewhat pitiful. Chuzhuo embraced him, saying, Liu Tingzhou, you are the first friend I made upon returning to the country. Rest assured, I shall be the best to you. Anyone else must take a back seat. Liu Tingzhou's eyelashes fluttered down, and in a shadowed corner unseen by Chuzhuo, a glimmer of pride surfaced in his dark gaze. Chuzhuo then proceeded to her photography studio, optimizing it by drawing inspiration from the operational mechanisms of the Liu family while incorporating additional details, busily toiling away for several days. Upon returning home, the sun had set. After a simple dinner, Chuzhuo sneaked to the refrigerator, grabbing a tub of ice cream to take back to her bedroom. A notification on her phone indicated a missed call. Just as she was about to dial back, the other party called again. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end introduced itself. Hello, I am Shuren. I know, there is no need to be afraid. The video you received the day before yesterday was sent by me. As Chuzhuo twisted open the lid of the ice cream, sitting cross-legged on the chair, she scooped it out one spoonful at a time. Xian, did you call me because you've come to a decision? The video, she referred to depicted events from the bar, where they hosted a welcome-back party for him upon his return to the country. During this period, Xian was particularly enamored with the scoundrel Qiyu. In the original timeline, Xian had suffered greatly, ultimately choosing to give up. Given Qiyu's current infatuation with Bai Yueguang, it is easy to envision how he might treat Xian upon his return. Sometimes, it is only when the knife cuts into the flesh, leaving a visible wound, that one painfully realizes the truth, understanding how heart-wrenching it can be. Chuzhuo's decision to withhold the video from Xian that night was influenced by this understanding. Having seen the timeline, Chuzhuo recognized Xian's character as somewhat twisted and indecisive, which is why she delayed sending the video until 2 days ago. The client and her brother were innocent, and Xian bore the brunt of unforeseen calamities. In the later stages, Qiyu brainwashed Xian, burdening him with the indirect guilt of Bai Yueguang's demise for over a decade. In the tale of the scoundrel and the substitute is not always malevolent. For instance, Xian, in his attempts to win back Qiyu, never harmed the client's brother in the slightest, nor did he ever appear before him. Without Qiyu, Xian would undoubtedly have a radiant future. Was the anonymous video actually sent by Chuzhuo? Xian hesitated, unable to fathom her motive, swallowing hard against the bitterness in his throat. Are you trying to warn me? No wonder Qiyu had overturned the meal he prepared that night and the following morning. His boss dismissed him, subtly hinting that he might have offended someone. Recently, it seemed that companies he interviewed with were subtly notified, leading to repeated failures. Each time he did not pass an interview, he bore the bitter consequences alone, not wanting to worry Chuzhuo, only to realize that these misfortunes were orchestrated by Chuzhuo himself. Even when Chuzhuo spoke harshly to him, Shou found himself making excuses for him internally. Bad business, untrustworthy partners, contracts signed prematurely by competitors. Shou painfully closed his eyes, tears welling at the corners. Chuzhuo spoke earnestly. "Shou, let us meet tomorrow. We need to discuss Chuzhuo." In a narrative of this world, Chuzhuo stands as the sole beneficiary. He presented himself as a deeply affectionate and wealthy man, claiming the Shun family fortune after the client's death, along with the personal brand patents Shou later developed. How could a substitute ever be truly affectionate? When did genuine affection become so commonplace? After contemplating the timeline, Chuzhuo resolved that not only did she want Chuzhuo to be disgraced, but she also aimed to rescue Shou. Shou pressed his lips together and replied, "All right." Chuzhuo chose a serene cafe for their meeting, selecting a window-side table, and ordered 2 caramel macchiatos. Shortly thereafter, she spotted a hesitant figure outside the glass. "Shou." Chuzhuo rose to greet him at the door, asking, "Why don't you come in?" Shou abruptly raised his head, the sunlight piercing his eyes. In the shadows stood a tall boy, gazing down at him from the steps. His crystalline eyes seemed to perceive Shou's insecurities and unworthiness. Yet there was no hint of disdain. Instead, he radiated kindness, embracing him as if all of Shou's hesitation and anxiety from the previous night were inconsequential. "Shun, Chuzhuo," Shou murmured, his lips parting slightly in an uncertain call. "I am." Chuzhuo took a few steps down the stairs and grasped Shou's hand, leading him inside. "Why don't you come in? Do I look frightening?" "Of course not," Shou stammered, panic-stricken. "You are quite beautiful, not frightening at all." Once back at the table, Chuzhuo pointed to the coffee before him. "I ordered this for you. I inquired about your taste. This one is sweet and not overly bitter." Shou's mind buzzed, and he opened his mouth, yet no words emerged. Ever since Chuzhuo proposed a meeting the previous night, he had felt adrift, engulfed in confusion, unable to cease speculating what Shun might say. He never anticipated that such a simple statement would shatter his defenses. Shun was not fond of coffee, as most varieties were too bitter for his liking. However, while with Chuzhuo, he had endured the bitter brews for the sake of companionship, adding numerous sugar cubes, yet they remained bitter. It dawned on him that sweet coffee existed, a detail Chuzhuo had never cared to notice. As Shou lifted the coffee cup and took a gentle sip, tears unexpectedly streamed down his cheeks. "Shou, today you've cried. Consider it a farewell to the worthless." Chuzhuo handed him a tissue. Chuzhuo is not a good person. His kindness was contingent upon his own interests remaining unscathed. "You are a victim, and so am I. He flaunted me as his white moonlight, yet I am abroad. In this advanced age, is it so difficult to travel overseas? His so-called profound affection is merely self-delusion. In the end, he loves only himself. You're exceptional, Shou. Please, always remember your original intentions." Shou blinked, tears tracing the contours of his chin and soaking into his collar. He seemed oblivious as he drained the remaining coffee in one swift motion, setting down the ceramic cup. He used the tissue to wipe away the traces of moisture from his face. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Mr. Shun, I'm sorry. I spoke incorrectly yesterday." "It's all right, Shou. How could one exist without obsessions?" Chuzhuo produced a bank card and extended it toward Shou. "Here is 3 million. Do not hastily refuse. You will need it." Thus, Shou closed his mouth, swallowing back the words of rejection, instinctively trusting that Chuzhuo would not deceive him. Upon receiving the video, Shou could not help but delve into the past between Chuzhuo and Chuzhuo. The emotions of youth were pure. During their high school years, one was gentle and open, while the other harbored secret affections, igniting sparks that made even their separation seem beautifully filtered. Shou stole a glance at Chuzhuo. He was truly splendid. The years had passed, and he was no longer the gentle memory Chuzhuo held. He had blossomed into something even more vibrant. In contrast, what was there about himself that could be deceived? Chapter 7. The Luminary's Enchantment as the studio found its footing. Initial investigations into Chiyu's company bore fruit. The documents received indicated that during the years the client had been abroad, several projects under Chiyu had progressed remarkably well, yielding profits that adhered to the highest standards permitted by regulations. Despite not being the optimal choice, it appeared as though someone had clandestinely granted him a green light. Astonishingly, there seemed to be more than one benefactor aiding him. Was Chiyu some sort of paragon? The enigma perplexed Chuzhuo, prompting her to arrange a meeting with the most prominent of the benefactors. Upon learning that Chuzhuo wished to meet him, Jiang Hongjiao was taken aback and made a special effort with his appearance to project vitality. "It's been a while, Chuzhuo. I didn't expect you to request a meeting with me alone," he said, sitting upright to present himself in the most dignified manner. "I have a few inquiries that pique my curiosity." "I apologize for taking up your time," Chuzhuo stated directly. "Jiang Hongjiao, are you particularly close to Chiyu?" Jiang Hongjiao's composed demeanor faltered slightly. He was relieved not to feel jealousy, but he replied, "Generally, we're not very familiar." "Then why? Over these past years of cooperation with Chiyu, have you extended such generous concessions?" Chuzhuo asked sincerely, highlighting the discrepancies. Some of his collaboration proposals were sound, yet there were certainly alternatives that were superior. As the heir of the Jiang family, Jiang Hongjiao possessed a commendable intellect. After a moment's contemplation, he began to grasp the underlying issues. Strangely, it felt as though a veil had been lifted from his mind, one that had previously obscured his judgment and left him unwittingly dulled. It wasn't just him. They had all been deceived. Jiang Hongjiao's expression darkened considerably, reflecting his dismay. "Is it too inconvenient to discuss?" Chuzhuo inquired, hesitating. "It's not that it's inconvenient. Rather, it's quite embarrassing," Jiang Hongjiao admitted, his confidence waning. "We all believed Chiyu held a special place in your heart, that you treated us equally, and that your previous assistance was merely a casual gesture. You come from a distinguished background, possess a commendable character, and have a multitude of friends, lacking for naught. Thus, we resorted to Chiyu, believing it would have little impact. For us, it was merely a matter of earning more or less money, nothing significant. After you went abroad, he hinted to us that you harbored some feelings for him, but due to your studies, you never explicitly stated it. We had been lamenting our lack of opportunity to repay you, and then he appeared, uttering those words, leading us to extend him more consideration." Chuzhuo was taken aback. "What? So Chiyu has been orchestrating such matters behind the scenes?" The client truly was an exceptionally gentle and kind individual. Knowing that his younger brother was frail in spirit, he had faced the world with kindness over the years. With sincerity towards everyone and an unwavering willingness to lend a hand, he hoped that the blessings from these small acts would ultimately return to his brother. In a sphere where he helped individuals of similar standing, the client had inadvertently become the cherished white moonlight in the hearts of many luminaries within the elite circles of Beijing. Jiyu employed certain tactics to create the illusion that the client held a special regard for him, fostering a mutual affection between them. Consequently, the other influential figures discreetly withdrew, offering their blessings, unaware that Jiyu had ultimately caused his brother's demise. Even in the absence of the client, Chuzhuo could still sense the lingering sorrow. Why, one might ponder, can't people simply strive to be good? Chuzhuo inquired earnestly. Behind Jiyu's years of unimpeded success, were you all safeguarding him? Jiang Hongjiao awkwardly admitted yes. In that case, allow me to clarify. Jiyu is nothing but a scoundrel and a disgrace. I have no connection to him, nor am I familiar with him. Without hesitation, Chuzhuo pressed on. Are you aware of his search for a stand-in? Jiang Hongjiao, puzzled, shook his head in ignorance. It was no surprise. Jiyu had concealed the identity of Shou and exceptionally well. Aside from his acquaintances, outsiders were oblivious to Shou and significance, merely perceiving him as a casual beneficiary of Jiyu's philanthropy. When Shou An's mother was diagnosed with late-stage cancer, it was a thunderbolt for a college sophomore. Jiyu encountered Shou An, who was working part-time at a bar, and was captivated by their similar profiles. He impulsively offered to cover the cost of Shou An's mother's surgery, subsequently appearing frequently as a suitor in Shou An's life. Thus, the unsuspecting student gradually fell into Jiyu's emotional trap. The concept of a stand-in was easily grasped, and Jiang Hongjiao, after a brief moment of realization, rose in anger. He actually sought a stand-in to insult you? Shuren was equally in the dark and hoped that they would not disrupt his life. After a brief pause, Chuzhuo stated, Jiang Hongjia, he is responsible for the death of one of my friends, and I will not let him go. I urge you to expedite any actions you may be planning. Jiang Hongjia nodded solemnly. Mr. Qi, the documents submitted last time were rejected, citing our materials as inadequate. Mr. Qi, it's dire. Our major partner is terminating the contract and will no longer supply us with fabric. Mr. Qi, Chuzhuo mentioned a renewal just days ago. But yesterday, they called to inform us they would not be renewing. We still owe our clients products, for which they have already paid deposits, and now we cannot deliver. The clients are waiting. How can it be inadequate? We confirmed everything with them before submitting the documents. If Ding Sheng withdraws, find other suppliers. Do I need to teach you that? I pay you to work, not to loaf around. If we can't deliver, just fabricate some excuse to placate them. Can't you? Zhiyu snapped back impatiently, striding away from his assistant, as a multitude of issues erupted, his typically handsome visage now twisted and menacing. Seated in his office chair, the glass door shielded him from the surrounding clamor, yet Zhiyu furrowed his brow in frustration. What was going on? Recently, the company had faced numerous obstacles that were not as easily surmountable as before. Where had things gone awry? He couldn't help but think of Chuzhuo. It was improbable that little Zhuo would uncover anything. Those individuals, secure in their elevated status, were quite different from the aimless, wealthy science. They seldom paid attention to matters that did not concern them. However, upon reflection, he realized that the problematic projects were all somehow linked to those very people. Qiyu felt an ominous premonition. After some hesitation, he called Chuzhuo, but as expected, the call went unanswered. Before long, his assistant knocked and entered the room. Observing the assistant's demeanor, Qiyu was disinclined to hear him out. No need to speak. You should find a way to resolve this yourself, just as you have done in the past. I have a matter to attend to outside. Upon my return, I hope to see the situation effectively addressed. The assistant, feeling unjustly burdened, thought to himself, what kind of predicament is this? Why must everything rely on me? This company isn't mine, and for a meager salary. Must I toil and sacrifice? Taking a deep breath to contain his frustration with his foolish boss, he resolved to resign after the next paycheck. Qiyu drove away from the company, heading towards Chuzhuo's residence. Upon arrival, the servant at the door inquired, Sir, whom are you looking for? I seek Chuzhuo, your young master, Qiyu replied, forcing a smile. Very well, please hold on a moment, the servant said, turning to leave. Wait, please open the door. I am a friend of Chuzhuo. Allow me to wait inside, Qiyu called out urgently. The servant's voice grew distant as she replied, I'm sorry, sir, but I must first consult the young master. Kindly wait a few minutes. Seeing that she was truly not stopping, Qiyu clenched his fist and struck the wall, producing a loud thud. He muttered curses under his breath. Just a mere servant. I will mention this to Chuzhuo and demand her dismissal. Unbeknownst to Qiyu, his expression had subtly transformed. It had been several days since he last saw Jiang Hongjia, and upon hearing the servantess report, Chuzhuo was rather eager to witness the downfall of the scoundrel. When Chuzhuo opened the door and saw Qiyu stepping forward, she halted him, saying, Do not enter. I find it unsightly. Qiyu's expression turned sorrowful. Chuzhuo, I have sent him away. There is no one else between us now. Ugh, spare me your nauseating words, Chuzhuo retorted, covering her mouth, utterly disgusted by his insincerity. Qiyu, are you truly attempting to discuss love at a time like this? Have you no regard for your company? Qiyu's countenance shifted slightly. Chuzhuo, what are you saying? Still playing the fool. Qiyu? Chuzhuo crossed her arms. Your verbal traps are exceedingly base. You may have deceived them, but they are merely tolerating you. You have enjoyed what does not belong to you for far too long. Haven to you? However, fret not. Soon, I shall ensure you relinquish it all. Qiyu's mind reeled, struggling to mask his inner turmoil with disbelief. Chuzhuo, you were never like this. I hardly recognize you now. You failed to recognize me before. What right do you have to claim I have changed? Noting his panicked expression, Chuzhuo chuckled softly. Indeed, I have changed. The universe observes, and the retribution you doubt will find you. You shall face the consequences for your betrayal. Then, in a prolonged and deliberate tone, he declared, I say, Those who betray genuine affection must endure 1,000 needles. Shou felt a chill wash over him at Chuzhuo's piercing gaze. He opened his mouth to argue, but found his throat constricted as if he had swallowed a thorn. He instinctively gulped, feeling a painful sensation as if needles were indeed lodged within. Chuzhuo, in utter astonishment, touched his neck and murmured, "Doesn't hurt anymore?" He moved his throat repeatedly, confirming the absence of any peculiar pain, and promptly sighed in relief, realizing it had merely been a false alarm. "This is unfair to me. All those contracts were voluntary on their part, and I did not coerce anyone." Chuzhuo attributed the discomfort in his throat to a mere illusion, likely spurred by Chuzhuo's earnest tone. He feigned weakness, saying, "Chuzhuo, at the very least, I have not wronged you. You cannot treat me this way." "Oh, Chuzhuo, you are one who does not shed tears until faced with the coffin," Chuzhuo retorted. "Rather than squander time here, it would be wiser for you to spend more moments at your company, for soon enough, it shall no longer belong to you." With each piercing word, Chuzhuo dismantled his carefully maintained facade, relishing in his self-deception. "You believe you have not wronged me. Then why seek me out? I merely reclaim what you acquired through my assistance, things that were never rightfully yours." The light in Chiyu's eyes dimmed. "Fine, if this is your desire," he continued. "It is rather blatant, yet you still shamelessly portray yourself as innocent." Worn out by the spectacle, Chuzhuo instructed the servant to close the door. Noticing Chiyu's foot attempting to wedge itself in the gap, he coldly warned, "Should your leg dare to intrude, I shall break it." The Shen family has no shortage of funds for leg treatment. Chiyu's eager leg immediately retreated. Gazing at the firmly shut door, a shadow flickered in Chiyu's eyes. Chuzhuo returned to find Mother Shun standing behind him. "Xiaozhuo," she said, uncertain how long she had been there, hesitantly gazing at him without approaching. "Are you my little Zhuo?" Pausing briefly, Chuzhuo's eyes curved gently as he replied in a light-hearted tone, "Mother, my brother has spoken of you. He mentioned that our mother is very gentle and an excellent cook." Chuzhuo was not oblivious to the unspoken words "mother" Shen occasionally revealed. In that moment, he felt he understood. What mother could ever forget her own child? Mother Shen must know of her younger son's existence, but perhaps felt that hope was too distant. And uncertain of the factors that had changed between the brothers, she had restrained herself from speaking out for fear of making things worse. Thus, in their subsequent interactions, Chuzhuo occasionally revealed inadvertent slips that caught Mother Shen's attention. The sudden mention of brother caused her eyes to well with tears. "Is it Xiaoyu?" "It is I." "Mother," Chuzhuo replied, bending slightly as Mother Shun enveloped him in a tight embrace. "I too wish to eat what you cook. Mother, please prepare it for me." "I will cook for Xiaoyu. I will." Mother Shun wept profusely. When Father Shun returned home, he was astonished to find Mother Shun in the kitchen. Entering to observe, he inquired, "What special occasion is today?" Noticing her reddened eyes, he grew concerned. "Why are you crying? Is something amiss? Do you feel unwell?" Mother Shun shook her head. "I am fine." "Yuan Zong, do you still remember Xiaoyu?" As she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. "I know this may sound absurd, but Xiaoyu has not departed. He resides within Xiaozhuo's body, and today he called me mother." Upon hearing the news, Father Shun was immediately engulfed by guilt. The finality of death is irrevocable, and he was struck by the realization that, after all these years, he had failed to acknowledge that his wife had not yet moved on from the loss of their child, Xiaoyu. Xiaozhu and Xiaoyu were fraternal twins. Xiaoyu was lively and spirited, while Xiaozhu was quiet and refined. Despite their contrasting natures, the brothers shared an inseparable bond, desiring to possess everything simultaneously. A high fever at the age of 2 claimed the life of the frilier brother, and upon awakening from his fever, the elder brother found himself devoid of memories, forgetting he ever had a sibling. Mother Shun had initially come to terms with the loss of her younger son, until one day, when Xiaozhu was 6, she overheard him speaking to himself. "Brother, are you unwell? Xiaoyu is feeling your pain. Xiaoyu does not want you to suffer." At that moment, she dared not interrupt, and only after a few days did she cautiously inquire about Xiaoyu. To her dismay, her son responded with confusion, "Mother, who is Xiaoyu?" That very night, Xiaozhu succumbed to a fever once more, teetering on the brink of death, and upon regaining consciousness, he had forgotten the exchange regarding Shou. From that day forward, Mother Shun refrained from broaching the subject of the younger son with her elder child. In the present moment, Mother Shun implored, "Do you not trust me?" In the realm of psychology, there exists a term known as dissociative identity disorder. Father Shun contemplated if this is indeed the case. "We should take our son to a psychologist." Mother Shun gazed at her husband with unwavering conviction. "That is my Shou." Father Shun opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss, and ultimately decided to summon Chuzhuo. Blinking innocently, Chuzhuo asked, "Father, do you truly believe that my brother would jest with you about such a matter?" Father Shun fell silent, pondering. Indeed, Shou had always been sensible, never one to joke about matters of principle. Yet the possibility of dissociative identity disorder could not be entirely dismissed. What if Shou had come to identify himself as his brother? Principles, after all, are not immutable. Observing the turmoil etched upon Father Shun's face, Chuzhuo let out a sigh. In a previous life, the existence of the younger brother had been a closely guarded secret. The one who had commissioned him, having forgotten all memories associated with the younger sibling, remained oblivious to his name. Father Shun would never learn of his son's continued existence, while Mother Shun might carry the burden of uncertainty until her final breath. The couple, having tragically lost their youngest son, soon found themselves unable to withstand the weight of grief after unexpectedly losing their surviving son as well. "Father, are you afraid of Shou?" Chuzhuo inquired. Father Shun felt a pang in his chest. "Of course not. How could I fear my own son? Which identity is ultimately meant to be erased, Shou or brother?" Chuzhuo articulated simply, "Although I share this body with my brother, my state has been rather poor over the years, rarely able to manifest for more than a few seconds. My brother returned to the homeland for Shou, as Shou's condition has significantly improved and wishes to see mother and father. If it makes it easier for you to accept the notion of dissociative identity disorder, then I am willing to embrace the role of my brother's alternate personality." Upon hearing this, Mother Shun firmly grasped Father Shun's arm and turned to Chuzhuo with a gentle tone. "Shou, do not heed your father's stubbornness. Whether it be Shou or Shou, both are my children." Hissed gently, "That hurts. I never intended to erase anyone's personality. Both Shou and Shou are my sons." Father Shun tugged at his arm, softly calling out in pain. Next to him, Chuzhuo reveled in his misfortune. "Who told you to insist that Shou is a secondary personality? Mother recognized me as Shou at first glance." Father Shun fell silent for a moment, feeling a flicker of uncertainty. After all, if Shou were to mature properly, he might very well possess such a temperament. Chapter 9. The white moonlight of the great elders. That night, Father Shun experienced a peculiar dream. He found himself reliving the time when Shou and Shou were 2 years old and suffering from high fevers. When a younger brother was declared deceased, a translucent, diminutive soul emerged from the lifeless body, climbing onto another hospital bed. The frail, transparent soul instinctively rushed toward its brother on the bed, embracing the similarly small figure. "Brother, don't be hot. Brother, wake up." The elder brother, lost in a feverish stupor, remained unresponsive. After calling out for a while and receiving no reply, the younger brother attempted to return to his own body, only to find himself barred from entry. He had no choice but to cling to his brother, murmuring, "Brother, it seems my body is broken. I can't get in. May I temporarily reside in your body?" Perhaps it was the blood bond between brothers that prompted the sleeping elder brother to unconsciously call out Shou. "Fear not." In that instant, the younger brother, who had been lying atop his sibling, swiftly dove into the elder brother's body. The couple in the hospital room was quite young. They had recently learned of one son's demise, while the other remained in a persistent fever, which filled them with profound sorrow. The man embraced the woman's shoulder, as these grieving young parents faced the dire news from the doctor. If the fever did not subside by nightfall, the elder brother's body would suffer irreversible damage, leading to unpredictable consequences. Unbeknownst to them, the younger brother's transparent soul entering the elder brother's body alleviated his fever. The comatose brother's lips parted, silently uttering "brother." At that moment, he was Shou. Upon awakening, the elder brother forgot about his sibling. The doctor explained that prolonged fever had caused memory loss, a common after effect in young children, assuring them there was nothing to worry about. Father Shun jolted awake from the bizarre dream, turning to find Mother Shun also awake. Her eyes open. The faint light of dawn seeped in, and the couple listened to each other's breaths. I just had a strange dream, Father Shun began. I did too, Mother Shun replied, then recounted her dream word for word. As she finished, she saw the astonishment on Father Shun's face and realized they had shared the same dream, down to the minutest detail. With a huff, Mother Shun remarked, "Are you still going to mention your theory of dual personalities?" Sharing the same dream with Mother Shun was one thing, but even the words spoken by the younger brother in the dream were identical. Father Shun was thoroughly convinced, his eyes dry and heart heavy. I was wrong. I will apologize to Shou shortly. Meanwhile, the dormant 001 was forcibly awakened by a special alert from the system, only to discover that the host had unexpectedly completed a hidden mission. After finishing his morning routine, Chuzhuo was approached by 001, who remarked, "Host, have you completed a hidden task?" Chuzhuo was taken aback. 001, what is a hidden task? 001 replied, "Hidden tasks are not triggered actively. They only become apparent upon completion." The key content displayed in the background indicates that Shen's parents have become aware of their younger son's existence. Impressive, host. You have unwittingly accomplished a hidden task in your very first world. The hidden task set by the client was, indeed, to make the parents aware of the brother's existence. Even amidst the tumult of hatred clouding their reason, a thread of clarity remained in their heart for their sibling. Such tenderness was truly remarkable. After breakfast, Chuzhuo visited the studio. Employees generally prefer a boss who offers ample rewards with minimal demands. Today, a popular internet celebrity had come to hire the studio's photographer, and when Chuzhuo arrived, that very photographer had just left. In addition to 3 renowned photographers, there were also newcomers recruited for post-production. Though their work lacked maturity, their bold styles and innovative approaches caught Chuzhuo's eye, leading to the hiring of several. Currently, the studio boasted a team of over a dozen individuals. Including makeup artists and other staff, the total number swelled to nearly 30. One audacious newcomer greeted him, "Boss, I've been lacking inspiration lately. May I take a few photos of you to spark some creativity?" Chuzhuo raised an eyebrow. "You wish to photograph me in your uninspired state? Are you attempting to use me as a trial and error subject?" "Not at all. It's a shame to waste your striking face without capturing it," the new photographer insisted. This fresh talent, known for their eccentric style, often incorporated elements of feudal superstition for ironic effect. "Fine, let us indulge your whims today," Chuzhuo conceded, allowing the makeup artist to work on his face. After 2 hours of preparation, he tossed his head, the tassels in his hair swaying. "Why do I look a bit enchanting?" "Ah, this version represents a male courtesan," the photographer explained. "The backdrop is a flourishing dynasty, a time when men and women boldly pursued love and lived liberally." He had long desired to shoot this series, but had struggled to find a fitting model. With the background in mind, Chuzhuo understood how to collaborate. The young photographer, who had recently lamented his lack of inspiration, seized the opportunity to snap away at Chuzhuo. Once finished, Chuzhuo reviewed the final products. "You've done well." The audacious photographer then revealed a hint of modesty, sincerely stating, "It's because you are so good-looking, boss. Could I possibly make you look anything less than splendid? Then I should consider a career change." "Boss, may I share these photos on my social media?" "Of course," Chuzhuo replied, selecting one as his profile picture and sending a few to Liu Tingzhou. Within moments, Liu Tingzhou responded, "They look great. May I choose one for my profile as well?" Chuzhuo glanced at Liu Tingzhou's dark avatar and generously replied, "Feel free. I have plenty more." Liu Tingzhou eagerly inquired, "What else do you have? I'd love to take a look." Chuzhuo promptly sent them all. Liu Tingzhou examined each photo, saving the original versions, a smile gradually forming at the corners of his mouth. "This one looks wonderful, and so does this one." In the end, I chose a photo of my profile taken from a side angle, partially obscured. Outside the office, Assistant Yin hesitated for a moment while delivering documents, then reluctantly clicked on the unfamiliar WeChat avatar. The familiar chat history appeared in the dialog box. It was indeed the boss. He initially thought he had mistakenly noted someone else's name. Assistant Yin, feeling uneasy, glanced around before clicking on Lu Tingzhou's avatar, recognizing the person in the photo as Chuzhuo. The WeChat profile picture, unchanged for years, had now been replaced with that of Mr. Shun. It seemed that General Manager Lu had truly fallen deeply. Chiyu's company was on the brink of bankruptcy within just 2 months, largely due to the reports made by Chuzhuo. The information uncovered last time was substantial, revealing not only Chiyu's recent smooth sailing, but also his clandestine illegal dealings. Bribery, tax evasion, and inferior products. His career was effectively at an end. It was at this moment that Chuzhuo received a call from Shou and Mr. Shun. I will work hard to repay you. I have established my own brand, and I will earn money as soon as possible, Shou stammered, clearly shaken and still in a state of shock. Chuzhuo gently reassured him, Shou, you know I am not short of money. The funds I lent you can be repaid any time within your lifetime. Just keep your pace and don't rush. After hanging up, Shou silently wept. His remaining thoughts of Chi-Yu completely severed. During this period, he intentionally avoided thinking about Chi-Yu, ignoring all incoming calls. However, he never anticipated that Chi-Yu would take him to court, demanding repayment for the medical expenses he had initially covered for his mother. When Chi-Yu had lent him money back then, he had said it didn't need to be repaid. That amount was insignificant compared to what it would take to buy a car. Though he never voiced it, Shou thought that once he secured a job and earned money, he would certainly repay Chi-Yu. The relationship between partners should be reciprocal, fostering mutual support rather than one-sided sacrifice. He had never contemplated not repaying. After all, 3 million was a mere drop in the ocean for Chi-Yu. Yet for an ordinary person, it was a substantial sum. Even if Chi-Yu stated it needn't be returned, Shou could not reconcile with the idea of not repaying. Yet he never expected Chi-Yu would sue him. The court summons struck him like a bolt from the blue. How could he possibly come up with 3 million in such a short time? You will need it. The words of Chuzhuo lingered in his mind. After crying enough, Shou wiped his tears and went to the restroom to wash his face. As the cold water splashed against his cheeks, he gazed at his reflection in the mirror, his eyes swollen and red. He made an effort to lift the corners of his mouth, softly murmuring to himself, Shou, it will all pass. Chapter 10. The white moonlight of the tycoon's troubles at the company came one after another, while Shou mysteriously vanished after leaving him, as if he were some unspeakably dirty thing to be avoided. Chi could not swallow this grievance. He had never thought that Shou would repay so quickly after being sued. The enormous hole of 3 million invested in the company did not even stir the surface. Chi went to Shou's home, but was stopped by the security at the entrance of the building. The man, accustomed to a position of superiority, could not bring himself to resort to the act of borrowing a key card. As Shou emerged, he swiftly approached and seized her arm. Shou, where did you acquire such wealth? Have you found another benefactor? How shameless can you be? Is your need for men so desperate? Shou was taken aback. Upon recognizing him, she forcefully pulled her wrist free. I have repaid you the money. As for its source, a person with a tainted heart will see filth everywhere. I owe you nothing now, so kindly refrain from appearing in my life again. Oh, now you wish to act lofty? You never refused when you were spending my money, did you? Shou, your dirty money burns in my hands. Chi scoffed. Initially, Shou intended to ignore him, but upon hearing him speak of dirty money, she could no longer restrain herself. She raised her hand and struck Chi across the face. That 3 million was lent to me by Chuzhuo. He offered it to me long before you filed your lawsuit. Chi, it's no wonder Chuzhuo has no affection for you. He has always seen your true nature clearly. I was truly blind to believe you were worthy of a lifetime of trust. Shou, who gave you the audacity to strike me? Chi, stunned by the blow, found it hard to accept that his once docile companion would dare to lay a hand on him. He was inherently a man of little capability, especially having grown accustomed to smooth sailing in recent years, which had clouded his perception of his own limitations. Assessing the tense situation, Shou felt she was no match for him and quickly retreated, shutting the building's main door behind her. Chi banged on the glass door, howling like a madman. Shou, come out this instant. Only a fool would step outside. Shou thought as she pressed the elevator button and breathed a sigh of relief once the doors closed. This place was no longer tenable. She needed to find a new residence swiftly. Fortunately, during their relationship, Chuzhuo had proposed buying a home for her, a suggestion she had declined. Otherwise, given his current temperament, he would surely have evicted her without hesitation. Upon returning to her room, Shou immediately messaged her college roommate, inquiring about suitable housing options and asking her to keep an eye out. Breathe easy, Shou, don't fear him, she reassured herself after putting down her phone. 2 days later, her roommate sent a message with news of a vacancy, inviting her to view the room. Upon arrival, she discovered that her roommate's co-tenant had moved out, leaving the adjacent room empty. Hey, I came back for work last night and saw the guy next door moving. I asked the landlady, and the place is still available. I immediately thought of you. If you're satisfied, we can live together again. Shou felt a warmth in her eyes as she replied, Thank you. What are you thanking me for? You helped me a lot during our 4 years of college. I thought we wouldn't see each other again after graduation, yet fate has brought us together once more, her roommate said cheerfully. Shou nodded in agreement. After inspecting the room and finding it satisfactory, she asked her roommate to contact the landlord, deciding to rent the place. After moving in, Shou posted a photo on social media, showcasing a row of sunflower pots on her balcony. The accompanying caption read, "To new beginnings, and to a future filled with promise." Chuzhuo liked the post, murmuring to himself, "How wonderful." Wonderful? What do you mean? Lu Tingzhou pressed down the brim of Chuzhuo's hat, which had been lifted by the wind, nearly causing it to fly away. Upon receiving some delightful news, Chuzhuo smiled and set his phone aside. Lu Tingzhou offered him a straw, which he eagerly took, leaning down to savor a sip. The delightful crunch of the bubbles filling his mouth, a refreshing treat. "Did you order an extra serving of the bubbles, just for me?" he inquired. "Yes. You mentioned before that 2 portions would be quite satisfying," Lu Tingzhou replied. "How do you understand me so well?" Chuzhuo's eyes curved with delight, his clear, light gaze shimmering with joy as he accepted the cup of milk tea from Lu Tingzhou, glancing at his empty hand. "Did you not get one for yourself?" "I do not particularly enjoy milk tea," Lu Tingzhou explained softly. "Oh, I was going to offer you a sip," Chuzhuo said, extending his hand halfway. Lu Tingzhou's brown eyes flickered, and with a swift motion, he grasped the hand that Chuzhuo had yet to withdraw. "Why?" Chuzhuo asked, puzzled. "Occasionally, one can indulge," Lu Tingzhou replied, feigning nonchalance, though the true thoughts in his heart remained known only to him. "Then you should drink," Chuzhuo said, raising his arms slightly to bring the milk tea closer to Lu Tingzhou, his gaze pure and clear, captivating. Lu Tingzhou felt a stirring in his chest. Biting the straw and taking a gentle sip, the unusual texture of the bubbles in his mouth prompted him to sincerely declare, "It is quite sweet." Whether he referred to the milk tea or to someone else remained a mystery. Chuzhuo finished the drink in a few hearty gulps and announced, "I'm going to collect shells. Lu Tingzhou, will you join me? You wish to abandon me?" Lu Tingzhou fixed his gaze upon him. "What made you think that?" Without hesitation, Chuzhuo grabbed Lu Tingzhou's arm and turned, insisting, "You must come with me today. Otherwise, it means you do not regard me as a friend." "Is Chuzhuo upset?" Lu Tingzhou, being pulled along, teased him. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Chuzhuo lightly frowned and turned back, meeting Lu Tingzhou's expression, reminiscent of melting snow, and realized he was joking. "Yes, I am upset. Am I not easily angered?" "Indeed, I am," he muttered, circling behind Lu Tingzhou and playfully pouncing onto his back. "I had thought you were the best in the world. Consider this a punishment for you." He carelessly pointed in a direction. "We are going there, Lu Tingzhou. This is your only chance for redemption, so cherish it." With the added weight on his back, Lu Tingzhou securely caught Chuzhuo. The boy's cheerful chatter nestled closely against his ear, prompting him to tilt his head, swallowing hard. His voice deep and resonant like a distant symphony. "I shall cherish it, Chuzhuo." Haicheng, a renowned tourist destination, attracts countless children from inland areas who have never seen the sea, drawn in by the coastal, salty breeze. Upon reaching the shore, Lu Tingzhou set Chuzhuo down and adjusted the hat on his head. "We have arrived." Chuzhuo removed his shoes, holding them in his hand. Wiggling his toes, fair and slender, with distinctly defined bones, causing Lu Tingzhou to momentarily catch his breath. The surface of the sea was caressed by layers of waves, the splashes of water momentarily enveloping the freshly sculpted instep of the boy. His slender, delicate toes sank into the soft, damp sand, appearing as if they could be entirely enveloped by a single hand, and the water stains left him with wet palms. Lu Tingzhou, exercising restraint, averted his gaze and took the flip-flops from Chuzhuo's hands, his voice slightly hoarse. "Give me the shoes." Chuzhuo replied, "Aren't you going to collect seashells? Just share 2 with me after you're done, Ajua." Lu Tingzhou said, "2? That's hardly sufficient. Watch me. Today, Brother Ajua will indulge you." "Brother Ajua?" Lu Tingzhou chuckled, the long-hidden term of endearment slipping out. "Zhua Bao, your courage has grown." "You misheard me." Chuzhuo feigned amnesia, his youthful face displaying a no on the left and a betrayal on the right. Oblivious to Lu Tingzhou calling him Brother Tingzhou, he added, "Let us hurry and collect seashells." With that, he turned and slipped away. The melodious and deliberately charming call of Brother Tingzhou struck a chord within, causing Lu Tingzhou's ears, concealed beneath his dark hair, to warm. He silently followed in Chuzhuo's wake. In Chapter 11, the radiant presence of Chuzhuo, slender in stature, contrasted sharply with the well-built Lu Tingzhou, who had dedicated years to fitness. Their striking appearances attracted many glances. The intimate atmosphere between them suggested a closeness that made outsiders feel like intruders. Even if they were not a couple, a palpable tension lingered, prompting most to refrain from interruption. Coconut trees, lush and scattered along the beach, stood only 2 or 3 meters tall, while the azure sky served as nature's purest filter. The near waters were crystal clear, while the distant horizon seemed endless. Upon discovering a glistening seashell, Chuzhuo would lift it to the sunlight for examination. Lu Tingzhou captured the moment with his phone. After bending down countless times, an innumerable collection of shells filled the small bucket. Estimating that they had enough, he beckoned Lu Tingzhou to admire his treasures. "Take whichever one you like. I'll drill a hole in the rest to make a necklace. I've only picked the prettiest shells, so the necklace will surely turn out splendidly." Lu Tingzhou inquired, "Can I have a necklace?" Chuzhuo responded, "Why should you take both? That's not fair." The man pressed his lips together, feeling a slight constriction in his chest. Chuzhuo reached into the bucket, sifting through the shells. "We agreed you could choose 2. There are so many shells here. I'll definitely make you a necklace as well. You want TB left out." Lu Tingzhou was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. "All right." Before arriving in Haicheng, Chuzhuo had researched online guides and brought along barbecue tools. Lu Tingzhou retrieved the grill from the car's trunk. The sun's harshness had passed, and at the seaside around 5 or 6 in the evening, the sky was ablaze with a magnificent blend of lavender and orange, resembling a fiery cloudscape, a beautiful sunset akin to a gentle concert. Choosing a prime location, the pair collaborated to unpack all the barbecue tools and ingredients. Lu Tingzhou busied himself with the grilling equipment. The evening glow today was as breathtaking as a painting, drawing many onlookers to capture the moment. Upon noticing a young lady seated on the beach, Chuzhuo approached her with enthusiasm. "Hello, would you mind taking a picture of me and my friend?" The girl, captivated by Chuzhuo's striking appearance, readily agreed without hesitation. "Of course. Would you like the sunset in the background?" "Yes, I'll call my friend over." "Please hold on for a moment." "Thank you." After expressing her gratitude, Chuzhuo hurried to find Lu Tingzhou. Their chosen barbecue spot was not far, and Lu Tingzhou, having rolled up his sleeves to his elbows for convenience, was approached by Chuzhuo, who tugged at his half-rolled sleeve. "Lu Tingzhou, the sky is so beautiful. Let us take a picture together." The girl paused, observing the friend that Chuzhuo had brought, particularly noting the gaze he cast upon him, which was far from innocent. Her initial excitement was swiftly extinguished. The man, trailing a few steps behind, locked his eyes on Chuzhuo with a gaze that was both tender and possessive. Yet his emotions softened as Chuzhuo turned to him, his eyes filled with warmth and attentiveness while listening to his beloved speak. The girl couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It appeared that he was a cunning character. Such a person, exuding an aura of superiority, should not be intimidated by possessiveness. Perhaps he had yet to make his move. She found herself enjoying the sight of such an attractive pair together, a phenomenon often referred to online as shipping a couple. The young man who had asked her for help taking photos seemed to have unconsciously adapted to the affectionate gestures from the taller man without any sign of discomfort. So she decided to play the role of an accomplice. "Do you have any specific poses in mind?" she inquired as she accepted the camera from Chuzhuo. "Not really. Just take a few shots, and I will select the best ones," he replied. The girl snapped several candid photos and casually suggested, "Tall guy, wrap your arm around your friend's neck and rest it on the other shoulder. Let us capture that pose." Lu Tingzhou's expression brightened suddenly, and he complied eagerly. Chuzhuo, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt an unusual competitive spirit arise and leaned his head against Lu Tingzhou's shoulder. "You silly Zhuo Bao," Lu Tingzhou murmured in a low voice. Yet a smile crept onto his lips. "You both photograph beautifully," the girl exclaimed, pressing the shutter button as she took 5 or 6 pictures. Then she added, "Tall guy, why don't you position yourself behind your friend, wrapping both arms around his waist, crossing your hands at his stomach, and resting your chin on his shoulder? This pose will showcase your deep camaraderie." Lu Tingzhou, being the taller of the two, instinctively adjusted his posture to ensure Chuzhuo was comfortable, lifting his shoulders slightly to allow for a more natural stance. With a cheerful response directed toward the camera, he said, "We must capture how close we are." Unlike Chuzhuo's carefree nature, Lu Tingzhou was more perceptive, remaining silent yet diligently following instructions. His arms gently encircled Chuzhuo's waist, and his first thought was that his baby had a remarkably slender waist. As their skin touched, he inhaled the fresh scent emanating from Chuzhuo, who appeared relaxed and soft, akin to cradling a sweet and sticky glutinous rice ball. Lu Tingzhou's breath grew heavier, warm air drifting near Chuzhuo's neck. Displeased by the heat, Chuzhuo covered Lu Tingzhou's mouth and nose with her hand, exclaiming, "Lu Tingzhou, your breath is too warm for me. Please stop." How domineering she was. A flicker of fervor passed through Lu Tingzhou's lowered eyelids, and his lips mumbled a few indistinct words. "Yes, oh wait, Lu Tingzhou. Why did you suddenly call me Zhuo Bao?" Chuzhuo tilted her head, wearing a smug expression as if to say she had found a weakness to hold over him. Lu Tingzhou hesitated slightly, mischief glinting in his eyes, and with a hint of compromise, he replied, "I just think Zhuo Bao sounds more pleasant. Don't you like it? If you don't, I'll go back to the old way. I'm sorry." "No need to apologize, Lu Tingzhou. Call me whatever you like," Chuzhuo declared straightforwardly, granting him her approval. The handsome visage of the man should exude steadiness and reliability, rather than appearing lost and empty. He spoke earnestly, "You know, the things I truly dislike are ones I wouldn't even try to convince myself otherwise about, so you need not feel burdened. If I come to dislike something, I will tell you myself, so do not guess." Having achieved his goal, Lu Tingzhou murmured, "Zhuo Bao, is it all right if I like you? Oh, it should sound more melodious." Chuzhuo regarded him with a look of approval, recognizing his taste. Indeed, a handsome face could elevate even the simplest of conversations to the level of a romantic drama, prompting a girl to snap photos enthusiastically. Afterward, Chuzhuo returned to the barbecue site, retrieving 2 bottles of drinks from the small refrigerator and handing them to her. "Thank you. This is for you. Freshly squeezed by me. 1 bottle of watermelon juice and 1 of orange juice, no additives, kept cool in the fridge. Look, it's still chilled." Initially, the girl hadn't intended to accept anything, only wanted to take a photo, but upon hearing it was freshly squeezed, she graciously accepted. "Then I must say thank you as well, and wish you both success in your endeavors." Lu Tingzhou unusually replied, "We will." The girl felt a thrill, recognizing the subtle implication in her words, surprised by his swift understanding and response. With such awareness, what was there to worry about in pursuing someone she liked? It was merely a matter of time. The evening breeze caressed their cheeks, the residual warmth circulating in the air. As dusk descended and the self-service barbecue gradually drew to a close. After finishing the last sip of watermelon juice, Chuzhuo patted her belly. "I'm full. Today was delightful, Lu Tingzhou. I'll take a nap and start making shell necklaces tomorrow. 1 for you, 1 for me, and if there are extras, I'll make 1 for Lu Yin as well." The indifference in Lu Tingzhou's gaze softened, a slight smile gracing his lips, though he quickly straightened his expression, remarking nonchalantly, "Lu Yin dislikes flashy things." "Oh, understood." Then I want to make one for him, Chuzhuo acknowledged. I don't mind, as long as you make it. I'll like it. Lu Tingzhou subtly showcased his affection, like a lion reclaiming its territory. You are wonderful, no comparisons needed, Chuzhuo mused. Resting her elbow on Lu Tingzhou's shoulder, her forearm naturally falling against his chest, as he cheerfully stated, Lu Tingzhou, I will always remember you. Remember that summer day spent collecting seashells, when Lu Tingzhou met his first friend upon emerging from the infinite flow of worlds. Chapter 12. The Radiance of the Esteemed Ones. After a few days of leisure, Lu Tingzhou concluded his holiday and appeared early at the Lu Corporation. Upon seeing him, Assistant Yin was nearly brought to tears, exclaiming, President Lu, you have finally returned. He then incessantly relayed the significant matters that had transpired during Lu Tingzhou's absence. Lu Tingzhou mentally reviewed everything and, just as he was about to leave, suddenly paused and half turned to inquire, How did you and your girlfriend come to be together? Yin replied, We just broke up a few months ago on May 20th. Oh, that does not provide much for reference, Lu Tingzhou remarked, casting a glance that suggested disappointment before pushing open the office door and entering. Yin stood bewildered, feeling akin to a dog that had been inexplicably kicked while passing by. Upon returning from his holiday, Lu Tingzhou radiated an aura of desirability, which did not go unnoticed by his keen-eyed friends. The three of them formed a small group to discuss the peculiar situation, prying information from Assistant Yin about Lu Tingzhou's unusual behavior. See, I told you, no one can resist Shen Chuzhuo's charm, Han Shulei, who had also been aided by Shen Chuzhuo, remarked with a sly smile. Previously, when he had mentioned Shen Chuzhuo to Lu Tingzhou, the latter had brushed it off, claiming that only those lacking capability would seek help from others. Lu Tingzhou, a workaholic with astute intellect and cunning, had never truly understood the feeling of being pulled from the mire until now. Finding himself ensnared by Shen Chuzhuo, an amusing turn of events indeed. The three friends arranged a time when they were all available and decided to surprise Lu Tingzhou at the Lu Corporation. With him present, they could not simply turn away. Lu Tingzhou instructed his assistant to book a private room. After ordering their meals, he rolled up his sleeves, revealing a delicate seashell bracelet adorning his wrist. Its size, akin to a fingernail, was closely strung, strikingly bright, and exquisitely crafted, an incongruous accessory for Lu Tingzhou's commanding presence, capturing the attention of everyone around. Tingzhou, where did you have this bracelet customized? What made you start wearing such childish things? Bayan T. Seed. Lu Tingzhou flicked his eyelids in response. Only single people would consider it childish. Bai Han retorted, while Han Shulei pondered, such craftsmanship. Did your sister-in-law make it herself? Lu Tingzhou shot him a knowing glance, but corrected him, still pursuing. His recent online inquiries had not been in vain, as his relationship with Chuzhuo had grown considerably closer during this time. So, despite not having fully won her over yet, he was subtly showcasing his affections. Was he to proclaim his success to the world once he succeeded? Left unable to bear his smug demeanor, Luo Yang quickly interjected, Congratulations. The old man has finally found someone who wants him. Lu Tingzhou dismissed the jab. At least someone desires me. Bai Han, the lone one among them who had yet to experience romance, lamented, I've had enough. Look at how wronged our little Bai feels. Han Shulei entered the fray, dramatically placing a hand on his forehead as if in deep recollection. I vaguely recall someone once lamenting their own inadequacies, prompting assistance from others. I remarked to Shen Chuzhuo, You accuse me of being infatuated, but who truly embodies that sentiment? Lu Tingzhou interjected, It is I. Bai Han could not suppress his laughter, exclaiming, Ha ha! As the waiter gradually brought out the dishes, the four grown men, with hearty appetites, devoured 7 courses alongside a pot of mushroom and 3-flavored chicken soup with gusto. After enough banter before the meal, they shared heartfelt sentiments afterward, opting for tea in lieu of alcohol since they had all driven. Mr. Lu, we have known each other for over a decade. Congratulations on finding your other half, so Yang said, downing his drink with a flourish, as if he were consuming wine. Tingzhou, I sincerely wish you both everlasting unity and a life together. Han Shulei raised his cup in a toast. Bai Han took a deep breath, remarking, Words can only reiterate sentiments. My blessings for you, dear friend, reside within this cup. Not wine, but tea. Lu Tingzhou nodded slightly, affirming, indeed. Upon returning to his residence, Lu Tingzhou emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, noticing a notification of a missed call from his father. He pressed the button to return the call. You rascal! Why didn't you answer when I called? His father's gruff voice echoed through the receiver. I was in the shower, Lu Tingzhou explained. Oomph. And your girlfriend? Why haven't you brought her home for me to see? His father inquired. What girlfriend? Lu Tingzhou easily deduced who had spilled the beans. Did Lian tell you? It doesn't matter who said it. Look at you, over 30 already. In a few years, who will even want you? His father's words were filled with a mix of concern and exasperation. Lu Tingzhou, resigned, decided to cease hiding the truth, knowing that in the end, Chuzhuo would only be with him. Dad, I'm only 31. Please don't make me sound like I'm nearing 36. And it's not a girlfriend. He is a boy. His father paused, taken aback. Lu Tingzhou had shown no signs of romance since turning 29. He avoided blind dates and could not feign illness any longer. He had long since come to terms with the matter, even contemplating that if his son were to find a male partner, he could accept it. So you truly found a boy? After a long silence, Lu Tingzhou frowned. Dad, I have only ever loved Chuzhuo. Your son is quite stubborn. Once I set my heart on something, I cannot change it. If you disagree, enough. Just because I didn't speak for a moment doesn't mean you can jump to conclusions. When did I ever say I disagreed? His father retorted, agitated. What is the matter? You've never shown any inclination in this direction, providing no signs at all, suddenly declaring that the person you like is male. And I'm not allowed to be shocked? Lu Tingzhou paused, then candidly replied, You may continue. Sensing the shift in conversation, his father seized the opportunity. A son-in-law is still a son-in-law. When will you bring him to meet me? Lu Tingzhou fell silent. Understanding his son well, his father, after a couple of prods, realized, You haven't even pursued him yet, have you? You already have Lu Yin as a grandson. Pressuring us further is futile, Lu Tingzhou replied, his tone indifferent. His father rolled his eyes in response. Am I pressuring for a grandchild? I was urging my daughter-in-law, or rather my son-in-law. Well, you understand my meaning. The title is inconsequential. Lu Tingzhou, are you capable of pursuing someone? You seem hesitant. When your mother and I met, we were wed in less than a month. And by the second year of our marriage, your elder brother was born. Lu Tingzhou replied, Indeed, my mother claims that you whisked her away. Your speed was truly remarkable. Old Master Lu's expression turned uneasy. Ahem, why did she share that with you? I only acted once I was certain of her affections. If you don't believe me, ask your mother. I was quite the dashing young man among my peers. It was only natural for her to be fond of me. Lu Tingzhou's demeanor was calm, yet laced with a hint of menace. Is that so? I shall inquire with my mother soon, perhaps even today. I could return right now. There is no need to divulge our private conversation. Old Master Lu hurriedly interjected. As he hung up the phone, Lu Tingzhou's mood brightened, and he smirked before dialing Chuzhuo, only to find that the line was busy. In stark contrast to Lu Tingzhou's gloomy demeanor, Chuzhuo had received a call from Shun, stating that Yu wished to meet. Shun said, Mr. Shun, if you have the time, could you accompany me? Recently, Yu had been detained by the police on charges of commercial fraud, during a period when crucial evidence was still being sought. His former assistant had provided additional incriminating evidence, which, upon verification, solidified the case against him. Shun was also among the victims. Yu was exceedingly uncooperative. His lawyer indicated that he wished to see Shun and before uttering even a single word. The case was quite complex, entangled with an underground gambling network, and it would be advantageous to extract information from Yu without wasting time and effort. Of course, the police's communication was not mandatory. They could refuse. Chuzhuo had initially planned to attend the trial, eager to witness the scoundrel Yu receive as just desserts, so an early visit would suffice. Very well, Chuzhuo replied. Has a date been set? I will pick you up in the morning. Shun provided a time, momentarily pausing before saying, Mr. Shun, thank you. You must be my lucky star. Since the police informed him about Yu's desire to meet, an underlying anxiety had been stirring within him. It was quelled by Chuzhuo's presence. Chapter 13. The white moonlight of the great figures the day of the visit to the police station to see Yu dawned gloomy, with a brief morning drizzle. By the time Chuzhuo arrived at Shou-An's building, the rain had ceased. Just as he was about to call Shou-An, a knock sounded on his car window. Lowering the glass, he was greeted by Shou-An's handsome face peering in. Shou-An glanced at the umbrella in his hand, noting that the rain had stopped, thus rendering it unnecessary. While the sky remained overcast, the clouds of doubt within him began to dissipate. "It's unlocked. You may enter directly," Chuzhuo instructed. Shou-An held an umbrella in one hand and a box of cookies in the other. Freeing a hand to open the door, he settled into the seat and offered the cookies to Chuzhuo. "I made these yesterday afternoon. I'm unsure of your preferred flavor, so I included a bit of everything." "Thank you, Shou-An. Your skills are truly commendable." As Chuzhuo opened the lid, he beheld an array of exquisitely crafted cookies, neatly arranged. He selected a green matcha-flavored one and savored it, the crisp sound echoing delightfully in his mouth. It was delicate, with a perfectly balanced sweetness and a subtle hint of creaminess. Delicious indeed. That was all that mattered. Shou-An smiled shyly, his palm grasping the seat belt to fasten it. Shou-An possessed a nimble mind. Whatever he undertook, he was bound to succeed. Now, he was the brave Shou-An. Did he relish the taste of freedom? Chuzhuo turned the steering wheel to the right, and the car gradually departed from the community. Shou-An slightly pursed his lips, feeling as though his heart had been filled. A sensation of fullness within him. "It's particularly delightful," he remarked. The visitation room was narrow and dim, and Chiyou was escorted in by the officers. Gazing across the iron bars at Shou-An and Chuzhuo, although he had only arranged to meet Shou-An, he felt a pang of anxiety under Chuzhuo's assertive gaze, his demeanor shrinking in trepidation. Chuzhuo found him both foolish and laughable. Their first meeting at the bar had been marked by deep emotions, yet within a mere few months, he had devolved into a coward, avoiding the reasons behind his actions, merely because he was easily deceived compared to the brothers of the client. Chiyou, the opportunist, was adept at labeling others. "Shou-An, we once shared something, didn't we? Have you forgotten those tender days?" Chiyou completely disregarded Chuzhuo, speaking to Shou-An with feigned affection. "You know how well I treated you. If it weren't for my financial assistance back then, your mother would have suffered far worse." The words of a scoundrel, who loved to boast of his past deeds while conveniently omitting his wrongdoings. Chuzhuo seized Shou-An's suddenly clenched fist, directing his ire at Chiyou. "Chiyou, if you believe your empty words will move Shou-An, you might as well contemplate a confession." Chiyu's brow twitched. "Shin Chuzhuo, I am speaking to Shou-An." "Do not call me Shou-An. It repulses me," Shou-An replied calmly. "I came to see you merely to witness your current pitiful state. Haven't you changed your clothes in days? How filthy you are. Will you soon start to smell?" "Shou-An, silence yourself." Chiyou, ever the performer, typically mindful of his image, was now driven into a frenzy by Shou-An's words, his voice rising in a coarse roar. "If I hadn't covered your medical expenses, your mother wouldn't even be alive today, beast. Do you dare question that? Is my mother truly in the late stages of cancer?" Shou-An retorted, his voice rising in anguish as he steadied his heaving chest, closing his eyes to quell the pain, and when he opened them again, he returned to the brave and free-spirited Shou-An. "Chiyou, do you believe in karma? You should, for your imprisonment is the finest retribution." Not long after repaying Chiyou, Shou-An found it difficult to let go. He took his mother to the hospital for a follow-up examination, only to discover that the results deviated significantly from the previous diagnosis. His mother had recovered remarkably well, unlike a patient post-late-stage cancer surgery. Later, he revisited the hospital where the surgery had been performed to check the payment records, and indeed, the figures did not align with what he had been led to believe. The total expenses were only around 5 to 600,000. There had been no 3 million, as Chiyou had claimed. In Xian's vast network, Chuzhuo emerged as the most reliable ally. Thus, he sought Chuzhuo's assistance, who then reached out to relevant parties for evidence and investigation, uncovering the entire sequence of events. The initial diagnosis of late-stage cancer was a misdiagnosis. Xian's mother was only in the early stages. Upon realizing the error, the hospital informed Xian's father, who was then intercepted by Chiyou, who discreetly offered him a sum of money to ensure the matter remained concealed, while simultaneously bribing the hospital. Officially, the symptoms were treated as late-stage, yet in reality, All protocols were adhered to as if it were early-stage cancer. Early-stage cancer incurs minimal expenses, and a few $100,000 could be easily gathered. For Chuzhuo, having already disbursed $3 million, it seemed prudent to allocate the funds more effectively. By providing some to Xian's father, silencing the hospital, and positioning himself as a savior to Xian, he could feign a heartfelt pursuit and secure a loyal and obedient surrogate. A perfect scenario. Xian thoroughly explained the situation with Chuzhuo to his mother, who, overwhelmed with emotion, confessed a significant truth. It turned out that Xian's parents had divorced during his high school years, a fact they had chosen to conceal to avoid disrupting his studies, intending to reveal it only after his university graduation. During his freshman year, Xian's father remarried, and although he contemplated informing Xian to cease contacting him, it was his mother's pleas that persuaded him otherwise. As a biological father, he found it difficult to be so harsh and ultimately relented. However, when Xian's mother was hospitalized due to cancer, his father's concealed compassion was stirred by the exorbitant surgical costs, prompting him to decide to disclose the divorce to Xian. He felt he could not contribute significantly to the hospital expenses, given their divorce status, and with a new family to support, he believed a few thousand would suffice. When the hospital reached out to him, revealing the misdiagnosis, he felt a sense of relief and intended to share this news with Xian and his mother. Unfortunately, Chuzhuo witnessed this exchange and intervened. With heartfelt persuasion, Chuzhuo convinced Xian's father of his genuine affection for Xian, claiming he merely sought a reason to draw closer. After some hesitation, Xian's father accepted the money and chose silence. Driven by the desire to support his pregnant new wife and recognizing his advancing age, he rationalized that Xian's mother would recover, and Chuzhuo, indifferent to the money, found a mutually agreeable resolution. Chiyu's defenses crumbled at Xian's final words, leaving him in a daze, staring at the handcuffs on his wrist. No, this cannot be my fate. I'm destined for greatness. Chuzhuo gently grasped Xian's trembling shoulder, remarking, "Look at him, how disheveled he is. Even a rat from a filthy gutter is cleaner than he." Chuzhuo had not anticipated Chiyu's depths of depravity, nor the hidden complexities surrounding the $3 million intended for Xian's mother's cancer treatment. When he initially borrowed money from Xian, he had never fathomed the convoluted aftermath that would ensue. To an ordinary person, $3 million is an immense sum. If Shou and is exhausted from devising ways to repay Chuzhuo, the matter concerning her mother's re-examination will inevitably be postponed, leaving the truth uncertain for an unknown period. Fortunately, the timely provision of that initial sum prevented any further delay, allowing the truth to eventually surface. Shen Chuzhuo, how foolish I was to once regard you as gentle and sincere. In your current state, perhaps those esteemed elites will feel they have misjudged you. Chuzhuo, unwilling to accept that after 20 years of glory, his fate is to languish in prison, resorts to biting anyone he can. All along, it is only you who have failed to see the truth of others. Chuzhuo lifted her eyelids slightly, but it mattered not. Chuzhuo, your remaining days will be spent in penitence behind bars. With her fingertip gently pressed against her throat, her bright gaze radiated an undeniable assertion as her lips silently formed the words, "Those who betray true hearts shall swallow 1,000 needles." Both the moonlight and the stand-in have been scarred. This was a phrase Chuzhuo had encountered online, aptly suited for a scoundrel like Chuzhuo. In a fit of rage, Chuzhuo rose and attempted to speak, only to be horrified to find needles pricking at his throat. He rushed toward the officer, mouth agape, pointing at his throat, struggling to articulate. "There are needles, it hurts inside." The officer strained to comprehend his words, shining a flashlight into his throat. No needles were visible, but the stench from his mouth, unbrushed for days, was undeniable. The officer pinched his nose, mustering a modicum of patience. "There are no needles. Besides, you were just shouting with such vigor. Why not mention the needles then?" Shou observed Chiyu's bewildering antics, turning to inquire about Chuzhuo, only to find her complexion pale, a sheen of perspiration on her forehead, her body trembling uncontrollably. "Chuzhuo, you look so pale. We should go to the hospital." Upon saying this, Shou attempted to rise, but Chuzhuo firmly pulled him back into his seat. "I'm fine. Just help me out." I am a bit fatigued. Chuzhuo's voice was faint, as if she were gasping for breath. Shou could not suppress his guilt. I should not have brought you to meet such a despicable person. It has nothing to do with you. I was too self-assured. Little did they expect that the limitations of the 3,000 small worlds would be so significant. Or perhaps this body could not withstand her powers. Chuzhuo leaned against Shou, half closing her eyes to rest. As the sole UR card in the deck, Chuzhuo possessed distinctive qualities, including 3 premier skills. One of these was the ability to manifest her words into reality. This world imposed restrictions on her powers. The first was an intangible hypnosis, creating fleeting sensations of pain, planting triggers within his mind. The second built upon the previous hypnosis, layering it with verbal magic. Thus, the skill was fully activated, causing Chuzhuo to incessantly struggle under the torment of 1,000 needles, unable to escape in dreams or reality until his throat rotted away. As they were about to exit the visiting room, Shou glanced back at the small chamber. Chuzhuo was being escorted out by the officers. Seemingly losing his grip on sanity, clutching his throat, and insisting he felt needles inside. The officers, exasperated, roughly dragged him away. Shou supported Chuzhuo as they exited the police station. As the chill enveloped Chuzhuo, his teeth began to chatter, and he struggled to remain alert. He had found himself increasingly fatigued. Lu Tingzhou's gaze fell upon the 2 figures emerging from the police station, and upon recognizing the one being supported as Chuzhuo. A fleeting panic washed over him. His mind blank, he sprinted towards them. Shou assisted Chuzhuo into the car, and just as his hand brushed against the door, the nearby young man was suddenly yanked away by an overwhelming force. Reflexively, Shou grasped at Chuzhuo, but only managed to catch a corner of his clothing. "Who are you? Let Chuzhuo go," Shou exclaimed, attempting to intervene. "Can't you see my wife is freezing? There's no time for idle chatter. We must head to the nearest hospital." Lu Tingzhou flung open the car door and shoved Chuzhuo into the back seat. Noticing the tight furrow of Lu Tingzhou's brow and the concern etched across his face, Shou quickly moved to the driver's seat to drive. As the car sped away, Chuzhuo's breathing became labored, and he weakly grasped Lu Tingzhou's warm hand, pressing it against his own face, struggling to utter, "I'm fine, no need to go to the hospital. Lu Tingzhou, your hand is so warm, touch me." Though trembling from the cold, Lu Tingzhou was resolute in ignoring his words. As was Shou, who continued on towards the hospital. "Lu Tingzhou, you know I don't exaggerate. The hospital 1T solve this." Chuzhuo bit down on Lu Tingzhou's finger, his teeth piercing the skin, and the taste of blood seeped into his mouth, momentarily clearing his mind. "Lu Tingzhou, I'm really fine." He propped himself up to explain, "I think I just wasn't accustomed to the atmosphere of the visitation room. I'm getting better, don't you think?" In reality, he was still very cold, but compared to the near-fainting state he had been in moments ago, he was indeed somewhat improved. Perhaps sensing Chuzhuo's strong resistance, Lu Tingzhou pondered briefly before relaying his home address to Shou and then addressing Chuzhuo. "If you refuse to go to the hospital, I can summon a private doctor from the Lu family to my residence. You can let him take a look, and we'll skip the hospital visit." Chuzhuo bowed. "I need to alleviate my worries. I'm genuinely concerned for you." Seeing that there was no room for negotiation, Chuzhuo reluctantly acquiesced. "All right." With that, he closed his eyes and leaned against Lu Tingzhou, murmuring, "I'll just rest for a bit, not unconscious. Remember to wake me when we arrive at your home." Lu Tingzhou wrapped his arms around Chuzhuo and took out his phone to call the doctor. Meanwhile, in his mind, Chuzhuo called out to 001, who had sensed his predicament and could not help but scream, "Host, what happened to you? Your physical data is alarming. What transpired?" As it screamed, it initiated a scan, followed by a surge of unstable system currents. Host, why did you recklessly use your skills? I forgot to inform you that your card skills are suppressed in non-infinite flow worlds and have side effects. Have your side effects manifested?" Chuzhuo responded with a soft sound, seemingly reflective. "In the infinite flow world, most of the time, I'm in the card pool. I never had the opportunity to use them." This explained why, in the romance scenario, Chuzhuo's affection points were the most valuable. Not merely due to his status as the Grand Boss, but also because his affinity had been endowed with a certain degree of linguistic prowess. Chuzhuo held a particular fondness for those players striving for survival. Subsequently, regarding the recent utilization of skills, Chuzhuo shared his conjectures. 001, with a hint of sympathy, remarked, "Indeed, it is not solely a matter of limitations. This body cannot withstand your host's capabilities. It is akin to your soul, compelling the form to merge into your true visage. From now on, please refrain from casually employing your card abilities." 001 cautioned with utmost care. Chuzhuo assured the system, Yes, I understand, 001. I will certainly not use it recklessly." 001 accessed the back-end system, operating it while explaining. "The energy consumed during the temporal leap has recovered halfway. Once fully restored, I shall undergo an upgrade, during which I will be entirely incapacitated until completion. It is anticipated that I will achieve full upgrade success only as this world approaches its conclusion. Host, during this period, I will be unable to assist you. Please ensure your safety." Chuzhuo readily affirmed. "Of course, 001. Take your time to recuperate. We shall enjoy the next world together." The vehicle paused briefly at the security booth, where Lu Tingzhou revealed his signature countenance, prompting the guard to immediately grant passage upon recognizing the homeowner. The residences in this community were single-unit houses, inhabited by the affluent and elite. As the vehicle came to a halt, Lu Tingzhou gently cradled Chuzhuo's face and softly called out, "Zhu Bao?" The boy's complexion appeared far less pallid than initially, showing significant improvement, yet Lu Tingzhou remained apprehensive, seeking confirmation. "I'm fine. I told you I'm okay. Just take it slow," Chuzhuo replied, gazing at him with blinking eyes, muttering, "At this distance, if we get any closer, we might end up kissing." Lu Tingzhou's body stiffened. Their proximity rendered him acutely aware of the alluring scent emanating from a boy. How delightful! Such fair skin, a youthful visage, long lashes, and a mouth that surely beckoned to be kissed. With a slight gulp, the man's self-control was put to the test, barely resisting the urge to lean in. He gently tapped Chuzhuo's forehead with his fingertip. "It seems you have truly recovered, possessing the strength to tease." Chuzhuo covered his head. "Wow, my kindness goes unappreciated." The two present could easily discern the comforting undertones in his words, prompting Shou to speak on Lu Tingzhou's behalf. "Just now, mister. Lu was quite anxious after taking you from my hands. The last time I felt such panic was upon learning of my mother's plight. It felt as though the world was collapsing." Chuzhuo confidently replied, "We are friends, after all. May our friendship endure eternally. Long live friendship." Glancing at the man whose expression had momentarily stiffened, he returned his gaze to Chuzhuo, who was exuberantly celebrating their everlasting friendship. Shou's face flickered with conflict, hesitating. Lu Tingzhou shot him a sidelong glance. Shou said, "So, good friend for a lifetime?" "Of course, I will definitely be lifelong friends with Lu Tingzhou," Chuzhuo stated with certainty. Lu Tingzhou's brow relaxed. Shou, enlightened, felt a wave of blessings swell within him, yet he chose not to voice them, wishing to avoid influencing Chuzhuo's judgment. In the afternoon, and received a phone call from the police, expressing gratitude for his cooperation, as Shou had divulged critical information regarding the gambling industry chain and additional suspects, and was taken aback. He had assumed that Shou's deranged demeanor before their parting signified a refusal to cooperate, yet unexpectedly, he had confessed. A twist of fate, perhaps, and was entirely unaware of the torment Shou had endured. No one believed him when he claimed there was a needle lodged in his throat, just as he had stated that he was cursed by Chuzhuo. The police had sent him to a psychiatric hospital for evaluation, which concluded that he was of sound mind. Consequently, he was further penalized for attempting to feign insanity to escape punishment. As for why he chose to speak out, it was because the unbearable pain in his throat led him to unwittingly recall a certain incident, which surprisingly alleviated the sensation of stabbing pain momentarily. However, as soon as that thought faded, the agony returned with a vengeance. Shou dared not delay any longer and poured out everything he knew, including the identities of key players in the network. He believed this would mark the end of his ordeal, but immediately after finishing his account, the stabbing pain in his throat resumed, and regrettably, none of the remedies he had tried proved effective this time. Shou collapsed from the pain, only to awaken from his unconsciousness in agony once more. Others merely assumed he was feigning madness due to his inability to cope. Nevertheless, All of this had no bearing on him, including the money his father had taken from Chuzhuo, and had no intention of reclaiming the entire sum. He considered the remaining portion as an early form of his alimony. At least over the years, his father had not neglected him, even collaborating with his mother in their charade, but their father-son relationship had irrevocably severed, and they would no longer be in contact. After ending the call, and retrieved chicken wings from a freezer and placed them in the sink to thaw, he still had a large bottle of cola from yesterday, so he decided to prepare cola chicken wings for dinner. Chapter 15. The white moonlight of the big shots Chuzhuo was in the process of recovery. The aftereffects of his depleted body were severe, leaving him feeling weak and listless. Lu Tingzhou gently lifted him and placed him onto his bed. Although he was visibly improving, Lu Tingzhou remained concerned and did not cancel the visit from the private doctor. The doctor examined Chuzhuo's pulse and, after a thorough assessment, declared there is nothing major. It is merely a result of excessive physical exertion. A bit of glucose should suffice. Upon concluding his examination, he joked lightly, "Young man, did you attempt a marathon without warming up?" Lu Tingzhou retorted, "Enough of your prattling. Where is the glucose?" The doctor raised an eyebrow and retrieved the glucose from his medical kit, stating, "Take 2 doses daily, 1 before breakfast and 1 after dinner, for a week." Chuzhuo, curious, inquired, "Is it sweet?" "Of course," the doctor replied, observing the boy propped up on the bed, whose face appeared somewhat pale, yet whose spirit was evidently rejuvenating. He casually remarked, "You must be Lu Tingzhou's boyfriend. Those in love are truly different." He never even allowed outsiders into his bedroom before. Chuzhuo was taken aback. What boyfriend? He cast a skeptical glance towards the man. Lu Tingzhou, feeling the heat of the gaze, forced himself to remain composed and stood up to escort Chuzhuo to the door, saying, "Hurry along, I shan't see you off." The doctor gazed at the firmly closed door and sent a message to Old Master Lu. Shortly thereafter, he received a red envelope from his employer. Accepting it with a faint smile, the private doctor leisurely departed, discreetly concealing his achievements. Within the room, an oppressive silence lingered. It was a rare sight to witness Lu Tingzhou in such a flustered state, and Chuzhuo crossed his arms. "Lu Tingzhou, aren't you going to say anything?" Lu Tingzhou replied, "I was not born to be talkative." He took a deep breath, hastily concocting an excuse, and resignedly said, "My father has been urging me to marry for years, inquiring whether I have a partner. It became especially exaggerated after I turned 30. Recently, I was compelled to tell him that you were my boyfriend, and only then did he relent a bit. All right, I forgive your unilateral decision." Understanding the reasoning behind his actions, Chuzhuo did not press further. He inquired, genuinely concerned, "What do you intend to do moving forward?" "Surely, you cannot. Why can't I?" Lu Tingzhou gently interrupted, enclosing Chuzhuo's hand that lay on the bed within his palm. "Zhuobao, we are destined to be together for a lifetime. Don't you desire that?" Chuzhuo scrutinized Lu Tingzhou intently, his gaze piercing, causing a tremor in Lu Tingzhou's heart. He raised his hand to cover Chuzhuo's eyes, the curled lashes brushing against his palm like delicate fans. Just as he pondered whether to deliver his thoughts with a jest, the next moment, Chuzhuo unexpectedly asked, "Lu Tingzhou, do you like me?" Lu Tingzhou pressed his lips together, maintaining his position without lowering his hand. Instead, he leaned closer, approaching the pale, unresponsive lips that had yet to regain color, and gently pressed his own against them. The contact was fleeting, devoid of any excessive movement. The flutter of eyelashes against his palm quickened, and Lu Tingzhou's lips tightened as he spoke in a low voice. "Zhuobao, do you wish to like me?" Though they posed similar inquiries, their positions were entirely opposite. Chuzhuo grasped Lu Tingzhou's wrist, pushing aside the broad hand that obstructed his view. When their eyes met, he discerned Lu Tingzhou's palpable anxiety. "Lu Tingzhou, there is a sequence to these matters. I asked first, and you must answer my question first. Do you like me?" Chuzhuo tilted his head, deliberately adopting a serious expression, concealing his true feelings. Lu Tingzhou, uncertain yet sincere, responded earnestly, "Yes, I like you." His narrow, warm gaze lingered upon the boy on the bed, his throat involuntarily constricting as unmasked affection surged from within. Chuzhuo regarded him silently for a few moments, perhaps 10 seconds, before suddenly leaning forward, tilting his head slightly, and pressing his lips against Lu Tingzhou's thin ones, their breaths nearly intertwining. Lu Tingzhou was momentarily taken aback. After a brief, quiet moment, unable to discern anything extraordinary, Chuzhuo withdrew his lips, straightened his posture, and inquired with confusion, "Lu Tingzhou, kissing doesn't seem particularly special. Did you kiss me because you like me? I kissed you too, but I didn't sense any difference." The bluntness of such a straightforward person was genuinely disarming, and Lu Tingzhou suppressed the desires swirling in his gaze. The moments shared in recent days have illuminated for him that Chuzhuo harbors feelings that transcend mere affection. Initially, he had intended to confess his feelings during this period. However, since the truth has been unveiled, he decided to act swiftly. Lu Tingzhou reluctantly drew a comparison. If it were someone else, would Zhuo Bao accept such behavior? The response was immediate and unwavering. Chuzhuo's instinctive rejection was followed by a moment of contemplation, as clarity dawned upon him, his eyes sparkling with understanding. "Lu Tingzhou, it seems that this act of kissing is permissible only with you, no one else." Lu Tingzhou found it nearly impossible to contain himself. His breath grew heavy, especially as he gazed into those bright and spirited eyes that shimmered with light, exuding innocence. Speaking such candid words felt like a silent invitation. "Zhuo Bao, may I kiss you once more?" Lu Tingzhou feigned a gentlemanly demeanor, struggling to maintain the pretense as he sought a deeper connection this time. A subtle, enigmatic aura enveloped him, piquing Chuzhuo's curiosity about the distinction in his approach. Raising his chin, he encouraged, "Go ahead, I await what comes next." Lu Tingzhou was thrown into a whirlwind of emotions. Kneeling on the bed, his right hand cradling the back of Chuzhuo's head to prevent any retreat, while his left hand tilted Chuzhuo's chin, bringing their lips together. The kiss was unfamiliar, raw, and entangled, sending shivers coursing through Chuzhuo's body. Instinctively, he attempted to pull away, but his head was firmly held in place, leaving him no escape. Tears welled in the corners of his eyes as his mouth grew numb. Minutes passed before Lu Tingzhou finally released him. Chuzhuo gasped for air, catching a glimpse of the man's eager expression, still yearning for more. He hastily covered his mouth, his voice muffled, "Enough, enough, no more kisses or I might lose my mind." "What nonsense," Lu Tingzhou said, gently smoothing the tousled hair that his kisses had disheveled. "Baby, we are officially boyfriends now, right?" Chuzhuo, still recovering from the intensity of their encounter, leaned his weight against Lu Tingzhou, admitting, "Yes, but honestly, I feel exhausted." "Do couples need a kiss every day?" Lu Tingzhou, reluctant to let his newly acquired boyfriend slip away, pondered before responding, "Not necessarily. Such things should happen naturally." "Ah, that's a relief. Your kisses were so deep that I felt as if I might be consumed by you," Chuzhuo complained, patting his chest. "You were too fierce. The kisser you were is different from your usual self." "Not anymore," Lu Tingzhou said, suppressing his insatiable desires as he lowered his head to kiss away the remnants of tears from Chuzhuo's eyes. Unbeknownst to Chuzhuo, who perceived their relationship as quite delightful, Lu Tingzhou's words held deeper meanings. As previously mentioned by 001, he would remain in this world until the data that constituted his being met its end. In the vast expanse of time, conversing with Lu Tingzhou felt remarkably fulfilling. Chapter 16. The white moonlight of the great figure's the body, having been overexerted, issued a warning of fatigue. After sending a reassuring message to his parents, Chuzhuo lay down to rest. Today unfolded with an impressive grandeur. He closed his eyes and, within less than 2 minutes, succumbed to a profound slumber, his breathing steady and rhythmic. Lu Tingzhou tenderly adjusted the quilt for his youthful beloved, gazing silently at him for a while before bending down to place a gentle kiss upon Chuzhuo's lips. "Zhuo Bao, take care of yourself." Quietly exiting the bedroom, he shut the door and moved further away to call his private physician. The doctor, seemingly anticipating his inquiry, unhesitatingly divulged. "It was the old master who suggested I mention this casually." Lu Tingzhou pinched the bridge of his nose. "I understand. Please convey to him to be cautious. If Chuzhuo gets frightened away, he may never see his son-in-law again." The doctor replied, "These two truly are something." On WeChat, Lu Tingzhou transferred money to him with the note, message fee. Truly the best employer in the world. The doctor accepted the payment and relayed the original message to the old master Liu. Upon receiving the news, the elder Liu instinctively felt concern, but within moments, he reassured himself. Knowing his son well, if he had truly fled, there would be no time for games of message passing. He might even be pursuing him. It was merely a matter of a thrilling yet safe process. The elder Liu sent a smug emoticon. Upon viewing the image, he discovered it was an emoticon from Liu Tingzhou. All right, I cannot blame the old master for his keen insight. Last week, when I returned to the old residence, he noticed a shell necklace around my neck and inquired if there had been significant progress. Liu Tingzhou thought he had brushed it off, but to his surprise, the old master was even more anxious, orchestrating today's unexpected encounter with remarkable timing. As the afternoon wore on, Liu Tingzhou confirmed that Chuzhuo was sound asleep before he turned to his study to attend to work. The afternoon passed leisurely. Upon awakening, the sky outside had darkened. Chuzhuo rubbed his eyes and, aided by the faint light from the bedside table, found the switch and illuminated the room. Dazed, he sat for a moment before getting out of bed. Within minutes, Liu Tingzhou entered the room. How did you know I was awake? Chuzhuo asked, astonished. The heart rate monitor indicated an increase in your heartbeat. I surmise you must be awake, Liu Tingzhou replied, his gaze shifting to the black wristband on Chuzhuo's left wrist. I put it on you while you were asleep. Still groggy, Chuzhuo only then registered the presence of the device on his wrist, turning it over in curiosity. Where does it display? I cannot see anything. It connects to my phone, Liu Tingzhou explained, observing Chuzhuo's reaction closely. Noticing no signs of displeasure, he continued in a pleasant tone. You only need to wear it for a few days, no longer than a month at most. Zhuobao, you truly frightened me this morning. I could feel you were icy cold, even through your clothes. Understanding Liu Tingzhou's actions stemmed from concern. Chuzhuo felt no resentment. He himself found it somewhat reckless. Moreover, having assured 001 that he would refrain from utilizing his skills in this world, having one more Liu Tingzhou to watch over him was not a burden. Thus, Chuzhuo dutifully wore the wristband. However, if given another chance, Qi would still commit the same transgressions, having harmed 3 innocent souls. His demise is of little consequence. As they proceeded to dine, it was Liu Tingzhou's turn to find himself in an amusing predicament. His culinary skills were limited, and, that evening, an aunt had come to prepare the meal. 3 dishes and a soup, each rather mild yet undeniably flavorful. A humble fish meat and tofu soup was elevated to the standards of a national banquet. Upon tasting the tofu, Chuzhuo's eyes lit up. A bite of fish sparked yet another glimmer, and a sip of soup left him as lively as a spirited fish thrashing about. Throughout the meal, Liu Tingzhou observed the vibrant expressions of the boy, whose delight in the delectable food was palpable. The mobile phone resting on the table also flickered to life, momentarily silent, indicating that significant heart rate fluctuations would trigger notifications. Was this contraption truly reliable? Nevertheless, considering it from another perspective, it was amusing that, despite Chuzhuo's inability to conceal his expressions, even his heart seemed to leap with exuberance. Liu Tingzhou's eyes glimmered with affection as he chuckled softly. Baby, you are utterly adorable. After the meal, Chuzhuo took the initiative to consume a glucose tablet and checked his phone for messages from Shou. Sure enough, Shou had informed him that Qi had confessed deeper, hidden secrets. Chuzhuo replied with an Ultraman meme depicting a laser beam, to which Shou responded with a small figure nodding vigorously, a word of affirmation appearing above its head. After chatting for a while, he noticed Liu Tingzhou's WeChat profile picture had changed. Upon investigation, it was a sunset at the beach from last month, featuring Liu Tingzhou embracing him from behind. How swift! Chuzhuo decided to update his profile picture as well, selecting one where Liu Tingzhou's hand rested on his shoulder. He compared the 2 images side by side. Filled with admiration, quite nice, we now have a couple's avatar. As he prepared to exit the profile picture page, a phone call came through on Liu Tingzhou's device just as his finger grazed the screen. By a twist of fate, Chuzhuo inadvertently answered the call. The contact was saved as Old Man Liu. Instinctively, Chuzhuo greeted, "Hello, Old Man Liu." The elder, upon hearing this unfamiliar voice, rephrased his inquiry. "Is this Shou?" Have you eaten? It's quite late. Why are you the one answering the phone? Is that rascal Chuzhuo neglecting you for work? I'll have a word with him. No matter how busy he is, he shouldn't overlook his partner. It was hardly surprising that the elder held such a perception. Before meeting Chuzhuo, Chuzhuo had indeed been that kind of person. Despite having ample wealth, he would often forego sleep for days on end over major projects. With the surname Liu and a voice-bearing age, the elder affectionately inquired, "Have you eaten? You must be Liu Yan's grandfather?" This was prompted by Liu Yan's previous mention of his grandparents, which had left a lasting impression on Chuzhuo. The elder hesitated, reflecting on the fact that Shun's boy was indeed of the same age as Liu Yan. "Yes, I am the father of that rascal Chuzhuo. Just look at the ridiculous nicknames he has saved for me. He nearly caused a generational mix-up for our Chuzhuo, in a bid to persuade someone who remains oblivious." Old Master Liu personally intervened to speak favorably on behalf of his son. Though Chuzhuo was somewhat older, he was utterly devoted in matters of the heart, free from any vices, and possessed a handsome appearance coupled with the ability to earn a living. Both his mother and I had long been aware of his affections for you. Old Master Liu continued his lengthy discourse until his phone was seized. In a gentle and benevolent tone, old Madame Liu interjected, "Should Chuzhuo treat you poorly, do not hesitate to report to me. If the two of you find yourselves in a quarrel, it is he who must be held accountable, as it is only natural for a mother to admonish her son." At that moment, Chuzhuo emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp, and paused upon hearing his mother's voice emanating from the phone. "Chuzhuo treats me very well, uncle and aunt. We plan to be together for a long time," Chuzhuo responded to old Madame Liu before adding, "He has just finished his shower. Let me hand the phone to him." Old Madame Liu thought to herself that there was little to discuss with that dim-witted boy. Yet in the next instant, Chuzhuo's deep voice called out to his mother, "Ah, if only Chuzhuo called me, it would sound even sweeter," old Madame Liu lamented. Chuzhuo's lips twitched slightly. The original purpose of old Master Liu's call was to inquire about his son's progress in courtship, and now that he had received his answer, he spoke briefly before ending the call, allowing the young couple to foster their own relationship. "What did they say? You seem to wear an expression of helplessness," Chuzhuo teased as she poked Chuzhuo's cheek, still warm from his shower. Chuzhuo captured her playful hand, stating, "My mother advised me not to provoke your anger, saying you are several years younger than I am, and as the elder, it is my duty to care for you. They hold you in high regard." Chuzhuo chuckled, "I like myself as well." In Chapter 17, titled The White Moonlight of the Great Dawns, Chuzhuo surveyed Chuzhuo's bedroom and inquired, "Which room will I be sleeping in, Chuzhuo?" His residence featured 3 guest rooms, all meticulously maintained by a housekeeper who changed the linens weekly. However, in her presence, he fabricated a tale. "The guest room hasn't been tidied yet, and the sheets are covered in dust. Would it be all right if you slept with me tonight?" Chuzhuo had no objections and pointed out the dark-colored bedding. "You really ought to change this sheet tomorrow." Without waiting for her to finish, Chuzhuo responded, "Whichever color you prefer, I shall change it to that." It was as if he was implying they would be sharing this space in the future. Caught up in his enthusiasm, Chuzhuo instinctively replied, "I adore sky blue, grass green, and the orange hue of a sunset. All combined, it would resemble a rainbow," Chuzhuo mused, unable to fathom how glaring the room would become. He proposed, "What if we gathered every color and changed it one at a time? Of course, each time a different color will brighten our moods," Chuzhuo said, her smile radiant. Chuzhuo playfully pinched her cheek. "I've placed your clothes by the bathtub. Just be cautious not to soak for too long." Before leaving, Chuzhuo embraced Chuzhuo, declaring, "The mission of keeping the bed warm is now entrusted to you." Such innocent flirtation left Chuzhuo momentarily breathless. He closed his eyes, striving to calm himself, as his body reacted to her presence. For 7 or 8 consecutive days, Chuzhuo found solace in the company of Chuzhuo. His health had long since recovered, yet, given their newfound romantic bond, he made no move to depart, choosing instead to remain. Chuzhuo, for his part, would not dare to suggest otherwise. During the weekend, they purchased tickets for an amusement park, indulging in a day filled with joyous activities. That evening, they reserved a table at a Western restaurant for dinner. After an exhilarating day of rides and games, Chuzhuo, brimming with energy, reminded Lu Tingzhou, "Remember to remind me to buy flowers when we return." Lu Tingzhou's gaze darkened momentarily. Why? In response, Chuzhuo retrieved a vibrant bouquet of roses from beneath the table and presented it with a smile. "I want to surprise you." It felt as though fireworks had erupted within Lu Tingzhou's chest, his deep-set eyes glimmering with desire as he fixated on Chuzhuo. Rising from his seat, he accepted the roses, not immediately resuming his place, but instead leaned down, gently lifting Chuzhuo's chin with his free hand. Compelling him to look up, the man captured those enticing lips in a kiss. Chuzhuo, willingly surrendering to the moment, only pulled away when he noticed a server approaching from a distance. He lightly tapped Lu Tingzhou's shoulder, brushing his lips against the man's, whispering between breaths, "The food is coming. We'll kiss more when we get back. Let us eat first." Just then, his stomach rumbled in agreement. Lu Tingzhou chuckled softly, a rare and vivid expression breaking through his typically stern facade. The one who had captured his heart at first sight was now right beside him. He could easily deduce Chuzhuo's thought process, having seen numerous couples at the amusement park clutching flowers. He had taken it upon himself to arrange for the restaurant staff to hide the bouquet under the table. This was Chuzhuo's first encounter with the intimacy of romantic relationships. Though he was still learning, he understood that lovers exchanged red roses. Lu Tingzhou mused that the brief moments spent waiting outside the airport had been the wisest decision of his life. Winter in Yunjing arrived quietly, the first snowfall blanketing the earth, awakening the townspeople from their slumber. When Chuzhuo received a call from Mama Shun, her voice was laced with concern. Chuzhuo owned an apartment outside, and since he had not returned to the villa for some time, Mama Shun worried for him. She brought a thermos filled with old duck soup, lovingly prepared by the family in their countryside home. Arriving at Chuzhuo's residence, she knocked for a considerable time without response. Utilizing her spare key, she entered only to find the room eerily silent, imbued with a musty scent, as if it had not been inhabited for days. Immediately, she called Chuzhuo. At that moment, he was enjoying breakfast and replied, "Mama, I'm at my boyfriend's house." Lu Tingzhou, momentarily losing grip on his spoon, let clatter back into the bowl, splattering thick corn porridge onto the table. Chuzhuo, puzzled, glanced at him while assuring Mama Shun, "I'll return after I finish eating. I'll bring my boyfriend back with me." Setting his phone down, Chuzhuo teased, "Lu Tingzhou, are you afraid to meet my mother?" Lu Tingzhou found himself at a loss. "Darling, have you ever considered that your sudden revelation took me by surprise? Despite the enactment of same-sex marriage laws, societal norms predominantly favor heterosexual pairings. Unless absolutely necessary, most parents still harbor hopes for their children to marry and bear offspring in a conventional manner. To nurture a character as unique as Chuzhuo's, one must presume a harmonious familial environment. He cannot possibly be terrified of his mother-in-law, perhaps just a tad apprehensive. Indeed, even the wealthiest may feel a twinge of anxiety upon meeting their mother-in-law. "Haha, did I startle you?" Chuzhuo teased him without reserve. "My parents are quite easy to get along with." Wait, there's a critical issue at hand. Is he pursuing this relationship as Shou or as Xiaoyu? How perplexing. Lu Tingzhou observed Chuzhuo's expression shift from amusement to distress, sensing a pang of concern. "What troubles you?" Chuzhuo, with a serious demeanor, declared, "I have a secret to share with you. There exists another person within me." Lu Tingzhou replied, "What? So sudden. Do you mean a split personality?" He attempted to process this unexpected revelation. Usually, Chuzhuo exhibited no signs of duality, or perhaps it was merely a lack of deeper understanding on his part. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he affectionately ruffled Chuzhuo's hair. "Regardless of whether it is your primary or secondary persona, I cherish you." Chuzhuo was momentarily taken aback and clarified, "That is not quite what I meant. I genuinely have another individual residing within me. He is my younger brother, named Shunfeiyu." The human mind is inexhaustible in its longings. When two yearnings converge within a single vessel, instability ensues, leading to eventual rejection by the world's consciousness over time. The consequence of this rejection is dire. Should Chuzhuo depart, the body would become a soulless shell, facing the specter of annihilation. 001 had previously mentioned that the hidden task was complete. According to the original timeline, the brother would not persist indefinitely, necessitating a reasonable moment for his departure. It is implausible for siblings to share a single body for eternity, and Lu Tingzhou would undoubtedly be unwilling to engage with two individuals simultaneously. Perhaps this moment was the optimal time, as the brother could meet their parents and witness his beloved elder brother finding a lifelong companion, allowing him to gradually relinquish all ties and depart unburdened. The original benefactor had consented to the brother's return to the homeland, having recognized his deteriorating condition. Any improvements were merely fleeting illusions. Yet, he could never have anticipated the profound suffering his brother would endure in the limited time remaining, vanishing so completely. Deceived by the affection expressed by Chuzhuo, the brother thought, since he was destined to disappear, there was no need to leave a mess for his elder brother to untangle regarding their complex relationship. Not everyone would accept the bizarre tale of two souls within one body. It sounded preposterous. And what if it led others to perceive his brother as mentally unstable? The younger brother, unwilling to burden his elder sibling in the future, refrained from revealing to Chuzhuo the truth of their shared corporeal existence. By the time he comprehended the situation, it was already too late. He wished for his brother to be free from deception, to escape the shackles of his obsessions before his demise. The two brothers, whose memories had never intertwined, found all experiences conveyed in that moment when the younger brother faded away and the elder awoke anew. It was only after absorbing his brother's memories that the entrusted one felt an unbearable agony, his already grievous condition exacerbated, teetering on the brink of breathlessness. The accumulated resentment before his passing unleashed a powerful force of thought. He had intended for his younger brother to traverse his final days in peace and joy. Yet he never anticipated the tragic manner of his departure, still considering him even in his last moments. Had it not been for that childhood accident, they would undoubtedly have been the closest of brothers. In this ironic twist of fate, he had often blamed himself, perhaps leading to this hidden mission, to inform their parents of the younger brother's existence. Chuzhuo recounted the childhood events of the entrusted brother and the younger sibling, prompting Lu Tingzhou to focus on a singular point. Was it you that I first encountered upon returning to the country? And were you the one I interacted with subsequently? To which Chuzhuo replied, Indeed, it was I, Chuzhuo. Lu Tingzhou affirmed, Then there is no mistake, for I have only ever cherished you. With a sigh, Chuzhuo continued, My younger brother is very frail. He expressed a desire to return and see our parents once more. I know he is nearing the end. The burst of spirit he displayed was but a fleeting glimpse of life, ultimately unable to retain him, hence my return to the country. Is he truly about to vanish? Lu Tingzhou grasped the implication. Chuzhuo nodded affirmatively. Lu Tingzhou embraced him, ruffling his hair gently. If that is the case, then our brother can be said to leave content. Chuzhuo's gaze lowered, while internally he berated Chuzhuo, that scoundrel. Chapter 18. The beloved of the great figures Lu Tingzhou arrived at the door bearing gifts, greeted by a servant who ushered him and Chuzhuo inside. Mr. Shun had been urgently summoned back and sat with Mrs. Shun on the sofa awaiting their visitor. In the living room, Lu Tingzhou stepped forward with the gifts. Good day, Uncle and Aunt. I am Lu Tingzhou, Chuzhuo's boyfriend. From a moment Mr. Shun laid eyes on Lu Tingzhou, he was rendered speechless, trapped in a state of bewilderment. The president of the Lu Corporation was a well-known figure, officially a president. In reality, the old master Lu had long since relinquished control, and addressing him as Director Lu would not be out of place. Mr. Shen had initially intended to assert his authority over Chuzhuo's boyfriend while assessing the young man's character. Yet he found himself inadvertently overshadowed by Lu Tingzhou's presence. How outrageous! Although Lu Tingzhou endeavored to exude warmth, the aura of a man who had long thrived in the business realm, standing at the pinnacle of power, was not to be underestimated, even when tempered. Lu Tingzhou was known for his ruthless methods, possessing a fierce reputation, no matter how clever or capable one might be. A visit to Lu Tingzhou would leave them feeling stripped bare. How had Chuzhuo managed to engage with him? Mr. Shun pondered, bewildered by their relationship. While the Lu family was affluent, the Shun family was not lacking either. If there were any flaws, Mr. Shun would never approve of this union. As the nanny prepared the meal, Mr. Shun placed his belongings down and called out, "Come to the table. It's nearly lunchtime." The Shun family would never let their guests go hungry. His tone was tinged with sarcasm, and Mrs. Shun shot him a disapproving glance, though she remained silent, clearly siding with her husband. At the dinner table, Lu Tingzhou delicately removed fish bones for Chuzhuo, peeled shrimp, and selected her favorite dishes. His demeanor a stark contrast to the way he had greeted the Shun a couple moments before. Chuzhuo, completely accustomed to his attentiveness, seemed unfazed. Mrs. Shun appeared satisfied, and once the meal concluded, she called out to Chuzhuo, "Come with me to the room." Before departing, Chuzhuo turned to Mr. Shun and cautioned Dad, "Please don't make things difficult for Lu Tingzhou." Mr. Shun replied with a slight nod, "I'll try my best." With Mrs. Shun taking Chuzhuo away, only Mr. Shun and Lu Tingzhou remained in the living room. Their last encounter had been at the Lu family's bidding event earlier in the year. Mr. Shun offered a forced smile. "Mr. Lu, you are quite accomplished at a young age. My son has just returned to the country and is still learning the ropes. Your dedication to him truly makes me anxious." "Accomplished?" Lu Tingzhou countered. "On the contrary, it merely reflects my age." Unfazed, he expressed his sincerity. "My father always said that with age comes the capacity to cherish. I will always treat Chuzhuo well. If you have concerns, I will draft a prenuptial agreement, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, all my personal assets will belong to Chuzhuo." Mr. Shun was taken aback by Lu Tingzhou's willingness to speak of such matters as a clean break. After a moment, he grunted, "That sounds nice, but don't think I will be easily moved. The Shun family can comfortably support a child like Chuzhuo. My only request is that if it comes to separation, please do not obstruct his return home." Even if they were genuinely in love, the news of the Shun and Lu family's union would inevitably involve the complexities of marriage. Should divorce rumors arise, it would surely cause turmoil in both companies. Mr. Shun was not worried about the Shun family. His son was paramount. However, he feared that the Lu family's significant stature might lead them to retain his precious son out of pride, refusing a divorce. Understanding that further words would be futile, Lu Tingzhou solemnly reiterated, "I love him. As for the agreement, I will keep it from Chuzhuo for now." This earned him a more favorable expression from Mr. Shun. He was not one to be swayed by mere words. Action spoke louder. For his son's sake, Mr. Shun was willing to take on the role of the villain. Meanwhile, Mrs. Shun led Chuzhuo to his room and, after inquiring about his relationship with Lu Tingzhou, inevitably broached the subject of Shou and whether Lu Tingzhou was aware of the situation. Chuzhuo thoughtfully conveyed his revised thoughts. With tears in her eyes, Mrs. Shun gently caressed his cheek. "Then let us ensure that Shou departs with joy and that you find a happy partner. Our entire family would be delighted." Chuzhuo wiped away the tears from Mrs. Shun's eyes, embracing her tenderly. As the tumult surrounding meeting the parents subsided and the calendar edged towards the end of December, the year drew to a close. The verdict for Chuzhuo was delivered, death penalty. Given the gravity of the case, which entailed a fatal legal dispute, Chuzhuo lodged an appeal, prolonging the proceedings. However, under the immense pressure from both the Shun and Lu families, the outcome was inevitable. All those associated with him, including the hospital that had altered his mother's medical records, would not escape unscathed. Before Chuzhuo's demise, he would endure an existence akin to being tormented to death by 1,000 needles. In his previous life, Chuzhuo's infidelity led to Shou An's tragic fall down the stairs, resulting in her death. The entertainment industry is notoriously quick to replace its stars. After the Lu family announced that they would not be hiring Chuzhuo, prominent figures began to distance themselves from her. Lacking interest in minor resources, Chuzhuo begrudgingly attached herself to a boss indifferent to gender, becoming his mistress. When this affair was exposed, she was brutally beaten by the boss's legitimate partner, who subsequently filed a lawsuit to reclaim the wealth her husband had squandered on Chuzhuo. With extravagant spending and no savings, Chuzhuo found herself relentlessly pursued by creditors, and her once photogenic visage gradually faded into obscurity, drawing no attention. On New Year's Eve, she spent the evening at the Shun residence and celebrated the Spring Festival at the Lu home. The elder Mr. Lu presented a substantial red envelope, its fullness a sight to behold. Lu Yin, standing nearby, quipped, "Grandpa, are you giving any a brick to carry?" After a playful retort from the elder, he resumed his conversation with Chuzhuo, stating, "I initially intended to include a card, but Tingzhou's mother advised against it, suggesting that the timing of a card is inconsequential, whereas a red envelope holds distinct significance." I find that reasoning sound. Chuzhuo struggled to grasp the hefty red envelope, marveling at its exaggeration. Lu Tingzhou playfully slapped Lu Yan on the back of the head. "Did you hear what Dad said?" Lu Yan, feeling that his younger uncle was retaliating for his earlier slip of the tongue in front of their grandfather, thought to himself, "What a miser." After mentally grumbling, he turned to see his stern face and earnestly apologized. "I'm sorry, Grandma. It was my mistake." After the meal, the conversation shifted to marriage with the elder Mrs. Lu cheerfully grasping Chuzhuo's hand, inquiring, "Would you prefer a traditional Chinese wedding or a Western one?" Chuzhuo, without a strong preference, contemplated and responded, "Why not hold both? The Shun family can host a Chinese ceremony, and the Lu family can manage a Western one." The elder Mrs. Lu smiled warmly, showing her approval. Knowing her son well, she recognized that despite his discerning taste, he had chosen Chuzhuo, and the entire Lu family hoped for a lasting union between her and Lu Tingzhou. As the New Year festivities concluded, Lu Tingzhou busied himself with urgent matters at the company, while Chuzhuo restructured her photography studio. Xiaoyu bid farewell on an ordinary, yet unexpectedly significant day. Having only seen Mr. and Mrs. Shun, it was on that day that the engagement banquet date for the Shun and Lu families was set. After Mrs. Shun shed tears, she seemed rejuvenated and contacted the elder Mrs. Lu to discuss the details of the upcoming engagement banquet, which was scheduled for May, the very day Lu Tingzhou first encountered Chuzhuo. Choosing this date, the parents from both families may not fully understand but still respect it. Only the two protagonists, caught in the middle, exchanged a knowing smile. Before long, news of the engagement between the Lu and Shun family spread, with arrangements made for the engagement banquet to be captured by journalists. As photographs emerged, opinions varied. For every supporter, there was a skeptic. Of course, there were also those who simply admired the couple's stunning appearances. The prestigious backgrounds of the Shun and Lu families, combined with the remarkable beauty of the two newcomers, attracted a fair share of admirers. One was as beautiful as a celestial being, while the other was as handsome as a deity. Even if their union were to culminate in divorce, it would still be a captivating story, as divorced couples have their own market. As for the wedding that netizens eagerly anticipated, it seemed unlikely to ever occur, as both families chose not to publicize the wedding venue. Various rumors circulated, from pessimistic to optimistic theories, and many were curious to gossip, but none of this affected the couple's popularity. Fans lamented the situation. Chapter 19. The white moonlight of the influential figures and the decision by the Shun and Lu families to keep the wedding banquet private was straightforward. It was simply a matter of not wishing to publicize it. They had initially planned to keep even the engagement banquet under wraps, but given their social standing, any hint of information would inevitably lead to public curiosity. Rather than let others dictate the narrative, they opted to invite professional journalists for the official coverage. Years passed, and the studio, which had just begun to take shape, gained significant recognition, even producing posters for television dramas, gradually stepping into the entertainment industry. This summer, a sensational drama premiered with great success, and midway through its broadcast, viewers fervently requested that the lead actors pose for promotional images reflecting their character transformations. At that time, the companies representing the male and female leads discovered that the studio's owner was Chuzhuo, the heir of the Shun family in Yunjing City and partner to the wealthy Lu Tingzhou. With such dual identities attracting attention, they approached the studio for assistance. A photographer suited for the project took on the assignment, and once the poster was released, it quickly gained widespread acclaim, indirectly boosting the studio's following. As summer faded, the lingering warmth of autumn still commanded respect. Last year and this year marked a critical period for the studio's flourishing career. Chuzhuo found himself increasingly busy, often being picked up from work by Lu Tingzhou. Having not visited Lu's company in quite some time, he decided to leave early to surprise him. The weather remained warm. Chuzhuo parked his car and first ordered a cup of milk tea outside. As he waited amidst a bustling crowd, he suddenly heard two voices chattering excitedly while glancing his way. Curious, he turned around, and the two girls, gathering their courage, approached him. "Excuse me, are you the owner of the Jingyu photography studio?" Chuzhuo smiled. "That would be me." The two girls' eyes sparkled with admiration. "So it really is you. You look exactly like the person in the photos," one exclaimed, holding up her phone to show him a picture taken during the early days of the studio, when a daring young photographer had used him as inspiration for a shoot. Each photographer in your studio possesses a distinctive style, vibrant and captivating, unlike the monotonous aesthetics that have prevailed in recent years. As a devoted admirer of your studio, my aspiration to earn money is solely to commission one of your photographers for a photo shoot. The excitement of the two girls is palpable. "Welcome. Mention my name, and you shall receive a 50% discount." With a casual smile, I handed them the studio's business card and gestured towards a nearby milk tea shop, saying, "What kind of milk tea would you like? It's on me, a little treat from the studio to its fans." The two girls eagerly accepted the card, expressing their desire to enjoy the same drink as the studio's owner. I promptly ordered two of the same for them. As the milk tea was prepared, I turned and unexpectedly encountered Lu Tingzhou, holding a straw between my lips. I asked, "How did you know I was here?" He pointed to the building above us. "I spotted you from up there. You came for milk tea. I see I was merely an afterthought." "Not at all. Once I finish my task, I'll come find you," I insisted, feeling wronged. There was still over half an hour until Lu Tingzhou's workday concluded, and I had calculated my time well. Unaware of his keen observation, "I've come down and am quite thirsty myself. Could you spare me some time?" Lu Tingzhou bent down to meet my gaze, tapping his finger on his lips. "Kiss here, but no cheek kisses as a mere formality." "Lu Tingzhou, are you a kiss fanatic? What alluring substance have I applied to my lips to captivate you?" I complained, before quickly pecking him on the lips. Indeed, I sometimes found it perplexing. After several years of marriage, how did Lu Tingzhou possess such boundless energy? Once he began kissing, it seemed there was no end. In his eyes, feigned vulnerability was a form of seduction, struggling was an invitation, and remaining still was a sign of enjoyment. Occasionally, when I could no longer contain my irritation, my responses seemed to align with his desires, often leading to a passionate exchange that would leave my lips swollen. The two girls had not wandered far when they overheard our playful banter, their surprise evident. Especially the tall and handsome man who appeared to be jealous over a cup of milk tea. How disillusioning. That evening, a photograph of me from several years ago ascended to the top of the trending list. A marketing account unearthed the once popular couple of Shun and Lu, asserting with certainty that their relationship was on the verge of collapse. The photographer from years ago, perhaps realizing he had stirred trouble, reached out to me on WeChat to apologize. His post had been restricted to fans since the engagement party years prior. He had initially considered deleting it, but ultimately could not bear to do so, merely altering the visibility settings. Unexpectedly, it had remained undiscovered until now, resurfacing years later. I replied, assuring him that it was of no consequence. I had agreed to the photo being shared, and thus, the blame could not rest on the photographer's shoulders. The trending topic emerged quite suddenly, skyrocketing to the top in just a few hours, clearly manipulated to achieve such visibility. Lu Tingzhou instructed the public relations department to investigate and monitor the online discourse, requesting the password for the Lu family's official account from his assistant. He logged in and reposted the original marketing account that had sparked the rumors. The official account of the Lu family shared, "My wife asked me to be gentler." Upon investigation, a troubling past was revealed, and a lawyer's letter from the Lu family was received. The entertainment account speculated on the enigmatic marriage between the Shun and Lu families, questioning whether it was true love or merely a strategic alliance. A friend of the blogger, who works at the Civil Affairs Bureau, reportedly caught sight of the Lu family as power holder. Lu Tingzhou, taking to the official account, engaged in a spirited rebuttal, elevating the unfounded controversy to its zenith. Meanwhile, two young women chanced upon the marketing rumors and could not help but respond to the insinuations that the couple was in a loveless business marriage. President Lu is deeply in love. Today, the owner of the studio went to pick him up from work, and he was still downstairs buying milk tea. President Liu recognized him and went down to find him. He even felt jealous about the milk tea, complaining that Chuzhuo bought it first instead of coming to find him. Fueled by indignation, one of the girls shared a candid photo taken earlier that afternoon. In the image, the tall man bent down, gazing affectionately at his partner, while the strikingly handsome young man leaned in without needing to tiptoe for a kiss. With such an atmosphere, who would believe their marriage was crumbling? As disparaging comments dwindled, fans from years past who had once supported this couple recognized them and erupted with excitement. The court has release provisions. Come and partake. Grandma, your beloved couple is showering us with sweetness. Who has the time to pry into the postmarital lives of these young lovers? Isn't their sweetness delightful? Why must it be discussed with malice? Marketing accounts. Are you not aware of how challenging life can be? Wow, is that really President Liu? You've outdone yourself, marketing account, to have the busy President Liu personally step in to address the naysayers. Thumbs up. Who understands that line? My wife asked me to be gentler. Is it a gentle reminder not to forget to accept it? Is it not a subtle yet sweet thread? Winking. The following day, the entity behind the malicious trending topic was uncovered to be an international trade company. Last year, as the Liu family expanded its business empire, leveraging the trust placed in their billionaire patriarch, they effortlessly secured a share of the spoils. This trade company had long been in decline, previously boasting of being the only one with international recognition, which led to their arrogance. This was precisely why Liu Tingzhou valued this commercial territory. In the face of the other party's stagnation, he saw a significant market opportunity. Identifying the culprit was the first step. The PR and legal departments of the Liu family joined forces, and the opposing side could hardly withstand the onslaught. After only a few months, the company teetered on the brink of bankruptcy. During this time, Chuzhuo was vacationing abroad, while Liu Tingzhou, feeling insecure, tenderly massaged her waist, saying, "Darling, you are too popular. I couldn't control myself last night." Chuzhuo bore numerous purple and blue marks on her neck and shoulders, a testament to their intimate moments. As she unabashedly enjoyed the exclusive attentions of her partner. What a novel excuse. If I recall correctly, I had declined. The beauty of my wife can be a double-edged sword, for celestial beings are not the sole admirers. Liu Tingzhou, while absent-mindedly rubbing his hands, found them wandering. Indeed, I am nearing 40, and I cannot deny my youth is fading. I concede to that young man as claim of my age, but must I not prove my vitality? Chuzhuo gently extricated his wandering hand from her clothing. Ah, but what about your credibility, Liu Tingzhou? He retorted. My hands are merely acting on their own accord. In the blink of an eye, decades passed, and they spent their days in harmonious bliss. At their parting, the healthy man, upon Chuzhuo's collapse, seemed to lose his spirit, murmuring softly, "Perhaps waiting for me?" Chuzhuo squinted to confirm, yet in the next moment, he was extinguished, ejected from his small world. Chapter 20. A subtle trick of the cat in the system space. 001 set off a cascade of data fireworks as the electronic screen erupted with sounds. Welcome back, host. Chuzhuo touched her somewhat vacant mind. 001. I recall completing a task, but why do I lack memories of the previous world? 001, alarmed, circled around Chuzhuo, scanning her body. Everything appears normal on my end. Host. Do you truly not remember anything? We assisted our client in achieving the downfall of that scoundrel, Qiyu. Chuzhuo mused. I have a vague recollection, yet the details elude me, and I feel as though I have forgotten someone of great significance. 001 cautiously ventured. Is it Liu Tingzhou? Chuzhuo, perceptive. Who? Is he the person I have forgotten? 001, in a fluster, scratched its head, perplexed by the blurring of memories post-task completion. Sensing 001's confusion, Chuzhuo reassured it. Never mind. I believe that if our fates are intertwined, we shall meet again. I have an instinct that the fog surrounding my memories relates to the person I have forgotten. 001 lamented its own ineptitude. Very well, host. Shall we proceed to the next world? Chuzhuo affirmed. Yes, I am ready. 001 randomly selected the client's request and opened the portal for transfer. Chuzhuo slowly opened her eyes, initially bewildered by her perspective. How peculiar it felt. Though she sensed she was standing, Her eyes were nearly level with the ground. Had she arrived in a land of giants? A moment later, 001 followed, enchanted by its host's diminutive form. Wow. Host, you are so adorable, like a little kitten. Chuzhuo mused. Ah, I see. This perspective is indeed strange. She lowered her gaze, moving her hands, and watched as her white-gloved paws blossomed, finding it quite amusing. Turning them over, she noticed her paw pads were rather dirty. She stared at them for a few moments, vexed, wishing to clean them. After a bout of excitement, 001 dutifully began to report the client's background and the timeline of this new world. In summary, this is a tale of a morally corrupt and twisted individual. A malevolent scoundrel with a penchant for torturing cats, who profits from filming his cruel acts and disseminating them on the dark web, ultimately evading justice. The protagonist is a little calico, merely over a month old, whose mother is a stray cat. When the mother was on the verge of giving birth, she was discovered by the vile Shou who took her back to his rented apartment. The mother, a tortoise shell, gave birth to 5 kittens, 2 orange and white, 1 tabby, 1 white and 1 calico. After the birth, the mother cat succumbed to weakness, but Shou, finding no pleasure in tormenting the tiny, blind kittens, decided to exercise a modicum of patience. Approximately a week later, the first kitten, the white one, opened its eyes, only to become the first victim of Shou sadistic tendencies. A small fruit knife plunged into the kitten's body, its crimson blood staining its pristine fur. Although the mother cat had not fully recovered, her acute awareness and vigilance rendered her restless, and she repeatedly attempted to move her kittens to safer locations near windows and doorways. However, the frail mother was no match for the strength of an adult male, and within a little over a month, 4 of her kittens fell prey to human cruelty. The last remaining calico was sacrificed by the mother, who, in a desperate bid for its safety, ended up captured herself. The calico was thrown into a flower bed near a greenbelt. Although the foliage offered some protection, it could not shield her completely. Her hind leg fractured under the force, and the pain prevented her from fleeing far before being recaptured. During the day, enraged by the mother cat's perceived betrayal, Shou brutally killed her and filmed the act to share on websites frequented by fellow cat torturers. That night, he set out to find the remaining kittens, unbeknownst to the calico, who was still oblivious to her fate. She sensed her mother's lingering scent on this man and assumed he was there to reunite her with her mother, thus remaining compliant and still. Upon returning to the damp and dimly lit apartment, the calico beheld her mother lying motionless on the floor, her body rigid and bloodied, with her skull so brutally damaged that the brain matter was unrecognizable. It was evident that the mother had been dead for quite some time, in a state of distress. The kitten meowed, only to be impatiently kicked aside by Shou. After cleaning up the room, he commenced a live broadcast in the early hours, titled Brothers. Today we will take down a stunning calico beauty from the feline world. Those with deep pockets, step right up. In the shadows of depravity, a congregation of the most despicable individuals exchanged tales of grotesque deaths on the live stream. Eyes gouged out, tongues scorched, pesticides poured into ears, teeth smashed, limbs severed, entrails spilled, and tails chopped into segments. The little calico endured countless torments, marking the tragic end of her brief and sorrowful existence. The world of the kitten was simple. She wished for the demise of those who harmed her and her mother, wishing them to suffer as she had. In this narrative, Shou serves as a minor antagonist, inflicting cruelty upon cats without justification, embodying pure malevolence, and deriving pleasure from the sensation of life fading away under his hand. The protagonist is a popular pet influencer. Initially, when the incident involving Shou surfaced, he attempted to defend himself, feigning sincerity and claiming to be impoverished, questioning how someone with so much cat food and litter could ever abuse cats, insisting he was a cat lover. The protagonist, before the truth was fully uncovered, sided with Shou, inadvertently inciting his followers to unleash online harassment against innocent bystanders. It was this very allegiance that provided Shou with a moment of respite. While he publicly proclaimed his innocence, he secretly arranged for his immigration. The protagonist, having garnered a surge of traffic by supporting Shou Ruiguang, found himself in a predicament when the tables turned and the truth of Shou Ruiguang's cruelty was laid bare. Subsequently, the protagonist emerged, tearfully and sincerely apologizing, his face flushed with remorse. By the time the truth was fully revealed, Shou Ruiguang had already fled abroad, having amassed a considerable fortune on the dark web, living his life in luxury. Meanwhile, the online community seemed to have amnesia, and the protagonist experienced a career downturn, gradually fading from public memory. Eventually, he encountered a producer of an adorable pet variety show, who became the protagonist's love interest. Throughout the show, he portrayed himself as an innocent, and the love interest fell for his act. Following the show's conclusion, they became a couple. As the head of an entertainment company, the love interest propelled the protagonist to the pinnacle of his career. Regarding the earlier misjudgment in allegiance, the protagonist's fans often justified his actions with phrases like, "Who among us is not erred in youth? Is it not rare for this world to allow mistakes? It's merely a bunch of animals. If they perish, so be it. Should we be held accountable? The animal protection law has yet to be enacted. The law cannot be attributed to us. Do you expect us to enforce justice on behalf of the police? It's absurd. Whenever something goes awry, ancient grievances resurface. Do you all lack lives of your own?" Such phrases were common in the repertoire of his fans seeking to absolve him. As the story unfolds, the small protagonist, feeling agitated and bristling with fury, clenched his tiny paws, his whiskers trembling with indignation. 001. What is the mission? I want Shou Ruiguang to suffer. 001, equally incensed, its data stream in disarray, turned to the next page. The kitten requests that the villain meets a fate akin to its mother's. It was in great pain, having endured countless tortures at such a tender age, still weaning. Even its desire was a simple plea for retribution, an eye for an eye. Arriving slightly late, dusk was falling. The kitten had strayed from the greenbelt, lost amidst the convoluted corners of the steppes. In the small body, it could not even speak, and the task had to be postponed momentarily. The protagonist struggled to escape the community, pondering how to fulfill this mission. 001 detected familiar fluctuations nearby and swiftly directed. Host, turn right, walk along the wall, cross the street, and proceed forward. Do not cross at the second road. Turn right again. There is a stationery store. Ignoring the pain in its hind legs, the protagonist followed the instructions, arriving at the stationery store mentioned by 001. Inside, a man was paying for glue at the checkout, his WeChat notification signaling a transaction as he turned to leave. Encouragement. Come, host, confront him. Initial encounter. Chapter 21, the kitten merely needed to employ a subtle tactic. With a soft thud, the little creature leapt onto the man as Shou. Yanchuan halted in his tracks, instinctively furrowing his brow. Upon glancing down, his frown deepened further. Where did this filthy little cat come from? He thought, yet for some inexplicable reason, his feet remained rooted to the spot. The kitten blinked innocently and gently called out to the man, meow. Yanchuan's fingers, which hung at his sides, twitched slightly. Stray cats are rife with bacteria and fleas. No matter how much you meow, I will not take you in. With a squeaking meow, the kitten playfully purred, exuding an air of charm. At just a month old, surviving alone outside was a daunting challenge. Clenching her tiny paw, she vowed silently, "Fear not, human. You may rescue me for now, but in the future, I shall protect you as the king of cats." Surprised by her own thoughts, she marveled at her boldness. 001 kindly elucidated. The consciousness of this world demands precision. Not a single error is permissible. Our embodiment must adhere strictly to the specifications of the client. The host has entered the body of a kitten, which, unlike humans, lacks self-control. Thus, certain instincts of the kitten will inevitably influence behavior. Initial encounter fell silent, covering her face with her paws. Yanchuan gazed curiously at the anthropomorphic spectacle of the kitten, squatting down and, with great restraint against his cleanliness obsession, gently stroking the kitten's head. "Do not cry. Go find someone else to adopt you. I have a cleanliness obsession. You are so small. Can you even use a litter box? I can't endure a home filled with cat urine and feces. It would drive me to despair." The kitten lowered her paws and rubbed her head against the warmth of the man's palm, purring softly mew. Should you accept me, I shall make you my servant, she declared. Tianchuan was momentarily taken aback. He recalled a saying he had heard somewhere, that a kitten's purring signifies joy and friendliness, indicating that the cat felt at ease with you, filled with trust and dependence. You little one, having just met me, do you truly like me so much? Tianchuan forced himself to dismiss any concerns about cleanliness and lifted the kitten, cradling her in his arms. The scruffy little creature remained still in his embrace, and Tianchuan dared not steal another glance, taking a deep breath. You're so small, yet you know how to manipulate humans? Initial encounter responded with a soft meow. The kitten had done nothing at all. The pet hospital was still open, and Tianchuan brought the kitten to the doctor. The little stray was remarkably well behaved, as if it understood that the doctor was there to help it, remaining motionless. Tianchuan felt a pang of sadness. This mischievous kitten, so quickly enamored with someone new, was it disobedient with everyone? Perceiving Tianchuan's unspoken thoughts, Initial Encounter lifted her small head, gazing at him with trusting eyes. Her dual-colored irises, a mesmerizing blend of blue and green, radiated pure trust. Tianchuan pursed his lips, ceasing his internal musings, as a smile began to surface in his eyes. At that moment, the doctor finished his examination and gravely stated, the kitten has a slight fracture in its hind leg. Its eyes are red, swollen, and inflamed, and it is also suffering from malnutrition. There's a wound here on its mouth. It is far too thin. Having only just surpassed a month in age, with so many ailments, it may prove difficult to nurture. Determined to save the kitten, no matter the cost, Tianchuan retrieved his bank card, feeling a wave of anxiety, completely forgetting how much he had previously scorned the filthy stray. The doctor sighed, noting that the kitten was clearly a stray, burdened with numerous issues. If it were to be saved, it would require considerable funds. But since the man who picked up the calico was not lacking in money, he would certainly spare no effort in its treatment. With a splint on its hind leg and an injection in its front leg, the poor kitten lay pitifully on the small bed, akin to meat on a chopping block. Tianchuan gazed at the kitten through the glass, pondering, poor little one, once you are well, I will take you home. After inquiring with the nurse about what was needed to care for a cat, he ventured to the pet store, purchasing the most expensive items he could find. The pet store employee, noticing the substantial sales, eagerly inquired, Sir, where do you reside? We can provide doorstep delivery service tomorrow morning. Tianchuan provided an address. Upon returning home that evening, he, as usual, commenced his live broadcast. The comments rolled in. First in line, haha, you're late again, you must extend the streaming time. I second that. What are we playing today? On a scale of horror, how many stars? If it's 5, I need to prepare for double the fun with Teletubbies and Barney. Shun, I don't even want to comment on your tardiness. Hurry and tell me your address so I can supervise you next time. Sister, your calculations have exploded on my face. Tianchuan glanced at the incessantly scrolling comments and casually explained, something came up. I was delayed in starting the stream. The comments quickly responded, it's fine as long as the issue is resolved. What happened? Shun, are you hurt? Shun's in trouble? Don't scare me. Is Shun sick? No wonder he seems off. He needs to rest properly. Before he knew it, the comments began to speculate wildly about him having a terminal illness, and Tianchuan couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. With such vivid imaginations, you might as well become screenwriters. After playing for a while, it was evident he was lacking his usual finesse. Within 2 minutes of the game, he was killed by a female ghost in close proximity. The comments erupted in astonished exclamations, all echoing the same sentiment. Help. The game streamer renowned for his boldness has been slain by the very first female ghost? Tianchuan calmly explained, I'm just not quite in the zone today. My reflexes are off. The comments advised him to play something more relaxed given his current state, as dying multiple times at this level would lower his credibility and affect his final score. Tianchuan heeded their advice and asked what they wished to see him play. Well, hasn't it been quite a while since he last drew cards? The official game, Nightmare, released a new card pool a week ago, and many are eager to witness Shan's gameplay. Is this the new event where the officials promised a guaranteed draw after 10,000 attempts? I too wish to see it. Let us support Shan in this endeavor. Chuan, indeed. The officials introduced a limited back-to-school event last week, lasting for half a month. Some inquired with customer service, and the event's description confirmed that the guaranteed draw is indeed valid, but it requires 10,000 attempts to activate. To be frank, investing 10,000 draws is hardly economical. Only those with a card-collecting obsession would consider it, while the average player would not. Furthermore, the new cards offer minimal enhancements and are merely aesthetically pleasing. Each draw is limited to 100 attempts, and Chuan, like a mechanical automaton, swiftly executed 20 sets of 100 draws. The results were a plethora of dull commemorative and collectible cards. The chat was abuzz with excitement as viewers crowded into the streamer's live room, eager to witness the card draws, pushing the online count close to 300,000. Chuan maintained an unwavering focus on the cards, swiftly executing another 40 sets of 100, yielding yet another array of lackluster results. The comments hesitated. For those drawn in by the event, do you truly enjoy this? 6,000 draws and still no gold? This probability seems off. I've watched other streamers of this game, and they typically draw gold within 2,000 attempts, at most just past the halfway mark. The streamer's 6,000 attempts without a gold card is truly remarkable. Haha, this is just a regular occurrence for us. Fret not, this is not his ultimate limit. 10,000 draws is merely the baseline of the game. Shan is like this. Each draw aims for the guarantee, and without it, who knows if he would even procure gold. Newcomers were momentarily unsure whether the fans of this game streamer were jesting or engaging in self-deprecation. Amid the chaotic comments, Chuan approached the final 100 draws. Upon revealing the card faces, 100 cards flipped, showcasing a plethora of dull colors, save for the last glimmer of gold. Is it possible that someone truly drew gold on the very last attempt after 10,000? Has the platform cursed him with misfortune? I seem to carry a streak of bad luck. I will follow him until he turns his luck around. One must say, it is just as expected of you. How amusing, with 36,000 viewers, all gathered to watch us draw cards. Remarkable, Shan's reputation for bad luck remains unshaken. Chapter 22. A subtle strategy after completing the card draws, Chuan was not surprised and calmly adorned himself with the solitary gold card. Clicking to save his game progress. I hope this satisfies your curiosity. I shall end the broadcast now. Are you leaving early? Shan, have you glanced at the top right? 31,000 viewers are online. Are you truly ending the stream? Do you not want the traffic? This is absurd. You were late to start, and now you wish to end early. Has our bond faded? Kang's hand, indeed. He is a super popular streamer with 300,000 viewers, merely employing tactics to attract new fans, regardless of the barrage of comments attempting to retain him. Chuan concluded his broadcast as per usual. With the screen dimmed, all 300,000 netizens were automatically ejected from the live room by the system, leaving no space for questioning. The Shou platform has no stringent requirements for Chuan's contract. The duration of his streams is entirely at his discretion. Since his debut, he has made no commitments, focusing instead on spontaneity. Thus, fans have grown accustomed to his tardiness and early departures, as well as his occasional broadcasts. The comments in the barrage are intentionally exaggerated by his fans. After all, where can one find a streamer who treats their fans with utmost reverence? It is merely a daily expression of their exasperation. After finishing his stream, Chuan washed up and settled into bed. Half an hour passed, and he found himself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Every time he closed his eyes, the image of the little kitten gazing at him with longing flashed through his mind. In the middle of the night, Chuan sat up, slightly irritated as he ran his fingers through his thick, dark hair. It was truly absurd to lose sleep over a cat. The hospital was enveloped in silence. Save for the light in the duty room, the little kitten, Chuzhuo, lay peacefully on the soft cushion, its tiny body rising and falling, evidently in deep slumber. The following day, Chuzhuo woke to the sounds of commotion. Chuan noticed the kitten had roused and playfully teased. "You're awake. Are you hungry?" The kitten lazily glanced at him, seemingly disinterested in this human. Chuan discerned its indifference and retorted, "Once you recover, you'll forget all about me. Be cautious, or I might just set you free when I return." The doctor feigned ignorance as he administered the second injection to the kitten. The kitten's fracture was not severe, and given its youth, its bones were not fully developed. The splint could be removed in 48 hours, relying on the kitten's natural healing thereafter. The little creature was still quite frail and would need to remain in the hospital for another 4 to 5 days. After checking on the kitten, He Yinchuan received a call from the pet store where he had purchased supplies the previous night, inquiring if he was home and if it would be convenient for them to deliver the goods. He Yinchuan provided time, hung up, and gently poked the lethargic kitten's tail, saying, "Little one, you must behave well in the hospital. If you endure, I promise to take you home." Chuzhuo, I heard you on the phone. They mentioned delivering cat food, litter, and a cat tree to you. He Yinchuan responded, "You little rascal, what kind of look is that?" The kitten, feeling guilty, blinked innocently, offering a meager display of affection, letting out a soft meow, a quintessential feline sound, albeit faint and barely audible. He Yinchuan's expression softened, his brows and eyes unwittingly becoming gentler. "I didn't realize you could be so endearing. I want to deceive you. Once you feel better, I'll bring you home. While in the hospital, you must listen to the doctor." He was rather verbose, prompting Chuzhuo to bury its ears, resolutely ignoring him. He Yinchuan continued. Upon returning home, the cat tree was set up, occupying half of the once empty wall, while the remaining space was adorned with a luxurious cat villa. He Yinchuan harbors a strong aversion to strangers entering his abode. Once the installation was complete, he rubbed his sore neck and glanced back, only to be met with a chaotic scene strewn with the remnants of dismantled cat, climbing frames, and the detritus of cardboard boxes and packaging. The man remained silent for several minutes, the veins on his forehead pulsating with tension as he mentally reassured himself for what felt like the umpteenth time. This is merely the routine of a cat owner. Nothing out of the ordinary. He must acclimatize. After all, this is just a one-time affair, and he would clean it up. Typically, He Yinchuan's live broadcasts attract around 200,000 viewers. His fleeting peak of 370,000 during a recent session garnered him an influx of 60,000 new followers. In recent days, the viewer count has stabilized around 230 to 40,000. While new followers may be unaware of the nuances, longtime fans quickly discern something amiss, leading to a flurry of comments in the chat. He Yinchuan, you've been off your game this week. The once smooth narrative now stumbles awkwardly. Could it be that your time of the month has arrived? Pure rumor. Huh. While the sentiment is rough around the edges, dear, you've really gone too far. Laughing and crying. I'm more inclined to believe that some enchanting little creature has captured our He Yinchuan's heart. Let us not forget, he used to mock us for being afraid, claiming the horror of these games was minimal. Something seems truly off. I want to see card draws, streamer. I'm a card draw fan. 1. Aren't you drawing cards anymore? Come on, you must clarify. They're spinning rumors like crazy. If you don't explain soon, I might just start believing them. Eager to try. As a minor narrative arc included, He Yinchuan saved his progress and cast a fleeting glance at the barrage of comments. Rather than refuting the speculation, he chose to play along, correcting them gently. It's not a little demon, it's a little cutie. With that, he signed off precisely, leaving behind a flurry of question marks in the chat. In recent days, he had not only attracted new card draw fans, but also those who, upon discovering He Yinchuan's striking handsomeness, became enamored. This latter group, lacking background knowledge, expressed their disillusionment upon hearing such declarations. This turn of events irked the longtime followers, who were well acquainted with He Yinchuan's persona. From the onset, he had never committed to maintaining a single status for the sake of his fans. In fact, his oft-quoted statement still graces the announcements. I don't require various girlfriend fans or love votes. I have my own wealth, and streaming is merely a hobby. When I meet someone I like, I will openly acknowledge it. For those new fans wishing to unfollow, let them do so. They had only recently arrived and were already making a fuss about it. Moreover, He Yinchuan was a skilled broadcaster, not merely a pretty face courting admiration. Horror game streams naturally lack the fervor of trending shooting, competitive, or strategic game streamers. Yet He Yinchuan has managed to thrive in this niche, amassing over 4 million followers on the Whale Shark platform, with his live viewer count consistently hovering around 200,000, an impressive feat in itself. As for the controversies brewing online, He Yinchuan remained blissfully unaware. After concluding his stream, he prepared a bowl of tomato and egg noodles, hastily consumed it, cleaned up, and retired for the night. Tomorrow, he would finally welcome the kitten home, and with that delightful prospect in mind, he drifted into slumber. The following morning, Chuan donned a fresh outfit and set out to bring the little feline back home. After spending 5 days in the hospital, a small fortune of nearly 20,000 was expended, yet the condition of the kitten improved day by day. The little feline was still quite young, and having just regained its health, the doctor advised against bathing it at this moment. Instead, he suggested that Chuan use waterless cleansing wipes to gently clean the kitten, recommending a proper bath only after it reached 3 months of age. Chuan purchased the hospital's pet cleansing gloves and requested the doctor to guide him through the process. He first practiced the technique in the hospital, hoping to familiarize himself with it. As the doctor instructed him on how to wash the kitten, he engaged in light conversation. 3-color cats are quite rare. The luck of the mother cat determines the colors of her offspring, especially since yours is an uncommon male. Its appearance can be regarded as the pinnacle among 3-colored cats. With long-haired golden 3-color fur, its face is exceptionally sweet and standard. The distribution of black, white, and golden colors across its back is fairly balanced, albeit with slightly less white. The soft white fur predominates on its belly, interspersed with a couple of subtle black and golden strands. The kitten's tail will grow quite large, and it has 4 white paws, not to mention its heterochromia. You certainly did not squander your money. With such a beloved pet, you can easily recoup your investment. Through several encounters, the doctor discerned that Chuan possessed a pronounced obsession with cleanliness. Acknowledging the significant shedding of long-haired cats as they mature, the doctor expressed his concern, noting that the kitten had fought hard to survive. Chuan furrowed his brow, recognizing the doctor's good intentions. Yet he couldn't resist defending himself. I will care for this kitten. Having spent over 20,000, why would I consider giving it away? Not a chance. With that, he playfully poked the freshly cleaned 3-colored kitten, which, due to its small stature, toppled over from his gentle nudge. As for the initial tribulations of Chuzhuo, Chapter 23, the cat only requires a gentle strategy. These past few days were consumed by intravenous drips and medication, leaving Chuzhuo in a haze. Were it not for Chuan's daily visits, he might have lost track of how long he had been in hospital. At an opportune moment, 001 emerged. Host, after upgrading the previous world, I can take form now, but my energy is insufficient. Once I have accumulated enough energy in this world, I will transform in the next world to accompany you. Thus, I will continue to remain dormant in this world. The kitten's health had significantly improved since arriving in this world. Chuzhuo inquired, must I complete my task for revenge in this kitten's body? 001 replied nonchalantly, of course not. Did I not mention? You will be able to transform into a human later. Chuzhuo reacted silently. 001, feeling awkward, clarified, all right, I thought I had mentioned it. After the first heat cycle, before the onset of the second, your body will be unstable, alternating between human and cat forms. Once you pass the second heat cycle, you will fully transform into a human and will be able to switch freely between cat and human forms. Chuzhuo scratched his little head in confusion, pondering why 001 seemed less astute than before in this infinite flow world. Was there a reverse side effect of upgrading? After explaining, 001 assured him, I am still quite reliable. As long as you are in danger, I will activate. Chuzhuo encouraged 001 not to overexert itself, reassuring, I am fine. You must prioritize your own well-being. The little kitten gazed at you with concern, while 001 frantically meowed a few times before drifting off to sleep, a look of adoration on its face. Initially, Chuzhuo was filled with doubt. Was it truly that adorable? After all, he had yet to see his kitten's form, having mostly succumbed to slumber over the past few days. Chuan, observing the kitten's lack of response, felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart. Gently, he picked up the small creature and tapped its delicate pink nose, asking, Are you silent because you don't wish to come home with me? The doctor nearby remarked, Another pet enthusiast has lost their mind. Inside the airline carrier lay a soft cushion, and Chuan carefully placed the kitten inside. Chuzhuo, upon touching the ground, began to explore, finding the spacious environment devoid of unpleasant odors. A commendable temporary abode, indeed, which elicited a satisfied meow. He Inchuan felt a lump in his throat. Was he being evaluated and, strangely, deemed satisfactory? The doctor compiled a booklet of care instructions for the kitten and handed it to He Inchuan, who expressed his gratitude before departing the hospital with the airline carrier in tow. During the drive home, his gaze frequently shifted toward the carrier, anxious that the kitten might experience stress-induced vomiting. Upon returning home, he felt utterly exhausted. The little kitten he had just encountered appeared frail, seemingly on the verge of not surviving much longer. He Inchuan's residence was quite spacious, a large, open-plan layout that combined two units into one. The living room, centrally located, appeared even larger, unconfined by ordinary four walls. One side catered to daily living with a television, sofa, and kitchen island, while the opposite wall had been transformed into an expansive cat climbing structure. Indeed, what Chuzhuo beheld was not the installation from He Inchuan's first day, but rather a lavish renovation completed that very evening by a hired professional who donned shoe covers and a mask, making significant alterations to the entire wall. The luxurious climbing structure against the wall was not discarded. Rather, it was dismantled into smaller components, which were then artfully arranged in the entrance hallway to captivate the kitten when it grew and leaped about, ensuring it would be entertained upon greeting him at the door. Once released, Chuzhuo, with its tiny pink pads, felt as if it had stumbled into a castle. Meow. May I bestow upon you a name? He Inchuan crouched before the kitten. Chuzhuo replied, Meow, inviting him to share. He Inchuan, filled with pride, declared, I have several candidates. Tuan, Hua Hua, Shou Mei, and of course, I believe my best choice is Tuan. Chuzhuo seemed confused, responding with a curious, Do you know why I chose the name Tuan? It is because you are the one I rescued with 2,000. Having brought the kitten home, He Inchuan was already showing signs of being a doting cat owner. His next words inadvertently slipped out. Of course, this doesn't imply that I regret spending money. Such an adorable and well-behaved little one is worth every penny to me. The kitten rolled its eyes at him, rejecting the names he suggested. Oblivious to the kitten's disdain, He Inchuan continued to tease. Is it that you adore me so much that you can't decide? Chuzhuo responded with a simple meow. The two-legged creature misinterpreted the feline's meaning. He Inchuan stroked his chin, pretending to ponder. How about this? I will name one, and if you like it, give a meow. If not, we shall discard it. Chuzhuo was too weary to retort. Tuan? Hua Hua? Shou Mei? At last, only one remained. He Inchuan displayed his authoritarian nature and decisively declared, Very well. It shall be called Kai Kai. This name pleases me, as it has a delightful ring to it. Chuzhuo, fearing that the little creature might succumb to melancholy due to its lack of response, called out softly, Me compared to the first three, Kai Kai was indeed more receptive. A 1-month-old kitten is, after all, a delicate being in need of care. Ah, you like the name Kai Kai, don't you? He Inchuan exclaimed joyfully as he scooped up the little tortoiseshell cat, gently stroking its tiny belly. Oh dear, your belly is empty again. I assenti it, Kai Kai. Chuzhuo, confused, opened her mouth wide in surprise. He Inchuan playfully inserted his finger into the kitten's mouth, teasing, You want to lick my finger, don't you? Such an adorable little darling. Caught off guard by the sudden intrusion, Chuzhuo was momentarily bewildered. All right, you may lick my finger, but I must prepare your milk. He Inchuan placed the kitten beside a simple little nest next to the luxurious cat villa, a small, sunken round dish lined with a soft blanket. The veterinarian had advised that the kitten's health was fragile and that it should not be fed cat food immediately. As a novice, He Inchuan was advised to continue giving it goat's milk, gradually transitioning to solid food as it approached 2 months of age. Following the measurements on the bottle and the instructions, He Inchuan clumsily prepared the first cup of milk. Kai Kai came to drink. He Inchuan lifted the kitten that had climbed out of its nest and placed a nipple near Chuzhuo's mouth, reassuringly stating, Don't worry, it's not too hot. The kitten, indeed unable to withstand hunger, eagerly latched onto the nipple, sucking vigorously. After finishing the milk, Chuzhuo yawned and lay back, ready to sleep. Youth is blissful. After a meal, one can simply drift off to slumber. He Inchuan nearly missed catching its tiny body. At 8 o'clock in the evening, It was time for He Yinchuan's live stream. As the broadcast commenced, the comments flooded in at lightning speed. He Shun, could you kindly elevate your esteemed gaze to address the audience's queries? Who is this adorable little creature? Yes, indeed. Who is this cutie? Is it your girlfriend? You mentioned that you wouldn't hide your affections. Otherwise, I shall cause a ruckus. The host's reputation is beyond repair. Unfollowing. I just became a fan a few days ago, and now there's a girlfriend. To the two above, He Shun has never relied on romantic votes, nor does he need a girlfriend fanbase. So feel free to leave and extinguish your fan lights. Oh, my apologies. I forgot you might not have added fan lights. The live stream is full of trolls. The haters know well if you dislike it. Simply click the exit in the upper right corner. Is it that difficult? Must you seek out insults? Chapter 24. The cat's subtle strategies. He Yinchuan continued his live stream as usual, launching the game and entering a classroom setting within the storyline. The room was dimly lit, with a female ghost hanging from the ceiling fan. Players needed to turn off the fan immediately upon turning on the lights. Otherwise, the ghost would become agitated, unleashing a chaotic killing spree throughout the game. Of course, it wouldn't be fatal, merely exceedingly troublesome. He Yinchuan managed to switch on the lights and turn off the fan within a second. The ghost vanished, allowing him to approach the teacher's podium and collect the teacher's ruler item, which would later be used against the student ghosts. He shared his thoughts and complaints as usual. Fortunately, my reflexes are quick, otherwise blood would have splattered everywhere, making a mess. This step requires no special technique, just speed. It must be resolved within a second. Otherwise, the female ghost will lose health. It becomes quite unpleasant. If blood remains on you, it presents a fatal flaw, attracting the disciplinary teachers who roam the campus at unpredictable intervals. Thus, the light must be turned on and the fans switched off within a second. For those with slower reflexes, 2 seconds is permissible, but exceeding that threshold means you are doomed. In this chapter, one will be escorted throughout by the fan-wielding ghostly senior. After expressing this, he glanced at the barrage of comments, which were filled with inquiries about the identity of the little darling and remarks about his supposed downfall. What downfall? Upon understanding the situation, He Yinchuan spoke with evident impatience. I have stated that I am, first and foremost, an independent individual. Since becoming an internet streamer, I have never marketed myself as single. If you enjoy my streams, feel free to stay. Otherwise, I bid you farewell. I do not welcome you here. The usually carefree man's expression darkened, his brow furrowed with coldness, and his piercing gaze fixed upon the camera, creating an imposing atmosphere that silenced the audience. Hush! It has been ages since we have seen He Shun lose his temper. Last year, a certain individual attempted to bribe him to play another shooting game. But He Shun ignored him, leading to a barrage of insults claiming He Shun scammed him. I'm aware of this incident. He Shun refunded him the money, including the portion deducted by the platform. That individual has remained muted ever since, with the platform citing the reason as stirring the pot. Thinking back, is still quite satisfying. The lurking naysayer was taken aback, quietly exiting the live stream. The comments became considerably cleaner, and the longtime followers were buzzing with curiosity, eager to uncover how the obsessive neat freak found a partner, collectively echoing the query. Is the little darling his sister-in-law? He Yinchuan found it difficult to ignore their incessant chatter. Just as he was about to reveal the identity of the little darling, a faint mewing sound resonated within the live stream room. He Yinchuan immediately stood up and crouched beside the sofa behind him. The kitten opened its eyes and meowed a couple of times. How did you wake up? Are you hungry again? He spoke gently. The room was filled with question marks. Is this tender-voiced person truly our He Shun? I really heard a cat meow. I thought I misheard. He is a cat now? Daring speculation. Is the little darling He Shun's newly adopted cat? What? The obsessive neat freak actually has a cat? Who is it that claimed cats shed fur and questioned if the house was filled with hair during the change of seasons? Answer me. He Yinchuan gently stroked the kitten's belly, which was not too sunken, planning to prepare some milk for the little one shortly before returning to his gaming chair. After a brief nap, the kitten seemed eager to play, stretching its little paw to hook onto He Yinchuan's sleeve. You are reluctant to let me go? With a resigned smile, He Yinchuan picked up the kitten, saying, All right, I am live streaming. I will set you down beside me, but do not bite anything. Resuming his seat, He Yin-chuan could almost predict the state of the barrage, succinctly summarizing the events. Last week, he rescued a stray cat, which had been at the hospital for the past few days and was only just returned today. The fluffy three-color kitten, with its round head and evenly distributed colors, possessed captivating blue-green eyes that attentively observed the screen. Despite its tender age, it was evident that this was a long-haired breed, a rare and exquisite specimen. The barrage erupted with excitement. Isn't it adorable? Come here, Ani wants to give you kisses. He Shun, though you are my idol, you cannot steal my cat. With those eyes, that nose, and that mouth, it's clearly my own. You know I have never had a cat since childhood. Come to Ani's house. Little three-color sister, there's a handsome golden gradient brother waiting for you. No, it should come to my house instead. I have a distinguished tabby. Who doesn't know the charm of three-color cats? He Shun, where did you find it? Tell me so I can go too. Upon its debut, the little three-color kitten garnered immense affection from the viewers. It reveled in its own beauty on camera, mewing incessantly at the screen in response to the barrage of self-proclaimed aunties. Meow, hello. Meow, nice to see you too. Hello. Aunties, my name is Zai Zai. I only accept He Yin-chuan as my servant. Thank you for your love. He Yin-chuan was astonished to discover that his kitten was such a chatterbox. Jealousy manifested within him as he held the kitten close, filled with resentment. You're so vocal. Are you hungry? The barrage dissected his expression with keen insight. He Shun sounds rather sour. Wait, is He Shin not gaming and instead brewing jealousy? Could it be that the kitten is not meowing much in front of him? So, was he feeling envious when the kitten was meowing earlier? Enlightening. Hold on. I suddenly realize he has been rather distracted during his streams lately. Could he be worried about the kitten? If I were him, I too would be concerned. It spent nearly a week in the hospital, such a frail little stray. A newfound understanding of He Shun's distraction washed over them. He Yin-chuan gently patted the kitten's head, saying, Once I finish the first segment of the first chapter, I will prepare your milk. Zai mused. When will I transform into a human? I want to startle He Yin-chuan. This feeling of being trapped in an unchangeable state was quite enough for him. He Yin-chuan rapidly completed the first section with remarkable efficiency, ignoring the pleas from the cat traffickers in the barrage, and promptly ended the stream. Zai rubbed its head against He Yin-chuan's hand, purring, Meow, you've worked hard. When I grow up, I will hunt and take care of you. In that instant, all of He Yin-chuan's frustrations dissipated, and with a hint of annoyance, he playfully ruffled the kitten's fur, saying, You certainly know how to read the situation. Now, let's go. Our little one is not even 2 months old yet, and must not go hungry. After finishing the milk powder, Chuzhuo took a hearty sip, but there remained a little at the bottom of the cup that he simply could not consume. He pushed it away with his paw. Meowing, human, the cat is full. He Yin-chuan gently stroked the kitten's slightly rounded belly and discarded the bottle. Today, he ended his stream early and posted a compensation red envelope on Weibo, celebrating the arrival of the cat. Little one, thankfully, I didn't have to call you 20,000. Because of you, I ended the stream early and sent out 50,000 in red envelopes. Or else I would have had to call you 70,000 by now. He Yin-chuan playfully placed a black pot over the kitten, seizing the opportunity to pet it. Cradling it in his hands, he gently caressed from its head to its tail, experiencing the smoothness all the way down. Choose what he thought to himself, not to mention anything else. This guy, He Yin-chuan, must have consulted a pet doctor about the art of petting cats. It feels rather pleasant. Chuzhuo's paws pressed gently against the man's palm. He Yin-chuan had done his homework and understood that when a kitten needs, it views him as its mother, a sign of trust. Finally, this little creature has begun to like its new home. A surge of warmth filled He Yin-chuan's heart. Chuzhuo blinked and softly said, Woo-woo, He Yin-chuan. Chapter 25. The cat only needs a subtle strategy, though accustomed to the occasional whims and fancies that came with having a cat. Chuzhuo genuinely cherished being beside He Yin-chuan, feeling an indescribable sense of security. After dinner, He Yin-chuan placed the kitten in the bedroom. The little cat was still too small, and he was uneasy about leaving it in the living room's cat villa, so he carried the kitten's bed and settled down to sleep together. The next day, when he began his broadcast, Chuan started with half an hour of drawing cards. Some fans, initially disheartened about missing out on the 50,000, were unexpectedly thrilled by the engaging content, eagerly anticipating what would unfold. Chuan added funds to the game, bought cards, and as he began to draw, the barrage of comments urged him to stop. He took a moment to scan through the comments, where someone suggested he pay homage to the little cat beside him. Chuan chuckled. People really do laugh when they're at a loss for words. With that, he picked up the nearby kitten and placed it on the mouse pad, bringing his hands together in prayer before his forehead, sincerely bowing 3 times. Chuzhuo, oblivious to the comments, thought Chuan had lost his mind, and in fright, scooted back, accidentally pressing something. Chuan remained unaware, respectfully completing his bows before turning back to the computer, only to discover that the cards had already been opened. To his astonishment, there was a line of gold cards, with only 3 gray cards tucked away in the corners. He wondered, I haven't even clicked to draw yet. How did gold cards appear? The comments exploded with shock, but some astute viewers had witnessed the entire incident. It turned out that the kitten had inadvertently stepped on a mouse, resulting in 100 draws being executed all at once. Wasn't that a bit outrageous? 97 gold cards and 3 gray cards. What were the odds of that? Chuan thought to himself, this is too exaggerated, as the comments flooded in, proclaiming blessings from the little cat god. Chuan fell silent, gazing at the kitten's innocent expression. Little one, could it be that you truly are the reincarnation of the cat god? Chuzhuo responded with a puzzled expression. Have you truly lost your mind? Chuan paused, noticing a hint of concern in the kitten's gaze regarding his mental state, leaving him in a state of perplexity. He manually covered the kitten's eyes, saying, all right, show me some respect. What a gaze. It made him appear almost deranged. He clicked on the second draw, only to find it filled with dull gray cards, which came as no surprise. After a staggering 800 attempts, with nothing but lackluster results, he was compelled to pause, gazing thoughtfully at the calico cat grooming itself beside him. The chat erupted with playful banter. Speechless brother, why have you stopped drawing? Come on, speak up. Are you naturally reticent? Oh dear, is Speechless brother going to facepalm? To the friend ahead, he has already drawn before. Indeed, who would have thought that one would need to worship the kitten deity repeatedly for it to be effective? The barrage of comments became a chaotic mix. While he remained lost in contemplation, unable to bear it any longer, he positioned the cursor over the card draw, and with a gentle paw placed on the mouse, the calico seemed to magically pull 98 golden cards into his inventory. Although everyone had urged the kitten to draw, the outcome exceeded all expectations, yielding nearly a full set of golden cards. For a brief moment, he was at a loss for words. Sensing the man's indescribable emotions, the calico lightly tapped his hand. Meowing, no need to thank me. You've already worshipped the kitten deity, so of course it will bless you. With the remaining 9,000 draws, he was determined to challenge himself. A series of uninspiring gray cards appeared before him. He teased the kitten, little one, have you siphoned my luck? Hurry and return everything I've lost. Witnessing his 9,000 gray cards, the calico thought, if you're unlucky, don't blame it on the kitten. After finishing the draws, he lifted the kitten by the scruff of its neck. What do you intend to do? The calico seemed to ask. Little one, why do you only eat and not relieve yourself? It's been a day since I've seen you do your business. Are you feeling unwell? Or have you done it somewhere I'm unaware of? Please don't tell me it's on my bed. If you do, I will be truly upset and cut your milk supply to 4 servings a day. The calico retorted, what a blatant accusation. When at the vet, I used a litter box. The calico yowled in protest, and even though he couldn't understand cat language, he sensed the kitten was cursing fiercely. The calico struggled to leap to the ground, moving ahead and pausing occasionally to ensure he was following. Upon reaching their destination, he pointed with his paw towards the litter box. Inside, there were clear signs of usage. The calico thought to himself, once he grew a bit more agile, he would use the toilet with him. However, the toilet was too high for a young kitten to reach. Before finding the kitten, Mingming had expressed disdain for the little one's messy habits. However, now the tiny creature has mastered the use of the litter box. Chuan exaggeratedly praised the kitten, exclaiming, what a remarkable little one, and not even 2 months old, it can use the litter box. The kitten, with its tail held high, responded with a soft meow. Indeed, as the kitten approached 2 months of age, He Yanchuan dutifully followed veterinary advice, mixing goat's milk with cat food, and occasionally preparing homemade cat meals. The kitten proved to be quite easy to care for, consuming whatever was offered without fuss. As it grew to 3 months, its face became increasingly endearing, embodying the spirited age of curiosity, eager to explore its surroundings with tiny paws. This left Chuzhuo feeling somewhat helpless. I really can't control my hands. It seems oblivious to everything. He Yanchuan often resolved to be stern, but upon encountering the kitten's innocent expression, he quickly reassured himself that a lively demeanor was preferable. A lethargic kitten would cause him greater concern. From September to late autumn, Chuzhuo enjoyed a stable life at He Yanchuan's home, where the first vaccination was arranged. On a sunny day, He Yanchuan donned a cat carrier and drove to the clinic. The same veterinarian who had treated the kitten before was on duty, and He Yanchuan had confidence in his care. The doctor gently lifted the kitten by the scruff and inserted the needle into its skin, administering the vaccine. Chuzhuo flinched slightly at the initial prick, but remained calm and still thereafter, resembling the same demeanor as when it first arrived at the clinic. After the vaccination, the doctor remarked, "This little one is the most well-behaved kitten I've ever handled. It seems to understand that we are here to help it, doing what is beneficial for it." He Yanchuan felt a sense of pride upon hearing this. Yes, the little one is quite intelligent and can comprehend human emotions. For instance, when it playfully dipped its paw into his drinking cup, it would blink innocently and meow at him, appearing both obedient and endearing. Such cleverness led He Yanchuan to suspect that the kitten had somehow bewitched him. After the vaccination, He Yanchuan cradled the kitten in his arms amidst the bustling traffic outside the clinic, gently squeezing its tiny paws. "Little one, shall we come back to this clinic for your neutering in the future?" Chuzhuo responded with a startled meow. "Neuter? Could you repeat that?" The shrill meow pierced the air, and He Yanchuan looked down to see the kitten's fur standing on end, resembling a puffed-up sea urchin. Its round eyes transformed into slits. Reflecting on his words, he silently closed his mouth, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. The remark he had made to the doctor was not merely through a lens of affection. Rather, the kitten sometimes genuinely appeared to understand his words. Chapter 26. The cat's subtle strategy. After a week of observation post-vaccination, the kitten adapted well, alleviating He Yanchuan's anxiety. Chuzhuo kneaded on his lap in a comforting manner, softly meowing. Cats are not that fragile. There's no need for humans to worry. He Yanchuan marvelously deciphered the comfort conveyed by the kitten in that moment, reaching out to gently rub its head. "The master appreciates your concern. Thank you, little one." Chuzhuo, surprised, raised its tiny face, its paws stiff in astonishment. "Meow? You are indeed a servant to the cat." Its astonished expression is particularly amusing as He Yanchuan continues to stroke it. The kitten tilts its head back and huffs at him. After nearly 2 months of companionship, He Yanchuan has discerned the kitten's temperament. It merely feigns aggression and would not truly bite. The man's fingers gently tap the kitten's chin, and suddenly, a delicate sensation falls from his hand. Upon looking down, he discovers a small, milky white object. It is a kitten's tooth. He Yanchuan exclaims in delight. "Little one, this is your lost tooth." The kitten, bewildered, replies, "Huh? I lost a tooth." He Yanchuan retrieves a watch box and solemnly places the kitten's tooth inside. The kitten feels a bit shy, but permits him to keep it as a treasure. With the completion of 3 vaccinations, winter has fully arrived. He Yanchuan had previously shared a photo of the cat on social media, and the initial comments were quite normal, teasing him. "Who said pets are messy and shed fur all year round? We never expected you would adopt a cat. He Yanchuan, has your obsession with cleanliness died?" Over time, the comments shifted to requests to steal the cat. "It's laughable. The little one chose me among the crowd, while you people, who have never seen it, are merely daydreaming." Since then, He Yanchuan has taken to marking his posts with mine to assert his ownership. Days pass slowly, and after enjoying some fresh salmon, the kitten notices He Yanchuan packing. Half of the suitcase is filled with its cat food, litter, and toys. "Meow, where are we going?" He Yanchuan scoops up the mischievous kitten and ruffles its fluffy tail. "Big brother is packing. We'll play later." The kitten jumps in place. Lying at the foot of He Yanchuan's bed, its paws tucked underneath its body, while its large tail sways leisurely. Meow. This sound is meaningless. The kitten simply wishes to vocalize. Yinchuan glances at it. Good little one. You know, Big Brother is busy, so you're waiting patiently, right? Later, I'll reward you with some fish treats. The kitten's eyes light up. Awoof. Yinchuan chuckles softly. Where did that accent come from, little one? The kitten huffs in response. Now 6 months old, the kitten's long tail is primarily black and gold, with a few white hairs scattered throughout, standing up like a feather duster. Yinchuan has become utterly enamored with petting the cat. A few days ago, he received a call urging him to return home for the New Year celebrations. Both he and the kitten dawdle until the eve of the New Year to set off. It is the kitten's first long journey, and since the He family villa is quite distant, Yinchuan is reluctant to confine the kitten in a carrier. He lays a soft blanket down on the back seat, placing the kitten there, tossing in a couple of chew sticks, and setting up a small table with fish treats and a water cup, ensuring everything is prepared. He earnestly advises, "Little one, don't run around, all right?" The kitten, in its regal manner, acknowledges, "Meow, I understand." Yinchuan is amused by this response, pinching the kitten's pink paw pads. Good little one. As the year draws to a close, red lanterns line the roads, and after more than 3 hours of driving, they arrive at the villa area, with Yinchuan navigating in the direction of his memories. The servant came to open the door, and Yinchuan strolled in, cradling a kitten. The voice of his mother, Mama, echoed from a distance. I hear the door opening. Is that little Yinchuan back? Old He, why don't you go take a look? I will go myself. As Yinchuan turned the corner, he encountered his mother, and the word mama caught in his throat. Mama gently teased with a soft voice. Oh, this must be our little darling. How lovely it is. Let Grandma hold it. Suddenly aware, Yinchuan found the kitten had slipped from his grasp, and he frowned. Mom, be careful with the kitten. It might get anxious. Mama shot him a sidelong glance. Don't try to deceive me. Just a week ago, you shared a video of it parkouring at midnight. Our little one is full of energy, quite the social butterfly among cats. The kitten, wagging its tail, chimed in, meow. Those two-legged creatures lack ambition. Spending all day in play, while I diligently practice my hunting skills at night. I worry endlessly for this family. Yinchuan paused, his brow twitching. Mom, I refer to it as my little brother. If you make it call you Grandma, wouldn't that make me your grandson? Just then, Papa appeared. What nonsense are you spouting? Is this unfilial son trying to avoid matchmaking by claiming to be a grandson? Sensing trouble, Yinchuan asked, matchmaking? Well, I had Aunt Wu prepare some dried fish. I'll go feed the kitten. Mama quickly averted her gaze. This left Papa and Yinchuan exchanging glances. Your mother knows you have a cat. She thought if you could overcome your obsessive cleanliness to care for one, you might be less averse to dating and marriage. So, she arranged for you to meet the daughter of Uncle Yang. Papa's tone was uncharacteristically hesitant, his last words barely a whisper. You'll meet her today. Yinchuan's mood darkened as he pressed his lips together. I can't change my cleanliness. The kitten is an exception. Moreover, it's not merely a version of matchmaking. I feel as though I am waiting for someone. I have no interest in anyone else, and will not settle if I don't find that person. Papa's expression turned serious, his disapproval evident. That's an illusion. No one is meant to wait for someone else. You're simply being too picky. I've seen the girl from the Yang family. She is attractive, well-educated, a graduate of a prestigious overseas university, and has founded her own cosmetics company upon returning. You should have common ground. Father, I'm willing to meet her, but I will be honest with her, Yinchuan replied, his expression impassive. Papa sighed in relief. Regardless of the outcome, at least Mama could be assured after this attempt. At noon, the Yang family visited. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the conversation turned to the two protagonists. Matchmaking is not my desire, Miss Yang. We are not suited, Yinchuan stated bluntly. Yang Su-wei smiled graciously. Yinchuan, you fit my aesthetic perfectly. We haven't gotten to know each other yet. How can you be so sure we are incompatible? Why don't we exchange WeChat? Mama's eyes widened, nudging Yinchuan with her elbow, urging him to take out his phone since the girl was being proactive. Yinchuan remained unmoved, delivering a shocking declaration. I'm sorry, I prefer men. Papa and Mama. The Yang family of 3. Mama reluctantly bid farewell to the Yang family. He Yinchuan sat calmly on the sofa, as if the revelation just made was not about him. Mama opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and finally asked Yinchuan, "When did this happen?" Yinchuan replied, "Just now." She felt a surge of frustration but restrained herself, thinking it was the new year after all. The kitten, now 6 months old and full of vitality, seemed to sense the oppressive atmosphere in the living room. It dashed towards Yinchuan, its powerful hind legs propelling it into his embrace. "Meow, Yinchuan, are you unhappy?" The kitten called out repeatedly. Yinchuan rubbed his chest, acknowledging the kitten's concern, and chuckled, "I'm not sad, little one. Why worry so much? Just enjoy your treats, play at night, and frolic about. That's all you need to be happy." The kitten, with a long meow, replied, "Meow, Yinchuan, don't be unhappy. I will always be with you." Yinchuan's expression softened as he gently stroked the kitten's back. After a moment of silence, Mama spoke with a choked voice, tinged with guilt. "Yinchuan, did I push you into this?" Chapter 27. The cat only needs a little strategy. When Yinchuan moved out, it was due to his mother constantly arranging blind dates for him. During that period, strangers would appear in the living room every morning upon his awakening. Yinchuan remarked, "It has nothing to do with you." Unconvinced, Mama probed, "So, are you saying you like men out of spite?" Yinchuan paused, neither confirming nor denying, "Mom. Whether it's out of spite or not, in my current life, having the kitten is enough for me." Mama, feeling a heavy sorrow, acquiesced, pointing at the kitten in his arms. "Can it still come to me?" Of course, the little one was incredibly adorable. Yinchuan supported the kitten under its armpits, lifting it to his face. "Do you want to go to Mama? Nod if you do. Shake your head if you don't." Mama laughed through her tears. "You're so good at teaching. Why not send the kitten to school?" The kitten, half nodding, immediately widened its eyes upon hearing Mama's words, covered its ears, and weakly meowed, "Meow. We kittens cannot bear to hear such things." Mama was amused. Setting aside the small incident from noon, the He family enjoyed a fulfilling New Year's Eve. The following day, after Yinchuan finished his morning routine, he discovered the kitten was not in his room. When he finally found it, the kitten was donned in a vibrant red outfit, adorned with traditional Chinese knots, quite festive indeed. Mama raised her phone to capture the moment. "Yes, little one, lift your tail higher. I didn't capture it well before. You look so fluffy, like a duster. So beautiful." The kitten raised its tail high and strutted along the long dressing table with a perfect catwalk. Yinchuan remained silent, crossing his arms at the doorway, pondering how long it would take for the kitten to notice him. Before he could settle into a comfortable position, the kitten turned around and meowed towards the door. After the call, a sudden leap brought the creature down from the table, scampering towards Yinchuan. With agile paws, it climbed up the man's pant leg and ultimately perched upon his shoulder, its plush tail standing tall behind it, exuding an unmistakable air of delight. The scene was quite harmonious, prompting He's mother to capture a photograph of the duo. Observing this, Yinchuan remarked, "Mom, please send me this picture later, along with the ones of the little one in its new outfit. I want them all." The little creature, with its tail sweeping across the back of the man's head, mewed meow. Even the cat desired the photos, as it had put in considerable effort to pose, its paws weary from the endeavor. He's mother quipped, at first glance, "These two seem rather in sync, don't they?" With the joyous festivities of the Lantern Festival behind them, mid-March brought a rise in temperature, prompting the retreat of winter garments. The little one had recently become clingier, insisting on staying close during mealtimes. Last night, this was particularly evident. Even as Yinchuan poured the cat's food and retreated to his study to attend to work, the little one insisted on following him, food bowl in mouth. Initially, Yinchuan did not perceive anything amiss, but after a few days, he recognized something was off. However, aside from its clinginess, the little one exhibited no other unusual behavior. Puzzled by the cause, Yinchuan reached out to a veterinarian. The veterinarian, upon hearing the situation, concluded, "Mr. He, it appears that your kitten may be in heat." After reaching physiological maturity, cats enter a heat cycle, with the second cycle occurring approximately 2 to 3 weeks after the first. A light bulb went off for Yinchuan as he noted this information. Heat cycle? He was taken aback, the doctor's words echoing in his mind about male cats marking territory, exhibiting irritability, loss of appetite, and potential aggression, all while seeking female companions. Reflecting on the little one's recent clingy behavior, he in Chuan was struck by an outlandish thought. The kitten, so well-behaved, had neither marked territory nor shown aggression. Could it be that it perceived him as a female cat? The little one felt an unusual warmth, a sensation akin to electric currents coursing through its body, and it took several days for the realization of being in heat to dawn upon it. In this world, the only familiar presence was he Yin Chuan, and it was not truly a cat. Its attachment to him was instinctive. Understanding the situation more clearly, he Yin Chuan felt a wave of relief. His little one, aside from being clingy, displayed none of the undesirable behaviors typically associated with being in heat. He decided to indulge his own feelings and refrain from allowing the kitten to mate. After all, he had raised it himself, and for reasons unknown to him. The mere thought of letting it mate filled him with an unsettling sense of unease, as if his precious possession were being tainted by another's influence, which he found particularly displeasing. Though he could not pinpoint the source of this discomfort, he in Chuan chose to follow his heart. Besides, the little one regarded him as its female counterpart. No stray cat outside could offer the same level of affection, nor could they provide whatever it desired. As the first heat cycle concluded, the little one felt as though it were in a stupor, its body fatigued and light, having inexplicably lost a pound despite consuming the same amount as before. Concerned, he in Chuan gently scratched the kitten's chin, determined to find ways to supplement its nutrition. After a few days of feeding, he in Chuan had lost half a tail, his urgency leading to an unkempt appearance. Chuzhuo, with a desire to console him, placed her paw gently on his large hand, meowing, "Fear not, he in Chuan, for I am about to transform into human form." He in Chuan, seemingly entering a vulnerable phase, misinterpreted the kitten's affectionate gestures as seduction, burying his face in her soft belly and inhaling deeply. Chuzhuo's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming internally, "This ungrateful biped." That night, as Chuzhuo slumbered, she awoke abruptly without warning. In the darkness, a fluffy feather duster danced provocatively before her, prompting her to engage in a playful chase. However, she soon became disoriented, ultimately leaping onto he Yinchuan's bed in frustration, initially intending for him to assist in capturing the elusive feather duster. The warmth of his body soon lulled her into a drowsy state, as she collapsed onto him, drifting off to sleep. Not long after, a faint white light flickered over her form, and the kitten's body vanished, replaced by that of an adult male. He was slender, yet not frail, with a well-proportioned frame and silvery long hair cascading down to his waist. He in Chuan found himself ensnared in a surreal dream, a heavy weight on his chest. Struggling to awaken, he opened his eyes to discover a handsome figure lying upon him, obscured by silver locks that fell like a waterfall. Am I still dreaming? A dream within a dream? He in Chuan mused, closing his eyes once more. After counting to 5 in his mind, he reopened them, only to find the beautiful figure had vanished, the weight on his chest dissipating, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had been quite frightened. Looking down, he saw the little kitten sprawled across his bed, sound asleep. Why sleep in the cat villa or the cat bed when my bed is so inviting? He murmured in a low, husky voice, gently untangling the kitten's messy tail before placing her beside the pillow and returning to slumber. As dawn broke, sunlight pierced through the window, startling he Yin Chuan awake despite having drawn the curtains the night before. Sitting up, he found the pillow empty and, filled with curiosity, glanced towards the L-shaped window where the curtains had been drawn apart. The kitten's bed remained untouched, yet the kitten was nowhere to be found. "Cub," he called out, noticing something shift among the gathered curtains. Squinting, he confirmed it was indeed the kitten's bushy tail, while her body lay hidden behind the drapery on the windowsill. Slipping on his slippers, he Yin Chuan tiptoed over, gently shaking the curtain fabric to reveal her. The kitten sat with her legs tucked beneath her, fixated on something in the distance, indifferent even as he drew the curtains aside. He crouched down, following her gaze into the far-off view. "Cub, what are you watching?" In the meantime, Chuzhuo sighed softly, her internal thoughts revealing, Nothing at all. I was out parkouring at dawn and awoke feeling utterly exhausted. So I treated myself to a little bath. Chuan couldn't help but chuckle, playfully kissing her paw pads. Such a young one, sighing already. How about I treat you to some fried fish snacks this morning? In a fleeting moment, the initially slitted pupils transformed into rounded ones. As it extended its other paw towards Chuan, inviting him to kiss it, meow, I wish to have some dried fish. Witnessing this delightful transformation, Chuan could no longer contain his smile. He bestowed a gentle kiss upon the cat's other pink paw. His demeanor relaxed and joyous. Every time you hear dried fish, you become so excited. Have you committed these 3 words to memory in your feline vocabulary? As he indulged in a chicken sandwich, the kitten munched on the dried fish, and time drifted serenely. Oh, nonsense. Little one, no picky eating allowed. I prepared these dried fish according to your appetite, and you must finish them, especially since you've lost weight. Chuan caught the escaping kitten and brought the dried fish to its mouth, encouraging it to eat 2 more pieces. Reluctantly, the little one consumed 2. To his delight, after 2 days of careful nurturing, the kitten's weight had increased. Chuan had forsaken gaming for several days, but that evening, he surprised everyone with a spontaneous stream. Wow, what an unexpected broadcast. Are you there? Let's see the cat. TSK, the upstairs is quite direct. I want to watch too. The last time we saw the little one was during the New Year. This man seems to be hiding a cat as if he were hiding an affair. Afraid of us catching a glimpse, I roll. Hurry, come to Annie's embrace. I don't believe you would part with such a stunning calico. Especially from our peculiar group of aunties, who regularly conspire to steal cats, despite our repeated failures, sadness, bitterness. Ha ha, sister, you are so honest. Chuan caught sight of the barrage of comments and chuckled. You wish to see the little one? It's mine. The comments flooded in response, but alas, it proved ineffective. This man was utterly unyielding. In the gaming hospital, a ghostly nurse administered injections to the patients, yet Chuan pressed a jump key, replacing the needle in her grasp. Confirming that the patient would not riot due to any error made by the nurse, he scoured the room for vital information and collected the medical records. As he grasped the doorknob and pulled it open, he encountered a chainsaw-wielding patient, with deep fissures marring their face, an unsettling patchwork of features. Swinging the chainsaw menacingly toward the camera, the audience held their breath as Chuan produced a needle and stabbed it into the chainsaw wielder's body. The man faltered and collapsed. The corridor was awash with an eerie green luminescence, littered with dismembered corpses, leaving only a narrow path for passage. More critically, one must avoid the corpses in the corridor, for touching them would unleash toxic gas, causing the ceiling to descend, revealing the hidden, mutated zombies lurking within the hospital. This level was not only terrifying and repulsive, but also impeded player movement, leaving them coated in zombie fluids. Chuan cursed under his breath, his obsessive cleanliness compelling him to tread cautiously. Once through the corridor, he exhaled in relief. He shifted the camera aside, slid his gaming chair to the side, and lifted the obedient kitten resting on the other side of the table. He pressed a kiss to its forehead, nibbled its ears, brushed his lips against its mouth, and playfully bit its paw, successfully rejuvenating it. The kitten extended its paw, firmly pushing against Chuan's face, yet the strength of a human proved overwhelming. Eventually, Chuan caught its paw and playfully nibbled it, leading the little one to weakly meow in protest. Chuan returned to his computer, adjusting the camera to its proper position. Moments later, the barrage of comments began. Shun, I just heard a cat meow. Is the kitten nearby? It's merely a step away. Why not let me take a glance? Shun, it seems you have cat hair on your head. Sister, your eyesight is truly sharp. Shun, don't blame our little one for the medicine. It's still young, crying. If it becomes too much, perhaps you could send it over, and I could teach it a thing or two, revealing the dagger. Sister, your calculations are so loud that I can hear them even from abroad, laughing and crying. Chuan leaned closer to the screen, brushing off the white fur. The handsome man unexpectedly drew near, causing the barrage to fall into a momentary silence. The scrolling speed significantly slowing. To be fair, I am quite impressed by Shun's looks. Those upstairs, do not be ensnared. His retorts are even more impressive. Heed the warning from the super topic announcement. Haha, if he were to become a good-looking streamer or broadcast popular competitive games. His fan base would surely soar into the millions effortlessly. At times, I genuinely wonder how stunning one must be to attract such attention, contemplative. Amidst the playful banter, the livestream approached its conclusion. Chuzhuo, trying various positions while lying down, felt discomfort. A burning sensation in his chest and an itchiness in his paws compelled him to scratch. He leaped off the desk, darting through the door's crack and engaging in parkour antics. The commotion from the kitten was rather loud, especially during its leap, where its claws barely managed to grip. Chuan, concerned for it, saved the game progress and hastened to conclude the broadcast. The man pushed the door open, striding purposefully in search of the cat, and spotted the kitten atop a colossal climbing frame. Just as he was about to call out, a flash of white light enveloped the small creature, which transformed right before his eyes into a stranger. This boy bore the same heterochromia as the kitten, with silver hair cascading to his waist, clad in a minimalist white t-shirt that modestly covered his backside, revealing long, slender legs with delicate pink toes visible. His features were striking, with lively large eyes, an upturned gaze, plump lips, a strong nose, and fair skin. He was exceptionally handsome, which starkly contrasted with the room's decor, as if he had wandered in from another realm. Chuan's body froze, his steps faltering as he approached. Chuzhuo, still oblivious to his transformation into human form, felt an inexplicable heaviness in his body. He eyed the next climbing frame, determining it was within reach, and prepared to leap. "Don't jump, little one." Chuan anticipated his movement and quickly called out, "Little one." Chuzhuo looked down upon hearing his name. Chuan, meow, has her live stream ended? Chuan swallowed hard, disregarding the astonishing phenomenon of the cat turning into a boy. He softly called from beneath the top of the climbing frame, "Be good, little one. Don't engage in parkour, jump down, and I will catch you." Chuzhuo, feeling underestimated by the two-legged creature, stretched his feet down. Chuan, meow. The adult cat is agile and exceptionally skilled. I can easily climb down from this height. This is his cat, which he has nurtured since it was merely a month old, meticulously cared for, transforming from a tiny, palm-sized fluff ball into a lively and audacious little creature. No one else could evoke such warmth in Chuan's heart, an indescribable surge of possessiveness rising within him. The kitten rightfully belongs to him. All doubts and uncertainties faded into insignificance. The safety of the little one was of paramount importance. "Little one, why not take a look at your own body?" Chuan chuckled softly. "How could I underestimate the esteemed feline? I am merely concerned for your well-being." Repeatedly referring to him as esteemed feline brought a sense of joy to Chuzhuo, who then lowered his head to inspect his own form. Halfway down, he suddenly realized that Chuan had just communicated with him seamlessly. This was unusual. Typically, at such moments, bipedal creatures would misconstrue his intentions, always claiming he was trying to seduce them. Wait a moment. Chuzhuo stared in astonishment at his own body. Had he turned into a human? When did this happen? Why was there no period of adjustment whatsoever? His paws could grasp the burlap on the tree stump, but descending with human hands and feet proved to be somewhat challenging. Tentatively, Chuzhuo tested his feet, then confidently announced to Chuan, "I've calculated with my eyes. I can do this. This height poses no challenge for me." Even in human form, he retained his distinctive blue-green heterochromatic eyes, sparkling with determination as they gazed at him. Chuan mused. Yes, just like the kitten in temperament. Contemplating the agility of cats, Chuan refrained from insisting, merely extending his arms halfway to catch him should he accidentally fall. Having spent over 6 months in his kitten form, it was inevitable that some feline instincts lingered even after becoming human. He thought to descend feet first, propelled by instinct, simultaneously extending his hands, causing him to lose balance and flip midair, plummeting downwards. "Little one." Chuan's heart nearly stopped from fright as he opened his arms to catch him. As he fell, a primal instinct from the animal kingdom sensed the imminent danger, prompting Chuzhuo to revert back to his feline form. Chuan had braced himself to catch a human body, only to find himself suddenly cradling a familiar calico kitten. Chuzhuo opened his mouth to speak, uttering a series of mews, having transformed back into a cat. The kitten sighed, then playfully flailed in the man's embrace. With paws swinging, hind legs kicking sideways, and body arching, he bobbed his head up and down, executing a delightful series of maneuvers, while meowing and moving with an abundance of information. Yuan's mind remarkably deciphered the sequence of gestures from the little one. All right, I understand. You're saying that you transformed into a human on the cat tree, intending to make a grand leap, but unexpectedly changed back into a cat halfway through. Chuzhuo raised his paw and meowed. Yuan hesitated. Are you asking for thumbs up? Chuzhuo meowed enthusiastically, yes. Yuan, you understand me. Does the little one comprehend the reason behind his transformation into a human? After Yuan finished his inquiry, he tapped his forehead in frustration, having forgotten that the little one could not speak at the moment. Meow. Yuan is foolish, Chuzhuo remarked. Is the little one scolding me? Yuan pinched its ear gently. Chuzhuo averted its gaze, curling up in Yuan's embrace, falling silent, with no means to persuade the cat. Yuan carried it into the bedroom to sleep. Halfway there, he remembered that the little one could transform into a human, hesitating slightly. Meow. Chuzhuo tilted its head, its long eyelashes fluttering. Under the gaze of those clear, innocent eyes, all of Yuan's thoughts dissipated. Should the little one sleep in its cat bed or with him? Chuzhuo kneaded with its paws, declaring, Meow, I want to sleep with Yuan. Yuan pondered with me. Meow, meow, meow. Yuan chuckled, Little one, you are exceedingly adorable. Regardless of the circumstances, the little one would eternally remain his cat. Even transforming into a human could not alter this truth. Yuan tightened his embrace slightly, a sense of possessiveness flickering in his gaze as he carried the kitten inside. Chuzhuo promptly claimed one of Yuan's pillows. In the dead of night, Yuan was deep in slumber when he felt a heavy weight on his chest, awakening him as he struggled to breathe. A male figure came into view, with silver hair and a gentle sleeping face. The boy wore a loose white t-shirt, revealing a delicate collarbone. It took a few moments for the drowsy Yuan to realize this was Chuzhuo. Had it transformed back in a human form? Uncertain about the circumstances, Yuan dared not make any sudden movements. He gently tugged at the boy's silver hair when suddenly a shadow flitted across his vision. Focusing intently, he discerned it was Chuzhuo's feather duster. A rush of realization struck Yuan, his ears flushing with a faint crimson hue. Cautiously, he lifted the boy's arm and carefully shifted away from him, then got out of bed to wash his face in a bathroom. A man who is typically fastidious. He returned to the bedroom without having wiped the remnants of water from his face, only to find the boy had vanished. Instead, the little cat lay sprawled on its back, its belly rising and falling gently as it slept soundly. Yuan inhaled deeply, slowly climbing back into bed, absent-mindedly toying with Chuzhuo's pink paw pads, a sense of unexplainable melancholy washing over him. After a moment, he turned onto his back, gazing at the quiet night, which was conducive to daydreaming. Suddenly, he recalled that he had witnessed Chuzhuo transform into human form the previous night. He had assumed it was merely a figment of his imagination and had not given it much thought. So, the little one had already changed once? What was the pattern of this transformation? When confessing to his mother about his affection for boys during the new year, Yuan was not speaking aimlessly. Behind his evasive response lay the memory of a peculiar dream. Not long after adopting Chuzhuo, he had dreamed of a slender, strong boy sitting not far from him, only able to see half of his face due to the angle. Shocked by Chuzhuo's remarkable transformation, Yuan had momentarily forgotten this dream. The sound of the kitten purring resembled a small generator, abruptly reminding him of the dream's content. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Chuzhuo, not only in form but also in essence. Even that obscured half of the face, now vividly recalled, seemed remarkably similar. During the months spent nurturing the kitten, previously overlooked matters became remarkably clear. For instance, the little one often seemed to genuinely comprehend his words, displaying an intelligence that was almost uncanny. He found himself harboring doubts, yet the kitten's sheer adorableness left him little time for contemplation. The little creature would engage in midnight escapades, frolicking with the curtains and chasing its own tail, frequently batting at the water cup on the table. Such quintessential feline behaviors rendered any deeper speculation unnecessary. However, despite whatever imaginings he might conjure, as a modern individual steeped in over 2 decades of socialist scientific ideology, he would not easily entertain notions of cat spirits, or rather, cat immortals. He took a deep breath, feeling increasingly entangled in his thoughts. Never mind. I'll address everything once the kitten's condition improves. At dawn, Chuzhuo opened his eyes punctually, confirmed his form, and commenced his morning wake-up service. Meow, bipedal creature. Rise and prepare breakfast. Haiyan Chuan, weary, opened his eyes and fumbled beside him to retrieve the kitten, pulling it into his embrace. I'll just snooze for 5 more minutes. You transformed into your human form again last night and woke me up with your weight. Chuzhuo tilted his head, questioning Meow. What does my human form have to do with you? The clarity of this gesture elicited a chuckle from Haiyan Chuan. The human form is still you. Meow. The kitten sighed, reflecting on the trials of being a cat. After 5 minutes of rest, Haiyan Chuan, ever diligent, got up to prepare food for his beloved feline companions. The day passed swiftly, and due to the kitten's unusual condition, Haiyan Chuan declined invitations from friends to gather, enduring their jesting about his ultimate devotion to cats without retort. It was, after all, a matter of fact. As the time for his routine live stream approached, Haiyan Chuan contemplated canceling it altogether. Yet Chuzhuo believed he was overly anxious and playfully tugged at the hem of his pants, leading him to the streaming room. Resigned, Haiyan Chuan remarked. Is the kitten urging me to earn some treats for you? Very well. How can I resist such cuteness? Just let go of my pants. I wouldn't want you to accidentally hurt your claws on the way. Chuzhuo retorted. Ah, my claws are quite sharp, you know. Haiyan Chuan mused. I can't comprehend. But I can tell you're countering me. It's truly impossible to argue with you. Once the live stream commenced, it felt as if it had not begun at all. Haiyan Chuan paid no attention to the barrage of comments, occasionally casting sidelong glances, his gaze flickering with the rhythm of his heartbeat. Is the kitten there? Haiyan Chuan. Reveal the kitten. We won't actually steal it. I just want a glimpse of what is happening. Indeed, the kitten misses its auntie, kisses. His distraction is reminiscent of the week he was hospitalized. Is he unwell? Supplement? The kitten is too adorable. Haiyan Chuan, if you don't wish to stream, do not. The kitten is what matters. Haiyan Chuan glanced at the comments, which increasingly urged him not to force himself to continue streaming due to the kitten's illness. The kitten is fine, he replied casually, just as a shadow unexpectedly loomed from the other side of the table. Chuzhuo lay sprawled across the desk, warmth surging through his body. Almost instantaneously, he felt an overwhelming heaviness envelop him. His already lax posture made it difficult to find any support, and with a resounding thud, he toppled headfirst beneath the table. The man beside him, Haiyan Chuan, swiftly responded to his distress call. In a flash, Haiyan Chuan deftly covered the camera with one hand while the other caught Chuzhuo in his embrace. Chuzhuo collided forcefully against his firm chest, letting out a soft, plaintive cry of pain. The boy with cat ears meowed, while Haiyan Chuan maintained his composure, ultimately shutting down the computer. Unlike before, this transformation retained certain feline characteristics. Cat ears and a tail proudly displayed themselves. Chuzhuo followed Haiyan Chuan's gaze to his head, and as his fingertips brushed against the fluffy ears, he instinctively recoiled, a few tears welling in his eyes. Such a ticklish sensation. The ears of his human form were far more sensitive than those of a cat. Wiping away the tears from the corners of Chuzhuo's eyes, Haiyan Chuan gently inquired, Why are you crying? I'm not crying. It's just that my ears feel so strange, Meow. They get all tingly when touched. Chuzhuo defended himself, insisting that the Cat King would never cry without reason. Is that so? Haiyan Chuan replied coolly. Believing him to be skeptical, Chuzhuo lowered his head, inviting Haiyan Chuan to touch them. If you don't believe me, go ahead and feel. Taking advantage of the fact that Chuzhuo couldn't see him, Haiyan Chuan smirked slightly, before reaching out to gently caress the plush ears. Chuzhuo felt an electric thrill surge through him, instinctively pressing closer against Haiyan Chuan's chest. Haiyan Chuan quickly sensed something amiss. Aside from the white t-shirt, Chuzhuo was completely unadorned beneath. Haiyan Chuan thought to pull him away, but Chuzhuo clearly lacked the strength. If only he and T indulged in the ear touching. Once Chuzhuo regained his composure, he propped himself up on Yinchuan's chest and rubbed his eyes, declaring, "Our little cat would never tell a lie. Humans always misinterpret what little cats mean." Yinchuan attempted to redirect the conversation. "Why do you always end your sentences with meow?" "I don't know, meow. Perhaps it's related to my body not being fully stabilized yet." "Meow?" Yinchuan replied calmly. "Oh, I see. Let me find you some pants to wear." Chuzhuo was suddenly struck with the realization that in this transformation, he had clothes but no pants, nor even underwear. Shock flooded his face with embarrassment. Yinchuan, standing at an estimated height of 182 centimeters, had a similar stature to when they were in high school. He rummaged through old-school uniforms from years past, asking, "Can you wear this?" "Of course, meow. I'm the clever cat king, meow." Once dressed, Chuzhuo stood before the mirror, inspecting his new form. His heterochromatic eyes were indeed a hallmark of a feline, a fact that the world around him seemed to reinforce. Aside from the striking eyes, everything else mirrored his appearance from the infinite flow of worlds. Long silver hair, snow-white skin, and a similar height and build. This time, his human form remained stable for an extended period, persisting even through their meal, without reverting back to a cat. As the human form endured, the essence of humanity's thought began to dominate. Chuzhuo mentioned the name of a despicable cat abuser to Yinchuan. "Yinchuan, please investigate Shou Guang for me. He is a wicked villain who tortures cats." Yinchuan paused, replaying the words of the little one in his mind, his expression darkening. "Little one, when I first encountered you, were the wounds on your body inflicted by this Shou Guang?" "Yes and no," replied Chuzhuo. "I was thrown out by my mother and fell, which caused my leg injury. My mouth and eyes suffered because there was no timely prevention. He killed my mother and the other kittens. I detest him. Dealing with someone like Shou Guang requires urgency. He believes that each day he evades justice is a victory, reveling in his cunning. Such pure evil lacks the anxiety of being caught. Otherwise, he would not have continued to evade capture, selling his sob story while secretly processing immigration papers. After being apprehended, he became infamous, wandering aimlessly. Does he not relish controlling life and savoring the fleeting moments? Let him exist under the scrutiny of the masses, amidst the rumors, until he meets a tragic end. Although his final fate may lie abroad, the means will be orchestrated by Chuzhuo. Yinchuan's heart ached painfully, and he leaned in to embrace him. "I will ensure this person pays for his actions." "Do not fear, little one. Merely paying a price is not sufficient," Chuzhuo asserted, pushing against his chest with a serious expression. "What I seek is not just retribution. Yinchuan, do not think me cruel. I simply wish to return the favor in kind. Everything he has done is far from innocent. Isn't it tiring to append meow to every sentence?" Yinchuan, unwilling for him to remain mired in past sorrows, feigned sadness. "Why must I label you as cruel? There is a saying, do not advise others to be kind if you have not experienced their suffering. Do you not trust me, little one? Yinchuan will always stand by your side." Chuzhuo kissed Yinchuan's cheek. Yinchuan is a good person. Yinchuan was taken aback, awkwardly touching his face as his heart raced intensely. Thump, thump, thump. The man pursed his lips and asked, "Why did you kiss me, little one?" "Meow. I like Yinchuan. You often kissed me before." Chuzhuo's gaze was sincere. "Isn't it customary to reciprocate? Did I do something wrong?" Yinchuan replied, "Shou Guang is difficult to trace. He hides too well. There are those in the dark web who protect him. We must first send someone to disrupt his cat-catching activities." The situation unfolded in an orderly manner. On the first day of becoming human, how to sleep became a pressing issue for Chuzhuo. He wished to sleep in Yinchuan's bed, yet Yinchuan, grappling with inexplicable feelings, feared he might succumb to primal urges and commit uncontrollable acts. When he had mentioned to his mother during the new year that he liked boys, it had not struck him as significant. Now, with the little one resembling the boy from his dreams in every way, Yinchuan knew he could not maintain a tranquil heart. He attempted to inquire, "Where will you sleep, little one? You wouldn't suggest I sleep on the window seat, would you?" "Yinchuan, I am undoubtedly the one sharing the bed with you." Chuzhuo, hands on her hips, expressed her discontent, declaring herself a human. Sensing the kitten about to become agitated, Yinchuan quickly stroked her fur, reassuringly stating, "Of course not, my dear. It is a blessing for me that you wish to sleep with me. Chuzhuo huffed. It is the grace of the Cat King. The feline mindset that lingered during her human form was less intense than when she was a cat, yet it had not vanished entirely. Adorably, He Yinchuan's gaze deepened. His voice laced with tenderness as he echoed, "Thank you, Cat King." Chuzhuo nestled her large tail and drifted off to sleep, the tip of her tail occasionally twitching, startling He Yinchuan into thinking she might awaken. He Yinchuan watched her intently for several minutes before rolling out of bed and settling onto the couch at the foot of the bed, retrieving his phone to check the aftermath of the abrupt stream termination. The sounds of Chuzhuo's cries of distress would surely have resonated in the live broadcast room. Opening Weibo, he found a tumult of chaos as expected. The latest post had garnered numerous comments. Some fans had come out of curiosity, while others opportunistic detractors, and a few traces of paid commenters mingled among them. After a cursory glance, he realized that the kitten's identity could not be unearthed, and the narrative was leaning in his favor. For the time being, He Yinchuan chose to remain silent, seizing the opportunity to address the corrupt higher-ups on the platform. Shutting off his phone, he returned to bed, where one of Chuzhuo's legs draped over him. He Yinchuan felt his breath hitch, listening to her rhythmic breathing, which confirmed she was still sound asleep. In exasperation, he playfully pinched her soft fingers and, in a fit of frustration, bit down on the delicate pad of her finger, leaving a mark. "So tender," He Yinchuan remarked. Chapter 31. The cat needs only a subtle strategy. The online discourse had been tumultuous for several days. But as long as it did not involve the kitten, He Yinchuan chose to remain indifferent. After preparing breakfast, he went to rouse the kitten from her slumber. To his surprise, she was indulging in a rare bout of laziness, as she was usually the eager one to rise early and provide him with a wake-up call. The blanket had formed a dome, with the tip of her tail peeking out. He Yinchuan lifted the covers, but the words to call her got stuck in his throat. His mouth dry and his mind clouded. Chuzhuo struggled to open her eyes, her gaze unfocused as she grasped He Yinchuan's hand, murmuring, "He Yinchuan, I don't feel well." Drawing upon his prior experience, He Yinchuan quickly realized that her second heat cycle had arrived. His breath grew elongated, heavy, and labored as his rationality began to waver. "Chuzhuo, are you awake?" he inquired. Chuzhuo could not articulate her thoughts, only mewing softly, her face flushed, breath enveloped in warmth. With no other option, He Yinchuan had to assist her. After several minutes, Chuzhuo's eyes glistened with moisture, her clarity returning as she noticed He Yinchuan, who was now wiping his hands with a tissue. Realizing she had done something inappropriate, she coughed sheepishly. "He Yinchuan, I'm sorry, I was a bit dazed just now." He Yinchuan, unfazed, responded, "Has the kitten lost her meowing?" "It seems so," Chuzhuo replied, momentarily distracted. "Am I better now?" He reached for the ears atop his head. The sensation lingered, though not as acute as in the preceding days. Soon, the feeling dissipated, and his fingers sank into the thick crown of his head. He Yinchuan witnessed the process of him retracting his ears and congratulated him. "Well done, little one. You've learned to tuck your ears away." Chuzhuo, feeling a bit proud, flicked his tail, which, in a swift motion, vanished. The boy stood on the bed, patting his head and bottom, then spun around, exclaiming, "I'm indeed clever." He Yinchuan adored this lively demeanor. After a round of compliments, he went to wash his hands in the bathroom. Chuzhuo followed closely behind, saying, "He Yinchuan, I want to take a shower. I feel sticky and uncomfortable." He Yinchuan, momentarily taken aback, leisurely dried his hands and asked, "Shall I prepare the bathwater for you? Can you wash yourself? I told you I'm very smart. It's just a shower. Do you look down on me?" Chuzhuo placed his hands on his hips like a little cat. A faint smile flickered in He Yinchuan's eyes as he quickly assured him otherwise and proceeded to fill the bathtub with water. The fragrant mushroom chicken porridge simmered in the clay pot, waiting for Chuzhuo to finish his bath. When he emerged, He Yinchuan served 2 bowls at the table. The dumpling skins were thin and the filling generous. Chuzhuo devoured them with great satisfaction, still yearning for another bowl. "You can't have more. You'll have indigestion," He Yinchuan replied. Chuzhuo countered, "But I exercised this morning. I expended a lot of energy." He Yinchuan thought to himself that this little cat, who adored sleeping in, hardly engaged in any exercise. Yet, recalling the morning's playful antics, he relented, All right, but just half a bowl. Half a bowl was acceptable. And Chuzhuo gleefully cradled it. He and Chuan filled it halfway, and Chuzhuo eagerly dug in, leaving it impeccably clean. This action had been assisted by He Yin Chuan just that morning, inevitably leading his thoughts astray. Would the little one clean himself so thoroughly everywhere? The man's gaze turned intense as Chuzhuo set down his bowl, saying, He Yin Chuan, haven't you had enough? My bowl is mine. It's empty, and there's none for you. Stop staring at it. With that, he showcased the pristine bottom of the bowl. He Yin Chuan, caught in a moment of indecision, replied, Silly child, it's not the bowl I'm concerned about. With the worries of ears and tail behind them, He Yin Chuan confidently took Chuzhuo out to buy clothes. The commercial street was quiet on a weekday, and he led the little one to a few of his usual shops. The staff recognized every loyal customer, and as soon as He Yin Chuan entered, a smiling attendant approached him. Hello, Mr. He. We have many new spring styles in. Would you like to take a look? He Yin Chuan gestured to the little one beside him. Choose for him. Pick lively and youthful colors and styles. The attendant glanced at the boy, and to be honest, he was the first thing she noticed upon their entrance. The reason was simple. His striking silver hair and exquisite features made him resemble a character from an anime. In that moment of unabashed admiration, she found herself momentarily entranced. Sister? Chuzhuo Inguit? He Yin Chuan wrapped his arm around him. Are we leaving yet? The attendant snapped back to reality and, apologizing, led the way. Sorry, please follow me. The salesperson led them to the new spring collection section and first recommended a pair of canary yellow overalls, complemented by a printed t-shirt. She discreetly assessed the young man beside Mr. He, realizing his attire was ill-fitting, slightly oversized. Previously, Mr. He had always visited the store alone, but this time he was accompanied by a charming young man, clad in garments that were mostly Mr. He's. The salesperson, employing her linguistic finesse, remarked, This color would suit your friend splendidly. It exudes youthful vibrance, and with his fair complexion, he would look quite striking in it. Without needing to solicit Chuzhuo's opinion, He Yin Chuan discerned from his expression that he liked it and promptly stated, Please fetch his size from the stockroom. A few minutes later, the salesperson returned with the items, and Chuzhuo joyfully headed to the fitting room. After changing, he emerged and admired himself in the three-dimensional mirror. He Yin Chuan waited for him to complete his turn before declaring, You look marvelous. You could wear anything and still look good. Chuzhuo beamed with delight. Subsequently, selecting a few more outfits in the correct size, He Yin Chuan then took Chuzhuo to another bespoke shop for a fitting, where they recorded his measurements and opened an account for him. Meticulous by nature, He Yin Chuan was particular about his attire. He never tried on clothes displayed outside, opting instead to inquire about his size from the staff if he desired a particular style. Having discarded the baggy long shirt and trousers, He Yin Chuan asked, There's still time? Where shall we go for some fun? Chuzhuo replied, Let us go find Shou Guang. He Yin Chuan paused for a moment before affirming, All right. Having not encountered the troublesome Shou Guang for several days, Shou Guang found himself unable to suppress his urges, and on multiple occasions. His frustrations had nearly led him to act out, drawing complaints from residents walking their dogs and cats in the community. Residing on the top floor, which offered both a broad view and greater concealment, made it easier for him to dispose of any evidence. This was part of the reason he chose the penthouse. He glowered at the adjacent building, where a young man was walking 3 dogs. Once downstairs, Shou Guang donned a cheerful facade as he approached the young man. Hello, would you like me to help walk one of your dogs? However, before he even drew near, the 3 dogs began barking. The young man, apologetically calming them, replied, I'm sorry, my dogs seem to be in a bit of a mood today, so I wanted to trouble you. After several days of setbacks, Shou Guang's patience wore thin. A bodyguard who had been discreetly observing noted that he had even attempted to reach for a small dog, promptly relaying this information to He Yin Chuan. Nearby, after parking the car, He Yin Chuan received the message. Chuzhuo clenched his fist with fierce determination. He Yin Chuan. Shou Guang must face consequences. He Yin Chuan, feeling a pang of concern, assured him, He will, don't worry, my dear. Chuzhuo outlined his plan to He Yin Chuan, who declined on the grounds that it was too perilous. He Yin Chuan remarked, I'm a cat, quite nimble, and his dark web account has yet to be traced. Chuzhuo, resolute in his tone, insisted, Xiaorui Guang is exceptionally cautious. Animals pose no threat in his eyes, and that presents my only opportunity. Must you refuse me? By the end, he adopted a pitiful expression reminiscent of a small cat. Left with no choice, He Yinchuan produced the collar that Chuzhuo wore in his feline form. You must wear this. It contains a locator, and you can answer calls with it. I've registered your fingerprint, and simply pressing your paw against it will allow you to respond. Chapter 32. A subtle strategy from the cat. The collar had been custom-made long ago, yet the little one was reluctant to wear it. Observing the remarkable intelligence of the little one, He Yinchuan chose not to insist. The car's interior provided a private atmosphere, prompting Chuzhuo to instinctively transform into a cat. Lifting its neck in anticipation, He Yinchuan silently smiled, unfastened the safety clasp, and fitted the collar around its neck, playfully tapping the little cat's nose. Your fur is quite long. It can completely conceal the collar. Remember, safety is paramount. Chuzhuo raised one paw, meowing in acknowledgement. He Yinchuan, with a resigned expression, raised his hand to engage in a high five, seizing the opportunity to plant a firm kiss on its paw. Chuzhuo exclaimed, meow. The biped has gone mad. Chuzhuo scampered into the neighborhood, relying on memory to locate the entrance of Xiaorui Guang's rental apartment. It cleverly squeezed into the elevator, leaped up, and pressed the highest button. A young boy crouched beside it, his tone filled with excitement. Wow, Kitty, you're so clever. You remember your floor? Chuzhuo sat gracefully, wrapping its tail around its body, and responded with a meow, expressing gratitude for the compliment. You can meow. My chubby one never makes a sound. The boy reached out, gently patting Chuzhuo's head, which had grown quite plump. The teacher said being too fat is unhealthy. Can you, little cat deity, send dreams to help my chubby one lose some weight? Chuzhuo replied. Alas, even the little cat deity cannot assist with that. The boy reached the 8th floor, pausing to bid farewell before Chuzhuo meowed in response and continued to the top floor. After a brief wait of about 10 minutes, Xiaorui Guang returned via the elevator. Chuzhuo seized the moment, trailing behind him into the apartment. The room was shrouded in darkness despite the daylight. And it wasn't until Xiaorui Guang turned on the lights that he noticed the little cat had slipped in. Intrigued, he crouched down to pet Chuzhuo, but the agile feline evaded him smoothly. Unfazed, Xiaorui Guang observed the cat's retreating movements. Little kitty, do you like it here? If you behave, I'll make it worth your while. Compared to the empty-handed days of late, the sight of the little cat calmed Xiaorui Guang's restless heart. Chuzhuo feigned innocence, exploring the space with a facade of obedience and trust. It seemed unnecessary to administer any medication at this moment. Xiaorui Guang went to wash his hands, then entered a room equipped with surveillance cameras and tools. Chuzhuo followed him inside. He booted up his computer in front of Chuzhuo, entering the startup password, switching the system program, and logging into the dark web. This dark web was heavily fortified, requiring the input of account credentials each time one attempted to access it. An incorrect entry would trigger a security verification process, yet this was merely a facade. In reality, the system would swiftly capture and review the account, initiating a cancellation process that erased any previously uploaded videos and live streams. The verification code served as a reminder to the account owner of potential exposure risks. Every time he logged into his account, Xiaorui Guang would exercise utmost caution, while Chuzhuo, the cat, would leap onto the table, unabashedly observing his username and password. After all, who would suspect a cat? In a good mood, Xiaorui Guang chose not to shoo her away and successfully accessed his account. He routinely scrolled through the new videos uploaded in the pet section, muttering to himself as he moved the mouse. It seems that calico cats have gained quite a bit of popularity in recent years. Your fur is luscious and glossy. I shall choose a dignified end for you. Chuzhuo remained silent, memorizing the account details before leaping off the table without exhibiting any signs of stress. She sniffed at an empty cat food can and let out a soft meow. Xiaorui Guang analyzed her actions, indifferent to the idea of letting her indulge herself to the point of bursting. He opened the door to the room and stepped outside to prepare a can of cat food for her. In his mind, he harbored a brilliant idea regarding this calico cat. For such a trivial satisfaction, he could spare a modicum of patience for her. Seizing the opportunity, Chuzhuo dashed forward with all four legs, effortlessly gliding to the balcony. She leapt onto the air conditioning unit, maneuvering sideways onto the nearby external wall's grating, her paws climbing incessantly until she successfully reached the rooftop. Shou was too late to intervene, and upon reaching the balcony, he found the cat had vanished. Clutching the freshly opened can of cat food tightly, he hurled it to the ground in frustration, the sound reverberating ominously. Damn it, a beast is still a beast. Here I am, providing you with food, and you show no gratitude. With dust from the external wall clinging to her fur, Chuzhuo could not tolerate it any longer. After landing, she paused to groom herself meticulously. Once she had cleaned herself sufficiently, she dashed down from the rooftop, keenly observing any movement at Shou door as she raced forward. After leaping down a couple of floors, she pressed the elevator button, confirming that no one was in the ascending cabin. Chuzhuo swiftly slipped inside, her paws pressing the button for the first floor. The elevator descended at a steady pace, pausing briefly on the fifth floor where the doors opened to reveal a grandmother and her granddaughter. The little girl's eyes widened in delight at the sight of the fluffy cat, resembling a cotton ball. She excitedly crouched down before the kitten. Meow. Isn't your human accompanying you? Chuzhuo affectionately rubbed her head against the girl. Meow. The cat doesn't reside here. The grandmother pulled her granddaughter away, a look of disdain on her face. Cats are infested with fleas and ticks. Don't touch it. It's filthy. Chuzhuo, feeling indignant, exclaimed, Meow. Cats are clean creatures, and humans would even bathe them. The little girl defiantly countered her grandmother. Meow's fur is very clean. Don't say that, Grandma. It will make Meow unhappy. The grandmother, unconvinced, retorted, What does a beast know about happiness? Your mother spoils you with such nonsense. You can't even distinguish between humans and animals. Grandma. Mom isn't teaching nonsense. She says life is precious. Human life is life, and so is the life of small animals. The little girl pouted, feeling wronged. Just as the grandmother was about to say something further, noticing her granddaughter was on the verge of tears, she begrudgingly fell silent. As the elevator reached the ground floor, Chuzhuo circled around the little girl, raising her paw to gently touch the girl's hand. Meow, don't cry. The little cat blesses you. Chuzhuo attempted to invoke a fragment of her magical words to bestow a blessing upon her, only to discover that her efforts felt hollow. He furrowed his brow like a small kitten, contemplating whether to inquire about 001, but it was evidently not an opportune moment. The little girl, her tears transformed into laughter, waved at Chuzhuo, saying, Thank you, Mimi, I have received your comfort. With a heart full of questions, Chuzhuo observed the girl smile and felt a wave of relief wash over him as he turned and dashed away. Chuan remained steadfastly at his post below the building, his gaze swiftly catching sight of the kitten, and he hurried over to check on it. Quickly, let me see. Where are you hurt? He urged. Meow, I'm fine. Chuzhuo replied. Master Cat is quite capable. What do you mean, Meow? I don't understand. Go back and rephrase, Chuan insisted. He gently examined the kitten, finding no injuries, only a bit of dirt on the tip of its tail. After waiting for over half an hour, Chuan anxiously glanced down at his phone's location tracker, an unfamiliar agony enveloping him, causing beads of sweat to form as he neglected his discomfort. His mind and eyes were solely occupied with thoughts of his feline companion. Once they returned to the car, Chuzhuo perched on Chuan's lap, nudging his head against Chuan's hand before presenting his neck for Chuan to unfasten the collar. Lowering his gaze, Chuan felt an indescribable possessiveness swell within him, a desire to keep the kitten safely at home, free from danger. Yet, he hesitated. The kitten was merely pursuing what it deemed right, and he could not limit its freedom under the guise of love. His worries churned within him, creating a discomfort that was hard to bear. With fingers pressing the buckle, he unfastened the collar, and Chuzhuo leaped to the passenger seat, transforming the atmosphere as he clung to Chuan's arm, exclaiming, No need to go back and report. I can tell you now, the operation went smoothly. Chuan. I saw Shou dark web account and password. Chapter 33. The cat only requires a slight strategy. The dark web is so named for its clandestine nature. as exposure could invite public scorn and condemnation. To prevent detection, hackers have fortified the website with a high-security firewall, rendering user IP addresses untraceable. Should an account password be exposed, the system would issue a verification code and activate a self-destruct sequence to erase account data, creating a seemingly foolproof defense. However, who would have imagined that a cat could surreptitiously glean the account details, thus rendering the once impenetrable firewall a mere facilitator? Shou gazed down, the soft body of the kitten pressed against him, its silvery hair cascading into his chest. He absent-mindedly twirled a few strands around his fingers and asked him, "My dear kitten, you are remarkable, truly a great contributor." Once the excitement subsided, Chuzhuo settled back, chattering animatedly. "After he leaves, we will log into his account, uncover more clues, and ensure that all involved face their reckoning, granting freedom to those who have suffered." The boy's bright eyes sparkled with vitality, embodying a clear sense of love and aversion, compassion intertwined with decisiveness. His world was vibrant and flourishing. Shou was entranced. The worries he had harbored beneath the apartment building finally found a point of release. The kitten was agile, particularly Chuzhuo, a master of parkour in the dead of night. Slippery and elusive, even capable of slipping from one's grasp. He trusted Chuzhuo's abilities, yet he found himself unable to quell his inner turmoil. Was it love at first sight, or merely a fleeting desire? It seems that there's a hint of truth in every heartbeat. When the words like and love flashed through Shou's mind, he experienced an epiphany of sorts. It dawned upon him that what he felt was indeed affection, a profound love. He was skeptical of mere coincidences. The little cat had come to his side, a dreamlike premonition, bearing an identical visage that made his long-isolated heart flutter once more. Since his heart had stirred, it was only logical to embrace it tightly. "Yes, little one, pursue what you believe is right, and I shall unwaveringly support you." Shou gazed into the boy's sincere eyes. Chuzhuo paused, genuinely expressing, "Shou, you will spoil me." Shou thought to himself, this is merely the beginning. While in the elevator, a message from his bodyguard arrived, informing him that Shou Ruiguang had ventured out again, likely unwilling to accept Chuzhuo's escape, and was now in search of the cat. Noticing Chuzhuo's engrossed demeanor, Shou casually inquired, "Can little one understand written words?" "I am a little cat deity, capable of anything," Chuzhuo proclaimed proudly, his sparkling eyes fixed on Shou as he pleaded, "Meow, I want a phone too." "But doesn't little one have a collar phone?" Shou feigned ignorance. "That device cannot play games, watch television, or order takeout or shop online," Chuzhuo hastily enumerated, reproaching Shou for his negligence as a caretaker. "Meow, I am your cat, and your cat desires a smartphone." By the end, the little cat spoke with resolute justification, as if Shou had committed an egregious offense. As the elevator arrived, Shou shielded him while stepping out, stifling a chuckle. "My apologies. The little cat deity has a valid point." Chuzhuo strode ahead with a sense of pride, declaring, "I want the same model as yours, but not in black." Shou had no objections. He had previously discovered the dark web address, though accessing an account was challenging due to stringent verification processes. Opening his computer, he logged onto the dark web address he had previously investigated, utilizing tools to decode it. After entering the account and password, a page emerged that resembled a whimsical fairy tale. After a brief pause, the warm layout transformed dramatically. It became dark, oppressive, and disconcerting, creating an overall atmosphere of discomfort. This website not only featured a section for pet abuse, but also hosted numerous illicit videos and offer channels for purchasing drugs online. Shou Ruiguang was quite indulgent towards his fans. The viewership for his videos was notably high, and discussions in the pet abuse section ranked among the top. He relished the act of cruelty, indifferent to the specifics of death, adhering to the demands of his elder brother while choosing methods of torment that satisfied his sadistic desires, all while profiting from it. It was no wonder that there were individuals covertly protecting Shou Ruiguang. They were all cut from the same cloth. In the replay of Shou Ruiguang's livestream, he appeared relaxed as he inquired of his elder brother where to inflict harm next, executing the brutal actions with an unsettling calmness, as if preparing a gourmet dish. The video captured the kitten's anguished cries, while the villain wielded a bloodied knife. His expression as composed as a chef perfecting a culinary masterpiece. He Chuan's heart raced with a sense of dread as he embraced the slender shoulders of the boy, a tremor rising in his throat. "Thank you for successfully escaping, and for coming to my side, my dear." The thought of what might have happened if he had not rescued the little cat that day weighed heavily upon him, like a colossal stone pressing against his chest. "Do not thank me, He Chuan. I was saving my own life." The man's sorrow was palpable, and Chuzhuo's heart ached in response. As if gripped by a painful squeeze, he extended his tongue, tenderly licking He Chuan's cheek in a gesture of comfort. Our meeting was a mutual choice, a step towards one another, a steadfast commitment. He Chuan's long eyelashes fluttered, his gaze filled with concern for the boy, devoid of romantic entanglement. He sighed inwardly, pondering. "Are you licking me as a kitten or as a human?" Chuzhuo, bewildered, replied, "Is there a difference? Both the kitten and the human are me." The kitten represented the bond between master and pet, while the human embodied affection and love. He Chuan, aware of his own feelings for the first time in over 20 years, could not help but crave some form of reciprocation. After a moment of contemplation, Chuzhuo declared, "Regardless of whether I'm a cat or a human, I like you, He Chuan. Are you not happy?" He Chuan smiled gently, gradually calming himself as he responded, "I'm not unhappy, dear. As long as you are well, I shall have no reason for discontent." Chuzhuo patted his chest confidently. "Having traveled thousands of miles to this world, I will surely thrive here." With a heavy exhale, Chuzhuo preserved all evidence, and He Chuan sent the materials to their lawyer for organization. The industry chain involving the narcotic was vast and intricate, shrouded in mystery, necessitating the gathering of further details. To strike decisively, they could not afford to alert the enemy prematurely. As the evening glow streamed through the window, Chuzhuo rubbed his belly and said, "He Chuan, I am hungry." The dutiful cat servant, He Chuan, obediently went to prepare a meal. After dining, Chuzhuo, weighed down by questions regarding his linguistic abilities, chose not to join He Chuan for the live stream. The public sentiment on the whale shark platform had reached a fever pitch, and after several days of silence, the long-awaited live stream resumed. Regardless of the chaos in the comments, He Chuan remained silent from the outset. Longtime fans endeavored to maintain a respectful atmosphere, with moderators expelling disruptive individuals. Once the raucous comments subsided, He Chuan finally spoke the first words since beginning the stream. "It is for someone I cherish. The reason I have not stated it clearly is that I have yet to win their affection." In the shadows behind the live stream, numerous individuals have begun to meddle, taking advantage of the confusion, including higher-ups from the platform. "I am aware of all your actions. I have given you opportunities, and this is where it ends. I will not wrongfully accuse anyone." After concluding the stream, He Chuan posted a Weibo update. "No need to guess. It's someone I like and am pursuing. I am proactive, voluntary, and fond of him. He is truly wonderful." The comments erupted with fervor, particularly from those who had followed the stream, clearly recalling He Chuan's mention of the platform's higher-ups. Why did He Shun speak so casually? The attitude is exceedingly arrogant. Does He Shun conceal his identity? What connection does he have with the whale shark platform? A wealthy heir daringly ventures into the realm of live streaming. On this night, many will find it difficult to sleep. Chuzhuo, nestled beside the cat villa, urgently awakened 001. "Why has my word spirit skill been sealed?" 001, unable to ascertain the reason, replied dejectedly, "The system check shows no errors, host. It seems I have genuinely upgraded into a fool. Woe is me." Chuzhuo stifled a laugh and offered some words of comfort. He vaguely recalled having used the word spirit skill in the previous world and proactively shifted 001's attention. 001, "I did indeed employ the word spirit skill before. Was there anything unusual at that time?" After reviewing, 001 responded, "You were icy all over, trembling, sweating profusely, devoid of energy, and your consciousness was hazy. In retrospect, sealing was indeed wise, quite brilliant." Chapter 34. A cat only requires a subtle strategy. 001 discerned Chuzhuo's silent protest and recalled the host assurances from the previous world. straightening its data stance. The host had assured in the last world that the word spirit skill would not be employed lightly. Now you wish to make an exception? Host. Unless absolutely necessary, I advise against using the word spirit. Our shared body cannot withstand it, and more importantly, you will find it quite uncomfortable. With his memory of the previous world obscured, Chuzhuo could not recall having made such a promise. He scratched his head and softly said, I understand. If I to use it again, 001, you may remind me. 001, with stars in its data eyes, affirmed. Yes, 001 guarantees task completion, but host, your skills are sealed. There is no need for me to remind you. Chuzhuo smiled sweetly. I was just teasing you, 001. Even if you have upgraded into a fool, it matters not. We shall emerge from the infinite flow world together, forever partners. 001 grinned with its data teeth, truly having been coaxed into foolishness. After shutting down the computer, Chuzhuo exited the live streaming room and found the little one in front of the cat villa. Chuzhuo, with his palm fiddling with the toy ball, looked up and handed a cat toy to the man. Bipedal beast, I wish to play with this. Chuzhuo raised an eyebrow. What did you call me? Chuzhuo shifted his gaze. Chuzhuo meow. The little rascal, so effortlessly calling him that. It surely was the first time. Chuzhuo indulgently accepted the cat toy from him. The lightweight feathers were adorned with tiny bells that jingled with a gentle shake. Ignoring his surroundings, Chuzhuo instantaneously transformed into a cat, his paws mimicking hunting motions. Meow. The cat is ready. It is now time for the human to begin. Chuzhuo watched him morph into a cat, pausing momentarily. Thankfully, he did not ask if the little one wanted to play in human form, or else he would have been the one embarrassed. Strange, though it had not occurred, merely imagining it in his mind inexplicably stirred some whimsical thoughts. After an extended pause without action, Chuzhuo relaxed his paw pads. Meow? The imagery lingered obstinately, ensnaring him. Chuzhuo snapped back to reality, inhaling deeply and shaking the cat toy, focusing intently on teasing the cat. Chuzhuo played for several minutes, collapsing onto the blanket, panting and revealing his little tongue as he huffed. The little one, you are a warm and cuddly puppy. Chuzhuo gently caressed the top of his head. Chuzhuo rolled his eyes, instinctively grooming his fur with his long, pink tongue. In human society, numerous documents are required, and thus, Chuzhuo inquired about what name he would like for his identification card. Chuzhuo, reverting to human thought, contemplated. Chuzhuo, but I prefer you call me little one. The name on the registration does not affect how you address me. The little cat was not duplicitous, despite initially resisting this name. After being called it for a long time by Chuzhuo, he had grown accustomed to it and would not insist on a change. After all, it was still him. Was it initial for the first character and exquisite for the second? For some unknown reason, these two characters suddenly flashed in his mind, and Chuzhuo confirmed with him. Chuzhuo nodded, and Chuzhuo proceeded with the arrangements. The little cat quickly adapted to human society. On the very day the mobile phone was retrieved, he mastered all its functions. Chuzhuo had set up a secondary card for him, and a few days later, a delivery arrived at their door. While the kitten was napping, Chuzhuo went to collect it, filled with curiosity about what the little one had ordered. The residential complex featured 1 unit per floor. He granted the delivery person visitor access, allowing the elevator to go straight to their floor. The delivery man, holding the package, inquired as per routine, "Is this for Little Cat God? Your package, right? Last 4 digits, 7372. Chuzhuo replied affirmatively. After signing for the delivery and closing the door, Chuzhuo did not dare to open the little one's package, but curiously glanced at the order information. XL size, a 6-piece male servant outfit, accompanied by white, transparent stockings. Chuzhuo doubted his eyesight, blinked vigorously, and looked again. The words remained unchanged. Upon awakening, Chuzhuo sought out Chuzhuo and found him sitting on the sofa in a daze, lazily uttering, "Chuzhuo, why are you so motionless?" Chuzhuo shook the delivery box in his hand. "Your package has arrived. Would you like to see?" "Wow, it arrived so quickly," Chuzhuo exclaimed, excitedly tearing open the package and unfurling a black and white dress, measuring it against Chuzhuo's shoulder. Frowning, he noted, "It seems I bought it too small. But this is already the largest size." He Yanchuan had sensed something awry when Chuzhuo began measuring against him, and upon hearing his words, his foreboding came true. Rubbing his forehead, he helplessly remarked, "Why would you buy me this kind of clothing?" "Because you are my servant," Chuzhuo replied matter-of-factly, articulating his logic. "As your feline lord, I purchased it for you to wear. Do you not like it?" To use his money to buy a male servant outfit for him to wear. Previously, He Yanchuan would have blocked anyone for such a thing, but now his expression faltered slightly. "Little one, you seem rather audacious lately?" Realizing belatedly, Chuzhuo mused, "Perhaps I gone a bit overboard?" Chuzhuo transitioned from occasional embarrassment to a state of carefree acceptance, even relishing the experience. After all, such opportunities were rare. Occasionally embracing the feline perspective and observing the world through a cat's mindset was quite fascinating. In the future, he would explore more little worlds, each uniquely splendid, especially the world of transformed small animals, which was even rarer. Many times, Chuzhuo allowed himself to indulge in following the instincts of the little cat. Had he perhaps let himself go a bit too far? He Yanchuan, if you dislike it, don't wear it. Chuzhuo quickly made a decision. He Yanchuan paused for a moment and casually remarked, "It's not that I dislike it. Let's keep it for now." "Great." Chuzhuo's face lit up with anticipation. At that moment, he had no inkling that the male servant attire would one day adorn him. The upheaval within the upper echelons of the whale shark platform sent ripples throughout the entire streaming industry. He Yanchuan's remarks during his live broadcast proved prophetic, leaving onlookers astounded and speculating about the true identity of the enigmatic god He. However, after He Yanchuan ousted the corrupt and incompetent executives, he chose to remain silent on the matter. Regardless of how fervently fans and bystanders pressed for answers, He Yanchuan steadfastly refused to engage. After a few rounds of inquiries, the public grasped his stance and adopted a more detached attitude, gradually redirecting their focus back to the streamer himself. By the end of April, those dispatched to investigate the dark web reported significant progress, having nearly pinpointed the suppliers of the mind-altering substances, as well as the intricate web of connections behind them. He Yanchuan exposed the situation, laying the evidence bare, leading to swift arrests of numerous individuals who were caught unprepared. As for Shou Guang, he was predictably revealed to have committed acts of cruelty against cats. He vehemently denied the allegations, mirroring the narrative described in the parallel world, but days later, he was overshadowed by the public support of internet celebrity pet blogger Su Lingqi, diverting attention away from him. In the shadows, he processed immigration paperwork while lamenting his plight online, all the while sneering at the perceived foolishness of the netizens. Noticing Shou Guang's unusual behavior, He Yanchuan prepared to release all the evidence, but Chuzhuo intervened. He Yanchuan, there are no anti-animal cruelty laws in our country. Even if he's caught, the punishment will be trivial compared to the countless innocent animals he has brutally killed. The dark web was rife with thousands of videos, averaging 2 acts of cruelty daily, spanning over a decade. Such individuals are not merely cruel, they are addicted. He Yanchuan's eyes flickered as they exchanged a wordless understanding, realizing Chuzhuo's intentions. Without hesitation, he calmly inquired, "Shall I guide him? The country he is heading to has relatively good security." Chuzhuo did not refuse. "Yes, that is necessary." In truth, this was precisely what he intended to do next. The country chosen by Shou Guang had acceptable safety standards, but what Chuzhuo sought was far more than mere adequacy. He Yanchuan accelerated the dissemination of videos related to Shou Guang, heightening the sense of urgency, while subtly presenting the country selected by Chuzhuo to him. Indeed, Shou Guang's composure faltered, and he unwittingly followed the path laid out by Chuzhuo and He Yanchuan. With the He family's covert assistance in establishing a green channel, all immigration procedures were completed within 2 months. At this juncture, Chuzhuo initiated the online momentum, releasing definitive footage of Shou Guang's appearance. The act of cruelty against the cat was undeniably his own. Facts spoke louder than words, rendering any denial merely a clever ruse. As the situation escalated, the previously supportive figures began to experience the backlash of Su Lingqi's influence. The collective outrage of netizens reached a fever pitch, with insults hurled in abundance. In response, Su Lingqi stepped forward to offer a heartfelt apology, his tears genuine and his words sincere. He expressed that his actions stemmed from the impassioned impulses of a devoted pet lover, wishing to prevent misunderstandings. However, he was taken aback to discover that Shou Ruiguang was indeed a scoundrel, a disgraceful wretch, whose character was vile and more depraved than that of a beast. Acknowledging his mistakes, Su Lingqi professed his abhorrence for such individuals and vowed to take a step back, embracing public scrutiny, while hoping for an opportunity to amend his ways. Yet, what difference did it make? Shou Ruiguang, now abroad, remained unfazed, ultimately reveling in his superiority, mockingly ridiculing the mindless netizens. What does your vitriol accomplish? A bunch of wretches, even in death, create such a commotion. They should be thanking me instead. At that moment, Shou Ruiguang was lost in his own arrogance. Believing himself exceptional, blissfully unaware that there are always greater forces at play, and his life was on the brink of descending into darkness. Chapter 35. A cat's subtle scheme upon acquiring precise information regarding Shou Ruiguang's whereabouts overseas. Chuzhuo anonymously sought out a terminally ill local and offered him a sum of money, promising stability for his family in exchange for dealing with Shou Ruiguang. With a heavy heart, Chuzhuo meticulously compiled all the pertinent details and sent them to the individual. Setting down his phone, he inquired of 001. To where might Shou Sanhua be reincarnated? Will she continue as a cat? 001, with a finger poised over the data, replied, I cannot say for certain, host. I can only inform you that not all petitioners have truly vanished. Those who emit a plea for help through their thoughts and are received by us are not malevolent. A glimmer of silver flickered in Chuzhuo's eyes, his light-colored irises sparkling with clarity, swift as a fleeting thought, his long, thick lashes quivering slightly. Then it is quite simple. Good people shall receive their just rewards, and they will ultimately find a benevolent resting place in the future. Perhaps this journey will be lengthy, but it is certain. The individual was a man of few words, collecting his payment and attending to business without further discourse. Having discerned Shou Ruiguang's social habits and daily routines, one evening, after Shou Ruiguang departed, the man stealthily followed him. Concealed within his sleeve was a wooden club, which he deftly retrieved in a secluded area, swinging it to strike Shou Ruiguang on the back of the head. With a resounding thud, pain surged through Shou Ruiguang, rendering him unconscious as he was ensnared and enveloped in a sack. In a dilapidated, dimly lit basement that had long been forsaken, the sound of dripping water echoed, and the dust filled the air, causing discomfort in his throat. As Shou Ruiguang regained consciousness, he found himself staring at the cobwebs adorning the ceiling. The sight of impact on his head throbbed faintly, and his limbs were bound by ropes. Struggling proved futile as he called out, Who are you? Is it money you seek? I have wealth. If you release me, I can offer you whatever you desire. The man listened silently, allowing Shou Ruiguang to ramble on without uttering a word. As unease crept into Shou Ruiguang's mind, having only just arrived, who could he have offended? The man, observing Shou Ruiguang's silence, lifted a hammer from his side and advanced towards him. The hammer scraped against the ground, releasing a piercing screech that made Shou Ruiguang shrink in fear, desperately wishing to hide. His limbs were firmly restrained to the bed, rendering him immobile as he gazed in terror at the hammer raised against him. Shou Ruiguang's voice cracked under the strain. Yet it did little to halt the man's actions, who methodically crushed his toes one by one, causing him to sweat profusely as he mumbled for mercy. The pain in his toes was trivial compared to the delight he once derived from torturing animals. Yet, Shou Ruiguang felt as fragile as if he had died and been resurrected, like a drowned soul pulled from the depths, left with nothing but the breath of life. Following the employer's instructions, the man toyed with Shou Ruiguang's existence, waiting for him to regain composure before producing a vial of liquid from an unknown source and forcing it down his throat. Damn it! Stop! Stop! I swear I will kill you. His head was pressed down by a massive hand, and Shou Ruiguang opened his eyes wide in helplessness, his cries echoing desolately throughout the basement. Who had he offended? Did his pleas for help reach anyone? Probably not, he thought hazily, in just over 10 days. Chuzhuo received images and videos sent by the man. Shou Guang appeared emaciated, blood staining the black cloth covering his eyes, his lifeless hand dangling, and his lower legs battered beyond recognition. In the video, he groaned in agony, "Please let me go. I have money. If you release me, I will give you all my money and will not report you, as if I have never seen you." After watching the video, Chuzhuo turned off his phone. He mused that compared to the countless innocent animals he had tortured, this was but a trivial matter. He considered going live, where he could manipulate a living being from afar as his audience showered him with money. Who could guarantee that in the unseen corners of the world, dark web videos wouldn't leak, affecting no one? Accidentally stumbling upon such videos, people became emboldened, following the trend until it became commonplace, forming a dark industrial chain. Morality and humanity are the most fragile under scrutiny. Before long, He Inchuan approached from behind, inquiring, "What are you watching? Why you seem off?" Chuzhuo Bolinket Gudio Sili. How do you know I'm not feeling right? Darling, have I ever mentioned how easy you are to read? Or that you're completely unguarded in my presence? He Inchuan's gaze was filled with affection. That's because you are special. You are uniquely special, Chuzhuo thought. He never hesitated to express his emotions. He cherished being with He Inchuan. He Inchuan's heart raced, nearly spilling his feelings, but when he saw Chuzhuo's pure and innocent eyes, it felt like a bucket of cold water had been thrown over him. The young man had grown accustomed to his presence. To him, being together simply meant the ordinary companionship they had shared since the day they met. He Inchuan exhaled deeply, rubbing Chuzhuo's head gently. "Well then, let us be together forever. Why haven't you transformed into a cat lately?" He Inchuan subtly shifted the topic. "The sweltering heat of summer envelopes me, as if I am clad in a thick winter coat of fur. It is unbearably hot, and the myriad of delectable dishes available during this season seem to be exclusively meant for humans, leaving our feline companions with far too many restrictions. As I converse, I suddenly inquire, 'He Inchuan, do you miss my feline form?' At that moment, a longing to caress him arises to soothe his wounded spirit. He candidly responds, 'Can I pet the little one?' In reply, I swiftly transform back into a kitten, leaping into his embrace, raising my chin and purring softly. He gently strokes my chin and caresses my back, while my plush tail instinctively wraps around his arm. Previously, He Inchuan would not have pondered much on such matters. But now an involuntary thought crosses his mind. What if the little one, in human form, also wrapped his tail around him? Suddenly, I perceive a shadow looming before me. Upon closer inspection, I see blood. Alarmed, I lift my gaze and realize He Inchuan has a nosebleed. In an instant, he shifts back to his human form, and I feel a weight in his embrace, puzzled by the abrupt transformation. I hastily reach for some paper from the table and thrust it towards his face, exclaiming, "He Inchuan, you are bleeding. Hurry, stop it." Blood flows from his nostrils, soaking the tissue in his grasp as he glances down in dismay. With a slight bow of his head, he hurriedly makes his way to the bathroom, declaring, "I need to clean up. It must be due to the heat." With that, he vanishes, leaving me concerned. It's scorching in summer. I shall fetch some ice cream. After successfully staunching the flow of blood, He Inchuan splashes cold water on his face, allowing the refreshing chill to calm his nerves. Leaning against the sink, he gazes into the mirror at his disheveled reflection, muttering to himself, "He Inchuan, you disgraceful fool." A moment later, having dried his face, he opens the door to find me waiting at the threshold. "He Inchuan, have some ice cream to cool down," I offer, lifting the treat towards him. He calmly accepts it, replying, "Thank you, little one." As July draws to a close, I once again receive a video from that man, his eyes a bloody mess, and his body unrecognizable, lifelessly sprawled. Accompanying the footage is a chilling message. "I'm going to turn myself in. You must fulfill your promise." I respond, "A gentleman honors his word." This man, a husband and father, had squandered his youth in reckless abandon, viewing marriage as a shackle, neglecting his wife and daughter. Over a decade ago, he was imprisoned for gambling and fraud. Now, having emerged from his incarceration, he finds that his family has long moved on without him. With half of his life gone, it is too late for regrets, as his attempts to make amends have proven futile. After drifting aimlessly for several years, he was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and it was at this juncture that I sought him out. As the cicadas song diminishes towards the end of the month, the kitten is born in early August, while the vile scoundrel meets his end at the close of July, succumbing to the very means he once took pride in. The cycle of justice prevails, and retribution is inevitable. He Inchuan remarks, "Who are you messaging, little one? Your ice cream is melting, yet you haven't taken a bite." I take a look at the cone's tip and smile at him. I am in good spirits, He Inchuan. Let's travel. He responds, "So, suddenly? Is there somewhere you wish to go?" Since Chuzhuo took over the matters concerning Shou Wang, He Inchuan refrained from making any inquiries. At this moment, the boy's joyful expression was unmistakable. He had obtained what he desired. "Not really, I just feel that everything is settled down, and I want to go out and relax a bit." Chuzhuo quickened his pace, maneuvering to walk backward in front of He Inchuan. "He Inchuan, I am so happy today. Perhaps it's just my exuberant mood. I might change my mind tomorrow. If it brings you joy, then go ahead and follow your heart," He Inchuan replied. "Kai Kai, you are a brave and free little cat." Chapter 36. A cat's subtle strategy having resolved to travel, arrangements needed to be made, and a notice was issued to suspend the live broadcast. In the past, fans would often urge for updates, but recently, rumors circulated online about He Inchuan's close ties with the whale shark platform. During his last live session, He Inchuan publicly named the platform's executives, and not long after, there was a significant shakeup among the higher-ups at Whale Shark. Many inexplicably popular streamers vanished, while prominent ones faced allegations of data manipulation and compensation disputes. Although He Inchuan never confirmed the rumors directly, the situation was evident, and many accepted it as truth. The current He Inchuan was no longer the same. A single displeasure could lead him to withdraw from the streaming world, leaving his fans in despair. As August reached its peak, they prepared to embark on their journey in time for the autumn harvest. Their first destination was the ancient city of Jiangnan. Upon arrival at 3 in the afternoon, the sky was a canvas of blue and white clouds. They made their way directly to the hotel to check in. After securing their luggage, He Inchuan inquired about Chuzhuo's dining preferences. Without hesitation, Chuzhuo responded, "Since we're traveling, we must indulge in the local specialties. Let me see what recommendations are available online." Sitting at the foot of the bed, Chuzhuo scrolled through his phone and soon had an idea. "They say we must try the hairy crabs. He Inchuan, let us go eat crabs together." To which He Inchuan readily replied, "All right, let me take a shower first, and then we'll head out." They visited a well-known local establishment, where they queued for some time before being seated in a private room. Chuzhuo ordered as per the server's suggestions. The hairy crabs were presented, placed in the center of a round table, alongside a sumptuous braised lion's head, sweet glutinous rice balls infused with goji berries, pumpkin-shaped steamed buns, and the sweet and sour squirrel fish. As Chuzhuo surveyed the table, his mouth watered in anticipation. This season was indeed the perfect time for hairy crabs. As he cracked the shell open, the enticing aroma wafted through the air. The meat was delicate, tender, and springy, with a rich crab roe that lingered on the palate. Chuzhuo yearned to embody a cat and relish one of the crabs, casting a playful gaze at He Inchuan. He Inchuan paused. "Kai Kai, what are you looking at me for?" "Meow. I wish to savor it once more," Chuzhuo replied with an innocent smile. Thanks to a year of companionship, He Inchuan easily understood Chuzhuo's intent, and with a bemused smile, he said, "Go ahead and transform." Chuzhuo beamed, playfully transforming into a lively cat, while He Inchuan helped him peel the crab shell. Overall, their first meal upon landing was immensely satisfying. After indulging, they returned to rest. The next day's first destination was a classical garden, where the exquisite aesthetics of our ancestors remain breathtaking even in contemporary times. Chuzhuo, adorned in a cerulean garb, stood out with his silver hair, radiant amidst the crowd. However, it wasn't long before he was approached by several suitors, which caused He Inchuan to scowl. He could tolerate the initial few young women, but his patience waned when a gentleman approached. "Hello, young man. Is this your first visit to Chiyuan? I'm a local and can show you around." He Inchuan's countenance darkened, his lips forming a straight line as he glared at the man. Sorry. I have my brother with me. No need for your guidance." Chuzhuo promptly grasped He Inchuan's hand. He Inchuan felt a surge of relief. yet his gaze remained unforgiving. Let me be straightforward. I have feelings for you. Would you add me on WeChat? The stranger, unwilling to concede, laid bare his intentions. I want to be adding you. Chuzhuo's tone was resolute, his warm demeanor now revealing a distinct boundary. My brother would be upset, and I cannot allow that. He is far more important to me than you. The stranger suddenly realized their relationship, offering an awkward smile. My apologies, gentlemen. I didn't mean to intrude. I wish you both a pleasant time. Chuzhuo led He Yinchuan to a more secluded spot, speaking earnestly. He Yinchuan, I will not be interested in them. What about him? He Yinchuan's fingers stiffened, his tone suddenly serious. Then should I like He Yinchuan? Chuzhuo's instinctive response lingered on his lips. But upon noticing He Yinchuan's tense demeanor and anxious breaths, he realized the true sentiment He Yinchuan was trying to convey. Without further contemplation, the implications of the situation dawned on him almost instantaneously. Yet, he was still somewhat oblivious, nervously questioning whether he should like He Yinchuan, indicating an underlying affection that had been concealed for quite some time. Do I like him? Chuzhuo pondered. A familiar flutter resonated deep within his heart, a feeling that required no excessive deliberation to ascertain its truth. He turned slightly. I do like He Yinchuan. The confession came so unexpectedly that it took He Yinchuan several seconds to process, awakening to the not-so-subtle admission from Chuzhuo. Kai, He Yinchuan stammered, his reason shattered by the revelation that his brother was deemed more significant. Yet he could not restrain his own feelings, which surprisingly were reciprocated. The man's voice trembled, his arms hesitantly searching for a place upon Chuzhuo's form. It seems my dream has come true. Would you grant me a paw? Chuzhuo took his hand and placed it against his own cheek, the man's broad palm covering half his face. Chuzhuo beamed warmly. I may not have a paw to give, but I can offer a kiss. See, my face is warm to the touch. He Yinchuan swallowed hard, his gaze fixated on Chuzhuo's delicate lips, pink and inviting, igniting an insatiable longing within him. The man's breaths grew heavier as he leaned down, gently capturing Chuzhuo's lips for a moment before murmuring in a husky voice. If we promise, we must remain together. Abandoning this would drive me mad. Do you understand? Kai. Nearby voices drew closer, and Chuzhuo instinctively licked his lips, playfully nudging against He Yinchuan's chest. I know. I'm certainly not a scoundrel. He Yinchuan, yielding to the push, took a step back, and seizing the moment when the boy was distracted, opened his arms to embrace him tightly. Little one, your lips are so soft. I haven't had my fill. Shall we continue our kisses back at the hotel tonight? Chuzhuo covered his face in embarrassment. He Yinchuan, your persona is collapsing. Just a minor lapse in character. I already have a boyfriend, so I'm not concerned about such trivialities, He Yinchuan shamelessly admitted. The classical garden exuded an air of elegance, quintessentially Chinese, where every blade of grass and every tree was a treasure. The small fish in the pond swam freely, and it took them over 3 hours to explore the area. Chuzhuo rubbed his legs lightly, prompting He Yinchuan to instinctively squat down. Little one, let me carry you. I don't need you to carry me, He Yinchuan. What matters in this outing is the experience. Don't underestimate me. Chuzhuo maintained a serious expression, adding, and after just 3 hours, should I already require your back? What will we do this afternoon? We can simply stay at the hotel. And as long as I'm with you, nothing else matters, He Yinchuan asserted earnestly. He Yinchuan, are you deliberately seeking scorn? Chuzhuo kicked him lightly. He Yinchuan quickly apologized. I'm sorry, little one. His every action seemed mechanical, as if he had yet to fully comprehend their relationship. Unable to suppress a laugh, Chuzhuo remarked, He Yinchuan, it seems you become quite foolish in love. Do you even remember who my boyfriend is? He Yinchuan genuinely pondered a question, momentarily lost in thought. Reflecting on his previous actions, he realized they were indeed rather silly, and he pinched the boy's fair cheek. All right, mock me, and for your punishment, you shall receive ample kisses from me tonight. As they reached the final destination of the ancient Jiangnan town, a photo session awaited them. Chuzhuo intended to create a series of portraits to preserve memories of each location, looking forward to the delightful surprise of revisiting them in the future. He Yinchuan, who possessed a penchant for cleanliness, had purchased new clothes and cosmetics, which they would take to a nearby shop for styling. Dressed in a dark green long robe with his hair partially tied back with a matching headband, Chuzhuo contrasted with Yinchuan, who donned a black robe with his hair neatly styled. Upon exiting the shop, they attracted countless gazes. Chuzhuo's romantic escapades were frequently visited by admirers, and it was no exaggeration to say they were the center of attention. Yinchuan, an adept at live streaming with 5 million followers, was accustomed to living in the public eye. The photographer led them to a secluded spot where an ancient stone bridge, weathered by time, stood firm, with a gentle stream flowing beneath, a quintessential scene of a water town. The photographer raised his camera. "All right, you two listen closely. Stand facing each other. Mr. He, lower your head slightly, placing your index finger on Mr. Chu's Adam's apple. Try to appear casual. Mr. Chou, tilt your head back and grasp his wrist gently, applying a little pressure. Be careful not to pull away. Maintain this pose, smile gently, and gaze into each other's eyes. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, cheese." A complete set of photographs was taken, and although Chuzhuo felt a bit warm from the initial excitement, he remained unsatisfied. Yinchuan wiped the sweat from his brow with his sleeve and asked, "What would you like to drink now that we're done?" Chuzhuo remained still, saying, "Mango shaved ice. I feel like I could devour it in one bite." "If you eat so voraciously, will you still have your mouth?" Yinchuan chuckled. The photographer seized this moment, capturing the scene with a sudden click of the camera. Without any prior notice, the unexpected sound startled Yinchuan, who instinctively glanced up, his hand resting on Chuzhuo's shoulder, his gaze imbued with a chill. The photographer trembled under his intense stare, his fingers involuntarily pressing the shutter button once more. Upon reviewing the two images later, the photographer noted the stark contrast in ambience. The former depicted a tender interaction between brothers, sharing a moment of warmth, while the latter revealed a brother who, having finally found a moment of solitude with his younger sibling, was perturbed by the intrusion, his displeasure and possessiveness evident in his warning gaze directed at the interloper. On the way to their second destination, Chuzhuo carefully selected several photos to share on social media. Yinchuan was the first to like them, commenting that his little one looked beautiful, followed by 3 heart emojis. After commenting, Yinchuan posted a photo of Chuzhuo alone, seated by the river, captured in profile with an arching bridge in the background. Resembling a pampered young gentleman from the Jiangnan region, delicate yet not overly indulgent. Later that evening, Mama came across the post. Since her son had come out, her perspective had shifted significantly. She no longer fretted about his romantic endeavors with women. Certainly, he could no longer harm a girl's feelings, and as for boys, it seemed even less appropriate. Comparing boys and girls, her son was exceptionally handsome and successful, and such behavior made him seem like a commodity no one wanted. After Yinchuan's previous post, Mama had learned of Chuzhuo's existence. Adhering to her principle of non-interference, she had refrained from inquiring, but now, having glimpsed a hint of progress, she eagerly pressed Yinchuan for updates. "Yinchuan, have you confessed successfully?" "Clearly, yes, Mom. He just started dating me." "Please don't frighten him," Yinchuan assured her. "When the time is right, I will bring him home to meet you. I know what I'm doing." Mama covered her mouth with a smile. "As long as you know what you're doing, I trust you. If you have it figured out, then I will have a daughter-in-law." "Mom," Yinchuan replied exasperatedly. "All right, I won't say more. You two take your time. If it doesn't work out this year, there's always next year or the year after. I won't rush you." Mama hurriedly reassured him. This boy, having been solitary for over 20 years, finally had someone he cherished. Mama was determined not to hold him back, offering her assurances repeatedly. Yinchuan kept his feelings close to his chest. Upon viewing the photographs today, he found the young man depicted to be extraordinarily handsome. Each feature was exquisitely defined, resembling a graceful youth who had stepped out of ancient Jiangnan. "Why hide such beauty, you rascal? Are you afraid I might thwart your romance?" Mama mused as she admired the photograph, reflecting on how she had previously remarked on his discerning taste, now realizing that his selectivity was indeed commendable. Papa entered with a cup of tea, asking, "Who has discerning taste?" Mama showed him the photo. "Your future daughter-in-law. Look at this face. Isn't it remarkable?" "Ah, indeed, he has found himself a celestial being." Father, he was equally astonished. He had merely jested during the new year, never expecting that this young lad would truly encounter such a fortune. The two individuals under discussion had already succumbed to slumber together. Located by the sea in Zhangyan City, the nearby fishermen rely on the age-old craft of fishing, a skill passed down through generations. On their final day here, Chuzhuo donned a life jacket, and a fisherman guided him, and he Yinchuan out to sea. After casting their nets, they faced a 3-hour wait for the catch. Recently captivated by the game of Do Di Zhu, Chuzhuo opened the app and invited He Yinchuan to join him. However, He Yinchuan was notoriously unlucky, never managing to assemble a good hand, never having drawn a joker, and the highest card he possessed was an ace. Even drawing a 2 would be a miracle. In their game, they were allies one round and adversaries the next. After just 2 rounds, He Yinchuan had lost all his chips. When the gold beans beneath his avatar dwindled to 0 and his avatar turned gray, Chuzhuo looked up in shock. He Yinchuan, you've lost all your gold beans. You're bankrupt? He Yinchuan, discreetly tapping the recharge button, attempted to salvage his dignity. No, it's just a network delay. Check for yourself. Chuzhuo was unconvinced. The gold beans had indeed vanished, and he was not blind. Recalling He Yinchuan's past luck with card draws, he took He Yinchuan's phone. Let me draw for you this round. The system randomly matched them with online players, and with a hand containing both jokers and 3 2s. Victory seemed assured. Chuzhuo returned the phone to He Yinchuan, who was left speechless. Kai, how is it that your luck with cards is so extraordinary? I've never drawn such a fortunate hand in my life. I could claim the landlord position. Chuzhuo glanced at his own hand, but remained silent. As expected, one round concluded with He Yinchuan losing once more. The landlord drew a 3, 4, and 5, with number 7, transforming what was originally a single 6 into a quartet. Chuzhuo realized this was fate. Kai, your expression is quite endearing, He Yinchuan remarked, pinching his cheek and planting a comforting kiss. Given He Yinchuan's unfortunate nature, Chuzhuo opted for games devoid of luck, and they transitioned to other amusements. It was not until the fisherman reminded them that it was time to pull in the nets that Chuzhuo set aside his phone, eagerly rushing to the edge of the boat to make a wish. He Yinchuan, let us have a bountiful harvest today. The winds in the sea were not favorable, and the fisherman, half-jokingly, commented, sometimes it's all about luck. Even the most seasoned fisherman cannot guarantee a fruitful catch every time. With that, he tugged at the fishing net, and suddenly, several fishermen began to haul it in simultaneously, the nets surfacing from the depths, their experienced eyes filled with disbelief. With collective effort, the net was finally brought aboard, and the boat rocked with a resounding clatter. The net was brimming with a plethora of marine delicacies. Leaving no room for air, the variety was so abundant it was beyond counting. Fresh fish and shrimp danced upon the deck, heralding a veritable seafood feast. It had been a long time since such a rich catch had been made. Lucky indeed, young man. When they returned, they would surely be the envy of all. For this haul was likely worth nearly $1 million. Ah, what a spectacle! Yesterday, that lad suffered a significant loss, while they reaped profits of 10 to 20-fold. Chuzhuo clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, He Yinchuan, this place is truly a paradise for cats. Are you tempted, my little feline? He Yinchuan teased, pinching his nose. Humph. Chuzhuo brushed aside his hand, asserting it is only natural for a cat to desire fish. The cost of chartering an entire fishing vessel is no small matter. And given that this region is currently outside the fishing ban, the catch belongs to them. Certainly, 2 individuals cannot consume it all. A few fishermen took out their phones to record the moment. He Yinchuan snapped a photo as well, sending it to his father. As an avid angler, his father, who often found himself idle, was instantly enthralled. There were even rare and expensive fish with exquisite flesh and high nutritional value, which his father had long craved. Pause the travels and send me the fish that you circled in the photo, along with an emperor crab. It has been ages since your mother has indulged in crab. He Yinchuan remarked, fishermen share information. This voyage has yielded abundant rewards. As they approached the dock, several small fishing boats surrounded them. After setting aside the fish and crab his father specifically requested, Chuzhuo chose a salmon and an enormous lobster for himself, selling the rest. The charter cost 48,000. with less than 8 hours at sea, yielding a return of over 900,000, a substantial profit. The bulk of the earnings came from the high-quality seafood, with prices soaring to 10,000 per pound. Having collected the payment with efficiency, Yin Chuan leaned against Chuzhuo, saying, "I am sustained by my little darling." When luck is involved, it seems that boys are often favored. Chuzhuo, confident and generous, replied, "It's merely hunting. A cat never misses." Yin Chuan adored the bright and exuberant smile that adorned his face. This spontaneous journey had lasted over 2 months, and, as the chilly December drew near, Chuzhuo returned home with a bounty. Yin Chuan began organizing the clothes in his suitcase, and when he emerged to find Chuzhuo, he discovered him asleep on the sofa. With a midday flight and an afternoon arrival, the energetic young man was brimming with vitality wherever he went. Now, back in a familiar and comforting environment, the fatigue from the journey lulled him into a deep slumber. Yin Chuan gently picked up the young man and laid him on the bed, tucking him in as he quietly sat beside him, admiring his sleeping visage. After a prolonged moment of appreciation, he took out his phone and captured a side profile, the tousled hair partially obscuring his features. Logging into Weibo after a long absence, Yin Chuan reposted a tweet from months prior about pursuing someone, selecting an image, crafting a message, and clicking send. Avu, gotap. Now he is my boyfriend. Image. Haha v. No need to guess, it's someone I like and I'm still pursuing. Upon refreshing, the comments section erupted with excitement. Congratulations, he shun. How infuriating, he has been snagged. Why is it only half a face? The younger brother appears quite youthful. Contemporary young men seem so innocent. Who can tell if this is a ruse? Purely malicious black face, JPG. Hishun, is this from your original camera? Your skin is exceptionally fair, your pores nearly invisible. I am envious. Why does that pretentious man get to win? Colorful, jealous, we must see his full face. Hishun, has our bond faded over time? Your profile is stunning, with long eyelashes and a striking nose. Is your hair dyed? The color looks so natural. Why do handsome men seem to internalize everything? Little brother, come to your sister. I shall buy you a sports car. A wealthy woman has appeared above, raising her hand. Yin Chuan responded to the comment about buying a sports car. Your moral standards may not be sufficiently high. Let me clarify, my boyfriend is private. My future partner who will reside with me on the same household register. Please do not harbor excessive possessiveness over someone else's boyfriend. This comment rapidly ascended to the top of the trending posts. It seems everyone has found a way to corner Hishun, with each remark becoming more outrageous. Yin Chuan felt overwhelmed and, opting for tranquility, withdrew from Weibo. Chuzhuo awoke the next day, refreshed and brimming with vitality, eager to transform and leap about. Once Yin Chuan prepared breakfast, she ventured to the bedroom only to find it empty. After some searching, she discovered a playful kitten at the top of the cat villa. Upon seeing her, the kitten deftly slid down and transformed into a human, leaping into Yin Chuan's embrace. Yin Chuan, you can't find me. Yin Chuan secured the little one in his arms. Indeed, I came to take my boyfriend for breakfast. What is on the menu today? Chuzhuo wrapped her arms around Yin Chuan's neck, the aroma of fried delicacies enveloping him. I can smell the dried fish. You fried it, didn't you? It smells delightful. It's for my boyfriend, Yin Chuan replied. Chuzhuo thought, if you're my boyfriend, then this is for me. Long live the dried fish. Yin Chuan is wonderful. She freed one hand, forming a small heart with her fingers. Yin Chuan nodded slightly, his lips brushing against her tiny heart. Your little hands smell sweet. My boyfriend deserves a kiss. However, during the meal, Yin Chuan repeatedly emphasized the term boyfriend, his tone suggesting something was amiss. Chuzhuo scrutinized him. Yin Chuan, are you hiding something from me? Yin Chuan hesitated briefly, feigning grievance. I posted a Weibo stating that you are my boyfriend. A fact. Chuzhuo acknowledged the answer was correct. But then what? They claim I was deceived. Is that what you believe, little one? Yin Chuan subtly hinted at a hint of tea. Chuzhuo cupped Yin Chuan's face, her bright eyes conveying deep emotion. You are the one I pursued, Yin Chuan. I could go live to clarify everything. You must tell me about anything that displeases you. Yin Chuan's eyelashes fluttered, his gaze inadvertently fixating on her lips as they parted and closed. His throat felt dry. I want to kiss you. Chuzhuo. covering He Yinchuan's mouth with her hand. Chuzhuo felt a pang of heartache. I bare my soul to you, and all you can think about is kissing? He Yinchuan's gaze fell. Zhuobao, are you tired? A little kiss might help you relax. Chuzhuo replied. He Yinchuan, you really have had enough. She made an effort to maintain a stern expression, but failed, then withdrew her hand and leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on the corner of his mouth. You are so skilled, yet you let the words of your fans sadden you? He Yinchuan, there is a lecherous spirit residing in your mind. Satisfied with the kiss, He Yinchuan responded, I am. Chapter 39. The cat only requires a subtle scheme after their trip concluded. He Yinchuan spent 2 days adjusting his routine and posted a live stream announcement on Weibo. At 8 o'clock in the evening, just 2 minutes into the broadcast, the live room was flooded with 100,000 viewers. Welcome back, the missing streamer. Surprise return applause. Who understands when Zhuobao says to stop streaming, he stops, and it has been over 2 months without updates. Even if you drop in for a surprise, it would startle us. Don't think about it upstairs. He is not into this kind of thing. Came here for the gossip. Will He Shan's boyfriend show his face today? Anticipation. 111. Although only a profile shot was shared, it's truly stunning. From my years of observing handsome men, this younger brother must be extraordinarily good-looking. It's true. Many people spread rumors that our younger brother is ugly. He Shan, you should post a frontal photo to shut them up. You sisters are truly unreserved. I also want to see the younger brother as full face. The illustrious He Shan with 5 million fans wouldn't be so stingy, right? Shrug. He Yinchuan logged into the game, the progress loading, and caught a glimpse of the barrage, taking a moment to respond. Zhuobao is exercising. I want to intentionally bring him on screen. A full-face photo? Just wait. As the game commenced, the barrage of comments diminished. After more than half an hour, He Yinchuan effortlessly completed a chapter. The system's calculations experienced a delay, and he took the opportunity to reply to the comments. Is this terrifying? The red embroidered shoes at the door of the wedding room will appear again in the next chapter. You all are lacking courage after playing this game with me for so long. TSK. It seemed that heaven had noticed his arrogance. As the sound of a doorknob being turned came from behind. He Yinchuan, my toy is broken. Can you fix it? The boy's voice grew closer. He Yinchuan glanced at the barrage, which had become a chaotic mess. This must be the boyfriend announced in a playful manner. He sounds so young, gossip. His voice is so lively. I feel like being with him would be incredibly lighthearted and joyful. Starry eyes, wow. Such a clear and bright voice, like a spring of water, pure and untainted. Listening to it is like hearing celestial music. Dear He Shan, shall we draw our swords instead? Menacingly. What are the characters for He Yinchuan? Curiosity piqued. She remarked, you are but a child playing with toys, He Shan. How utterly infuriating. With a hint of playful malice, she added, come to me. Dear child, He Shan is clumsy. Allow me to mend your toy. He Yinchuan happened to catch the comment he was meant to relay, and with a scoff, declared, awaken from your delusions. You are mere strangers on the internet, while I am the one by the child's side. Upon hearing He Yinchuan's voice, Chuzhuo suddenly remembered he was live streaming and lowered his voice, asking, brother, am I disturbing you? Not at all. Which toy has malfunctioned? He Yinchuan turned his gaming chair, scanning the electric plush bird in Chuzhuo's hands. Show it to me. Chuzhuo handed him the toy, explaining it no longer flies high. It used to soar to the height of the TV cabinet. After flapping for a while, it barely managed to rise this much. He gestured, indicating a height just above his ankles. He Yinchuan opened the battery compartment, removed the batteries, and reinserted them, flipping the switch to bring the bird back to life. Placing the bird on the ground, his bent posture revealed Chuzhuo's entire face, which the livestream camera captured faithfully. With silver hair, striking features, and an elegant stature, he stood quietly, each smile and frown seemingly etched into the hearts of the viewers. The mother is a celestial being. Oh dear, He Shan, your culinary delights are simply too extravagant. Is your face as sweet as it looks, dear child? May I have a taste to confirm? The brother's looks leave me as astonished as when I discovered the little one was a male cat. It feels as though a dimensional wall separates us. That face is simply divine. What kind of toy are you playing with? I wish to acquire the same one. He Shan, cease your gaming and start selling. Share the link so I can join the fun. Hee hee. Have you all lost your minds? No matter how beautiful, it cannot serve as sustenance. I find it rather average. 1. Utterly indifferent. Is there no one in this internet realm who cares? As the barrage of comments filled the screen, the two engrossed in repairing the toy remained focused on diagnosing the bird's malfunction. This was his favorite toy, second only to parkour, and Chuzhuo was squatted with a furrowed brow, lamenting, "It still won't fly. Could it be that the batteries are dead?" He and Chuan replied, "Perhaps. The spare batteries are in the little storage room at the cat villa. I'll fetch them." Lifting his thigh halfway, he suddenly recalled the live stream, hesitating as he turned back. With 30,000 viewers online, they collectively typed in unison, "A full-face reveal? Ha, just wait. A full-face reveal? Ha, just wait. A full-face reveal? Ha, just wait." Ian Chuan exclaimed, "Have you all lost your minds?" Chuzhuo tilted his head, asking, "What are the comments saying?" "Dear baby, you are a delightful, soft little cake." "Indeed, brother, just follow me, and I shall collect plastic bottles to support you." A jest. "Sister, perhaps it would be better for you not to endure such hardships. Although Shun may not be perfect, he possesses wealth, and I reluctantly permit him to support my darling," with a playful tone. Chuan's brow twitched. "Enough. Zhuo Bao is mine. I have declared it countless times. Just look at my boyfriend." A brief pause ensued, and the corners of the man's lips involuntarily lifted. He turned to inquire, "Zhuo Bao, shall I greet them?" Chuzhuo leaned closer, nestling against Chuan. Her delicate visage was illuminated by the camera, her skin smooth and radiant, luminescent in its fairness, with long, curled lashes framing her rosy lips, a sheen of perspiration glistening at her temples. Most striking were her mismatched eyes, one blue and the other green, reminiscent of a forest sprite. "Hello, I am Chuzhuo, Heji's boyfriend." The young man smiled brightly. The livestream audience was enchanted, eagerly questioning what toy had malfunctioned, even suggesting a collective effort to purchase a new one. They were quite amusing. Chuzhuo briefly mentioned, "A little bird toy, electric. It flutters about, truly delightful." "Is the electric bird toy yours, little one?" "Wow, it seems little one also adores you. If the toy breaks, he will come to you for repairs." By the way, Zhuo Bao's eyes are identical to little one's, one blue and one green, absolutely stunning. Indeed, were it not for the 21st century and the influence of 9 years of compulsory education, I might have believed you were transformed from a kitten. Of course, you are all adorable, soft, and fragrant treasures, with a dreamy sigh. If only you could hold the kitten, I would be utterly content. Darn it, the imagery is vivid. A beautiful person cradling another beautiful being. I can hardly fathom how pleasing it would be. What a pity. Is the live streamer wearing colored contact lenses? The little one is an exceptionally adorable kitten, adept at using the toilet, performing backflips, and even massaging bipeds. Thank you for your affection. I shall convey your sentiments to him. Chuzhuo praised others, but also relished the compliments directed at herself, her body instinctively relaxing, her eyes and hair naturally radiant. Untouched by dye, Chuan found himself overlooked in this moment. Frustrated yet reluctant to express it, he ultimately could only sulk. Before he could dwell on his discontent, Chuzhuo leaned in and pecked his cheek. "Brother, you are the most important." Chuan felt a surge of delight. His large hand firmly cradling the back of the young man's head, he bent down and gently bit her lips, then composedly pressed the corners of his mouth. She understood. The barrage of comments read, "How infuriating, he is clearly enjoying this." Just as the audience began to express their thoughts, the live stream was abruptly terminated. The screen darkened, and a red message appeared. "This streamer is suspected of engaging in lewd and vulgar content, violating regulations. Temporarily banned. Please feel free to explore other channels." Chapter 40. The cat requires only a subtle strategy. Chuan was left bewildered by the sudden blackout. Upon comprehending the warning, he was rendered speechless. The Whale Shark platform is stringent in its crackdown on borderline content. Any hint of impropriety leads to immediate suspension without consideration. The hosts who can thrive on the Whale Shark platform generally possess sufficient skills to retain their audience. As the initial gaze flitted back and forth between herself and Chuan, she inquired, "Chuan, were we just a bit risque?" Chuan replied, "We did not even venture into anything explicit. How could that be considered risque? The Whale Shark platform is his enterprise. Yet He Yanchuan has never granted any privileges to his account, for he never anticipated that one day he might be banned for suspected indecency. It is unjust, yet not entirely unfounded. Kai, true indecency is not merely about kissing. We have barely scratched the surface, is not indecent at all. It is the platform that is overly sensitive, He Yanchuan earnestly clarified. Chuzhuo pondered. Are you implying mating? He Yanchuan was taken aback. During Kai's last heat, when their relationship had just solidified, he refrained from rushing into intimacy, concerned about providing a negative experience for Kai. Thus he merely assisted her with his hands. In her moment of pleasure, cat ears sprouted atop her head, and a long, fluffy tail swayed behind her. What a striking visual that nearly overwhelmed He Yanchuan's resolve. Zuo Bao, do not feign innocence while uttering words that ignite the imagination, He Yanchuan said, covering her eyes, his voice suddenly husky. My self-control is not as robust as you presume. Chuzhuo removed his hand, gazing into the depths of his desire-filled eyes. But I never said I wanted to refuse He Yanchuan. I like you, and therefore, I am willing. He Yanchuan's heart raced, yet he was thwarted by his lack of preparation, forced to withdraw, and pinched Chuzhuo's cheek. I haven't procured anything. What shall I use? Kai's words were truly enticing. The feline's attention was often erratic. Upon realizing he indeed had no ulterior motives, Chuzhuo turned to ask about the batteries. You mentioned a small storage room in the cat villa. Which one is it? I'll go switch them out. After a brief display of agility on the colossal cat climbing frame, Chuzhuo resumed playing with a bird toy, but after a few minutes, the bird could no longer take flight. In the midst of his enjoyment, he transformed back into his human form, clutching the bird toy and wishing for He Yanchuan to repair it, only to remember that He Yanchuan was live streaming. To the right, I'll go, He Yanchuan said. Chuzhuo pressed him back. I can handle it. You should resolve the account issue with the platform. With that, he dashed away, leaving no trace. He Yanchuan sighed and took out his phone to contact the platform's dedicated customer service. Recognizing his identity, they promptly responded, Mr. He. The technical team is currently addressing the issue. It will be resolved in 10 minutes. With this assurance, He Yanchuan sent a red envelope as compensation on Weibo. 10 minutes later, He Yanchuan logged into the platform, and as viewers entered the live stream, the barrage of comments became a chaotic mix. Isn't it said that he has connections to the whale shark platform? Yet he was still banned? Just an impoverished loser who got lucky during a major shakeup at whale shark's upper echelons. How were we all deceived? I thought I was pursuing a wealthy heir, only to discover it was a facade. Isn't this consumer deception? Vomit, scammers, go away. Fraudsters, take a hike. He has garnered a considerable following during this period, adopting the persona of a wealthy second-generation heir, and I genuinely feel for those fans. However, it is worth noting that of He Shun's 5 million followers, 4 million were amassed even before the exposure of the platform's senior management scandal. Is there truly a need for me to advocate for fairness? Without the identity of a rich heir, He Shun remains a prominent streamer in his own right. Upon unraveling the matter, it appears that some have questioned his use of relationships with the platform's higher-ups to deceive his fans. In a span of less than half an hour, the public discourse escalated to such an extent that it is clear that those insidious detractors, who have long harbored resentment, believed they had discovered a loophole and were eager to sow discord. He Yanchuan is not one to instigate trouble, but he is also unafraid of it. As he began his live broadcast, Forsaking Gaming, he boldly produced his phone in front of hundreds of thousands of viewers and dialed the head of the platform's operations. It's me. Please post a clarification on the official account. The owner of Whale Shark is indeed one of our streamers. Consequently, the audience noticed that alongside the business cooperation email on the Whale Shark platform's official account, an additional note confirming the owner's identity had been added. Who would have thought he was not just a beneficiary, but the very owner? He Shun is actually the mastermind behind Whale Shark. How dramatically ironic. Those detractors must be left dumbfounded. Ha ha ha. I adore this level of defiance. He Shun is incredible. This efficiency explains why He Shun can keep up with our brother. Upon witnessing this turn of events, the detractors swiftly retreated from the live stream. He Yanchuan did not indulge their antics. With decisive authority, he proclaimed, Is the operations team watching my stream? Those instigators sowing discord in the chat please suspend their accounts. A reputable internet platform does not need such toxic behavior. Some remaining detractors, visibly rattled, resorted to increasingly vile insults, yet within minutes, their numbers diminished noticeably. I'm already exhausted from proclaiming how amazing Shou is. In this online environment, it feels refreshing, even if they've hit a wall. It's crucial to acknowledge that this wall happens to be the owner. Ha ha ha. Shivering in excitement, the owner of Whale Shark is hosting our stream. As fans, we stand a little taller. What an honor. I could rave about Shun's maneuver for an eternity. Afterward, Chuan streamed gameplay for half an hour before concluding his broadcast. Chuzhuo, having transformed into a cat, was peacefully slumbering in the cat villa, his long tail draped over his body. Chuan gently lifted him, the soft, fluffy tail unconsciously wrapping around his arm. "Thank you for being by my side, little one. Thank you for that incident the other day," he said, his gaze softening. As the new year quietly approached, this marked the second year that Chuzhuo spent alongside Chuan. They returned once more to the He family villa, where He's mother welcomed them with warmth, treating them as if they were newlyweds returning home. "My dear, I received the crabs and fish you sent. They were delicious." "Thank you, little Zhu." Upon seeing Chuzhuo for the first time, He's mother felt an instant fondness and affectionately took hold of the young man's wrist. Beautiful, polite, vivacious, and full of life. This is the ideal demeanor that elders cherish in their younger kin. "My mother adores it, and I shall send her more next time. I possess remarkable skills in fishing." Speaking of fishing, the exhilaration within me surged, prompting me to share several techniques. Mother He listened with kind eyes, then glanced behind them. "Where's the little one?" Chuan replied, "The little one has been a bit lazy these days and does not wish to venture out." "Fear not. Mother, I have arranged for someone to come daily to feed it, clean its litter, and monitor its condition." Mother He responded with an understanding "oh." Pulling Chuzhuo to look at photos. These are pictures of the little one taken during last year's New Year. Red is a must for the festivities. Chuzhuo had already seen many photos of himself on Chuan's phone, but now, faced with Mother He sharing, he appreciated it from a different perspective. The little one was a fluffy ball, looking charming in anything. Seeing that he genuinely liked it, Mother He's thoughts shifted. "Do you find it beautiful, little Zhuo? Then I shall buy you a set as well." Before Chuzhuo could nod, Chuan eagerly interjected, "That is certainly a possibility." Mother He shot him a glare. "I'm speaking to little Zhuo. Why are you in such a hurry? Do you want one too?" Since entering the room, Chuan's status had plummeted, and he silently muted himself, casting a mournful glance at Chuzhuo. Chuzhuo discreetly formed a heart with his fingers, silently conveying, "This is for you, brother." Chapter 41. A cat only requires a slight strategy, and, after spending a week in the household, they returned to their small abode. The day before, they had arranged for a cleaning service, and the house was as pristine as when they left. "Chuan, where's the whack-a-mole game that Mom bought for me?" "In which box is it?" "I want to play," Chuzhuo inquired, squatting beside the suitcase. Chuan opened the black suitcase and retrieved it. "Dinner will be ready soon, so don't play for too long." "I know, but you need to take a picture of me later. I want to send it to Mom," Chuzhuo replied, cradling the toy. The whack-a-mole game was a gift from Mother He for the little one, an electric toy where mice would randomly pop up when the remote was activated. And Chuzhuo instantly took a liking to it. Chuan hung up clothes in the wardrobe, finished his tasks, and went to the living room to take pictures of the little one. The kitten was having a delightful time, and Chuan snapped numerous photos, watching it play for a while before turning to prepare dinner. Before the meal, Chuzhuo opened the album, selected some well-captured photos, and sent them to Mother He. "Mother He, the little one is so clever and agile." Thumbs up. A pair of cat ears suddenly appeared atop Chuzhuo's head as he joyfully embraced his phone. Chuan, carrying the last dish, noticed the ears atop the boy's head and seized the opportunity to pinch them. "Stop looking at your phone. It's time to eat." Chuzhuo set down his phone and obediently took a seat. Dinner was simply prepared, and after eating, they took a shower and climbed into bed. Chuzhuo found it difficult to sleep. "Don't move, little one." Chuan wrapped his arm around the boy's slender waist, whispering in the stillness of the night. I could concoct numerous excuses to avoid intimacy. Chuzhuo nestled into his embrace. "Then let us proceed," Chuan replied. unable to resist even a little, as he fumbled in the drawer, retrieving the items purchased last time. In an increasingly intimate atmosphere, Chuzhuo's pupils dilated, her sobs swallowed entirely, leaving only the sound of gentle water lapping. With the new year behind them, the shedding season of spring slowly approached. Chuzhuo yearned to become a felt version of herself, seeking out He Yinchuan to share her thoughts, and then transforming into a kitten, nestling into the man's embrace. He Yinchuan picked up a small comb nearby, noting the significant shedding of the long-haired cat, each stroke yielding a handful of fur. The little one sheds quite a lot, he lamented. As for his former obsession with cleanliness, what was that? Chuzhuo flicked her tail and meowed meow. Autumn and spring are indeed the peak seasons for a cat's shedding, you fool. After a year and a half of companionship, He Yinchuan grasped the gist of her vocalizations, pausing slightly with the comb in hand. Kittens should not curse, he remarked. Chuzhuo, with her paws tucked, replied meow. The message was lost. He couldn't decipher her muse. Upon collecting the springtime cat fur, Chuzhuo was set to work crafting her creation. She possessed an innate talent for handicrafts, fashioning a perfect representation of herself. When He Yinchuan returned from work and beheld the finished product, he was utterly astonished. Is this the little kitten you made for me? He asked, cradling the felt piece with care. Chuzhuo's expression fell. He Yinchuan, do you truly wish to hear what you just said? Haha, it's so adorable. Is the little one transforming back? Let me take a picture of you both together. He Yinchuan, unable to resist, lovingly caressed the cat felt. Chuzhuo, fulfilling his wish, transformed into a kitten, striking a similar pose to the felt version, her long tail proudly raised. He Yinchuan snapped pictures from various angles, sharing them on social media. Now a qualified cat slave. As the weather warmed, the anticipated return of Su Lingqi approached. Shou secretly monitored him, confirming that Su Lingqi had accepted a pet show. She took to various platforms to announce that, while the cat abuse incident was still under investigation, he had blindly sided with the perpetrator for attention, resulting in his fans launching a cyberbullying campaign against innocent bystanders. In the aftermath, he only offered a half-hearted reflection on his misguided stance, failing to mention the victims of the online harassment. Initially, Su Lingqi remained indifferent. In his eyes, most netizens were thoughtless and forgetful. A mere display of vulnerability could rally a horde of fervent supporters to his side. However, as the third and fourth episodes aired, the public relations efforts by his management bore no fruit, and the fifth episode was met with a chorus of condemnation. Fear began to creep in. The incessant calls for him to exit the entertainment industry flooded the screens, altering Su Lingqi's demeanor, while the producers of the show, who had previously shown interest in him, began to distance themselves. Not long after, the variety show faced a complete boycott, shattering the illusion surrounding Su Lingqi, leading him to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. The once gentle and delicate young man tore away the facade of innocence, recklessly posting intimate photos of himself and the leading actor online. The show was subsequently removed from circulation, resulting in significant losses for the leading actor. In the original timeline, this had been a stepping stone for him in the competition for inheritance. Now, it backfired, with other illegitimate children seizing the opportunity to oust him from contention. Betrayed by a minor internet celebrity, the protagonist finds himself in dire straits, compelled to keep Su Lingqi closely bound to him. Yet, Su Lingqi is no pushover. Upon returning home, the two engage in mutual brawls at the mere sight of each other, leading to increasingly bitter days. After Su Lingqi's fall from grace, his fans vanished, and those who once fervently supported their pairing now lament their own misguided affections. Thus, this pair of resentful lovers endures their lives in a constant struggle. However, none of this concerns Chuzhuo, who merely made an initial decision, leaving the subsequent developments as their own doing. The last news he received about Su Lingqi was the agency seeking compensation for contract termination. At that moment, Chuzhuo lay in bed, hibernating, when He Yinchuan roused him. Cuddle. Don't sleep any longer. The sun is shining on your backside. Get up and eat. He Yinchuan, let us establish some ground rules, Chuzhuo complained while rubbing his waist. Your desires are too intense. He Yinchuan deftly deflected. Not at all. It's just that your adorable cat ears and tail drive me utterly wild. Then I shall resist showing my ears and tail tonight. Chuzhuo vowed. Yet amidst his painful whimpers, he lamented, but it truly is unbearable when it feels so good. Chuan, you bully the little cat. Unintentionally digging his own grave, Chuan chose not to caution him, responding instead, indeed, I am quite the villain. Chuzhuo choked on his words. As night fell, Chuzhuo donned an old butler outfit, biting the quilt's edge, shedding tears while cursing. Chuan patiently reassured him, encouraging him to persevere. Time passed quietly, and they grew old together. Throughout this lifetime, Chuzhuo was nurtured like a child, joyously roaming the world without a care. Chuan fondly recalled the day he named the kitten Cuddle, wishing for its safety and health despite the hardships it would face. Having lived a fulfilling life, Chuan closed his eyes without regrets, his breaths gradually fading. A few days prior, the energy of 001 had reached its peak, and it spent these days digesting, preparing for transformation. Just before exiting the world, 001 successfully transformed, instinctively scanning the native beside its host. 3 exclamation marks popped up in red notification. 001 exclaimed in astonishment. Host, how did you end up with the villain? Chuzhuo replied, huh? The villain? Who? Chuan, the ultimate cat slave? Before further inquiries could be made, the host system simultaneously opened a small world. Chapter 42. Hello, Junior. You smell divine. Upon returning to the system space, Chuzhuo was greeted by a large bird. Host, you actually grew old with the villain in the last world? The voice belonged to 001, and Chuzhuo understood, responding, you asked me? I don't quite recall. Realizing that the host's memories would be blurred after completing the task, 001 sighed in despair. Chuzhuo looked up at it. Is this your form after storing energy? A bird? What kind of bird? The magnificent bird boasts a deep indigo belly, fiery red wings, and long, golden tail feathers that trail gracefully upon the ground. 001, having diminished in size, perches upon Chuzhuo's shoulder, exclaiming, it is the Zhuoming bird host. During my transformation, I scour my database for countless ferocious beasts, Qilin, Bays, Zhulong, and the like. How grand they are! Yet, I never anticipated encountering a mere bird. Chuzhuo glanced into its eyes, confirming the presence of 2 pupils, and gently caressed the palm-sized creature on his shoulder, saying now, 001 is quite adorable indeed. The vibrant colors are delightful. I truly admire it. 001 shyly inched closer to Chuzhuo's fingers, responding, hee, as long as the host is fond of it. Do you wish to rest? Chuzhuo shook his head, not necessary. Let us proceed to the next world. 001 flapped its wings, understood. I am currently retrieving the client's requests. Dear host, prepare yourself, for the Zhuoming bird is ready for departure. Upon arrival, Chuzhuo was thrust into the rigors of university military training. For a grueling 15 days, he awoke clad in camouflage, enduring a workload so intense it felt as though he had sacrificed half his vitality. No NPC would endure such a burden. 001 offered comfort. After today, it will be easier. Keep pushing, host. Once it's your squad's turn to perform, I shall soar ahead to await you. After 15 days of rigorous training, Chuzhuo was chosen as a model soldier, his exceptional abilities and striking appearance earning him the respect of his peers. Following the afternoon's military training report performance, the evening brought a gathering for the department, where Chuzhuo indulged in a few drinks, feeling a slight flush of warmth. On the way home, he pondered the client's requests. The client's mother, a world-renowned ballet dancer, had high hopes for her child, nurturing them from a young age. Prior to the age of 11, the client had indeed adhered to a structured lifestyle. At 6, he won a gold medal in an international ballet competition for children, subsequently participating in numerous contests and consistently achieving accolades. Notably, he entered the youth category at the tender age of 9 and clinched a gold medal, followed by another victory in the youth group at 11. The ballet community hailed him as an exceptionally gifted prodigy. However, amidst the accolades, the client felt an increasing sense of emptiness, despite winning gold medals. He found no satisfaction in ballet. Influenced by his mother, He had been propelled forward until the youth group awards led him to a startling realization. He did not enjoy ballet. He discovered a deeper passion for classical dance. Although the dance department allowed for dual majors, it required a greater expenditure of energy. The client's mother believed that pursuing other disciplines would hinder her child's specialization in ballet, insisting that dedicating double the effort to ballet was far superior. Consequently, she vehemently rejected her child's aspirations. When it came time to select a major at university, the client resolutely chose classical dance, infuriating his mother. In retaliation, she ceased his living and tuition expenses, attempting to coerce him back into ballet. Fortunately, his grandfather stepped in to cover his expenses, allowing the client to continue his studies in classical dance. In the second semester of his freshman year, the protagonist had the opportunity to change his major, a chance his mother eagerly awaited. During this time, she forced herself to refrain from thinking about matters concerning her son. Unexpectedly, a year passed, and the protagonist excelled in classical dance, even winning an international award. However, instead of feeling pride, his mother was consumed by anger, perceiving her child's achievements as rebellious defiance against her wishes. She insisted that if he devoted himself entirely to ballet, he would achieve even greater heights. Reluctantly, the protagonist resisted his mother's demands, resorting to a hunger strike as a form of protest. When his grandfather learned of this, he hurried to mediate but unfortunately suffered a car accident on the way. His mother placed the blame on the protagonist, claiming that his reckless actions caused his grandfather's misfortune. After the accident, the grandfather was hospitalized, and the protagonist felt immense guilt, ultimately yielding to his mother's wishes. Though the grandfather recovered from the accident, his age rendered him vulnerable, and he passed away within 5 years. Before his death, he advised the protagonist, "Do not compromise your happiness for my sake." Devastated, the protagonist wept inconsolably. He heeded his grandfather's words and once again expressed his disdain for ballet. Yet his mother remained steadfast in her demands. During this tumultuous period, the protagonist participated in several national classical dance competitions, performing admirably but consistently receiving low rankings. Friends, classmates, and relatives began to urge him to accept his fate. Gradually, he resigned himself to the belief that perhaps classical dance was indeed unsuitable for him, prompting a return to ballet. Unfortunately, his mindset had irrevocably shifted. By the time he reached his 30s, he could no longer capture the initial joy of dance and felt trapped in stagnation. His mother, perplexed by her child's apparent loss of talent and spirit, even suggested that his years in classical dance had adversely affected his mentality. With each display of disappointment from her, the protagonist's heart ached painfully. He exerted himself far beyond the norm, enduring numerous injuries, yet saw no improvement. Gradually, he became reclusive and sank into depression. Later, he accidentally discovered that those who had urged him to give up were secretly influenced by his mother, who had colluded with judges to undermine his scores in competitions. When he confronted her, she dismissed his concerns as trivial, failing to grasp the gravity of the situation. In a fit of desperation one quiet night, the protagonist shattered the mirrors in the dance studio and took his own life with the shards. A life extinguished at the age of 32. The following day, when his mother opened the door to find a pool of blood, she stood in stunned silence for an extended period. Yet, she did not believe she had erred. She never perceived any fault in herself, convinced that it was merely a matter of ballet. How could a child so gifted end in such tragedy? Decades later, as time waned, the stubborn elderly woman found herself surrounded by emptiness, belatedly grappling with regret. It dawned on her that she had indeed made a grave mistake, but there was no one left to respond to her lament. Meanwhile, in another narrative thread, a simple campus romance unfolded. The protagonist, Shou, was also a dance major studying folk dance, while the lead male, Jiang, was from the mathematics department. In the final intersection of their lives, the commissioner contemplated with a heavy heart the year of his suicide. Shou expressed his lament for the demise of a genius. Such a pity. I remember him as being so spirited during our university days, and I never imagined he would vanish like this. After graduating, Shou achieved increasing success in the realm of ethnic and folk dance, while Jiang ascended the academic ladder from lecturer to professor. They celebrated their marriage, embodying a perfect union, often referred to as a match made in heaven. Chuzhuo took a deep breath, feeling the warmth of his flushed cheeks, slightly dizzy. 001 gently pressed his temples, stating, "The commissioner wishes to live authentically, free from his mother's lifelong control. He yearns to experience what a life of freedom entails. As for mending familial ties, he does not insist upon it, yet he harbors the hope of saving his grandfather from the agony of a car accident." The commissioner's grandfather endured 5 years of suffering due to the aftereffects of the accident. Chuzhuo hailed a taxi, slid into the back seat, and after providing the school address, he softly remarked, "It's not a difficult task. The child is rather pitiable." The wind rushed past him, clearing his mind as he walked towards the dormitory building. "I have a vague sense that this mission differs from the previous two," he mused. 001 surprised asked, "But host, didn't you lose your memory?" Chuzhuo replied, "My memories may be obscured, but my perceptions remain intact." Realizing his own folly, 001 cheerfully added, "Haha, this is precisely what I was about to inform the host. The upgraded features allow for a broader range of selection, as long as the frequencies align. The commissioner's thoughts can transcend the barriers of worldly consciousness and be captured." As he paused at the corner of the corridor to compliment 001, "You're truly remarkable." 001 joyfully twirled in place. At that moment, Chuzhuo was unaware that someone had returned to the dormitory. Chapter 43. Junior, you smell wonderful after participating in the competition. Shun Kongyi returned to the school, where the vacant beds in the dormitory were neatly made with sheets and blankets. Tao Wei initiated the conversation with a hint of excitement. "Hey, Yiga, do you know which department our new roommate is from?" His inquiry suggested that the newcomer was not from their own department. Shun Kongyi casually guessed chemistry. Their dormitory was one of the few mixed residences on campus, with 4 beds occupied by students from 3 different departments. At the end of the last semester, the chemistry students had rented accommodations off campus and moved out for the new term. There was also a mathematics student named Jiang Yi, who had gone abroad for a mathematics competition, expected to return only after the National Day holiday. Shun Kongyi dismissed the chemistry guess as unconsidered, saying, "How could that be? If it were chemistry, I wouldn't be speaking to you in this manner." Tao Wei, with a hint of mystery, revealed the newcomer's name. He is from the dance department, a freshman named Chuzhuo. He has a striking posture, befitting a dancer, with skin that is both fair and delicate, resembling a celestial being. Words failed him. He could only find the term beautiful to encapsulate his appearance. During military training, the campus confession wall was inundated with messages about him, with inquiries flooding in so much that his basic information was pinned at the top, still prominently displayed. Shun Kongyi displayed little interest in the matter at hand, instead seeking out a change of pajamas. "What does beauty matter to me? I'm not one to be swayed by appearances. I'm utterly exhausted after these past 2 weeks. I'm off to take a shower." Tao Wei grimaced slightly, acknowledging the truth in his words. After all, athletes, upon completing their rigorous training, simply collapse into slumber, leaving them little time to concern themselves with frivolities. Yet, Chuzhuo was undeniably striking, possessing an exceptional aura, with exquisite and captivating features that drew the eye, exuding a brightness that suggested he hailed from a different echelon of society. Were it not for his firmly established heterosexuality, Tao Wei might have questioned his own inclinations. However, he gazed pensively at the closed bathroom door. When Shun Kongyi first entered the school, he quickly ascended to the position of campus heartthrob. Renowned for his striking good looks, deep-set eyes, chiseled facial contours, and a sun-kissed complexion that attracted countless confessions of affection. Yet, devoted entirely to his training, he shunned all romantic entanglements, becoming a veritable hermit when it came to gossip. This left his sexual orientation shrouded in mystery, with many speculating over the past 2 years. Yet none have confirmed anything. Could it be that Yigu is asexual? Tao Wei conjectured boldly. At that moment, Chuzhuo pushed open the door and, upon hearing the term asexual, instinctively inquired, "What do you mean by asexual?" Tao Wei's expression shifted rapidly as he forced a congenial laugh. "Oh, I was just joking." Shao Ji returned from a professional dinner. "Did you have a good time?" "Absolutely. Everyone was delightful to be around. The classmates, knowing I'm not in the same dorm as them, kindly invited me to join their classes. Chuzhuo handed Tao Wei the milk tea he had purchased. This is for you. I made a special request for low sugar, low fat, and caffeine-free options, so you can enjoy it without worry. To some extent, both athletes and dancers must regulate their diets and be mindful of their sugar intake. A black backpack hung from the back of the adjacent chair as Chuzhuo pulled out his own chair and asked, "Has my senior from across the bed returned?" He is in the bathroom, Tao Wei replied, sipping his milk tea and gesturing towards the balcony. He is the senior I mentioned to you on the first day of school, from the same major. I remember. His name is Shou, right? Quite a distinctive name. Chuzhuo acknowledged with understanding. Indeed, and if you find it difficult to call him senior, you may refer to him as Yigo, as we in our major do. He is exceptionally talented. He completed all certifications by the end of his freshman year, represented the university in competitions during his sophomore year, and has been called to participate in national-level contests before the start of his junior year. Given his late return to campus, it seems he has secured another championship. Concerned that Shou Kongyi's aloof demeanor might be misconstrued, Tao Wei offered a precautionary note. In our field, he is regarded as a prodigy among prodigies. You know, some geniuses tend to carry a bit of arrogance, but he is fundamentally a good person, not one to harbor ulterior motives. Understood. After all, I too am a genius, Chuzhuo quipped playfully, feeling reassured as he retrieved his sleepwear and shower gel. While waiting, he checked the class messages, noticing several mentions directed at him, inquiring if he had arrived at the dorm and whether someone should pick him up tomorrow. What a lovely bunch, Chuzhuo replied in text. Gee Chuzhuo, I have arrived safely. There's no need for a special pickup. If our paths cross while passing by, we can go together. It is said that many have resolved to rise early tomorrow to chance upon Ji Chuzhuo at the beginning of the season. After all, who can resist the allure of such a striking figure? The other students shared this unspoken sentiment. A sound echoed from the balcony as the door creaked open. Chuzhuo set aside his phone, pushed off the ground with his toes, and turned his head to glance. Shou Kongyi emerged, towel in hand, drying his hair. A few buttons of his shirt casually fastened, and slippers lazily adorning his feet. Upon noticing the unfamiliar male gaze directed at him, he froze mid-motion. The boy wore a pale blue short-sleeved printed t-shirt paired with black straight-leg trousers. His long neck glowed with a porcelain-like whiteness, and his slender arms rested on the chair's back, exuding a subtle sense of strength. The corners of his lips curled slightly upwards, and a glimmer resided in his eyes. Even while seated, he radiated an impressive physique characterized by his long limbs. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a racing heartbeat echoed in his ears, leaving the man momentarily speechless. His limbs unsure of their purpose, the act of drying his hair gradually coming to a halt. Tao Wei introduced them. Kongyi, you've done washing up. This is my junior, Ji Chuzhuo from the dance department, just back from a class gathering. Noticing Shou Kongyi still rooted in place like a wooden post, Tao Wei's tone turned slightly puzzled. Kongyi? Ji Chuzhuo took the initiative to rise. Hello, I am Ji Chuzhuo. Upon closer inspection, he presented an image akin to a rugged hero emerging from a bath. With every breath, his chest muscles swelled, and the solid lines of his arms were taut and defined. Tall and long-legged, his well-developed physique was undeniably captivating, with sinewy muscles strikingly prominent, emanating a palpable aura of testosterone. Shou Kongyi seemed to awaken from a dream, dazedly extending his hand. Shou Kongyi, Shou from Grand, Song from Forest, and Yi from Wild. Ji Chuzhuo smiled. I know. On the first day of school, Senior Tao Wei mentioned you, saying your name suits you well, a standout in your field. The boy gave him a thumbs up. Impressive, Kongyi. Shou Kongyi's face flushed, his bronzed skin concealing the faintest hint of embarrassment, while his ears turned warm as he stammered. It's nothing significant. Tao Wei interjected. Brother, you weren't acting like this just 10 minutes ago. Tao Wei scrutinized Shou Kongyi. Over their 2 years in university, while they might not know him intimately, Shou Kongyi had always been perceived as calm and composed, facing even the most arduous training without a hint of challenge. Was he shy now? Reflecting on an earlier boastful remark, Tao Wei cleared his throat and mockingly recited, I wonder who said, What does beauty have to do with me? Shunkangi cast a nonchalant glance. Tao Wei immediately fell silent, mimicking a zipper motion over his mouth, demonstrating his awareness. Yet it was evident that Chuzhuo had overheard much of it, his eyelashes fluttering with curiosity. Shunkangi quickly concocted an excuse. I was saying I admired a pair of beautiful sneakers that I wanted to buy, but couldn't afford. I said, what does it have to do with me? I'm not someone who can't afford it. Tao Wei retorted, is that a personal attack? You are changing faces, brother. Did Senior Tao Wei mention this? Chuzhuo felt a twinge of doubt. Yet he was not familiar with either of them and could not fathom why Shunkangi would deceive him. He enthusiastically offered, I can lend you money, Senior. How much do you still need? Tao Wei exchanged a knowing glance with Shunkangi, saying, look at our kind-hearted and beautiful classmate. Gee. He deftly added to the playful banter, it's fine to spend wisely. If you really buy it, you'll have to eat dirt next month, so honestly, I'm not that keen. Internally, he sighed, Shunkangi, with a roommate like me, you must be secretly delighted. Shunkangi, almost inexplicably, recalled Tao Wei's earlier words upon entering. Indeed, he was quite pale and youthful. His stamina for dancing should be commendable, and perhaps he could endure for a long while. As his thoughts wandered further afield, the man abruptly slapped his head, forcefully dispelling the indecent notions swirling in his mind. It was merely their first encounter. Shunkangi. Get a grip. So, is it true that I am an utterly incorrigible rogue? Chuzhuo was momentarily startled by his sudden self-deprecation, hesitantly pointing to his own head. Brother Yi, are you all right? I'm perfectly fine. Nothing at all. Shunkangi dismissed Tao Wei's teasing gaze, striving to regain his composure. Hello, classmate Ji. Referring to you as a junior feels a bit strange. May I call you Chuzhuo? Tao Wei interjected. Don't act so familiar. After all, you two have just met. Oh dear, Brother Yi, I never would have guessed. After 2 years of rejecting confessions from both genders without hesitation, it turns out you believe in love at first sight. However, when it comes to Ji Chuzhuo, it is entirely understandable. Beauty is not merely skin deep. He possesses an exquisite bone structure, undeniably handsome, regarded as a paragon of good looks. That works for me, Chuzhuo replied. Tao Wei watched as his brother Yi employed his simple charms on the naive junior, lamenting the decline of societal morals. Chuzhuo, are you feeling unwell? He inquired. Tao Wei's lips moved, but he was met with a stern look from Shunkangi, and he despondently waved his hand, just the usual antics of college students. Oh, by the way, you can call me Brother Tao. No need to call me Senior since we're not in the same major. Chuzhuo asked, can I call you Eigo? It's similar to Yigo. Otherwise, it would seem unfair. Please don't. It's all right, little G. Feel free to treat us differently, Tao Wei insisted, though he felt a pang of regret at his own muddled thoughts upon seeing Chuzhuo's clear gaze. Oh, Brother Tao, Chuzhuo called out. Shunkangi interjected, positioning himself between them, glancing at the pajamas worn by the boy. Are you going to take a shower? Hurry up. The lights will be out soon. Seizing the moment, Tao Wei exaggeratedly pointed at him. Oh my shower brother. Shunkangi retorted. Are you out of your mind? I don't know, but I'm in no rush to shower, Tao Wei replied. After their playful teasing, he adopted a serious demeanor. Brother Yi, you're not actually smitten at first glance, are you? I may have said that if Ji weren't a boy, I'd be tempted, but I was just thinking aloud. Do you truly have feelings? Shunkangi raised an eyebrow. You're actually smitten? Tao Wei's lips twitched slightly. You truly know how to grasp the main point. After such a lengthy discourse, is that all you heard? Yes, I'm enamored with him, love at first sight. Shunkangi candidly confessed, swallowing hard. How did he convey this to you? Every feature of his face aligns perfectly with my aesthetic. His heart raced, as if it might leap from his chest. Tao Wei was taken aback, his fingers gently stroking his chin. Wow, I didn't see that coming. Are you still caught up in love? In less than 20 minutes, Chuzhuo emerged from the shower. Tao Wei was engrossed in a game, while Shunkangi had a book spread open before him, his gaze unwavering. In truth, the moment he heard the sound of the door opening, Shunkangi had been discreetly glancing towards the balcony until that delicate white arm pushed the door open, drawing his attention back to the book. Reading late at night. Brother Yi truly cherishes learning. Chuzhuo noticed him tense up in an instant, not quite understanding, but compliments never go amiss. Nearby, Tao Wei had just finished a game. Looking bewildered, what? I swear he wasn't like this just 3 minutes ago. The reality was that upon hearing the shower water cease, Shun Kangyi had quickly raised his hand and randomly picked a book from a small bookshelf above him. Had either of them been bold enough to lift the cover, they would have discovered the title, 100 Recipes for Home Cooking, a transformation tale of a sports student into a culinary master. Curious about the contents of the sports textbooks, Chuzhuo leaned in slightly. What are you reading, Brother Yi? Shun Kangyi, highly sensitive, instinctively avoided the question, realizing that his actions might cause offense. He hurriedly explained, "You came too close too suddenly. It startled me." He had clearly sensed the delightful fragrance wafting from the boy. Was it a peach-scented shower gel? So enchanting. He scolded himself for being so captivated. Chuzhuo didn't encroach further. "Oh, sorry, Brother Yi. I'll ask next time." "That wasn't my intention," he added. Misunderstandings should not linger overnight. Shun Kangyi quickly interjected, "Feel free to read my book. You were already close by. It's my fault for being overly sensitive. I feel guilty." Chuzhuo chuckled softly. "It's not that serious. Brother Yi, don't be anxious. I'm not upset. If there's an issue, we'll communicate. You've explained, so why would I believe you?" Shun Kangyi bit his lip, staring at the smiling face of the boy before him. Fresh from the shower, Chuzhuo appeared dewy and radiant, the steam lingering around him as if it had yet to dissipate, his hair still damp. Shun Kangyi reached for the hairdryer. "Let me dry your hair. Sleeping with wet hair at night can lead to headaches." Beside them, Tao Wei was once again bewildered. "What? Brother, you used to be different." Brother Yi is no longer the same as before. He is now completely consumed by thoughts of Chuzhuo. Shun Kangyi, having kept his hair cropped short before the semester began, had not cut it for over half a month, resulting in nearly an inch of coarse black stubble sprouting forth. During his freshman year, Shun Kangyi sported a short crop of hair approximately 4 to 5 centimeters in length. After a semester of training, droplets of water would cascade down his hair onto his body every time he showered. The thought of using a hairdryer felt tedious, and making a trip just to get a haircut seemed bothersome. It was only during the winter break that he finally found the time to visit his usual barbershop nearby. Opting for a buzz cut, they say a buzz cut tests one's attractiveness. Yet Shun Kangyi's visage passed the scrutiny with flying colors. The following semester, he effortlessly captivated the attention of many admirers as the campus confession wall filled with new declarations of affection. After enduring 2 weeks of grueling military training, Chuzhuo found himself enjoying a rare evening out with friends. He mused to himself that university dorm life was not as terrifying as others had claimed. In fact, his roommates were quite amiable. However, the prolonged drying time required for his hair was a nuisance. "Hey, are you almost done? My neck is getting tired," he called out, playfully poking Shun Kangyi's arm, his pajamas slipping to reveal a hint of collarbone. "Just a moment. Almost finished," Shun Kangyi replied, his voice slightly hoarse, skillfully masked by the sound of the hairdryer. From his vantage point, he resembled an addict, peering intently at something just beyond reach. Before retiring for the night, Shun Kangyi sneaked in a cold shower. By the time he climbed into bed, Chuzhuo was already asleep. It was understandable, after all. The new students had a demanding military training performance that morning. Shun Kangyi, who often endured even more strenuous training, thought to himself. The next morning, Chuzhuo woke precisely on time, his biological clock cultivated over the past fortnight, prompting him to open his eyes 2 minutes before the alarm. After dressing, he got out of bed just as the alarm rang, reaching over to silence it. Shun Kangyi finished dressing simultaneously, and with 2 wash basins available in their dormitory at the prestigious university, he joined Chuzhuo to brush their teeth side by side. "Are you going to eat?" he inquired. "I'll join you." Chuzhuo nodded, his mouth full of foam, responding indistinctly, "Sure, I need to stretch my legs a bit." "Wait for me, you go." "All right, I'll wait," Shun Kangyi affirmed. Once they completed their morning routines, Chuzhuo unfurled his yoga mat on the floor and began with a split, transitioning into a backbend, before entwining his legs behind his head, his ankles crossing effortlessly. Tao Wei, yawning, drew back the curtain and was greeted by the astonishing sight on the floor, exclaiming, "What the hell, Shou Ji? Are you staging a biochemical crisis this early in the morning?" Upon hearing the commotion, Chuzhuo lowered his legs, standing upright, using the strength of his feet to maintain balance as he spun around on the mat, casually replying to Tao Wei, "I'm just warming up. Our teacher is going to give us a physical examination for the upcoming semester." Tao Wei could hardly believe his eyes. "Your body is incredibly flexible. It's as if you have no bones." "If I had no bones, I would surely collapse," Chuzhuo retorted, maintaining a one-legged stance while effortlessly bending the other leg forward until it touched the back of his head, executing a perfect standing split. Shun Kongyi chimed in, "Indeed. He doesn't understand, just spouting nonsense." "Hey, I can hear you," Tao Wei protested. Though he may not grasp the extent of a dancer's physical development, he certainly remembered the words of someone who had previously criticized him, as if caught in the throes of infatuation. Chuzhuo covered her mouth and chuckled. "Ha ha. It is Yiga who speaks nonsense." Tao Wei, feeling pleased, raised an eyebrow at Shun Kongyi, unaware that Shun Kongyi paid him no mind. Tao Wei silently swallowed his bitterness. He should have anticipated this. After a brief warm-up of 5 minutes, Chuzhuo rolled up her yoga mat, donned her practice attire, and set off energetically. "Let us go. I'm quite famished and feel capable of downing 2 eggs." Shun Kongyi extended his hand. "Allow me to carry your backpack. It only contains my practice clothes and some tissue. It's not heavy." "Thank you, Yiga, but I must decline," Chuzhuo replied graciously. Shun Kongyi withdrew his hand. "Very well." Upon exiting the dormitory, the two made their way towards the cafeteria. "Gee, Chuzhuo, what a coincidence. Shall we dine together?" A male voice called out. There was only one voice, but 4 boys stood there. Chuzhuo recognized them and replied, "I'm with my roommate, Yiga. Where are you headed for a meal?" Without hesitation, the male student answered, "Wherever you go, we shall follow." His roommate elbowed him, prompting him to exhibit some restraint, and with a smile, suggested the nearest option. "The second cafeteria. Shall we go together?" Shun Kongyi interjected abruptly, "It's not on our way. We are heading to the western cafeteria." Chuzhuo paused momentarily, then responded naturally, "Yes, Yiga mentioned he would take me to the western cafeteria. The duck blood vermicelli soup on the 2nd floor is delectable, and I've been craving it all the way." The 4 classmates attempted to negotiate further, but Shun Kongyi feigned ignorance, deliberately checking the time on his phone. "We should hurry. They have limited servings in the morning." "Oh, I see." The greeting male offered a forced smile. The disdain that Shun Kongyi felt towards them was evident, and no one dared to be intrusive. Chuzhuo waved, "I'll take my leave now. See you in the dance studio." The 4 boys broke into smiles once more, completely shedding their earlier disappointment. As the distance between them grew, Chuzhuo had yet to voice her inquiry when Shun Kongyi suddenly grasped her wrist and hurried her to a secluded spot. The morning campus buzzed with activity, and the small pavilion was empty. After a few steps up the stairs, Shun Kongyi released Chuzhuo's wrist. He wiped his sweaty palms on his trousers and spoke slowly and deliberately. "Hello, Junior. May I pursue you?" Chuzhuo responded with a puzzled expression. 001, sensing an impending crisis, paused her chip eating and glided towards Shun Kongyi, conducting a rapid scan, and urgently warned, "Host, he is the antagonist." Chuzhuo, taken aback, thought. Although her silence lingered for a moment, she did not explicitly reject him. Shun Kongyi recognized that this was not the optimal moment. Yet he could no longer contain himself. It was merely the first day of classes after military training, and already someone was seeking her out. Chuzhuo's amiable nature instilled a sense of urgency in him, causing him to cast aside all reservations. What did it matter that they had only met yesterday? Had his mind not been racing in a fervor, he would have confessed yesterday itself. "You need not rush to answer. I shall wait. During this time, feel free to assess me." The robust man, with eyes that revealed a fervent determination, spoke patiently. "I only hope you will not outright refuse me. Please grant me a chance, will you?" The astonishment from 001 continued to echo in her ears as Chuzhuo, with a nonchalant nod, replied, "All right." After dining, Chuzhuo leisurely made his way towards the dance studio. 001, whispering in his ear, elucidated. In a microcosm, antagonists and protagonists are not always at odds. Their relationships are discerned through the strength of their magnetic fields. Shun Kongyi possesses an overwhelmingly strong magnetic field, while the microcosm's destiny already favors another protagonist. As he does not align with that protagonist, and his reputation is mixed, less noble than that of the true hero, he has been labeled a villain. Chuzhuo remarked, "How hasty." 001 shrugged. "Isn't it just so? When a microcosm's destiny turns malevolent, the standards for favoring the protagonist become unjust. The current protagonist may not necessarily be virtuous. They may be cold-hearted and self-serving, yet never instigate harm. Their misdeeds are merely reactive, rendering them a non-classical good person. This type of protagonist in the microcosm may not be a villain at all. The mention of 3,000 worlds is merely a rough estimation. The reality extends far beyond that." Chuzhuo encouraged, "Wow, 001, you have gained such profound insights after your transformation." 001 flicked his tail. "Host, I have gone to play with Senior Cat." Chuzhuo replied, Go ahead. The inhabitants of the microcosm could not perceive 001. During military training, Senior Cat nearly pounced on him, much to 001's delight, finding any excuse to play with Senior Cat. Upon arriving at the dance studio, a classmate who had greeted him earlier pulled him aside to whisper, Chuzhuo, I inquired about the boy you were with this morning. He is a third-year senior from the physical education department and reportedly has a terrible temper. Shouldn't you consider requesting a dorm transfer? In contrast to mere hearsay, Chuzhuo had genuinely interacted with Shengkongi and defended him. Shengkongi is a wonderful person. He waited for me to eat in the morning and helped me dry my hair in the evening. Yao Yisin, when getting to know someone, do not rely solely on hearsay. If it were anyone else, Yao Yisin would likely ignore them for contradicting him so openly. However, Chuzhuo's striking appearance and his sincere yet gentle tone prompted Yao Yisin to adopt a receptive demeanor. All right, if he bullies you, you must tell me and the other classmates. Although we dance students may not be as robust as the athletes, we are not afraid of trouble. Indeed, as a united front, the dance students would stand together against all athletes. Chuzhuo cheered him on. Ipsilonaoin pretended to pinch Chuzhuo's cheek. All right, if Chuzhuo, I extend my friendship to you. And you jest with me? Chuzhuo quickly sidestepped, pulling his roommate into the fray for protection. Yao Yisin has gone mad. Someone stop him. The roommate played along, spreading his arms. Yao Yisin, calm down. Murder is illegal. Your admission to the Imperial University should be a source of pride for your family, not a cause for criminality. As their playful banter continued, the time slipped away unnoticed until their dance instructor entered with a stack of attendance sheets. The thought of an initial assessment was daunting enough. Would they also be graded? The students, who had indulged in a period of carefree relaxation post-arts examination, were struck with dismay. Fortunately, the instructor allowed them 10 minutes for warm-up. Chuzhuo slipped into a corner to stretch his legs against the bar. Yao Yisin stealthily followed him. Chuzhuo, aren't you going to do any backbends? I practiced in the dorm. With ease, I completed my leg stretches, maneuvering into the narrow gap between the pole and the wall, bending backward while remaining still. Very well. I shall proceed with my warm-up. Yao Yisin slipped away. As the time elapsed, the dance instructor called for a halt. Who will demonstrate first? Gaining admission to the dance department of the prestigious Beijing University is no small feat. Only the most talented individuals have triumphed through rigorous trials. However, to perform a demonstration, one must indeed be exceptional. The students, somewhat reserved, rendered the classroom silent. Aspiring to express oneself, I, Chuzhuo, eagerly volunteered. Teacher, it's me. The instructor, impressed by the top candidate of the art examination, smiled with satisfaction. Very well, Chuzhuo, step forward. Commencing from a zero frame, I embraced my body with both arms and executed 3 backflips in place. Upon landing smoothly, I transitioned my rear leg into a vertical split, then gracefully bent backward, gripping my right ankle with one hand, arching my head back until it rested against my knee, while my left leg remained perfectly vertical. I completed a 720-degree rotation before concluding my spin, my left leg touching the ground as my instep supported my upright posture. 5 minutes passed, and I unfurled my arms, my toes delicately touching the ground as I spun continuously, culminating in a dynamic leap. The instructor initiated applause. This exemplifies the caliber of our top classical dance student. I do not expect everyone to measure up to Chuzhuo. I will assess you based on your individual performances. Those who do not pass this assessment will face doubled training sessions. The students murmured in dismay. After all, their foundational skills were evident. After warming up, I regained 80% of my confidence. After over 2 hours, all students had completed their assessments, with 2 remaining behind for additional assignments, tearfully bidding farewell to their classmates. It was past 11, nearing lunchtime. I received a message from Shou sent around 10, inquiring about the conclusion of our session. Following our military training, there would be no classes for the day, and various departments would distribute textbooks in the morning and afternoon, with the dance department scheduled for 3 p.m. in the classroom on the 4th floor of the administrative building. Exiting the classroom, someone called out to me, "Chuzhuo, have you finished?" My classmates were astonished by his height. He must be around 9 meters tall. Even with a buzz cut, he looked striking, resembling an athlete from the neighboring sports department, his physique brimming with muscle, a sight to envy. He seemed somewhat familiar. I believe I'd seen him on the campus forum. Shou, a senior from the sports department, representing Beijing University in a national sport competition and emerging victorious. Wow, is he here looking for our classmate, Chuzhuo? I wonder if he is yet another admirer. To be fair, the two of them would make quite the handsome pair. Shou approached with large strides, handing me a bottle of low-sugar sports drink. Here, was the assessment tiring? Not all. It was quite effortless. I twisted open the bottle and drank nearly half. What time did you arrive? I was just about to reply to your message. I sent the message and came over right away. It took less than an hour. Shou casually remarked. My roommate joined us, and after collecting our books at 3 p.m., with no other classes on the schedule, I departed with Shou. As we strolled towards a small supermarket, a wave of nervousness enveloped Shou. Chuzhuo, did you absorb what I said this morning? Would you like me to repeat it? His body was so tense that he seemed to walk in unison with his hands and feet. Chuzhuo nodded and remarked, I hear you, Shou. We have only known each other for less than a day. What is it that you like about me? The boy paused, turned slightly, and lifted his gaze. His light-colored eyes sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight. Shou pressed his dry lips together, confessing, I don't know. The moment I saw you, I liked you. My heart raced, and I couldn't sleep well last night. Chuzhuo replied, to like me without knowing why is unacceptable, Shou. I must decline. Yet, deep down, she felt a strange familiarity with him, as if he were someone she had encountered before but had forgotten. Shou grew anxious, and 3 words popped into his mind. You smell wonderful. Chuzhuo was taken aback. Huh, I apologize. I meant no offense. Shou scratched his head and, with earnest sincerity, continued. Yesterday, the shower gel you used was peach-scented. When you came near me, I could smell it. It was delightful. Today, the scent has faded, and I can sense your natural fragrance, reminiscent of grass and flowers, with a hint of the fresh, vibrant aroma of dawn. It's a very passionate scent. Chuzhuo, I am 193 centimeters tall and weighed 106 kilograms last week, usually maintaining around 105, all pure muscle. No smoke, no alcohol, no frivolous encounters, no exes, no loans, and no ambiguous relationships. That's about it for now. Is there anything else you'd like to know? It was quite a lengthy discourse. Chuzhuo's ears felt numb, yet she did not miss the affectionate term Zhuo Bao woven into his words, which felt familiar, unlike the first time she had heard it. Shou awaited the boy's verdict. Even if he were to fail, he had already resolved to pursue her shamelessly if needed. As long as Zhuo Bao did not show any overt disdain for him, he would continue his pursuit. Shou scolded himself, but then pressed on, lowering his head slightly. Zhuo Bao, please pity me. Chuzhuo touched her ear, her heart whispering that she did not want to refuse at that moment. All right, I will let you pursue me. Shou lips curled into an uncontrollable smile as he leaned down to embrace Chuzhuo. I heard that, Zhuo Bao. You must not go back on your word. Otherwise, I'll go to your department head and tell them you led me on. Chuzhuo replied, where's the leading on? Don't misuse idioms. Very well, future boyfriend. Shou swore with 3 fingers raised. After finishing their shopping, they decided to grab a meal at the cafeteria before returning to the dormitory, where Tao Wei was enjoying takeout. Hey, How did you two come back together? Wild brother, you disappeared after training. Were you off looking for Junior G? Can't you bear to be away from him? Tao Wei swallowed his rice, his gaze shifting with playful ambiguity between the two. Would I want to be among you sweaty athletes? Shun Kongyi retorted without hesitation. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Aren't you an athlete too? Tao Wei protested. I'm different from you all. I value cleanliness. After every training session, I bathe immediately, Shun Kongyi declared proudly, casting a glance at Chuzhuo, his expression softening. Tao Wei conceded that it's hard to argue against. Chuzhuo responded, good habit. Tao Wei sent a message to Jiang Yi, inquiring when he would return, as he could scarcely endure another moment in the dormitory. Jiang Yi, Tao Wei, why the ellipsis? I need your emotional support, Ego. Single dogs have done nothing wrong. Jiang Yi, Tao Wei. The ellipsis signifies the heartbreak of collective betrayal. As Tao Wei consumed his meal, his expression morphed into one of indignation. Chuzhuo, perplexed, asked, Brother Tao, is the takeout not to your liking? I have some bread here if you want it. It has nothing to do with the takeout. Shun Kongyi, tall and perceptive, quickly discerned that Tao Wei had changed his demeanor after sending the message, indicating that someone had breached his defenses. Huh, that makes you look clever. Tao Wei stuffed a generous mouthful of rice, chewing vigorously. Chapter 47. Hello, Junior. You smell wonderful at 2:30 in the afternoon. Chuzhuo received a message from his grandfather, stating that he was waiting for him at the school gate to discuss something important. Shun Kongyi, astutely detecting his discomfort, inquired before Chuzhuo could speak, What's wrong? Whose message is it? Chuzhuo succinctly replied, My grandfather is at the school gate looking for me. I need to head over now. Don't worry. I'll collect your books for you, ensuring not a single one is missing. Shun Kongyi understood immediately. Chuzhuo couldn't help but smile. It's fine if some are missing. I can always retrieve them later. Thank you, Brother Yi. I'll bring you some pomegranates when I return. Do you prefer red seeds or white? Shun Kongyi seized every opportunity for further interaction with Chuzhuo. Whatever you eat, I shall eat as well, thus adapting to your taste in advance. With a slight raise of her brow, Chuzhuo teased, Are you sure you've never been in a relationship? You seem quite adept at this. I'm eager to make my position official as soon as possible, purely instinctual, Shun Kongyi remarked. Noticing that Chuzhuo was not at all upset, a smile escaping his lips. It seemed he was somewhat competent after all. Having resolved the book collection issue, Chuzhuo proceeded to meet his grandfather off campus. To his surprise, he did not find his grandfather, but instead encountered G-Mama. Shou, stylishly attired in a light gray ensemble, exuded a composed demeanor. Chuzhuo, how long do you intend to be willful? Chuzhuo glanced behind the woman, who candidly stated, The one waiting for you is me, no one else. What do you want with me? Chuzhuo stood at a measured distance. I have no interest in being the subject of public scrutiny on the street. I've made a reservation at a cafe. Let us discuss it there. Shou tilted her chin, not bothering to remove her sunglasses. The client had not pressured for a restoration of familial ties, yet during those years plagued by depression, he had harbored an unhealthy longing for his mother's understanding. It was clear he had waited in vain. The cafes near the school were predominantly filled with students, gently tapping away on their laptops. The University of the Capital truly deserved its reputation as the premier comprehensive dual first-class university in China. When the library was too crowded, students sought solace in the cafes to study. Shou ordered 2 sugar-free desserts and, getting straight to the point, said, Little joie with your current grades. Your talent in ballet surpasses your mother's by a considerable margin. I do not wish for you to tread down the wrong path. Chuzhuo had yet to touch the small cake on the table when he learned of Shou's intentions. He did not hesitate. If you have come to persuade me to return to ballet, this conversation is unnecessary. It is not a misguided path. In truth, the client had excelled in classical dance, standing out even more impressively. Yet in G-Mama's eyes, only ballet was visible. Their meeting ended on a sour note. A few days after their last encounter, Chuzhuo's grandfather seemed to have discovered G-Mama's deception and sent a message inviting Chuzhuo to his home for the National Day holiday. The grandfather mentioned that G-Mama's reason was a desire to mend their mother-son relationship, and he believed her, thus arranging a meeting with his grandson under his own name. Little did he know, she had no intention of reconciliation. Her sole aim remained to have her child pursue a professional career in ballet. The grandfather's words were laden with guilt. Chuzhuo sighed and called him, "Grandfather, if my relationship with my mother ultimately cannot be repaired, it indicates that our bond has reached its limit. She is your daughter. You should understand her nature. Please do not bear this burden." When two individuals with conflicting beliefs force themselves to coexist, neither will find happiness. There was a long silence on the other end of the line before the elderly man sighed deeply. "Alas, I have been deluded. Shou, is your living allowance sufficient? I could transfer you some more." Chuzhuo quickly replied, "It's enough. No need to transfer more. You sent me plenty before the school year started. It will last me this semester." After hanging up, Chuzhuo turned around. Tang Xiu handed him a book. Chuzhuo, have you decided what to perform? Next year marks the 120th anniversary of the Imperial Capital University, and the freshman dance department has 2 slots for performances, one specifically allocated for dance performance majors, to be finalized through internal selection within the department. Rehearsals will commence a week after the National Day holiday. I have some ideas. I'll return my dorm to refine them. It should be nearly ready. Chuzhuo accepted the book, and the two descended the stairs together. Tang Xiu remarked, "So you intend to choreograph your own piece? In this small world, the protagonist, who is kind-hearted, is easy to get along with in class." Chuzhuo did not conceal his ambition and thoughts. "Indeed, I need a grand stage. When it is presented before me, I shall seize the opportunity." Tang Xiu candidly responded, "You are quite brave, Chuzhuo. I feel a bit uncertain." Tang Xiu, anyone who gains admission to the dance department of Imperial Capital University is no true mediocrity. This is merely one opportunity. Chuzhuo winked at him with a mischievous tone. "You may be modest, but I will not go easy on you, Tang Xiu. You are my formidable rival. Do not think to disrupt my resolve in this manner." Tang Xiu chuckled in astonishment, expressing envy. "Chuzhuo, your mindset is truly admirable." Chuzhuo pulled a mint from his pocket, offering one to Tang Xiu before unwrapping another for himself. "In this life, one must have aspirations. My pursuit is simply to dance." Upon exiting the teaching building, they parted ways, but Tang Xiu called after him, "If I have questions, can I ask you on WeChat?" "Of course, we are friends." Chuzhuo smiled, his eyes sparkling with fragments of sunlight. Tang Xiu's lips curled into a slight smile. "All right, I shall remember you as a friend. Feel free to trouble me anytime. To the best of my ability, I will not let you down." Chuzhuo turned and waved goodbye. On the way, I received a text message about a bank transfer. My grandfather had sent 100,000 yuan. My fingers hovered over the WeChat conversation with him for a moment before I sent a cute cat emoji as a token of gratitude. The sports department was holding a meeting, and both Sheng Kongyi and Tao Wei were absent, leaving the dormitory deserted. I changed into a slightly loose-fitting yoga outfit, spread out my yoga mat, and began to formulate a dance routine in my mind. I lifted one leg onto the upper bunk and started with a leg stretch. The entire sequence lasted over 4 minutes, a bit lengthy. I combined the leg hold and the leap into one fluid motion, immersing myself in the ocean of dance, completely oblivious to the presence of someone at the door. Sheng Kongyi gently set down his notebook and stood by the doorway. His lithe figure seemed to glide effortlessly, and as he turned, he exuded an innate grace. The fitted practice attire accentuated his long, slender legs. With a leap, he captured my heart. As I concluded my routine, slightly breathless, I performed a simple leg control kick to wrap up today as training. My legs were perfectly parallel, resembling a straight line. As I bent backward, my vision inverted, revealing my well-defined calves. Sheng Kongyi squatted slightly in front of me, our gazes meeting at the same level. "Zhuobao, I underestimated your warm-up in the dorm last time. A dancer's body is indeed remarkably flexible." He rose elegantly, playfully pushing against Sheng Kongyi's chest with his palm. Sheng Kongyi yielded to the gentle force and leaned back, his back softly thudding against the door. I raised one leg, resting it against the wall beside Sheng Kongyi. My dance shoes flush against the surface, my long legs surpassing his height. "Confess, how long have you been watching me, Yiga?" The proximity was intoxicating. Sheng Kongyi clenched his jaw, deliberately turning his head away. The sight of my slender calves and delicate ankles overwhelmed him, and he finally managed to utter, "Zhuo Bao, please. No more rewards." I was taken aback, my expression innocent and beguiling. Shun Kongyi could no longer contain himself. His hand slid beneath the hem of my yoga pants. "I'm sorry." He grasped my calf, swallowing hard as his fingertips caressed my skin. I felt for the first time the undeniable desire Shun Kongyi had for me. Mischievously, I rose onto my toes, inching closer until he appeared almost lifeless. Just as his eyes fluttered shut, I retreated. Shun Kongyi's gaze darkened, and in a swift motion, he encircled my waist with his arm, pulling me into his embrace. "Is this where it ends? What else do you desire? You go. Have you forgotten your role?" I attempted to wiggle out of his hold, my body pliable and flexible, but to no avail. It soon became evident that in the face of absolute strength, all technique was futile. I haven't forgotten. Shun Kongyi's forearm tightened, firmly securing my slender waist as he pressed his forehead against mine, his voice hoarse with urgency. The atmosphere had reached a point where a kiss seemed inevitable. Chapter 48. Junior, you smell delightful. Of course, a kiss did not occur. Shun Kongyi dared not be so reckless before winning my heart. Moreover, Tao Wei had returned, slamming the door with a resounding crash. As the Mid-Autumn Festival and National Day holidays approached, Shun Kongyi lingered around Chuzhuo like a restless spirit. Tao Wei, unable to bear the sight, remarked, "Hey, Yigo, if you're so intent on following, why not just go home with Xiaoji? Do you think I wouldn't want to?" Shun Kongyi replied in a melancholic tone. "Lovesick fool." Tao Wei rolled his eyes dramatically. Chuzhuo had promised her grandfather to visit during the National Day, and as they were about to depart, Shun Kongyi resembled a forlorn wildling left behind. As the plane soared through the sky, his earlier despondence vanished. He quickly returned to his dormitory, packed a few belongings, and set off. "Yigo, are you heading home too?" Tao Wei casually inquired. "No, I'm off to chase after my wife," Shun Kongyi declared before vanishing through the door. Tao Wei was left in disbelief. What did Yigo just call her? Has he actually succeeded? No, if he had, he would have left with Xiaoji 2 hours ago, not come back to check on someone who is duplicitous. The illustrious campus heartthrob could only secretly refer to her as wife, which amused Tao Wei greatly. After collecting his boarding pass, Shun Kongyi waited in the terminal, and a message from Chuzhuo arrived, confirming her safe arrival. The warmth in her tone was palpable, and Shun Kongyi mentally counted down the moments. By the time he reached Pingjian City, it was already evening. After checking into his hotel, he discreetly inquired about the location of Zhuo Bao's home via WeChat. She, without any guard, easily divulged her address, lifting Shun Kongyi's spirits, prompting him to drop and perform 500 push-ups in exuberance. A robust male athlete, he was full of unyielding energy. The following noon, Chuzhuo suddenly sensed something amiss and asked 001, "Can you locate where Shun Kongyi is?" 001 pouted, "I can't. After the upgrade, I only gained one new ability, scanning for villains. Other than that, I'm utterly useless." Chuzhuo pinched its beak and soothingly said, "The transformed Ming bird is extraordinarily splendid, truly one of a kind." 001 bashfully fluffed its fiery red wings. "As long as the host likes it, that's enough. What do you want to eat? I can bring you something later. I want what the host is having." Chuzhuo agreed. After serving lunch to 001, she resumed her dance practice. Once 001 finished eating and wiped its beak, it flew a circuit to aid digestion. The bird had just flown out the window when a figure in black was spotted the next moment. 001 hastily returned, exclaiming, "Host, I've spotted the villain." P.S. right below, engrossed in his phone. Chuzhuo tucked her legs in and peered out the window. After a brief delay on the road post-breakfast, Shun Kongyi found himself outside the wall of Chuzhuo's home, deleting some content on his phone when a message from her suddenly popped up. "Zhuo Bao, Yigo, are you here to mooch off my Wi-Fi?" Shun Kongyi abruptly looked up, stepping back a few paces, and caught sight of a figure at the windowsill. He leaned there, gazing down with an air of superiority, a faint smile gracing his lips, while his heart raced with fervent ambition. In a moment of impulsive fervor, he made the decision to scale the wall. The onlookers witnessed Shun Kongyi retreat, using his momentum to leap vigorously, climbing up onto the ledge of the courtyard wall, and then leaping down, rolling upon landing to cushion his fall. The initial setting, his grandfather's residence, was a two-story villa, a delightful fusion of Eastern and Western architectural styles. Adorned with a flower bed in the front yard and a vegetable garden at the back, enclosed by a 3-meter-high wall, and nearly 2 meters tall and a sports enthusiast. For Shou Kangyi, surmounting a 3-meter wall was akin to child's play. Noticing the complex expression on Chuzhuo's face, Shou Kangyi's foggy mind began to clear, and he decided to drop the pretense, sending a message on his phone. Shou Kangyi, I couldn't resist chasing after you. Are you going to send me away? Zhuo Bao. After dispatching the message, he raised his phone, tapping the screen with his finger. The boy leaning by the window cast his gaze downward for a moment, then disappeared from view. After a considerable wait, the sound of leisurely footsteps approached. He swallowed hard and turned to see the boy dressed in a light green casual outfit. Shou Kangyi, I've come to fetch you. Chuzhuo greeted him with a radiant smile and a wave. In the few minutes of his absence, he had changed into a new outfit and hurried downstairs to greet him. Chuzhuo was warmly embraced, his hands still in a waving position, feeling the rapid rise and fall of the man's chest, hearing a heartbeat that did not belong to him. Not far away, 001 flapped its wings, musing, fortunately, I was quick on my feet, or I would have been knocked over by the antagonist. Little bird good, antagonist bad. In an instant, all thoughts were jumbled, and Chuzhuo could not suppress a smile. Zhuo Bao, you have given me hope once more, Shou Kangyi mouthed silently. Chuzhuo led Shou Kangyi inside. His grandfather, reclining in a rocking chair, set down his fan and sat up. Little Zhuo, is this your classmate? Chuzhuo proceeded to introduce them. Shou Kangyi, greetings. I am Zhuo's university roommate. I hope my sudden visit does not disturb you, he declared. Haha, not at all. I am delighted that little Zhuo has friends. Have you eaten? Shall I have someone prepare a bowl of noodles for you? His grandfather, with hair as white as snow and a face adorned with deep-set wrinkles, radiated vitality. Shou Kangyi quickly declined. I've already had my meal. I'm not hungry at the moment, so no trouble. Thank you, grandfather. You take a rest. I will show him to my room, Chuzhuo said. His grandfather reclined back in a wicker chair, waving them off. Go on, but remember to come down for dinner. Once the door was closed, Shou Kangyi retrieved a pair of dance shoes from his coat pocket. Chuzhuo looked on in puzzled intrigue. I pondered over many gifts, but this one felt the most genuine, Shou Kangyi admitted, scratching his head. Chuzhuo examined the texture. Indeed, it feels very substantial. Thank you, Yigo. The dance shoes were exceptionally comfortable, valued at over 2,000 in the market, and he changed into them on the spot. The fit was perfect, and the sensation was delightful. After a quick twist, he seamlessly transitioned into a series of graceful spins, his body moving with an airy lightness. Shou Kangyi found his spirit resonating with the rhythm. After completing the dance moves, Chuzhuo strolled back with an air of lightness. Yige, how did you know my shoe size? They fit perfectly and are incredibly comfortable. Shou Kangyi replied, I observed you closely the day you playfully kicked me with your leg. As dusk descended, Shou Kangyi, having finished his dinner, expressed his intention to leave. Although Grandpa initially wished to have Shou Kangyi stay the night with Chuzhuo, Shou Kangyi firmly declined, citing his lack of confidence in his self-control. Additionally, he had another reason. He would eventually pursue Zhuo Bao. With their future relationship destined to be unveiled, Shou Kangyi did not want Grandpa's impression to be that he had spent the first night with Chuzhuo, regardless of the nature of that sleep, as it would inevitably leave an unfavorable impression. The following day, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, Shou Kangyi refrained from interrupting Chuzhuo's time with her family. The mooncakes at home had been lovingly prepared by the caretaker who looked after Grandpa. Chuzhuo inquired about the hotel address from Shou Kangyi and arranged for a local express delivery service to send the beautifully packaged mooncakes to the hotel front desk. Upon receiving a call from the front desk, Shou Kangyi hurried downstairs to collect the mooncakes. Unable to contain his excitement over the pristine and exquisitely presented mooncakes, he shared a post on social media, eating the same mooncakes, pretending to be secretly together. This post sparked a flurry of curiosity among onlookers, wondering if the campus heartthrob had someone special while still maintaining his innocent persona. That evening, after finishing her bath and lying in bed, Chuzhuo stumbled upon Shou Kangyi's social media post. The solitary backdrop of the wall, looked rather pitiful. With the full moon hanging high outside and the hour growing late, Chuzhuo liked the post. The regrets between the client and Grandpa hinted at a perpetual cycle of missed opportunities. Grandpa gently knocked on the bedroom door. Little Shou, are you asleep? As an old man, I had forgotten that we still have osmanthus wine, specially brewed for the Mid-Autumn Festival. I made it myself some time ago. Would you like to have some? Chuzhuo got out of bed, lifting the covers. The golden osmanthus in the transparent glass bottle was clearly visible. Yes, I would love to. Just smelling it is delightful. Thank you, Grandpa. Silly child. I'm your grandpa. No need for thanks. The kind-hearted elder ruffled her hair. In the stillness of the night, Chuzhuo celebrated a familial reunion during the Mid-Autumn Festival with her grandpa. The next morning, Chuzhuo received a message from Tang Xiao. Timestamped just past 3 in the morning. The timing seemed peculiar, and the tone of the message felt off. Curious about his whereabouts, she learned that Tang Xiao had not returned home and was still at school. Chuzhuo held a certain fondness for the virtuous protagonist of her small world. Unable to glean any answers over the phone, she wondered if Shun Kongyi was awake and decided to message him on WeChat. Having completed his morning routine, Shun Kongyi checked the unread messages from Chuzhuo, his eyes sparkling with delight. I've already risen. What is up, Zhuobao? She inquired. I'm planning to return to school tomorrow. Are you staying in Pingjian or coming with me? He responded. Of course I'm not staying. What fun would there be if you're not in Pingjian? Shun Kongyi inquired about which flight Zhuobao had booked, requesting the flight number to check for ticket availability. Zhuo promptly shared a screenshot of his ticket information. As tomorrow was not a peak return period, there were still plenty of tickets available for the afternoon. Shun Kongyi swiftly purchased a ticket, and upon receiving confirmation from the app, he exhaled in relief. After breakfast, Zhuobao mentioned his return to school to his grandfather, who asked if his classmate would accompany him. Shall we take him to explore the Pingjian scenic area today? Obsessively. We have arranged to meet in the city center. I intend to show him around. In the city center, the two met. Shun Kongyi handed over a low-sugar milk tea, and Zhuo inserted a straw into the cup, taking a sip before saying, the most renowned attraction in Pingjian is Phoenix Mountain. Climbing to the summit offers a panoramic view of the city. They purchased 2 bottles of water and some small bread at the foot of the mountain before embarking on their ascent. Both displayed remarkable stamina, completing 2/3 of the climb without pause in just half an hour. Zhuobao paused to rest, drinking half a bottle of water, while Shun Kongyi finished the remaining half and discarded the empty bottle in a nearby trash bin. Shun Kongyi then produced a small bread, suggesting, we are nearing the summit. Let us eat a bit, or all this effort would be in vain. Though his reasoning was somewhat flawed, it was nonetheless sensible. And Zhuobao opened the bag and began to nibble. Zhuobao's adorableness in everything he did captivated Shun Kongyi, whose gaze lingered on him with a sense of infatuation. With 1/3 of the journey left, they proceeded leisurely. Shun Kongyi opened his phone, called out to Zhuobao, and captured a moment as he turned to look back. The image was frozen in time. Zhuobao paused for a second, then flashed a peace sign at the camera. Shun Kongyi stood momentarily spellbound, letting out a low, appreciative sound. Upon reaching the summit, still just past 2 o'clock, they found a temple dedicated to the god of wealth. Legend has it that Pingjian City was once nearly submerged by a flood, and the townspeople sought refuge in the dilapidated temple on the mountain, successfully weathering the calamity. At that time, the temple housed only a solitary statue of the god of wealth. After returning to the valley, although their homes were destroyed, their treasures remained untouched by the flood, leading the people of Pingjian to revere the god of wealth. During holidays, the temple becomes a popular destination, bustling with visitors. Zhuobao asked, Brother Yi, do you wish to pay your respects to the god of wealth? Shun Kongyi replied, I do not believe in such things. Their gazes met, and after a moment's pause, he continued, Moreover, I already possess the most precious thing. I fear that if I visit, the god of wealth might deem me greedy and take away my treasure, resulting in an irreparable loss. The fervor and appreciation in his eyes conveyed a profound sentiment that Zhuobao had unconsciously become familiar with over the past half-month. Since the day they met, Shun Kongyi's feelings had always been evident. Zhuobao found it difficult to comprehend. Despite knowing each other for only a brief period, Shun Kongyi's emotions seemed remarkably intense. They lingered at the summit until dusk, as the orange-red horizon cast a luminous glow over the city, gradually fading into the distance, while the deep blue sky enveloped the earth like ink, signaling the impending night. The troop, captivated by the setting sun, reluctantly began their descent down the mountain. Shou hesitated to part ways with Chuzhuo, lingering until no one else remained before finally rising. "Let's go. It won't take long to descend. I'll escort you back," he said. Chuzhuo narrowed her eyes. "You got it backwards, senior. I am more familiar with Pingjian City than you. It should be I who sees you off." Her reasoning was sound, and Shou, ever the pragmatist, replied, "Then I must entrust you, Junior, with my escort." Upon seeing Chuzhuo return, 001 flapped its wings and dove in her arms, exclaiming, "Host, you've returned quite late." Chuzhuo hugged it gently. "I asked you before leaving. You were so enchanted by chasing butterflies in the flower bed." There was no rebuttal to that. 001's attempt at cuteness had faltered. After washing up and settling in for the night, they rushed to the airport the next day after lunch, with Shou happily accompanying Chuzhuo through the ticketing process. The campus during the holiday was notably quieter than usual. As Chuzhuo pushed open the door to the dormitory, she noticed someone sitting in the chair next to Tao Wei. Upon hearing the door, he turned his head. "You must be the new roommate," he remarked. "I'm Yi. I just returned from an overseas mathematics competition 2 days ago." 2 days ago? Wasn't he at the Mid-Autumn Festival? The narrative does not delve deeply into the intricacies of the protagonist's interactions, focusing instead on the timeline and significant events. Although he maintained a calm demeanor, an air of sorrow surrounded him. Chuzhuo, disliking ambiguity, tossed her backpack onto the bed and asked straightforwardly, "Did you upset Tang Xiu? In this world, the protagonist occasionally bears a heavy heart, but is by no means sensitive or insecure. Sorrowful emotions can resolve themselves within a given time frame. What could possibly induce him to send an emotional message in the middle of the night?" He looked up in slight surprise and, after a moment of silence, inquired, "Has Tang Xiu mentioned me to you?" "You're missing the point," Chuzhuo replied. "I stand with Tang Xiu. I wish the best for both of you. But I hope even more for Tang Xiu's well-being." Fell silent once again. "I returned early, intending to surprise Tang Xiu and celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with him." Paused, his tone considerably somber. "When I sought him out, I found him very close to another boy. I called out to him, and he suddenly pushed the boy away in a panic, despite having been laughing and joking just moments before. I never doubted them. I feared that Tang Xiu was with me out of habit, blinded by our long-standing friendship, mistaking it for affection when it was not. In essence, feared that Tang Xiu's connection to him stemmed from familiarity, and he hesitated to clarify things with Tang Xiu, fearing that this opportunity might lead Tang Xiu to confront his true feelings, ultimately resulting in a breakup. They had known each other since childhood, their hearts awakening to each other at a tender age. During the summer, they had finally broken through that barrier and entered into a romantic relationship. In Jiang's mind, they would grow old together. Yet, it was this very thought that rendered Jiang inept at expressing himself. He believed he understood Tang Xiu, and that Tang Xiu understood him in return. They were childhood friends, the closest confidants. After listening to Jiang's narrative, Chuzhuo pointed out his concerns. "Senior Jiang, cast aside all your previous apprehensions. The Tang Xiu I know, though occasionally hesitant, always makes choices that are thoroughly contemplated, and he is never unclear in his decisions." Beside them, Shou, having grasped the entire situation, thought fiercely to himself that it was the two of them who caused Zhuo Bao to return early. He did not wish for Zhuo Bao to squander his energy on inconsequential matters, and interjected, "Are you caught up in the competition?" being taciturn and reticent. "It's no wonder you lost your boyfriend." In the alternate timeline, the two ultimately ended up together. This misunderstanding would surely be resolved. Yet the duration of the process and the events that transpired remain unknown. Some misunderstandings need not endure. A bond forged over more than a decade of childhood friendship requires no so-called trials. He was suddenly enlightened, as if a veil had been lifted. He had been so entrenched in the past, feeling the burden of age as he guarded Tang Xiu, that it was he who had become ensnared by their childhood affection. Jiang Yi abruptly stood, grabbed his phone, and dashed out of the dormitory. Chapter 50. Hello, Junior, you smell amazing. Chuzhuo, having made his point, noted that the holiday was drawing to a close, and it was time for him to prepare for the school anniversary performance auditions. Each day was spent stretching and choreographing, and in the blink of an eye, rehearsal day was approaching. After a productive morning, his exceptional dance skills, ranking first in his major, were undeniable, and he rightfully secured a spot in the anniversary performance. Tang Xiu congratulated him, saying, Chuzhuo, congratulations on achieving your desire. Thank you, Tang Xiu. Your dancing today was incredibly cool, very distinctive. Did you add your own interpretation? Chuzhuo, having changed back into his regular attire and holding the costume he wore for the performance, gave a thumbs up. Tang Xiu modestly replied, Yes, I enjoy dancing. He appeared entirely untroubled by emotional turmoil over the past few days. Chuzhuo playfully teased, So you also like Jiang Yi? To which Tang Xiu responded, Yes, thinking back. It was quite dramatic, making you worry for me. It is not dramatic. One's emotions are as vital as the body, Chuzhuo said earnestly. Tang Xiu, you are wonderful, and I do not wish for negativity to find you. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival, the scene witnessed by Jiang Yi was Tang Xiu consulting a classmate about crafting. The classmate was a crafting enthusiast, and Tang Xiu wanted to make a butterfly lantern to celebrate Jiang Yi's competition victory. When Jiang Yi stumbled upon them, Tang Xiu was indeed engaged in conversation, which led to their laughter. His startled push away was purely instinctive, as he wished to keep the surprise for his boyfriend under wraps. Tang Xiu felt a warmth in his eyes and said, Chuzhuo, you truly make it impossible for me to feel any jealousy. Before university, he had also been a prodigy among his peers, yet he had merely fallen short of those around him. Chuzhuo graciously replied, It's perfectly fine to feel jealous. Your jealousy is harmless. The protagonist of this little world was undoubtedly admirable in character. Rather than jealousy, it served as a different form of motivation, finding dancing somewhat monotonous. He went to play with Senior Cat, and 001 returned, circling around Tang Xiu, affirming, Indeed, Tang Xiu is great. In the vicinity of the auditorium, Sheng Kongyi awaited at the entrance, stepping up the stairs. Is it over? Tang Xiu took the initiative to move ahead. Aren't you going to inquire about my results? Chuzhuo, gifted with remarkable talent, certainly had passed without question. How could someone sincerely devoted not be curious? Haha, Brother Yi, you are too blind to my merits. Although I truly am exceptional. Chuzhuo graciously accepted the compliment, her eyes glimmering with delight. After each training session, even before classes concluded, Sheng Kongyi would come to retrieve her whenever he had the time, and gradually, this became a habit. The two returned to their dormitory together. Tao Wei observed Brother Yi and Shao Ji returning in tandem, while Jiang Yi chuckled gently at his phone, having received a heavy blow. Shao Ji, you must steadfastly uphold your principles. Tao Wei weakly extended his hand. Chuzhuo, puzzled, inquired, Huh? Sheng Kongyi shot him a warning glance. Tao Wei quickly retreated. It's nothing, just venting. As late October brought a chill in the air, Chuzhuo, feeling the inadequacy of her thin jacket, donned a light purple fleece hoodie paired with black wide-leg trousers. Setting off with renewed vigor. Send me the address for the gathering. I'll pick you up afterward, Sheng Kongyi stated. Chuzhuo replied, I've made arrangements with Yao Yisin and Wen Rui to go together and return together. No need to pick me up. Brother Yi, rest early. Having joined a club at the start of the semester, there was an event off campus in the afternoon followed by dinner, and she anticipated a late return. The abrupt rejection caused Sheng Kongyi to suppress the darkness in his eyes, resembling a stone waiting for its partner, watching the young man depart. The dormitory became desolate, prompting him to rush to the training grounds for additional practice. Tao Wei emerged with a flurry of questions. Brother Yi? The teacher was absent at the moment, and everyone gathered around. Why is Brother Yi back again? Could it be that the coach is so demanding that even he was called back for retraining? What hope is there for us ordinary folks? Don't scare yourselves. Listen to what Brother Yi has to say. However, Sheng Kongyi was not in the mood to share. It has nothing to do with the coach. I came to train out of boredom. The classmates exclaimed, Indeed? We cannot comprehend the world of geniuses. After returning to the dormitory, drenched in sweat from training, Chuzhuo had yet to arrive. Shou, having washed up, kept vigil over his phone, which had received an update. It was a large group photo from the club, with the boys nestled in the center, adorned with colorful flower crowns and beaming smiles. With a snap, Shou crushed the screen. Tao Wei, carrying a basin of laundry, passed by, astonished. What was that sound? Go wash your clothes, Shou retorted, pulling open a drawer to toss his phone inside. Tao Wei, on tiptoe, peered in and glimpsed the shattered screen. Gasping, so even a $20,000 phone lacks durability. Shou shot him an expressionless glance. Are you that idle? The laundry room is crowded on Fridays. If you go late, there won't be any space. Tao Wei quietly retreated. After the event concluded and the group photo was taken, some classmates had prior commitments and did not join the dinner. The president reserved a self-service barbecue restaurant with a rather mediocre rating of 46. Yet the ambience was refined and the cleanliness impeccable. Yao Yisin led Chuzhuo to find an empty seat. It has been ages since I last savored barbecue. I can already foresee the surge in my physical activity over the next few days. Wen Rue settled to the right of Chuzhuo, casually taking a mint from the table to chew. As dance students, you must maintain your figures, right? It sounds arduous, since we all need to lose weight. Why not indulge ourselves thoroughly just this once? Chuzhuo, who never seemed to gain weight, typically opted for low-sugar drinks merely to regulate his sugar intake. He smiled contentedly, listening to their discussions on dieting without inserting himself into the fray to attract resentment. As the gathering drew to a close near 9 o'clock, Yao Yisin indeed indulged heartily, and by the end, he felt a deep sense of guilt, patting his belly with feigned compassion. Ah, the agony, such torment. I'll have to subsist on bitter melon for the coming week. Chuzhuo reasonably advised him. That sounds far too harsh. One ought not to suffer unnecessarily. Look at our school beauty's wisdom. No matter the struggles, one should never inflict suffering upon oneself. When Rue inquired, Chuzhuo, why haven't I heard you complain about overeating while dieting? The title of school beauty was, indeed, a fortuitous coincidence. During military training, the girls were required to tie their hair up with elastic bands secured at the nape, resulting in a clean and fresh appearance from the front. Amidst the camouflage uniforms, Chuzhuo stood out distinctly. Someone captured his image and uploaded it to the campus forum, which serendipitously led to his nomination for the School Beauty and Handsome Boy voting page. His features were so exquisitely refined that he seemed almost out of place in the same frame. His delicate skin, pale as porcelain, led a reviewing student to mistakenly place him in the School Beauty category, and surprisingly, no one found it amiss. By the end of the voting, he triumphantly topped the list. As his classmates regained their clarity, they seemed to find no issue with it. Chuzhuo widened his eyes. I have always been prudent in my words and actions, and here I am, caught in your web. How splendid. The question struck at the heart of the matter. It was due to his unique constitution that he could eat without gaining weight. Yao Yisin chuckled darkly. Tonight, I shall transform into a vengeful spirit. Chuzhuo, remember to keep one eye open while you sleep. I will come to collect my due. Chuzhuo blinked innocently. Huh? Me? Wen Rue, who had inadvertently stumbled into the situation, feigned ignorance. Heh, you two seem quite close. Yao Yisin patted his shoulder grandly. Of course. Chuzhuo is our dance department's living emblem. After the gathering, they returned to school by 9:30. Yao Yisin and Chuzhuo, not residing in the same dormitory, parted ways at the crossroads. Chuzhuo waved, take care on your way. Such a short distance posed little threat. Yao Yisin straightened his posture, fist against his chest. With the school beauty's blessing, it's a must. Pushing open the dormitory door, Tao Wei passionately grabbed the microphone. While Jiang, he was on the balcony, talking to Tang Xiao. Meanwhile, Shou idly lifted dumbbells, his muscular form displaying prominent veins. Looking as relaxed as if he were playing, Chuzhuo placed a piece of chocolate on the table of the three. Tao Wei caught a glimpse of Chuzhuo's action out of the corner of his eye, and with a mouthful of air, he remarked, thanks to the chocolate, Xiaoji, it's too sweet to handle, and you're still out there wandering the streets? Upon seeing someone return, Shou Kongi released most of his pent-up energy, quietly setting down the dumbbells. Chuzhuo glanced at the weights, 120 kilograms, which, without the male weight unit, was almost equal to his own weight. Brother Yi, I wish to give a try. With a spark of interest ignited, I am eager to begin. Shou Kongi wiped the sweat from the dumbbell bar with a tissue, saying, "Go ahead." I slightly opened my shoulders to warm up, my palms searching for the proper grip, firmly clasping the dumbbell bar. I attempted to lift it, but failed. Having underestimated Shou Kongi's relaxed demeanor, adjusting my grip, I exerted more effort and this time succeeded in raising it. It was indeed heavy. After hoisting it to waist level, I returned it to its original position. "Brother Yi, how strong are you?" I exclaimed, shaking my hands in astonishment. Hugging me must feel like embracing a large cabbage. I feel you could easily toss me like a javelin. Shou Kongi replied, "That would not do. If you were in my hands, I could never bear to throw you away. I would cherish you in my palms and shower you with affection." Chapter 51. Junior, you smell wonderful, feeling unworthy. Shou Kongi refrained from expressing jealousy, casually inquiring, "How's the club activity?" "It's delightful. Students from various majors gather together, and I've met so many wonderful people. Everyone is incredibly warm-hearted. I am truly enjoying university life," I said while pulling out a chair. Shou Kongi tucked the dumbbell back under the cabinet and continued, "I saw your post on social media. Who gave you that flower crown? Why didn't you bring it back?" I recalled. There was an elderly lady selling flower crowns beside the square where we took our group photo. She lent me one to wear and even wanted to give it to me afterward, but I insisted on paying her. It wouldn't be right to take something she worked hard for free. With my silver tongue, I convinced her to wear it herself, and I helped her sell several other crowns of different colors. We were both pleased. She even praised me as a sales genius. "Oh," Shou Kongi replied, calming his emotions. "I see. You nearly scared me. I thought someone had beaten me to it." Tao Wei, utterly exhausted after finishing a game, having been let down by his teammates, reported them and exited the game to avoid matching up with that fool again. "By the way, Brother Yi, are you going to mall downtown tomorrow to buy a phone? Could you please bring me a set of training clothes?" "Thank you, Brother Yi." I sipped my water and asked, "Brother Yi, is your phone broken?" Taking the opportunity, Tao Wei interjected, "Yes, the screen was smashed by him with his bare hands." I truly don't know what got into him. Noticing my shocked expression, Shou Kongi reassured, "It's not a serious issue, just a broken screen that can be replaced." Concerned, I asked, "Are your hands okay?" After realizing it was merely a misunderstanding, Shou Kongi felt a bit embarrassed. "It's fine. It's not too severe." I offered, "I'll accompany you tomorrow. I need to buy a yoga mat and plan to switch to a different material." Feeling a surge of excitement, Shou Kongi restrained himself, his eyebrows lifting in joy. "Great." After arranging our plans for tomorrow, my curiosity piqued. "Brother Yi, what does your phone look like now?" Shou Kongi silently opened the drawer, retrieved his phone, and placed it on the table, saying like this, "The screen is indeed bent. Are you certain that simply replacing it will suffice?" Chuzhuo harbored doubts about whether it could truly be repaired. 001 was equally astonished. The antagonist truly embodies the vigor of an athlete, exuding raw energy. I had secured a date with the two, and Shou Kongi was in high spirits. "All my household electronics are of this brand. The quality is exceptional. Despite the cracked and warped screen, the display functions well, and all applications operate normally. For a phone priced over $20,000, the configuration is at least elevated." As November approached, winter quietly descended. Early in the morning, Chuzhuo wrapped himself in a down jacket and headed to the dance studio for practice. Shou Kongi, who also rose early, was already sweating profusely on the training ground. No matter how cold it was, the fiery spirit of the male athlete could not be subdued. Stretching his waist and abdomen, he repeated countless sets. His 8-pack abs were distinctly defined, firm, and powerful. After completing pull-ups, first with an overhand grip, then with an underhand grip, his biceps and latissimus dorsi swelled, feeling solid to the touch. After enduring a rigorous set of 20 intervals of 400 meters, he was drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the mat to catch his breath. His body was filled with fatigue, and the lingering dreams from the previous night had finally subsided. It was utterly tormenting. He murmured softly, his voice gentle, as if Chuzhuo stood directly opposite him. After a brief respite, Shunkangi headed to the indoor shower to cleanse himself, taking his soiled training gear back to the dormitory. The limited space revealed only Tao Wei a glance. He inquired, "Have you seen Zhuo?" Tao Wei shook his head, replying, "No idea. When I woke up, I was the only one in the dorm. Shao Ji must have gone to practice dance. You both went to train on Saturday. Where do you find the energy?" Shunkangi messaged Chuzhuo, asking for his whereabouts. The latter likely did not have his phone at hand, for it was half an hour before he sent the specific location of the dance studio. His training attire, soaked with sweat, was hung up to dry after he showered, and without delay, he set off to find Chuzhuo. The dance studio on weekends required a separate reservation, and only Chuzhuo was present. This marked Shunkangi's inaugural experience witnessing Chuzhuo dance in the studio. Although they had practiced warm-ups in the dormitory on several occasions, the space was limited and confined, lacking the grandeur of this moment. The pristine dance studio, with its expansive mirror wall, reflected the boy's graceful and agile physique as he leapt elegantly, twirled in midair, and executed precise landings. His long legs extended and contracted gracefully, toes pointed as he turned, culminating in a perfect backflip. His legs were straight and proportionate, his waist slender and flat, with a neck that was both delicate and fair. His flawless visage was utterly captivating, akin to a crane that had strayed into a flock of swans. His supple body flowed like a ribbon in the wind, reaching places only he could access. Shunkangi felt his breath quicken. The morning's training had been thoroughly worthwhile. His gaze, as if tangible, lingered on Chuzhuo, who gradually slowed his movements, casting a knowing glance toward the entrance. Shunkangi approached him step by step, hooking one arm around Chuzhuo's thigh and lifting him to the bar for stretching. "Zhuo," he inquired, "since the beginning of the semester, have I scored any points in your eyes?" The man completely enveloped him, exuding an intensity born of exertion, his chiseled features drawing near, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping the air. Chuzhuo's gaze dropped, catching a glimpse of Shung's well-defined chest, which rose and fell gently. Amidst an unmistakable determination lies a palpable tension, intertwining two emotions that manifest in irresistible affection. The initial recollection of a previous encounter in the dormitory, where Shunkangi effortlessly lifted weights with one hand, brings to mind an ease devoid of any strain. A gentle push on the man's shoulder elicits a patient step back from him. "Shunkangi," Chuzhuo calls out, inquiring about his initial question. "Do you now possess a concrete answer? What do you like about me?" Shunkangi's gaze fixates upon him, his throat parched as he responds, "I adore your vibrant soul." The young man radiates brilliance while dancing, yet Shunkangi discovers that it is the enigmatic, resplendent soul beneath the surface that captivates him even more. It is this essence that grants the body a visage that resonates with his heartbeat, a love that feels timeless, destined to return. Chuzhuo's heartbeat quickens, a faint smile gracing his lips as he sequentially raises his legs to the bar, gradually drawing his feet together, supporting himself as he stands with his back to Shunkangi, declaring, "Shunkangi, catch me." Without hesitation, he relinquishes his weight, falling backward. Shunkangi opens his arms wide, catching him securely. Nestling his head into the fragrant crook of the young man's neck, his voice, tinged with excitement and a hint of hoarseness, asks, "Zhuo, have I met the mark?" Upon hearing the mention of a vibrant soul, Chuzhuo's heart finds its answer, teasingly replying, "I've already landed in your embrace. You've shown remarkable restraint, Yiga." Shunkangi's pupils constrict, his gaze intensely tracking every subtle expression on the young man's face. Although adorned with a smile, his seriousness is palpable. Suddenly tightening his grip, he clenches his jaw, lifting the young man effortlessly and moving toward a pristine wall. Chuzhuo finds himself hoisted by the waist, his feet dangling, his back pressed against the wall. The towering figure of Shunkangi, standing at 193 centimeters, now requires him to look down. Yiga, realizing there is no escape, Shunkangi relaxes his hold, allowing Chuzhuo to settle onto his bent knee. From Shunkangi's perspective, the young man's upper body is enveloped entirely, leaving only his two slender legs dangling as a hint of their presence. Zhuo, declare your affection for me, Shou Kongyi urges, gripping his chin, his eyes ablaze with desire, eagerly seeking affirmation. The atmosphere shifts. 001 begins to sense an unusual tension. And for reasons unknown, the backstage mechanism is activated, summoning it back to its usual confines. Attempting to escape, 001 finds itself ensnared in an unfamiliar barrier. Who is this meant to deter? Chapter 52. Junior, you smell delightful. In Chuzhuo's bright eyes, the excited figure of Shou Kongyi is vividly reflected. His chin is firmly held, yet he feels no offense. I like you. I truly like you, Chuzhuo confesses, wrapping his arms around Shou Kongyi's neck. His wrists relaxed as they intertwine at the nape of the man's neck. Senior, do you wish to hear more? Shou Kongyi shifts his large hand to the back of Chuzhuo's head, leaning down to finally kiss the lips he has longed for. It feels akin to savoring a delectable pastry, with Chuzhuo embodying the exquisite flavor being tasted, an entirely novel sensation. Her lips tingled. The roof of her mouth itched as if pressed against something, and she felt as though she could scarcely breathe. Chuzhuo reached out to push him away, yet Shou Kongyi remained as immovable as a granite boulder, not budging an inch until a gurgling sound erupted from his stomach. Chuzhuo tugged at his ear, pulling him away. Shou Kongyi, have you had your fill of kissing? The light force she exerted was utterly negligible to Shou Kongyi, who considered retorting that he had not yet had enough. But upon recalling that Zhuo was hungry, he expressed a hint of regret. Let us go and eat. Relieved, Chuzhuo hastily leapt off his thigh and turned to admonish his overly eager behavior. Who kisses so fervently on the first day of confirming a relationship? Shou Kongyi, I almost thought you intended to swallow me whole. Shou Kongyi chuckled softly, leading Chuzhuo away from the dance studio, his voice low and magnetic. It's not entirely out of the question. Chuzhuo gasped in horror. You still wish to eat someone? His tone was so genuinely astonished that it was clear he was not merely acting. Shou Kongyi replied, 001 has been released, observing his host's flushed lips. The little bird-like voice lamenting, Host, I was just confined in a small space, unable to escape. I'm not a minor AI. It was just a kiss. What could possibly be inappropriate for me, 001, to witness? Taken aback, Chuzhuo realized he had not indulged in any overt displays of affection, deftly ruffling the little creature's feathers. Next time, include some chips or snacks in that small space. 001 cheered, yay. 001 had never been concerned about whom its host was involved with. Its host's appearance and abilities were exceptionally remarkable. Even engaging in multiple romantic entanglements was not out of the ordinary. Much like a romantic simulation, players often sought to curry favor with the host to complete their affection tasks. In 001's eyes, it was perfectly normal for the host to be liked by many, as it too held great affection for them, which is why it exerted itself to devise strategy tasks for the players, wholeheartedly catering to all of the host's needs. During that period in the resource-scarce world of infinite flow, some players even managed to create exquisite and delectable decorated cakes. Chuzhuo remained unaware of just how liberally 001 operated. Upon returning to the dormitory after their meal, Tao Wei was busy tidying up takeout containers. Oh, you two returned together, he teased. Shou Kongyi held out a box of strawberries. For you. Thank you, my dear wild brother. I'm eternally grateful for your kindness. Tao Wei exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his cheeks as he rushed to wash the strawberries, devouring them one by one. Who could understand? He had ordered takeout at noon, only to face a disastrous choice, discarding it halfway through. Receiving strawberries from Wild Brother was such a delightful surprise. His reaction was overly heartfelt, akin to savoring divine nectar. Chuzhuo inquired, Tao Wei, do you enjoy strawberries? Don't mention it, Tao Wei replied, savoring the fruit. The takeout was terrible. I'll try to avoid untested restaurants in the future. After relishing nearly half the box of strawberries, he intended to ask where they had been purchased, as they were large, sweet, and bursting with juice, but upon turning around, he noticed the two individuals had moved closer together. Particularly, Shou Kongyi's arm rested upon Chuzhuo's shoulder, his fingers delicately tracing the slender curve of the latter's neck. It was rather amusing to think that Shou Kongyi bringing him strawberries was akin to a supernatural occurrence. What on earth? Tao Wei stood in stunned silence. His exclamation drew the attention of both individuals, who turned to him. Chuzhuo partially turned his body, inquiring, "What's the matter, Brother Tao Wei?" With his support abruptly withdrawn. Shou Kongyi expressed his irritation with a soft click of his tongue, his cold gaze betraying his displeasure. "Have you lost your mind?" Tao Wei's eyes darted rapidly between the two. "Shao Ji, Yiga, what is going on between you? Are you in a relationship? Do you need me to explain it to you word by word?" Shou Kongyi wished for the world to be aware of their connection. It was impossible to keep it a secret. However, being interrupted while enjoying his time with Shuo left him equally displeased. Tao Wei popped a strawberry into his mouth to steady his nerves. "Shao Ji, if you're being coerced, just blink." "Huh, Tao Wei, you're too funny." Chuzhuo laughed heartily. "To ensure Yiga felt secure, I must keep both eyes open, even while sleeping." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shou Kongyi ruffled his hair. With Jiang Yi out on a date with Tang Xiu, and now Yigu in a relationship with Shao Ji, Tao Wei sadly realized he was the only single one in the dormitory. "Alas, I never thought I would be the last one to remain single." He lamented. "I thought with Yi Gu's solitary demeanor, even though he is more handsome than I am, I would at least find someone before him." Shou Kongyi shot him a frosty glance. "Are the strawberries not to your liking?" Chuzhuo chimed in with a smile. "We specifically bought them for you. Consider them a small token of joy." Tao Wei was momentarily speechless, casting a downward glance at the rapidly dwindling strawberries, feeling a chill in his heart. When Jiang Yi returned that evening, he discerned the shift in atmosphere between Chuzhuo and Shou Kongyi, particularly as the latter could not conceal his emotions. His gaze was unmistakably fixated on Chuzhuo. "Congratulations," Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. After attending class yesterday afternoon, Jiang Yi had left and did not return to the dormitory that night. Now, noticing the red mark on Shou Kongyi's neck, he remarked with a light tone, "Thank you. Congratulations to you as well." Chuzhuo, having just replied to a message in their class group, looked up in confusion. "What congratulations?" "Nothing." Jiang Yi awkwardly shifted the topic. "I wish you and Shou Kongyi all the best." Chuzhuo smiled brightly. "Thank you, Senior Jiang Yi, and I wish you and Tang Xiu happiness." As the lights in the dormitory were set to turn off, Shou Kongyi climbed into bed and knocked on his boyfriend's bed opposite him. "Zhuo, may I sleep with you tonight?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chuzhuo replied, "No. There isn't enough space for two on this bed. If you come over, we'll have to sleep sideways." His tone was sincere. He truly did not want to squeeze together on a narrow single bed. Shou Kongyi remarked, "It seems we need to consider moving out." The next morning, as everyone in the dormitory was awake, Shou Kongyi called out, "Tonight, Zhuo and I are treating everyone to dinner." Chuzhuo added, "Senior Jiang, he can invite Tang Xiu along." Tao Wei floated in with a melancholic tone. "Has Shao Ji considered my feelings? Tao Weiga has dietary restrictions?" Chuzhuo didn't catch that at first. "Yes. I cannot consume anything with red eyes. I am allergic to conjunctivitis, and if I do, I will go mad." Tao Weiga rambled on, noticing that Chuzhuo's expression grew increasingly perplexed. Suddenly feeling guilty, he remarked, "You two lovebirds, and here I am, solitary dog. Let me make it clear, no display of affection, please." Chuzhuo finally understood his meaning and graciously replied, "Rest assured, I won't let Yigu touch me during this dinner." The unfortunate Shou Kongyi chuckled, "Well done, Ji. You must assert your position in the household." Tao Weiga laughed heartily. Now it was time for someone else to feel melancholy. Shou Kongyi grasped Chuzhuo's sleeve, saying, "Zhuo, I want snow in June." Chuzhuo, with her back to Tao Weiga, winked at Shou Kongyi. He was struck in the heart. "Baby, you are simply adorable." Tang Xiu received the news that Jiang Yi initially planned to pick him up, but Tang Xiu firmly declined. They are in opposite directions. It would be a waste of time and too troublesome. Let us meet at Shimen. Please send my regards to Chuzhuo. Jiang Yi replied, "Oh." Chapter 53. Hello, Junior. You smell divine. Around 5 in the afternoon, the group gathered at the West School gate. Shou Kongyi was driving. Chuzhuo sat in the passenger seat, while the other three occupied the back. During dinner, everything seemed normal, though Chuzhuo had a low tolerance for alcohol. Unlike the previous occasion when she had a few fruit wines, this time she drank a bit more and felt dizzy when it was time to settle the bill. Shou Kongi picked Chuzhuo up horizontally, and as she squirmed in his arms, she exclaimed, "I want to get down." A person has legs for a reason. They must be exercised, or they will rust. Zhuo Bao, you are a sweet baby. You won't rust, Shou Kongi reassured her, holding her securely. Chuzhuo placed her legs on Shou Kongi's shoulders, muttering, "You don't understand. It's like a cat, despite being domesticated. One must not lose their hunting skills. It's a family tradition." Shou Kongi replied, "Zhuo Bao, you're drunk." "True, I never claimed to be sober. Otherwise, how could I share a cat's family skills with a human?" Chuzhuo continued, leaning back, "But my mind is racing. This handle is quite peculiar, moving around. I can hardly keep my legs still." Fortunately, her body was supple, allowing her to maneuver in various ways around Shou Kongi. With his eyelids drooping, Shou Kongi gently secured his hold around her waist, saying, "Let us go back and rest, shall we?" Beside them, Tao Weigo was struggling to suppress his laughter. Tang Xiu, stifling a chuckle, whispered sweet nothings to Jiang Yi. "I didn't expect Chuzhuo to be this entertaining when drunk." To care for Chuzhuo, Shou Kongi found it inconvenient to drive, so he securely held her and climbed into the back seat. Jiang Yi, who also had a driver's license, took the wheel for the return journey. Tao Weigo leaned against the car window, watching the scenery retreat, lamenting, "Alas, I came here sitting with one couple and am returning with another. My fate is truly unfortunate." Who wants bitter melon? Chuzhuo's head popped out from Shou Kongi's embrace. "Tao Weigo, don't athletes also need to maintain their physique?" Shou Kongi wrapped his arm around her. "Yes, just complaining. Ignore him." Tao Weigo, subdued by Shou Kongi's gaze, remarked, "Little G, go tease your boyfriend. My boyfriend's name is Shou Kongi." At first, Zhuozhu was a bit muddled. Try to remember this name. Shou Kongi's gaze was gentle as he caressed his tousled black hair, asking softly, "Is Zhuo Bao's stomach feeling unwell? Do you feel like vomiting?" Zhuozhu, with a sluggish mind, shook his head. "Not at all. My stomach is quite obedient. Our Zhuo Bao is so well-behaved." Shou Kongi soothed him. The two chatted intermittently all the way. After parking the car, Tao Wei nimbly climbed out, saying, "I'm off to play some basketball, bye." Previously, he had been reluctant to pick them up, but now, Jiang Yi insisted on escorting Tang Xiu back to the dormitory. Tang Xiu had no intention of refusing. He wanted to spend more time with Jiang Yi. Their childhood friendship was steadily blossoming. Shou Kongi half-embraced Zhuozhu, responding to each of his murmurs as they made their way to the dormitory, where he coaxed him to sleep. The next day, after Zhuozhu had been drinking, he couldn't remember much, but distinctly recalled how he had tormented Shou Kongi throughout the night. Rubbing his forehead, he said, "Guyi, you really don't have to respond to every drunken word I say. The more you speak, the more I get into it." Shou Kongi, newly in a relationship, couldn't help but retort, "Baby, only reluctance feels forced. I am more than willing with you." Zhuozhu's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as he tiptoed to kiss Shou Kongi's cheek. "I like to hear that." After the beginning of winter, it had been over half a month before the capital finally welcomed its first heavy snowfall. Unlike the previous light flurries, this snow covered the ground to the ankles overnight. Shou Kongi had matters to attend to away from school and had not returned for 3 consecutive nights. Yet his greetings on WeChat were plentiful, creating an illusion that they had never been apart during these days. Zhuozhu, holding his phone, brought up a matter with Shou Kongi. The classical dance competition he had signed up for required participants to arrive early. On the phone, he heard Shou Kongi's frustrated voice, "Zhuo Bao, send me the hotel location and room number. I'll fly over as soon as I finish here. But the competition doesn't start until the day after tomorrow." "You should handle your own affairs," Zhuozhu replied. Though he said so, Shou Kongi silently quickened his pace. After notifying his counselor and securing leave, Zhuozhu slung his travel bag over his shoulder and took a taxi to the airport. 3 hours later, he arrived at the hotel, quickly tidied up, and found a small restaurant nearby to order a bowl of wontons. The night passed uneventfully, and the competition organizers sent out a notification reminding participants to submit their materials. Zhuozhu followed the procedure and submitted everything one by one, finishing in the afternoon. After various time checks, his feet grew numb from walking, and upon returning to the hotel, he immediately lay down for a brief rest. That evening, he woke up, ate some vegetable porridge and pan-fried dumplings, feeling drowsy. Suddenly, he heard a knock on the door. Rubbing his eyes, he peered through the peephole and, surprised, opened the door, leaping into Shou Kongyi's arms. "Gui, what brings you here?" "I wanted to see you," Shou Kongyi replied, wrapping his arm around Chuzhuo's thigh as he stepped into the room, kicking the door shut behind him. "Are you sleepy? Go ahead and sleep. It's still early." Chuzhuo's drowsiness faded significantly, and he asked, "What time is it?" "You didn't take a midnight flight, did you?" "It's a little past 3. I slept for over 2 hours on the plane, so I'm not tired," Shou Kongyi said, kissing Chuzhuo's lips gently. "Zhuobao, go to sleep." Initially, Chuzhuo was not at all weary, yet lulled by his gentle caresses, he succumbed to slumber once more in the embrace of Shou Kongyi. As the sun rose past 8, he opened his eyes to find himself alone in the bed. Had it not been for the sight of the black backpack on the sofa, he might have thought the previous night a mere dream. "Yiga," he called out, but received no response. Straining his ears, he discerned the sound of water cascading from the bathroom. Rising from his slumber, Chuzhuo knocked gently on the bathroom door. "Yiga, are you in there?" Shou Kongyi paused momentarily, the steady rhythm of his breath suddenly quickening. He reduced the water flow, subtly coaxing Chuzhuo to speak. "I'm here. Did everything go smoothly yesterday?" Chuzhuo, brimming with excitement, shared, "It went exceptionally well. The staff from the organizing committee were incredibly patient, and a few contestants complimented my proportions. They were so adorable. I adore this world." A vein throbbed at Shou Kongyi's temple as he clenched his jaw, the water splashing against his body. In his heart, he whispered, "I adore you." The power of vocal affirmation surpassed mere self-sufficiency. Shou Kongyi dried himself off and donned a neat outfit. "Go brush your teeth. I'll call the hotel and order breakfast." "Oh, is it hot for you, Yiga?" "Be careful not to catch a cold with an early morning shower," Chuzhuo said, retrieving his toothbrush, toothpaste, and cup, offering a word of caution before entering. Moments later, a server knocked and wheeled in a cart laden with breakfast, porridge with cereal, meat sauce pasta, fried eggs, crispy bacon, grilled sausages, milk, freshly squeezed carrot juice, and red sugar steamed buns shaped like flowers, along with an array of small dishes. Although Chuzhuo appeared slender, he possessed a hearty appetite, essential for a dancer who expended considerable energy. Despite the variety, the portions were modest, and he polished off the meal completely. As he packed his bag, he casually inquired, "Yiga, have you been here before? We have the morning free. We could explore a bit. After lunch, we could change clothes, and at 3:30, we need to report to the venue." Shou Kongyi had indeed visited before. As one of the central cities for politics, economics, and culture, the capital was remarkably developed in finance and trade. After his college entrance examinations, the University of Fuqing had been among his choices, but the University of the Imperial Capital had offered him numerous advantages to attract talent, such as a green channel for project applications and the ability to bypass the need for leave from his counselor. Consequently, he chose the University of the Imperial Capital. He had been there several times, yet always preoccupied with serious matters, never having taken the time to truly enjoy himself. Shou Kongyi feigned misery. Chuzhuo approached and embraced him. "It's all right. This time you have your boyfriend with you." Shou Kongyi felt elated to receive such an affectionate gesture from Chuzhuo. As the competition commenced, Chuzhuo donned his performance costume, a long-sleeved azure garment. He entered the stage with grace, leaping into the air, his resilient form flourishing under the spotlight. Shou Kongyi, seated in the audience, fixated his gaze on his radiant lover, admiring his soaring and twirling physique. Countless intricate postures are executed with grace and elegance, resembling a captivating landscape painting. Long legs kick and curve, fingers delicately dance like orchids, and eyes shimmer like flowing water. As he spins and lands, his body contorts to the utmost, casting off sleeves as if blooming flowers. He's a born dancer. After 3 days, the finals arrive, and the fruits of his relentless efforts over the past few months are finally realized, as he secures the prestigious Special Gold Award with a distinct advantage. As he steps onto the stage to receive his accolade, beams of light illuminate him, and the audience erupts in applause. This competition, known as the Kaifeng Award, boasts a high level of professionalism and prestige, ranking third among national dance events in Huagua. The competitors are of generally high caliber, and to stand out among them is a testament to exceptional talent. Shun Kongi presents him with vibrant red roses, declaring them a gift for the champion. The champion has received his congratulatory gift, he remarks, as Chuzhuo joyfully accepts the bouquet. With the competition concluded, participants exit in succession, marking the end of an intense 3 days. Chuzhuo stands at the bottom of the grand staircase, the heavy iron door witnessing the passage of dancer after dancer who has graced this theater. He places a hand over his heart, conveying his emotions to the benefactor who is no longer in this world. Look, this is freedom, bright and sunny, with fresh air. The barrier of worldly consciousness seems to stir, as 001 drops its soda and emerges from its confined space. Host, 001 has received a surge of energy? Chuzhuo inquires, what energy? I don't know. What did you do? Chuzhuo shakes his head slightly, suddenly pausing, gentle warmth rising within him. What's wrong? Shun Kongi softly asks, wrapping an arm around his shoulder. It's getting late. Is there anything you wish to eat? Chuzhuo eagerly raises his hand. Let us go to that dry pot restaurant we pass by every day. The aroma is exquisite and has me craving it. Shun Kongi chuckles, you little foodie. After indulging in a satisfying meal, they rest at the hotel for the night, returning to school the next morning. The award announcement has already been published on the official website, and Chuzhuo enters the classroom holding his trophy amidst a shower of confetti. Ji Chuzhuo, you're amazing. Ji Chuzhuo, you're incredible. Hurry, let us take a look at the trophy. Next year, the prestigious Kuniying Cup will take place again. Ji Chuzhuo, you must register and elevate our dance department's reputation. Wow, this trophy is something to behold. The Kuniying Cup, held every 2 years, is an international award that Chuzhuo's benefactor once won. Without needing to be told, Chuzhuo is determined to claim victory. This will serve as his formal starting point. He plans to participate in various competitions, ensuring that his benefactor's mother understands that the true path is not lined with flowers and applause, nor is it filled with enthusiasm and vitality. The benefactor's choice has never been whimsical. He possesses genuine talent and should not rest after merely one Kuniying Cup. Beyond the Kuniying Cup lies an even more prestigious international dance competition organized by the Ministry of Culture, which, alongside the Kaifeng Award, is considered one of the 3 pinnacles of dance in Huagua. He intends to conquer them all. As the chimes of New Year's Eve resonated, heralding the arrival of a new year, Chuzhuo had been immersed in the dance studio, often requiring Shun Kongi to coax him away from meals. Chuzhuo, the day after tomorrow is New Year's Day. Let us venture out, Shun Kongi said, taking Chuzhuo's bag and slinging it over his shoulder while enveloping the boy's slender hand within his own. I have booked a hot spring hotel in the outskirts of Beijing, just an hour and a half drive away. Given your recent excessive training, you need to unwind. All right, Chuzhuo replied, leaning against Shun Kongi for support. You arrange it, and I have no objections. I want to rest on your shoulder, brother. The unconscious utterance of brother nearly sent Shun Kongi into a frenzy. He steadied himself, lifting Chuzhuo into his arms. My back is firm, so lying down may be uncomfortable. Just like this, hold on, Chuzhuo, sleep for a while. I'll wake you when we arrive at the dining place. With a body of muscle and a broad chest, he embraced Chuzhuo, who succumbed to the enveloping comfort and drifted off to sleep. When Chuzhuo finally stirred, the outside world had plunged into darkness, the towering edifices illuminating the night. Inside the private dining room, the light was dim. How long have I slept? Chuzhuo inquired, propping himself up on Shun Kongi's chest. Shun Kongi gently brushed the tousled hair from Chuzhuo's forehead. It's just past 8. Would you like to wash your face? Chuzhuo surveyed his surroundings, finding no sign of water. Should we step out to find a restroom? Shun Kongi made a phone call, and moments later, a waiter entered with a cart, presenting warm water before them. Here you are, gentlemen, the waiter said softly. Shun Kongi responded, please continue with the dishes, but serve the black-bone chicken soup first. Certainly, the waiter replied respectfully. After washing his face, Chuzhuo felt refreshed and remarked, their service is exceptionally attentive. Shun Kongi chuckled, With high wages come high standards of service. Within 2 minutes, the black-bone chicken soup was served. Shou ladled the bowl and said, "Drink some of this soup to replenish your energy. You've lost weight." Chuzhuo skeptically touched his face and belly. "Have I? It feels lighter when I'm held compared to before," he mused as Shou noted a number. Chuzhuo set down the bowl. 2 pounds? That is hardly significant. I'll regain that in no time. I thought I had lost a noticeable amount. Shou playfully pinched his cheek. "Hence, you mustn't jump around endlessly. Regular meals are essential." "Understood. The school anniversary and the Group Heroes Cup are too close together. Almost back to back, and I've been rehearsing quite a bit. I must succeed in one go to make a name for myself." Chuzhuo's eyes widened, his already round pupils sparkling with vitality. Shou offered him a piece of chicken with chopsticks. "Have another bite." Chuzhuo opened his mouth and eagerly chewed. After their meal, they returned to the dormitory to rest for the day before setting off for the hot spring hotel. The countryside presented a stark contrast to the city. Devoid of towering structures, deep and expansive, its desolation a winter's signature, waiting for spring to breathe life anew. Typically tranquil, the suburbs buzzed with life today as crowds emerged to celebrate New Year's Day. Upon arriving at the designated parking area of the hotel, Shou took Chuzhuo's hand. "Let us have a bite to eat, enjoy ourselves a bit, let it settle, and then we shall indulge in the hot springs." As the initial spark of curiosity ignited, she playfully inserted her fingers between his, inquiring, "What are we playing? Is there a beautiful view nearby?" Shou with his arms crossed, leaned in to kiss the back of the boy's hand, responding, "There's a glass sky bridge named Yunxi Valley spanning between 2 mountains, just a 20-minute journey from here." Her interest piqued, she exclaimed, "Let us go." After satisfying their appetites, they set off for Yunxi Valley, braving the biting cold winds along the way. Upon purchasing their tickets, Chuzhuo and Shou entered the scenic area. As she stepped onto the bridge, she marveled at the pristine glass beneath her feet, revealing a breathtaking panorama of mountains and rivers stretching endlessly below. Midway across, the sound of shattering glass startled her, prompting a thought. Is this the special glass the staff mentioned? Just as the thought crossed her mind, an unexpected force propelled her forward. Her voice altered. "Hey, who pushed me, friend?" Shou stood nearby, bewildered. Who could have shoved him? Chapter 55. "Hello, senior, you smell divine." Shou momentarily stunned, fumbled with his phone to capture the moment, only to realize that Chuzhuo had been jostled away. Without hesitation, he rushed to catch up, closing the 3 to 4 meters distance, seizing her wrist and pulling her into his embrace. With a serious tone, he admonished, "Playing around on the glass bridge is perilous. When you buy a ticket to cross, you should understand the risks involved with the glass. Even if you cannot overcome your fear, do not drag others into it. My boyfriend is not responsible for your fears." The man in sunglasses, reprimanded, felt irritated and retorted, "Your boyfriend didn't say anything. Besides, a man isn't that fragile." A little push 1T hurt him. "Look, he is standing just fine." Chuzhuo resolutely countered, "What Shou said perfectly encapsulates my thoughts. It doesn't matter whether one is male or female. Pushing someone out of fear is unjustifiable. If it was unintentional, an apology would suffice, as your reasoning is flawed. However, your behavior is simply distasteful. In matters of significance, Chuzhuo always prioritized affection and security." The man in sunglasses, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd and aware of Shou imposing stature, suddenly felt intimidated. He blustered, "Are you bullying me just because there are many of you? I want to hold it against you." With that, he retreated in disgrace. The onlookers voiced their support, stating, "We all witnessed it. He was in the wrong. An apology is warranted. He should not be throwing a tantrum. No one thinks he did anything wrong. Indeed, let us not allow such people to ruin our mood. Are you two a couple? You look wonderful together." Shou expression softened. Chuzhuo linked her arm with his, smiling brightly. "Thank you all. We didn't let it bother us. We will enjoy our day, and he is not worth our concern." The crowd chuckled kindly. At the end of the glass sky bridge was an observation deck, a popular spot for photos. Chuzhuo raised her phone, opened the selfie mode, and rested her head on Shou shoulder, saying, "Shou Look at the camera. Shun Kongyi gazed intently at the camera, and before long, his eyes unconsciously fell upon the boy's face. The boy's thick eyelashes resembled delicate fans, casting elongated shadows beneath his eyelids. With a mere blink, Shun Kongyi's heart would race in response. Chuzhuo snapped several photographs, selecting one that radiated intimacy for his WeChat profile picture. The chosen image was a candid shot from the recent dance competition, capturing the boy as he leaped gracefully, his movements akin to that of a soaring dragon, adorned in shimmering pale green satin that dazzled the eye. Yiga, I just heard someone mention that fireworks will be displayed here tonight. Will they be set off? I want to come out and watch, Chuzhuo said, leaning casually against the glass, his hand resting on the railing. Shun Kongyi grasped one of his wrists, his fingertips gently tracing the protruding bone. In a calm tone, he replied, I'll take you to see them tonight. I know the perfect viewing spot. Chuzhuo turned his hand to clasp Shun Kongyi's 4 fingers. Shun Kongyi, you are truly an exemplary boyfriend, and I am quite satisfied. Shun Kongyi chuckled softly, a tremor resonating in his chest as he feigned seriousness. Thank you for your affirmation, Zhuo Bao. I will strive to maintain this standard. Chuzhuo burst into laughter, diving into his embrace. After spending half an hour at the observation deck, they made their way back. The hotel staff led them to a private hot spring suite, where warmth enveloped them as they entered. Shun Kongyi had specially purchased 2 sets of handcrafted silk pajamas, which he had brought along this morning. The hotel provided clean bathrobes that lay aside as Chuzhuo selected a champagne-colored pajama set and stepped into the water. The temperature was a few degrees higher than that of the human body, and soaking in the hot spring aided in muscle relaxation and blood circulation. Shun Kongyi stepped into the pool after him, swimming over to draw closer to Chuzhuo. If you feel drowsy, rest your head on my shoulder. Chuzhuo, with just his head above water, replied, I'm not tired. I'm full of energy. Shun Kongyi cast a sidelong glance at his legs, which were playfully splayed underwater. As his breathing deepened, he grasped the boy's thigh and pulled him closer. Give me a kiss. As he spoke, he cradled Chuzhuo's face, aligning it with those lips, flushed from esteem. With fervor, he pressed his lips against Chuzhuo's. The boy's mouth was filled to the brim, his palm resting on Shun Kongyi's chest, where the relaxed muscles felt soft but gradually hardened with the weight of breath. This sensation is not what I desire. Yiga, please relax quickly, he murmured amid kisses. Shun Kongyi bit into Chuzhuo's lower lip, encircling his waist and lifting him onto the platform, burying his face in the boy's slender shoulder. Zhuo Bao, this is beyond my control. Yet, as he uttered these words, his body began to loosen. Chuzhuo smiled bodily. Yiga still cares for me. Of course. You are my only baby. Who else would I care for? Shun Kongyi took Chuzhuo's hand, placing it on his abdominal muscles. Go on. Feel to your heart's content. The warm spring water was immensely comforting, washing away all fatigue. Chuzhuo donned the bathrobe and savored the meal provided by the hotel. As dusk descended, the sky donned a blue hue, pressing against the mountain tops, with a faint orange glow of sunset lingering at the horizon. What time will the fireworks begin? After finishing the biscuits, Chuzhuo took a few sips of honey lemon water and casually inquired. Shun Kongyi asked, what time would you like to go? Chuzhuo ponda. It will be best to head out early to avoid missing it. Not a chance, Shun Kongyi replied, taking the unfinished drink from him and finishing it in 2 gulps. He extended a hand towards Chuzhuo. Let us go now if you wish to see it. Chuzhuo placed his hand in Shun Kongyi's, who effortlessly lifted him, propelling him forward with a surprising force. Wow. Chuzhuo et galim. What else with the wow? Shun Kongyi chuckled. Of course, it's because you're impressive. Chuzhuo playfully squeezed his bicep, commenting on the remarkable muscle tone. Brother Yi, you are undoubtedly a boyfriend of strength. Bending down, Shun Kongyi wrapped his right arm around the back of Chuzhuo's knees and lifted him, making slight adjustments to ensure Chuzhuo could comfortably lean against his arm. Wow, Brother Yi, that's amazing. Can you do squats while holding me? Shun Kongyi transformed into a playful tyrant and proceeded to perform 10 squats, playfully tapping his right cheek with his left hand. Delicious, he remarked. Chuzhuo planted a loud kiss on his cheek, which brought a bright smile to Shun Kongyi's handsome face as he walked with an air of confidence. This romance was exhilarating. Chuzhuo felt destined to be with him. As the fiery sunset faded, the evening's blue hues deepened, and many people gathered outside the hotel, waiting for the fireworks. Chuzhuo was somewhat surprised. It seems like many people knew there would be fireworks tonight. Is something significant happening? Shun Kongi, with his hand behind his back, made an okay gesture and smiled. Count to 5. Zuo Bao. A thrill coursed through Chuzhuo, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind as he instinctively began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Just as he finished speaking, a loud whoosh echoed. Chuzhuo quickly glanced at Shun Kongi before turning his gaze back to the expansive land before him. A burst of light shot into the sky, exploding mid-air into a massive fireball against the backdrop of the twilight. Golden sparks cascaded like countless meteors, and after the burst, shimmering trails fell like rain. The second explosion was a blue meteor, followed by a third and fourth, each in a different hue. Chuzhuo was utterly exhilarated, his mind ablaze with the spectacle. Brother Yi, is this the surprise you prepared for me? From behind, Shun Kongi embraced him, his magnetic voice whispering in his ear. Happy New Year, Zhuo Bao. Shun Kongi, let us share in this joy together. Chuzhuo tilted his head slightly, gently brushing his lips against the cool edge of the man's. The fireworks lasted for 10 minutes, with the final explosion being particularly resounding, forming the characters Chuzhuo in fiery brilliance, lingering for 7 or 8 seconds before fading into twinkling points. Chuzhuo reached out, playfully grasping at the air, forming a fist and lifting it before Shun Kongi, lightly blowing on it before gradually opening his palm, the tone rising. Chuzhuo has entered your heart. Chapter 56. Junior, you smell delightful. After New Year's Day, the final exams loomed large. Tao Wei, engulfed in books, appeared as if the fairies within the pages had drained his energy. Initial Zhuo accompanied Shun Kongi to the cafeteria, where he thoughtfully prepared a takeout box containing 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes. Thank you, Shou Ji. Your kindness is unforgettable, Tao Wei expressed, as he eagerly unwrapped his disposable chopsticks, devouring the meal as if he hadn't eaten in centuries. Zhuo settled into his seat, inquiring, is the theoretical exam for your major particularly challenging? Indeed, it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens, Tao Wei replied, his eyes glistening with tears. Shun Kongi scoffed. If you spent less time playing games in the dormitory, you could remember more. As the tense review week slipped through their fingers, the last final exam for the dance department concluded, prompting Zhuo to gather his belongings and return to his grandfather's home. Shun Kongi, with a dejected demeanor, trailed behind him. Lamenting, Zhuo Bao, it's over a month during the winter break. We won't see each other for more than 30 days. Kongi, your true nature has been revealed. I do not believe you can resist seeking me out for an entire month, Zhuo retorted, pushing him away. If you can endure, pigs will fly up trees, he added, a playful rhyme escaping his lips. Seeing through the facade, Shun Kongi decided to abandon pretense, leaning in to kiss Zhuo. Very well. I shall come to see you on New Year's Eve. The young couple embarked on a long-distance relationship, which was phone becoming a flurry of activity. On New Year's Eve, Shun Kongi flew to Pingjian City, celebrating their first holiday together. Not long after the new semester commenced, the school anniversary in April began. Zhuo awaited his turn backstage, ready to perform in his exotic costume as the host announced the title of his dance piece. His captivating face, combined with his extraordinarily agile physique, executed a series of challenging movements, culminating in a dramatic fall and a graceful recovery. It was as though he had returned home. This stage was his sanctuary. Who could resist appreciating such beauty? The audience's eyes widened in awe, their cheers echoing throughout the venue. Ultimately, the top 3 performances were announced. Zhuo's dance secured a resounding first place. Upon hearing that credits could be earned, Tao Wei's eyes sparkled with envy. This is truly remarkable, he remarked. You could earn credits after your internship as well, Shun Kongi replied. During this period, Zhuo was immersed in dance practice, leaving little time to converse with Tao Wei. Where are you interning, brother Tao Wei? Is it exhausting? Ha! Teaching physical education to a bunch of middle schoolers is a piece of cake for me, Tao Wei boasted, maintaining his facade. The fervor of the school anniversary, combined with Zhuo's stunning appearance, elevated his notoriety, spreading his name beyond the confines of the university and into other institutions. Coincidentally, a basketball match against the neighboring Institute of Technology was scheduled. Shou had little interest in friendly matches with other schools, having found them unexciting during his freshman and sophomore years. He initially planned to skip this year's game, but circumstances altered his plans. As he prepared, Shou repeatedly reminded Chuzhuo, "Just sit in the stands and watch me. You don't need to move. If I get tired or thirsty, I will come find you myself." After ensuring everything was set, he continued to chatter. Chuzhuo grasped his shoulder and pivoted him around, saying, "I heard every word, Kongi. Quickly go play. Look at my boyfriend's muscles. He is undoubtedly the coolest in the arena and will certainly make me proud." Before departing, Shou quickly turned his head and stole a kiss from Chuzhuo's lips. My heart raced with fervor. Indeed, a boyfriend is the most precious treasure in the world. As Shou stepped onto the court, laughter erupted among the players, with some going so far as to mock him with thumbs down, saying, "Shou, you're not up to the task. What a strict partner you have. Does my boyfriend care about you? Dream on." Shou raised his eyebrows with pride. A curious student from a neighboring Polytechnic University remarked, "Is that your partner? He is truly handsome. I had seen a performance during your school celebration. The dance he performed was stunning, especially the classical style, far more elegant than some of the flashy dances from abroad." Shou beamed with pride. "Yes, he's indeed handsome. Is your partner quite popular?" Mused a forward from the opposing team. "Not just handsome, but an unparalleled beauty. I have never seen such a stunning boy in my life. Unfortunately, I later discovered he is not single. Otherwise, I would have tried to pursue him. Turns out he is your partner. It's pointless to wish. My boyfriend has high standards." Shou replied coolly, surveying the group before him. "Do you possess more charm, handsomeness, or strength than I do?" A bunch of engineering students challenging our sports department, TSK. The forward seemed momentarily taken aback, uncertain, and thought, "Is this really necessary?" Why has the conversation turned into a personal attack? To be fair, Shou words before the match ignited the competitive spirit on both sides. Within 30 seconds of the game, Shou seized the ball, positioned outside the three-point line, and effortlessly made a shot, casting a glance toward the stands. His shooting form was relaxed, as if the hoop were right in front of him. Not only did the players on the court cheer, but the students in the stands also became animated. "Gee, your boyfriend's three-pointer is incredible. Our morale is soaring," exclaimed a second-year senior who had come to watch. "He*s just showing off." Chuzhuo discerned Shou true nature. Indeed, he was performing to impress, just like a peacock spreading its feathers to attract a mate. The girl spoke, then suddenly quieted as a boy with bright eyes and a warm smile listened intently, his light-colored irises sparkling with vitality, his expression sincere and patient, as if he would never tire of her words. She couldn't help but murmur, "Shou, you're truly lucky." Chuzhuo didn't quite catch that. "What?" The girl chuckled softly, responding warmly, "I mean, you got a good deal." Chuzhuo, not fully understanding, smiled unconsciously, saying, "Who has to say otherwise? Wonderful. But there won't be anyone else besides him." This statement carried enough affirmation. Chuzhuo's love was pure and untainted, and the word compromise was never in her vocabulary. Hence, she remarked that it was a good deal for Shou. The girl gently nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. "Woo, your brother is still your brother. He*s amazing. Quick, we can't lag behind now that he*s set the pace. Hurry, Shou, catch the ball. You can easily throw it. Do you think I can defend once it's in my hands?" "Ha ha ha. Shou, go for it." Rolling in, Old Ma takes the lead. As the score widens, the halftime approaches, and Shou promptly strides towards the stands. Chuzhuo unscrews the bottle cap in advance. "Time for water." Shou remains still. "My arms are sore from playing. Feed me." Other classmates nearby remark, "This display of affection, do we not exist?" Chuzhuo tilts the bottle, exaggeratingly exclaims, "You're about to take off, yet your arms are sore?" After feeding him half a bottle, Chuzhuo grabs a towel and hands it to Shou. This time, Shou does not let Chuzhuo assist, diligently wiping away his sweat before sitting beside him. "Am I handsome?" Chuzhuo's eyes glisten with fervor, transforming into a praise machine. "You're the most handsome in the entire arena, scoring 7 three-pointers and 4 two-pointers. Half of the points came from my boyfriend. How cool is that? Indeed, I remember clearly. Shou, influenced by his enthusiastic demeanor, leans closer and whispers, I've dried my face. Zhuo, give me another kiss. Chuzhuo chuckles. Senior, that was quite the prolonged foreplay. Nearby, 001 quips. Tisk scheming man. Chapter 57. Junior, you smell wonderful. The basketball game culminates in victory. The score gap too vast to invite any suspense by halftime. Yet both teams continue to play with fervor in the second half. The name Shou echoes throughout the basketball court. After the game, they planned a dinner gathering, but Shou was reluctant to attend. His goal was achieved, and he preferred to spend this time with his boyfriend. The captain of the university's basketball team, noticing his disinterest, nudges him playfully. Invite your boyfriend along. Family members are welcome. Shou ponders for a moment. I'll ask him if he'd like to go. Learning of the invitation, Chuzhuo replies affirmatively. Of course. Should we treat the opposing team to dinner since we won? Shou nods. Yes, I'll treat. In previous friendly matches, it was always Shou who covered the costs, as students from the sports department were well aware of his affluent background, and no one contested this. The two schools combined had about 20 attendees. Shou reserved a spacious private room accommodating 30, and after ordering, everyone scattered to find their seats. Whispers filled the air as they discussed the value of the medical expenses covered. The restaurant appeared upscale and likely not inexpensive. What is this compared to Shou sneakers? They're this spring-s limited edition from Anai. You can't get them without a six-figure sum. I have a wealthy high school classmate who missed out and even posted on social media seeking one. He offered double the price for anyone willing to part with theirs. Wow, it's truly infuriating when someone has it all: appearance, family background, and a personality that's easy to get along with. And his boyfriend is just as exceptional. What a life winner. No need for a summary. I'm feeling envious. Haha. Amidst the laughter and conversation at the large table, the server arrives with the dishes. After an afternoon of activity, hunger pangs set in, and polite formalities are easily brushed aside as they dig into the food. To Shou, I raise my glass. The power forward across the table raised his glass, downing it boldly in one gulp. He wiped the wine stains from the corner of his mouth, assuring, this afternoon, I meant no harm. Rest assured, I harbor no inappropriate intentions towards your boyfriend. I possess a strong sense of morality. Unfazed, he continued, I've taken my revenge. The power forward sat in silence, contemplating, all right, I understand that we were thoroughly trounced. Must you continue to remind us of our humiliation even after the match has concluded? Laughter erupted among the classmates. As they filled their bellies, conversations blossomed in a myriad of directions, with students from all corners of the world converging at two great universities. Fortuitously engaging in a friendly basketball match, a fleeting moment orchestrated by fate. What lies ahead? Who truly cares? Shou made quite the impression after the game. When someone inquired about Chuzhuo, he directly shared images from the basketball match, the intimacy between the two leaving no room for others. Give up, Shou thought, harboring a possessive mindset. As April came to a close, the International Classical Dance Competition commenced in early May. Chuzhuo's preliminary performance catapulted him to fame, gradually garnering attention online. Who is this young man? His dance is so beautiful, and his physique is simply stunning. It seems rare for a male dancer to excel in classical dance. He truly lives up to his professional background. Does anyone know which school he attends? No heeding agenda. Just curious to meet him. As the buzz intensified, curious netizens began to explore the prestigious university. The top student in the classical dance program dazzled with a stunning performance at the school's anniversary celebration. Last year, he clinched the folk dance award, second only to the current competition he was partaking in. Upon enrollment, he became the center of attention, selected as an exemplary model during military training. His captivating visage inciting adoration, frequently appearing on the campus confession wall. The cumulative brilliance of his accolades was irresistible, propelling him onto trending searches. At this moment, only a day remained until the finals. That evening, someone unearthed the identity of Chuzhuo, son of the world-renowned ballet dancer Shou. Further digging revealed a video from several years prior, showcasing his victory in the youth category of an international ballet competition. In the murky waters of the internet, disparaging voices began to surface. Shou Kongyi clenched his phone, his expression darkening, instructing his associates to suppress the trending topic. Meanwhile, Chuzhuo was blissfully engrossed in the competition, utterly oblivious to the external turmoil. The following day, the competition concluded splendidly, and he secured the special gold award. Upon exiting, he encountered a throng of reporters clamoring for interviews. A microphone was thrust in front of him. Chuzhuo, what is your perspective on ballet versus classical dance? Did you abandon ballet out of disdain? Do you harbor a bias against Western dance? His protective spirit, designated as 001, kicked the reporter in the face. How dare you speak so presumptuously? You're nothing but a nobody. If I had my way, I would discriminate against you. Unfortunately, the kick missed, and after venting his frustrations, 001 sulked back to Chuzhuo, coming to a realization. Master, 001 is merely a useless system now. I am no longer your companion in a world of infinite possibilities. I am merely a subordinate system, second only to the main system. The reporter's incessant chatter intertwined with the anguished cries of 001, leaving Chuzhuo's head buzzing. As Shou Kongyi maneuvered the vehicle, Chuzhuo found himself besieged by several reporters. Striding forward, he seized a microphone from one of them, demanding, "Which media outlet do you represent?" The man's gaze was devoid of warmth, his voice carrying a frigid reprimand. The reporter instinctively recoiled under his icy stare, yet recalling the task at hand, he defiantly retorted, "Does it matter which media I belong to when I'm here to interview you? Can your avoidance of the question be interpreted as an admission of guilt?" Chuzhuo occasionally admired the reporter's audacity. Anyone with eyes could discern that while Shou Kongyi appeared calm, he was, in truth, seething with fury, every muscle coiled and ready to strike. "Then can your evasion of my inquiry regarding your media affiliation be understood as a sign of your own trepidation? A reluctance to disclose your publication's name? Is your intrusion into this interview a breach of propriety, suggesting you harbor ulterior motives?" Chuzhuo incisively countered his assertions. The reporters who had accompanied him recognized the precariousness of the situation and, after observing the exchange, swiftly retreated, realizing Shou Kongyi was not to be trifled with. Chuzhuo's words had somewhat quelled Shou Kongyi's anger. Discarding the microphone, which bore no recognizable insignia, he tossed it into the reporter's arms and coldly remarked, "Regardless of your affiliation, should any false reports surface online, I will ensure that you face litigation that could lead to your bankruptcy." Having been compensated, yet failing to achieve his objective, the reporter was reluctant to concede defeat and attempted to raise his voice again. However, security personnel arrived, brandishing batons, and threatened to disperse them. Once back in the car, Shou Kongyi's expression turned grave. "I will uncover the intentions of that reporter. He is certainly backed by someone." His certainty suggested prior knowledge rather than mere speculation. Chuzhuo, sifting through the information in his mind, inquired, "Has something occurred online? Is it related to me? Did that reporter mention ballet, bringing to light my past with my mother?" With the competition concluded, there was no longer a need for restraint. Shou Kongyi's deep brown eyes dimmed, his tone despondent. "Yes, last night it was trending online. I managed to suppress it for now. Today is the finals. And I didn't want you to be distracted. I had no intention of hiding this from you. After the competition, I intended to apologize for not managing the situation better, which allowed them to exploit the gap. Brother Yi, you mustn't blame yourself for this," Chuzhuo said, unbuckling his seatbelt and positioning himself on Shou Kongyi's lap, grasping his cheeks firmly. "You mustn't think this way. I have not suffered any harm, and the situation is not beyond redemption. Life is inherently filled with both surprises and shocks." Shou Kongyi's arms tensed as he loosely embraced the young man's slender waist, his gaze piercing as he uttered, "Zhuobao, if I were to propose to you right now, would you accept?" Chuzhuo replied, "Speak in a language I can comprehend." Frustrated, he playfully threatened him by grasping his throat. "Zhuobao, I respect every thought that originates from you, whether it pertains to ballet or classical dance. If it is something you wish to pursue, then it holds significance," Shou Kongyi stated earnestly. The phrase "those closest to us inflict the deepest wounds" resonates profoundly with the protagonist, Chuzhuo, who, with a subtle smile gracing his lips, reflects, What I'm engaged in now is the most meaningful endeavor. The recent online revelations have not escaped the notice of his classmates, who follow his competition closely, causing a stir on the campus forum. Reporting from the ballet department. Is Chuzhuo's mother indeed Shou? I can't believe it. Our teacher has shown us videos of her in class. This time, the dimensional wall is truly surreal. Is the news circulating online genuine? Winning the gold medal in the international ballet competition at 6, then securing another award at 9 by competing in an older category, and, at 11, sweeping the youth group. What a protagonist narrative this is. Not to mention, he gained fame after performing classical dance on the school anniversary stage, leading to a surge of tens of thousands of followers on the university's official website. What a winner in life, with such remarkable ballet achievements. Why did he choose to apply for the classical dance program? Is he perhaps a case of prodigy wasted, a talent that has run dry? Please tread carefully upstairs. The individual in classical dance has also won 2 international awards, particularly this latest one, which holds significant prestige, second only to the state-sponsored Wenhua Cup. I am genuinely astonished. Can he excel in any dance style he attempts? Alongside his striking beauty, he has been bestowed with unparalleled talent. Is there no respite for others in this world? Upon returning to class, Chuzhuo, faced with the curious gazes of his peers, proactively addressed them. What you've read online is true. I did win a gold medal in ballet as a child, but I transitioned to classical dance. The reasons are not as exaggerated as stated. I simply prefer classical dance. Those marketing accounts are quite adept at storytelling. His classmates rallied around him, exclaiming, Chuzhuo, you are a natural-born dancer. Regardless of the genre, we are all classmates, and you must not abandon us once you achieve fame. Rest assured, Chuzhuo replied, his tone abruptly shifting, I shall sever ties with you this very moment. With that, he deftly slipped away. Outnumbered, he managed to escape the onslaught, smoothing his disheveled hair, a deeper smile illuminating his eyes. The investigation into the journalist's actions revealed a clear disdain in Shou Kangyi's gaze. The individual in question had placed second in last year's Creative Writing Award and had hoped to distract Chuzhuo through public opinion, only to find that Chuzhuo remained remarkably composed. His mother had served as a judge last year, intending to manipulate scores behind the scenes. Yet those who witnessed the competition were not easily deceived. Chuzhuo's foundational skills in dance were evident to discerning eyes. His performance boasted a series of complex maneuvers, fluid and captivating, and assigning low scores would undoubtedly raise suspicions. The runner-up, having trained in classical dance since childhood, was surrounded by sycophants who inflated his ego, leading him to believe he was an unparalleled genius for his age. After losing to Chuzhuo in last year's competition, he sought to disrupt his rival's mindset by leaking personal information. Shou Kangyi compiled the evidence and reported it to the disciplinary committee, resulting in the suspension and investigation of the judge's mother. Due to the previous incidents of opaque dealings, the scrutiny over the qualifications of judges in classical dance competitions is exceedingly stringent, and it is entirely reasonable to accept oversight openly. However, there was an attempt to conceal relationships related to the competition, as the scores of the second and third place contestants were alarmingly close. The mother and son have found themselves in a predicament, preoccupied with their own troubles. A journalist, embittered by a malicious interview, approached them with a brazen demeanor, akin to that of a rogue. Even if the deal falls through, you must still pay me the remaining fee. I have been dismissed from my newspaper, leaving me with a tainted reputation. My peers have turned their backs on me. I have nothing to lose, and I trust you do not wish for your reputation to suffer further. Pressured by circumstances, the judge's mother reluctantly provided the money to silence him. The journalist, having successfully obtained the funds, whistled with an air of ease, only to be ambushed in an unmonitored alley, where his money was seized, and he endured a beating. His skin, rough and bearing an unhealthy sallow hue, was accentuated by his beady eyes and jagged teeth as he spat and cursed. Who dares to rob me in broad daylight? Do they think I am easy prey? He stormed to the police station to report the theft, where officers reviewed nearby surveillance footage. The assailant was an experienced criminal, having concealed his face from distant cameras and maneuvered into blind spots of closer ones. The police, in accordance with protocol, began to inquire about the source of his funds, asking from which bank or ATM he had withdrawn the money and if anyone had witnessed the transaction. The journalist's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, "It was my money that was stolen. Shouldn't you be helping me recover it? I earned it myself, and I shouldn't have to account for every penny to you. This is an invasion of my privacy." The officers, noting his wavering confidence, feigned patience, responding, "Sir, please remain calm. Our inquiries are standard procedure. We kindly ask for your cooperation so we can assist you in recovering your lost funds." He retorted defiantly, "I don't care. It's my money that has gone, and you seem unconcerned. If this isn't resolved, I'll make sure to file a complaint against you." As he slammed his hand on the table in anger and brandished his phone to record, he declared, "I will expose you. This is police brutality. Look at how the police are harassing an ordinary citizen." The officers, of course, could not acquiesce to his unreasonable behavior and swiftly intervened to halt his filming. The journalist, emboldened by the belief that the police would not dare to harm him, became increasingly brazen, losing all sense of restraint, and several officers were scratched in the scuffle. Seeing that he showed no sign of relenting, one officer produced handcuffs and secured them on his wrist, stating, "Sir, you are hereby detained for disturbing the peace." The journalist, unfazed, having had prior experiences, knew precisely how to navigate interactions with the police. He lifted his cuffed wrist triumphantly, placing his feet on the officer's desk, knocking over a thermos in a crude display, and boasted, "Look, the police are unlawfully detaining me. I will sue for infringing upon my civil rights." The knowledge he acquired at the newspaper was all put to selfish use. His previous employment was facilitated by his parents' financial support and the connections of relatives who had secured him the position. This relative, indifferent to his lack of competence, simply wished for him to occupy the role without causing trouble, often turning a blind eye. Who could have anticipated that he would possess the audacity to slander the Ming family? Fortunately, a relative exercised caution. Upon recognizing the submission was authored by him, his subordinates promptly presented it to the relative, thus averting a potential lawsuit. While it is conceivable that the journalist previously profited through unscrupulous means, fortune does not favor the unprincipled every time. Detained and fined, the journalist was left astounded upon learning the verdict. All appeals were dismissed, culminating in charges of fraud due to the significant sum involved, leading to an inevitable sentence of imprisonment. The charge of fraud was instigated by the mother of a judge, who, feeling aggrieved by the money she had provided, was unwilling to accept the circumstances that the journalist had unwittingly stumbled into. Was the mother of the second-place contestant intentionally suppressing the third-place contestant's score? During the Creative Inspiration Award competition, Chuzhuo remained unaffected. Yet his disdain for such behaviors was unwavering. Every dancer had endured countless hardships to grace the stage. Once the matter was thoroughly investigated, the findings would be disclosed, ensuring that no innocent individual would suffer injustice, nor would any wrongdoer evade consequence. What Shou did not articulate was that the mother and son, having deliberately concealed their familial ties in their participation, would inevitably face dire repercussions due to his covert machinations. Although Zhuo Bao was spared from adverse effects owing to his quick thinking, it did not signify that the matter was resolved amicably. It is reassuring that wrongdoers must face retribution. Otherwise, it would be the virtuous who suffer. Chuzhuo's stance was resolute, although he appeared amiable. He would not yield an inch on matters of principle. "I nearly became a victim myself. I cannot overlook their misdeeds simply because I emerged unscathed." Chapter 59. Hello, Senior. "You smell divine." Shou offered him a piece of puff pastry, stating, "The chef will take a while longer, so enjoy this in the meantime." It was sweet, yet not overly so, delightful to the taste. He resolved to purchase a box upon returning to the dormitory. Chuzhuo savored it, casting a sidelong glance at Shou. "Buy it," Shou instructed. In less than a week, the disciplinary committee uncovered that the judge's mother had not abused her authority prior to this incident. Regarding the scoring of the Creative Inspiration Award, her statements consistently lacked bias. Yet who could discern her true thoughts? Consequently, her reputation was irrevocably tarnished. The organizing body of the award rescinded her judging qualifications. explicitly citing the reasons on their official WeChat account and declaring she would never be employed again due to her unscrupulous methods. Her son's results in the Hero Cup competition were similarly annulled. The judge's mother plummeted from grace, triggering a chain reaction. Those she once disregarded now reveled in her misfortune. The second-place contestant also faced scorn due to her mother's scandal, and the formerly haughty demeanor had transformed into a farcical situation. The mother and son had their names sullied within the dance community. Once thriving dance institutions faced a wave of withdrawal applications and soon succumbed to closure. Malice lurking in the shadows should not presume itself safe. One must possess a sense of reverence. Remember, every action leaves an indelible mark. By the end of May, an opportunity for first-year students at the University of the Imperial Capital to change their majors arose. When Chuzhuo received a call from Shou, he was not taken aback. Chuzhuo, a year is ample time for you to act with impunity. I've inquired about the major transfer process at the University of the Imperial Capital. During this period, you should submit your intention to transfer. Yevonsu asserted firmly. Chuzhuo's response was unequivocal. In this lifetime, I am devoted solely to classical dance. I will not agree to change my major. Shu's tone was cold yet laced with coercion. I am your mother. I gave you life and nurtured you, not for you to defy me. Chuzhuo, do not compel me to force a choice upon you. It seemed she had come merely to issue a warning, and with a sharp click, she hung up the phone. Chuzhuo understood that she would not easily relent and took note of her determination. On Friday morning, the counselor called the dance instructor, asking her to inform Chuzhuo that his mother had come to the school looking for him. After changing out of his dance attire, he reassured his concerned classmates before heading to the counselor's office. The counselor was a middle-aged woman in her 40s who taught psychology. Within a few brief minutes, she subtly unveiled Shu's controlling nature as a mother. Chuzhuo knocked on the door and entered. Teacher phone, you called for me? Come and sit. This is your mother, isn't it? She mentioned she has been unable to reach you these past few days and is quite worried, which is why she came to the school. There should be no lingering resentment between mother and son. I can see that your mother genuinely cares for you. You should listen to the teacher and have a good talk with her. Teacher phone began with a series of comforting words, gently pulling Chuzhuo closer and whispering in his ear, if you have any problems, come to the teacher. Do not be afraid. I will help you. Chuzhuo paused, then obediently pressed his lips together. I understand. Thank you. Teacher phone. After she finished speaking, Teacher phone moved to sit at another teacher's desk nearby. Shu's gaze was steely. So, Chuzhuo, you've grown wings. Must I come to the school multiple times before I can see you? Since their initial encounter at the beginning of the school year, this marked the second time Chuzhuo had come into contact with his mother. Mother, I have expressed countless times before you that I do not like ballet. Not in the slightest. Chuzhuo's expression remained indifferent, yet his eyes shone with an unusual resolve. Since you have pursued me here, I pose a question. If I were to become depressed from dancing a ballet that I despise, ultimately leading to my suicide, would you still force me? Shou felt he had been corrupted by his experiences outside. Such alarmist rhetoric. Ballet is not something that will take your life. Your mother, have lived well for many years. I don't see how it's that serious. Your preferences do not dictate mine, nor do they mean I must unconditionally inherit your passions. Chuzhuo gazed deeply into her eyes, punctuating his words. So, my life is of no consequence to you? Even if I forewarn you of the potential consequences, you remain indifferent? Shou felt a chill at his penetrating stare, and noticing the tension escalating, teacher Feng intervened. Mrs. G, let us discuss this calmly. Chuzhuo is a remarkably talented child. At just his first year in college, he has already won championships at 2 international competitions, and the head of the dance department regards him as a living emblem. Shu's stubbornness remained unyielding. That is merely because you are unaware of his greater talent in ballet. Winning a gold medal in the children's division at the age of 6 is enough. Chuzhuo, I do not have time for this idle chatter. You are coming home with me. I do not wish to create a scene in front of others. We shall resolve our issues behind closed doors. In that lifetime of the entrusted, Shu also used the pretense of returning home to deceive him, only to have her trust betrayed. Chuzhuo had no intention of repeating that mistake. You may return by yourself. As the world-class ballet dancer, Mama Ji maintained her composure. She refrained from making a scene to forcibly retrieve her child. She cast a complex glance at Chuzhuo before turning away, without waiting for any contemplation from her. Teacher Feng stepped outside to call out to Ji Wan Shou. Mama Ji, wait a moment. I would like to discuss some matters concerning the child. Chuzhuo's heart skipped a beat as she dialed her grandfather's number. Grandpa, are you at home? The client's hunger strike had alarmed her grandfather, and the situation had changed. Her demands included a desire to prevent her grandfather from being involved in any accidents. This was the foremost concern that sprang to Chuzhuo's mind. Yes, summer has arrived. The cucumbers we planted earlier are ripe. I'll pick a couple to enjoy and cool off, her grandfather replied, straightening his back and peering into the vegetable garden. Would you like some pickled cucumbers, Shou? I'll prepare a batch for you to savor when you come over during summer vacation. The flavor will be just perfect. Chuzhuo detected the anticipation in her grandfather's words and did not wish to disappoint him. Is that so? Then I must taste your culinary skills, Grandpa. He smiled, his face lined with wrinkles. Rest assured, my skills are honed through your grandmother's careful guidance. The taste will be impeccable. Indeed, I look forward to your pickled cucumbers. Chuzhuo replied, not dwelling on the matter any further. By the way, Grandpa, has my mother contacted you recently? No. Has your mother come to the school to look for you again? Her grandfather queried, puzzled. Should I say something to her? Chuzhuo promptly declined. No need, Grandpa. I was just asking. If she attempts to urge you to come here due to my hunger strike or any other reason, please do not panic and make sure to call me first. Her grandfather, not fully comprehending, instinctively inquired, is this about your dancing? Has she not given up trying to impose her thoughts on you? I will handle it well, Chuzhuo affirmed, giving her grandfather a serious reminder. Please take care of your health. I assure you that I will prioritize my safety and will never make light of my well-being. I want to accompany you in enjoying your later years. You must not encounter any trouble. His tone turned serious as he replied, all right, I understand. After the afternoon training, the coach summoned them to fill out project application forms. Shun Kangyi hurried to the dance studio to pick someone up. He had become a regular in fetching Chuzhuo. The first student exiting the classroom greeted him. Senior Shung, are you here to find Chuzhuo? She was called to the office by our counselor, Teacher Feng, in room 507 of the Ideological and Political Building. She has been there for about half an hour now. Shun Kangyi expressed his gratitude before swiftly jogging towards the Ideological and Political Building while simultaneously checking his phone. After ending the call, Chuzhuo opened her WeChat messages and replied affirmatively. Shun Kangyi, Zhuobao, wait for me. I'll be there shortly. Zhuobao, sure, no rush. I might be in the office for a while longer. A few minutes later, Teacher Feng entered the room, and Ji Wanshu was no longer in sight. Chuzhuo, I have spoken to your mother on your behalf. Teacher Feng remarked with a furrowed brow, expressing her skepticism regarding the outcome of the previous discussion. However, there is no need to worry. Parental intervention in matters of changing majors is ineffective. The most crucial element is your own will. As long as you clearly express your desire not to transfer, I will not sign the application. Chapter 60. Hello, Shuetti. You smell wonderful. It is likely that the individual who commissioned this task encountered a teacher like Mr. Feng in his past life. However, the matters concerning his grandfather weighed heavily on his conscience, binding him with a moral dilemma that ultimately led to his capitulation. Thank you, Mr. Feng, Chuzhuo sincerely expressed. Mr. Feng nodded in acknowledgement, replying, I am your teacher. This is my duty. There is no need for thanks. Class is over now. You must be hungry. Go and have your meal. As Chuzhuo exited the classroom, he spotted Shun Kangyi waiting in the corridor. How long have you been waiting? Chuzhuo asked, extending his hand into the man's palm. Shun Kangyi took his hand and led him forward. Not even a minute. What did the counselor want to discuss with you? I overheard a woman mentioning your name while I was coming upstairs. Is it related to her? What a coincidence, Chuzhuo said as he described Ji Wanshu's attire. Upon receiving a confirming nod from Shun Kangyi, he continued, she is my mother. She has always wanted me to learn ballet, but I prefer classical dance. There exists an irreconcilable conflict between us. Disparities are inconsequential. All I wish for is your safety and happiness. When the scandal first broke, Shun Kangyi had inadvertently glimpsed some information while coordinating with public relations to suppress the news, whether it pertained to ballet or classical dance. The only choice he respected was that of Chuzhuo. The shackles imposed in the name of love often inflict the deepest wounds upon the soul. Once a heart has been tainted, no remedy can suffice. Chuzhuo smiled brightly. Rest assured, ego and my safety and happiness are exceedingly simple to attain. It seemed Shou had not contacted his grandfather. As it appeared, he remained blissfully unaware during the summer break. The house purchased off-campus had been renovated, with the lingering odors dissipating, awaiting the arrival of the summer vacation for a smooth move-in. In the week preceding summer break, under Shou Kongyi's urging, Chuzhuo began to relocate his everyday clothing to the new residence. With a heavy course load in his freshman year, he faced his final exam while Shou Kongyi eagerly awaited outside the classroom. The moment the bell rang, signaling the end of the exam, he swiftly appeared at the classroom door. The classical dance students were accustomed to this sight, and Chuzhuo was the fifth to exit. Shou Kongyi took the examination pen from Chuzhuo's hand, saying, "Let's go to the supermarket this afternoon to buy some groceries. I've learned a few recipes and would like to cook for you. Then I shall eagerly anticipate your culinary skills." "Yigu," Chuzhuo replied, his tone rising with enthusiasm. Today marked their official move into their new home. Although they had been gradually preparing, cooking their first meal together would hold significant meaning. The community was a mere 10-minute walk from the university, featuring a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, with an overall area just exceeding 100 square meters. It wasn't that they could not afford a larger space. Rather, the distance was deemed the most suitable, especially with 3 years remaining in Chuzhuo's university journey. The pair, akin to newlyweds, pushed a shopping cart, methodically placing items inside. After selecting their ingredients, Chuzhuo dashed to the flour section and grabbed 2 bags of cake flour. "I want to try making a chiffon cake. I found a tutorial. It's quite simple, or so they say. Anyone can do it." Shou Kongyi, without hesitation, praised. Whatever Zhuobao makes will undoubtedly be delicious. Upon returning to their new abode, a welcoming doormat greeted them at the entrance. The foyer was adorned with a fluffy chick doll, and a series of hooks lined the wall, each embellished with different charming animal motifs for hanging keys and other small items. The living room walls were painted a serene sky blue, while a new Chinese-style lotus chandelier graced the ceiling. The balcony was bathed in the gentle glow of the evening sun, with a hanging chair swaying lazily in the breeze. The overall ambience exuded warmth and comfort. Each person busied themselves with their tasks. Shou Kongyi presented a delightful spread of 3 dishes and a soup on the table, while Chuzhuo sought porcelain bowls to serve rice, clinking bowls with Shou Kongyi in a celebratory gesture for their official move into their new home. Every arrangement within the room bore traces of their presence. After dinner, Chuzhuo retrieved a chiffon cake from the oven. Its warmth dissipated as he touched it, and he took a bite, savoring its soft, sweet texture. He offered a piece to Shou Kongyi, teasing, "Brother Yi, give it a try. No mishaps here. It's truly a success." Shou Kongyi savored the morsel slowly, his gaze meeting Chuzhuo's sparkling eyes, and he jested, "Zhuobao, your culinary skills are exceptional. Opening a cake shop as a side hustle could easily yield a handsome profit." It was evident he was teasing, and Chuzhuo shot him a playful glare. "Are you trying to boost my sales? I never knew Brother Yi had a penchant for sweets." Shou Kongyi chuckled affectionately. "Perhaps I only fancy the flavors crafted by Chuzhuo. I'm quite particular." This was acceptable, as his preferences aligned with Chuzhuo's. With a gentle smile, Chuzhuo leaned in and kissed him. An arm, strong and firm, encircled his waist, propelling him forward. In a moment of unsteadiness, he inadvertently stepped on Shou Kongyi's foot, tumbling into the broad expanse of his chest. "Brother Yi?" The young man blinked innocently, his large, bright eyes attempting to feign innocence. Yet the glimmer of mischief in his gaze betrayed him. After the kiss, he dashed away. Was Zhuobao attempting to play the rogue? Shou Kongyi turned towards the bedroom, his weight unyielding beneath Chuzhuo's tentative steps. "Am I truly a rogue?" Chuzhuo protested. "You're allowed to tease me, but I can't retaliate?" Shou Kongyi raised an eyebrow. "So, Zhuobao's way of retaliating is to bestow me benefits? I quite like that. Do continue." Chuzhuo grasped his shoulder. Legs lifted off the ground, climbing up to perch on Chung Kongyi's shoulders. He then wrapped his hands around Chung Kongyi's neck, declaring playfully, "It's time to show you my prowess. Chung Kongyi, I have you right where I want you." Though he spoke with bravado, there was no real force behind his grip. It felt more like a playful game. Chung Kongyi's eyes sparkled with indulgence as he pretended to hold his breath in compliance. "Dear Chuzhuo, spare my life. I promise to serve you diligently and ensure your utmost comfort. Don't speak carelessly." Chuzhuo used one hand to cover his mouth. A few steps later, they reached the bedroom, where Chung Kongyi, gripping Chuzhuo's slender waist, effortlessly lifted him over his head and gently tossed him onto the bed, leaning down over him. "Very well, then I shall act recklessly." Chuzhuo inquired, "What exactly do you mean by act recklessly? Is it clean?" The reality proved to be anything but. The inexperienced man, overwhelmed by his newfound desires, found himself in a state of emotional turmoil, his eyes nearly brimming with tears in the late hours of the night. Still coaxed by his partner to lift his legs, after a few days of indulgence at home, he felt a profound sense of moral decline, awakening earlier than usual, driven by the urge to return to his dance practice. One of the rooms had been transformed into a dance studio, cluttered with scattered fitness equipment, occupying less than a tenth of the space. After rehearsing 2 sets of fundamental movements and warming up, he felt rejuvenated, the familiar sensation returning. He then stealthily approached his partner's fitness equipment, grasped a dumbbell, and lifted it effortlessly. The process was far easier than before. Once he raised it above his shoulders, he set it down and massaged his biceps. "Very impressive," he remarked, feeling a surge of pride. His partner, leaning against the doorframe, called out, "Breakfast is ready." "Is that all?" he questioned, doubting the passage of time during his practice. "It hasn't been long. I woke up when you did," his partner gently explained. "You pretended to be asleep?" he teased. His partner glanced at the boy's swollen lips, the gaze wavering. "When you stirred, I was careful not to wake you. Given my position in the household, I wouldn't dare open my eyes." The implication was clear. He had been accommodating. Yet, there was an undercurrent of guilt for having overindulged in recent days. He stepped forward, declaring, "You're in trouble now." Chapter 61. "Junior, you smell wonderful. I was wrong." His partner quickly conceded, walking beside him with lowered eyes, attempting to grasp his hand. After receiving no rejection, he boldly intertwined their fingers. "I realize I've been excessive these past few days. Next time, whatever you say goes." He cast a skeptical glance. "Are you certain?" His partner's heart raced. But before he could respond, he was interrupted. "I think once a month is quite sufficient. You've exhausted this month's quota," he said softly, delivering a merciless statement. His partner's expression fell, incredulity washing over him as he searched for a hint of jest on his face, but found none. "I'm being wronged. You can't just let me have a taste after my first indulgence." "I take back what I just said," he pleaded earnestly, as they sat at the dining table. He no longer concealed his amusement, covering his mouth as he laughed. "I've tricked you this time, so we're even." His partner, relieved, bore no grudge against him for the playful scare, readily admitting, "You certainly got me." With a triumphant smile, he reveled in his success. After several days in their world together, a call from his grandfather interrupted, announcing that the pickled cucumbers were ready to eat. With the summer heat necessitating lighter clothing, they packed a suitcase, purchased their tickets, and set off for the airport. On New Year's Eve, when his partner arrived, he candidly revealed their relationship to his grandfather. After a prolonged silence, his grandfather eventually came to terms with the situation, accepting that his grandson had chosen to share his life with another man. The doorbell rang, and his grandfather shuffled to answer it. The two stood together, quite harmoniously. Grandfather glanced at the suitcase in Chung Kongyi's hand, feeling satisfied within. "Don't just stand there. Come on in." Chuzhuo looped her arm through the elders. "Grandfather, I saw your post about growing tomatoes. May I pick a couple to eat?" Grandfather replied, "Help yourself. The vegetables from my garden are guaranteed to be free from pollution, pure organic produce, plump and juicy." Chuzhuo dashed off to pick tomatoes, while Chung Kongyi made his way to the room to put down the suitcase. After tidying up his clothes, he descended the stairs to find Chuzhuo washing the tomatoes, which she then handed to him. Upon taking a bite, the succulent juice burst forth, sweet and delightful, making Chuzhuo beam with joy. Grandfather truly has a knack for gardening. These tomatoes are far better than any I've tasted before. Grandfather stood nearby as Shou quietly enjoyed his tomato, murmuring, "Yes, it's delicious." They arrived in the afternoon around 4, took a moment to rest, and for dinner, they prepared handmade noodles. The housekeeper skillfully rolled out the dough, producing noodles that were both chewy and delicious, complemented by pickled cucumbers. On a summer evening, sitting in the wicker chair outside the courtyard, enjoying such a bowl was both enriching and refreshing. On the second day of their stay with grandfather, Shou paid a visit. Chuzhuo held freshly picked green beans in her arms. Shou cast a worried glance at Chuzhuo. This woman was the same one he had encountered when visiting the counselor's office for Zhuo Bao during finals. Chuzhuo, who is he to you? What is your relationship? Shu's tone, though self-assuredly gentle, carried an undeniable edge. Chuzhuo handed the green beans to Shou. I have something to discuss with her. Shou refrained from contradicting her at that moment, simply acknowledging her request and stepping into the house. With no one else around, Shu spoke candidly. Chuzhuo, do not tell me you are influenced by him, leaving without a word when you see me. Is this the man you chose? He has no obligation to greet you. Chuzhuo retorted fearlessly. This is the path I have chosen. If you cannot accept it, then our mother-son relationship ends here. What kind of talk is that? Shu instinctively raised her hand, but grandfather heard the commotion and quickly intervened, blocking his daughter. Let us discuss this calmly. No need for violence. Shu disagreed. Dad, I'm educating my child. You should not interfere. Grandfather furrowed his brow. Disappointment etched on his face. Your child is still my grandson. Is resorting to violence considered education? Your mother and I never laid a hand on you when you were young. In this new era, do you still wish to adhere to the outdated notion that discipline must be enforced through force? I had no intention of hitting him. I was merely demonstrating my frustration. Don't you think his earlier remark was excessive? Our mother-son relationship is over just like that. Shu scoffed, pressing on with her inquiries. He is my flesh and blood, born after 10 months of carrying him. How can I be wrong for wanting what is best for him? Shu, let the child choose what he likes. Just as you pursued ballet, your mother and I were initially skeptical, yet we did not hinder your aspirations, did we? Why can't you be more open-minded? Grandfather implored her with heartfelt reasoning. Dad, you don't understand. Shou possesses remarkable talent in ballet, surpassing my own abilities at his age. I'm certain he will go further down this path than I ever did. Shu could not comprehend why both the child and the father were not supportive of the path she had chosen for him, a path she firmly believed was suitable. Seeing her obstinately ignore his advice, her grandfather's stern demeanor descended. Shu, do not impose your thoughts upon the child. The elderly man, having weathered decades of life's storms, retained an air of authority. After speaking, he turned to Chuzhuo and gently encouraged, Little Zhu, if you do not wish to heed your mother, pursue what you desire. Chuzhuo felt a warm glow in her heart. With a hint of exasperation, Shu replied, Dad, do not indulge him in his stubbornness. He is still young and does not understand. He has already squandered a year. I have heard he has won 2 classical dance competitions. With that skill, he should have reached the principal position in ballet by now. Chuzhuo countered, that is not true. If I do not enjoy it, I can conjure 100 reasons to not take it seriously. Mother, I believe we need not continue this discussion. Unable to reach an agreement, Shu set aside the supplements she had purchased for her grandfather and exited the courtyard. Chuzhuo picked up the supplements and handed them to the housekeeper in the kitchen. Aunt Lee, could you please do this for Grandpa at lunchtime? Aunt Lee responded eagerly. Of course, just leave it there. In the sweltering heat of July and August, after handling the supplements, Chuzhuo ascended the stairs to find Shou. Upon entering, she was immediately lifted off the ground by the man. Your mother did not strike you, did she? I saw that slap coming perilously close to your face. Grandpa intervened, and even without him, I would not foolishly stand by and let her hit me. Chuzhuo held 2 ice creams, playfully rubbing one against Shou's face as she indulged in the treat. Shou let out a soft hiss. You come here and bully me right away. Zhu Bao is truly formidable. How else could I be your girlfriend? I must establish my position in the family. Chuzhuo burst into laughter, jumping off him, tearing open the ice cream wrapper, and savoring the cool delight. The rich, milky flavor, sweet raisins, and a hint of fragrant cantaloupe danced on her palate. Her eyes sparkled as she urged him, "Shang Kongi, you must try this. The taste is incredibly delightful. I did not anticipate it would be this delicious when I made it yesterday." Shang Kongi simultaneously unwrapped his treat, and, under Chuzhuo's encouragement, took a large bite. "Doesn't it hurt your teeth, brother Yi?" Chuzhuo asked, feeling a shiver run down her arm, as if goosebumps had formed. Swallowing hastily, Shang Kongi pressed his tongue against his cheek. "It's fine. After summer training, it gets hot. Eating slowly is inefficient, so I've grown accustomed to this way." Chuzhuo touched his cheek to check if it was cold, but Shang Kongi quickly seized her wrist, gently biting her fingertip. "Touching me? In broad daylight?" "Shang Kongi, shake your head." Chuzhuo was utterly amazed. Shang Kongi kissed along the defined lines of his knuckles to the wrist, raising it to his cheek. His eyelashes fluttering down toward her, his voice soft. "It is shaken. All for you, Zhu Bao." Chapter 62. "Hello, Junior. You smell wonderful." After spending nearly half a month at her grandfather's, they returned to their small home at the end of the month. Shang Kongi had opened a sports club, which was set to launch in August, and Chuzhuo busily assisted him in preparations. In the sweltering heat of August, with air conditioning pervading the indoor space, Chuzhuo had prepared an abundance of ice cream, beverages, and fruits. Many acquaintances gathered to celebrate, and Chuzhuo mingled with everyone, enjoying the festivities until the day came to a delightful conclusion. Today there were many unfamiliar faces. They clearly aren't students from our school. Where could they be from? Chuzhuo pondered this during a foot soak in the evening. It seemed likely that my parents' business associates had somehow acquired this information. It was of no concern. We simply needed to entertain them with grace. Shang Kongi sat beside him. "I think so too." They were quite polite. "Guests are always welcomed." Chuzhuo tilted his head, gently leaning on Shang Kongi's shoulder. Shang Kongi squeezed his shoulder and leaned in to kiss his forehead. "You worked hard these past few days, Zhu Bao. You didn't let me do any heavy lifting. How difficult can it be to arrange fruits, drinks, and snacks?" "I found it quite easy," Chuzhuo replied, tilting his head back and brushing his lips against the man's neck. "I feel a bit excited. Shall we indulge tonight?" Shang Kongi's eyes darkened as he quietly asked, "Aren't you tired? Do you underestimate me?" Chuzhuo grinned, playfully biting down on his moving Adam's apple. "Whoever calls it quits tonight will have to bark like a little dog." Before he could finish, Chuzhuo was swept up in Shang Kongi's arms. "My feet are still wet. Look at the basin on the floor. Why to rush, Shang Kongi? I'll tidy up later. You should worry about yourself first." In a matter of moments, Shang Kongi's breaths grew heavier. With his back against the bed, Chuzhuo rubbed his feet against Shang Kongi's body. "My feet aren't dry. The sheets will get wet." Shang Kongi dismissed it casually. "They will get wet anyway. After we're done, I'll wash them." "Zhu Bao, that little dog sound you promised is a must." Halfway through, Shang Kongi pulled the drenched boy closer, teasing, "You're making such a fuss. Sounding like a cat. Aren't you supposed to bark like a little dog?" Chuzhuo lay languidly on his shoulder, playfully contracting his body in retaliation. Shang Kongi let out a restrained sound and coaxed, "All right then, a little cat's meow will do. Can you give me a couple of meows, Zhu Bao?" Chuzhuo ignored him. Before drifting off to sleep, he caught a glimpse of the dawn light seeping through the window, while the man beside him let out an anxious bark. When he awoke in the late evening, Chuzhuo found himself shedding youthful tears of recklessness. His mind wandered. Did I not sleep for long? The light outside resembles what it was before I fainted. The term fainted made Shang Kongi cautious. He bore Chuzhuo's outburst without a single complaint. Days passed like this, and when the marks on Chuzhuo's thighs faded, he finally showed him some kindness. After summer vacation, Tao Wei found another internship far from school, necessitating a 3 a.m. wake-up for dormitory life, which was even more grueling than an early 8 o'clock start. Thus, he chose to rent a place near the company. Chuzhuo and Shang Kongi moved out together, while Jiang Yi and Tang Xiu also opted for off-campus accommodations. With the dormitory empty, the five of them shared a farewell meal. Tao Wei chuckled, heartily devouring his food, and afterward patted his full stomach. "This scene feels so familiar. I must have some kind of grudge against you two couples." Time marches forward, and in the third year of university, the prestigious Wenhua Cup International Classical Dance Competition commenced, held once every 4 years. The burgeoning reputation of Chuzhuo began to resonate throughout the dance community, with countless individuals placing their hopes upon him. However, as the glow of fame persisted, discordant voices inevitably emerged. He seems rather impetuous. This is not like the Kaifeng Award or the Kuniying Cup. At just 20 years old, he is still too young. Every dancer who has previously won the Guohua Cup has traversed numerous competitions before reaching this stage. It is questionable for him to challenge the seasoned veterans at such a tender age. I suspect he may face a significant setback this time. Perhaps it will temper the arrogance of today's youth. Yet, no amount of controversy could deter Chuzhuo, as the event, spanning half a month, drew to a close. In his final performance, Chuzhuo once again astonished the world, earning the Special Gold Award. At merely 20 years of age, he was bestowed with the honorary title of Lifetime Principal Dancer of Classical Dance by the National Song and Dance Theater. After a fortnight of anticipation, his fans erupted in fervor. "Come on, those who called Chuzhuo impetuous, step forward and show us your moves. Don't remain silent. It's easy to critique from the sidelines. We are standing strong." The dance department of Beijing University is notoriously rigorous, filled with prodigies from all corners, and he is regarded as a natural talent among them. Surely, this statement carries weight. Every time I encounter those odious remarks, I wonder about the mindset of those who cannot bear to see others succeed. Does my dancing hinder your affairs? Some bloggers, inflated by their delusional fans, comment without understanding the intricacies. Chuzhuo did not pause in his pursuits, gracing various stages with a series of splendid dance performances. Shou, reminiscent of her previous life, attempted to meddle in his competitions, hoping to intimidate him into retreat. Even without the incident involving her grandfather, she would have sought other means to suppress him. Since then, Chuzhuo ceased to pay attention to Shou and had not heard from her in quite some time. The woman who regretted her actions only at the end of her previous life bore a stubbornness that was not easily extinguished. On the day of graduation, clad in his cap and gown, Chuzhuo found himself well-liked, with all his classmates eager to take photos with him. Meanwhile, Shou stood nearby, exuding an air of jealousy as he observed the festivities, resembling a guardian deity, glaring at each newcomer with a scowl. Finally, Tang Xiu and Jiang joined the scene. Unable to contain himself, Shou remarked, "Is my boyfriend some popular tourist attraction that everyone feels the need to visit?" Chuzhuo kicked him playfully. "Did Tang Xiu offend you in any way?" Shou brushed off non-existent dust from his trousers. "That hurt. You shall make it up to me tonight." As someone with past experiences, Tang Xiu gently nudged Chuzhuo with his shoulder, quietly inquiring, "Is Shung's senior following this pattern?" While Jiang remained focused on his task. He interjected, "Is this even shareable?" Chuzhuo fanned the flames. "Jiang, did you hear that? Tang Xiu thinks you lack variety." Tang Xiu covered Chuzhuo's mouth and turned to Jiang saying, "I did not." Jiang replied, "All right, I understand," uncertain of how to respond. Tang Xiu sensed something was amiss. That day, he returned home safely, and for the next 2 days, Jiang exhibited no unusual behavior, which greatly relieved him. A week later, a package arrived with the words "confidential shipment" boldly inscribed on the cover. Jiang, without a hint of concealment, tore it open. Tang Xiu's heart sank. He had relaxed too soon. At present, Tang Xiu remained in a state of apprehension. After taking a group photo with Chuzhuo, he cautiously approached Jiang. Observing his expression, Jiang appeared unfazed, replying, "Shall we go? Aren't you supposed to take a class photo?" Having confirmed this, Tang Xiu linked arms with Jiang as they departed. Chuzhuo leaned close to Shunkangi's ear, whispering, "Did I successfully sow discord between them?" The fragrance emanating from the boy enveloped them with a gentle warmth. His black academic gown was crisp and neat, with a pink sash fastened at the front, accentuating his slender, luminous neck, dazzling like the blazing sun. Shunkangi lowered his eyelids, responding, "Yes, quite radiant." In late August, Shunkangi introduced Chuzhuo to his parents. Unlike Shou, Mr. and Mrs. Shung were remarkably open-minded, treating Chuzhuo with the warmth reserved for their own son. Chuzhuo accompanied Mrs. Shung on shopping excursions, and played chess with Mr. Shung, while he did not need to entertain Shung Kongyi's grandparents, as he was paraded around as a point of pride. Shung Kongyi had found a celestial beauty, and the family, being aesthetic enthusiasts, could hardly contain their admiration. During their stay at the Shung household, they boasted about him to everyone they met. While they did not imply their own son lacked good looks, it was evident that Shung Kongyi's handsome face was more than sufficient. However, his often stern demeanor might lead one to believe the Shung family was on the brink of bankruptcy. His imposing stature and muscular physique could be intimidating at first glance. One morning, feeling dejected after reaching for nothing, Shung Kongyi rose from bed. After breakfast, he announced his departure. Mrs. Shung expressed concern. "Are you returning alone or bringing my son-in-law with you? Are you serious? Why wouldn't he bring my boyfriend back to live with you all?" Shung Kongyi retorted with deadpan eyes. Mrs. Shung felt like reprimanding him. "You're getting bold, Shung Kongyi." Chuzhuo affectionately embraced Mrs. Shung, saying, "I will return with you more often. Please take care of your health." "Ah, how obedient you are, Chuzhuo." Mrs. Shung's expression softened. Upon returning home, Shung Kongyi eagerly pressed Chuzhuo against the door, kissing him passionately, declaring, "Zhuobao, everyone is trying to steal you away from me. The individuals you mentioned refer to your parents and grandparents." With a blush adorning her lips, Chuzhuo gasped, urging him to cease with the excuses and to act decisively. Shung Kongyi chuckled softly, conceding, "All right, you've seen through me," as he wrapped his legs around her waist, leading her to the bedroom. Chuzhuo clung tightly to the man's waist, her lips occupied as they were fervently kissed, her tongue rendered numb by the intensity of the moment. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. After meeting Shung Kongyi's parents, Chuzhuo formally introduced him to her family in a different capacity. Her grandfather presented them with a generous red envelope, expressing his contentment. "Splendid. I am at ease with Xiaozhu being with Kongyi. May you both cherish your lives together and support one another." Shung Kongyi replied with a steady demeanor, "I will, Grandpa." Chuzhuo embraced the elderly man, whose forehead bore deeper wrinkles, reminding him gently, "Grandpa, do take care of your health. Use your cane more, and remember to cover yourself with a blanket when sleeping in the yard." After visiting both families, before Shung Kongyi could discreetly broach the subject of obtaining their marriage certificate, Chuzhuo surprised him greatly. That day, after an extended work shift, Shung Kongyi returned home to find the living room shrouded in darkness. Upon flicking the switch, the space illuminated, revealing a young man holding a bouquet of flowers, encircled by a collection of plush toys. These were all treasures Chuzhuo had personally won. Whenever passing by a claw machine and with time to spare, she would exchange a couple of coins to try her luck. Whether successful or not, she cherished the small investment in joy, amassing a delightful collection of over a dozen toys. "Shung Kongyi, will you marry me?" Chuzhuo inquired, her face radiant with tender smiles. The intensity of Shung Kongyi's gaze ignited with fervor as he approached her, pausing at the edge of the circle. "Do you understand what marriage signifies, Zhuobao?" Chuzhuo tilted her head playfully. "It means I get to call you husband?" In that instant, his eyes reddened, the deep brown of his irises shimmering with emotion, as he swept her and the flowers out of the circle and dashed towards the bathroom, their playful antics nearly causing them to miss the opportunity to obtain their certificate the following day. In September, the season of new beginnings for years prior, Chuzhuo had first met Shung Kongyi during military training as a freshman. Now, standing at the Civil Affairs Bureau, they each held a newly minted marriage certificate. Chuzhuo gazed at the freshly issued document, then playfully leaped onto Shung Kongyi's back, exclaiming, "Shung Kongyi, let us head home." Joy radiated from Shung Kongyi's eyes as he firmly carried Chuzhuo, stepping into the next chapter of their lives. They were blissfully happy together. The last time Chuzhuo encountered Shou was at her grandfather's funeral. The once proud woman, clad in a black dress, cast a gaze of bittersweet melancholy upon Chuzhuo. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and her pallor spoke of fragility and solitude, a consequence of a recent severe illness. Chuzhuo addressed her with a calm, "Mother." Shou's eyes filled with compassion, a flicker of emotion crossing her features. "Your classical dance has flourished, and your achievements far exceed those of my time. I no longer impose my expectations upon you, Shou. It seems I have not heard you call me mother in ages. Is there something wrong, mother? Chuzhuo replied with tranquil composure. It appears we have little to discuss. Shou opened her mouth several times, but her mind was barren of conversation. The distance between her and her son had grown too vast over the years, and upon their reunion, both were engulfed in a momentary haze, rendering them incapable of even the simplest pleasantries. After a prolonged silence, a suffocating discomfort settled in her chest, prompting her to tentatively utter, "Mother may have disregarded your wishes, but at least I have never caused you harm." Shou, sometimes I ponder if I'd been less stubborn back then. Chuzhuo shattered her daydreams, replying, "There are no hypotheticals. If there were, you would not be facing me now. The one who bore the burden of a lifetime of grievances. Who will entertain such conjectures for him?" Chuzhuo would not extend forgiveness simply because Ji's mother had experienced an epiphany. Since the burdened one did not demand a restoration of familial ties, none would be forged. They maintained a relationship of mutual indifference, far enough apart to ensure her comfort in old age. Years passed, and one day, Ji's phone sent a message of apology. Chuzhuo did not respond, instead sending a remittance for her support as per their established routine. The person who truly deserved to hear her words no longer had the opportunity. Setting down his phone, Chuzhuo retrieved a watermelon from the refrigerator, scooping it out with a spoon, savoring its refreshing sweetness. It was summer, after all, and such delights were meant to be indulged. A hand reached over, playfully kneading his cheeks, prompting Chuzhuo to pout. "What are you doing, Ego?" he murmured, his words muddled. "Just taking a sip of Zhuo Bao's essence." Shang Kongyi replied, settling beside him and pulling him into his embrace. "It's still my father, insisting on retirement. I told him 60 is the prime age for striving. Yet he is adamant, threatening to go to extremes. The past few days have been consumed with the transition between the club and Sheng's company. I've even developed dark circles. Then allow me to shower you with affection." Chuzhuo wrapped his arms around Shang Kongyi's neck, drawing closer. Shang Kongyi seized Chuzhuo's thigh, their kiss transforming into an assertive exchange, igniting warmth in Chuzhuo's breath as he quickly succumbed to the intimacy of their small world. Today, he tasted of watermelon. Shang Kongyi's palm explored upward, stealthily venturing through the gaps, knowing that to prolong their connection, he must first ensure Chuzhuo's comfort, a luxury he always afforded himself. Time blurred. From their first meeting to their twilight years, Shang Kongyi's gaze never strayed from Chuzhuo. They were lovers, bound by a profound affection. Chapter 64. And the general, unclad in battle armor in the familiar expanse of the system space, Chuzhuo took a moment to gather himself. Stroking the small wings of 001. 001, do I have a lover? 001, eyes half closed in contentment, replied, not just one. You have 3 hosts. Chuzhuo hesitated, confusion evident in his expression. What? Unaware of Chuzhuo's pause, 001's mind raced. I suspect there may even be a 4th, 5th, or 6th host. It seems you have an affinity for antagonists, having been entwined with them across 2 worlds. The first world was inaccessible for inspection. I surmise it too involved an antagonist. Chuzhuo remarked, the corners of his mouth twitching as he cast a sidelong glance at the little bird. Once again, 001 had acted foolishly, according to its assertions. Chuzhuo had engaged with someone in each world he traversed, yet he did not consider himself particularly romantic. If he could traverse these miniature worlds, why could others not do the same? Rather than attributing his villainous fate to destiny, it is more accurate to say that his elusive lover, vaguely remembered, embodies antagonism in every realm. Nevertheless, this realization does not dampen Chuzhuo's spirits, akin to his thoughts at the conclusion of the first minor world. He believes they will eventually reunite. Perhaps the obscured memories are a means of sparing him the burden of traversing through the recollections of countless worlds. The truth remains uncertain, but Chuzhuo gently caressed the elongated tail feathers of 001. Let us embark 001 to the next world. With a flap of its wings, 001 responded, understood, initiating retrieval. Upon arriving in the new world, Chuzhuo felt himself plummeting, the fierce wind whipping against his face with a stinging intensity. He struggled to regain his composure. 001. Where have we landed? 001, covering its beak with its wings, exclaimed in alarm. My sincerest apologies, host. Just a moment. Little bird shall save you. The avian creature rapidly expanded, diving downward, and caught its falling host upon its back. Oh dear, host, you nearly frightened me to death. I almost met my end before the journey even began. Chuzhuo's mind was in disarray, still reeling from the rapid descent, and he gently patted the large bird's back. It's all right. I'm unharmed. Now hush. 001 sniffled, its voice forlorn. Very well, host. I shall first convey the life story of the client and the timeline of this world. This realm is an ancient one, and the client is a young general from a martial lineage. Possessing extraordinary talent and a remarkable physique, he demonstrated exceptional martial prowess from a tender age. A natural prodigy in the art of combat. At 5, he expertly wielded a spear. By 11, he fought alongside his father in battles. And at 15, following his father's death on the battlefield, he vowed not to return to the capital until he had slain the king of the Shou. In his 17th year, amidst the shifting power dynamics of the grassland tribes, the client seized the opportunity to reclaim 2 cities from Shou occupation, avenging his father by assassinating the king in a similar manner. He then ferociously set his sights on the newly ascended Shou prince. The young prince, still consolidating his power, approached him amicably, suggesting that although he had just reclaimed 2 cities, the populace needed respite, and the soldiers required a moment to catch their breath. The welfare of the citizens tugged at the client's heart, and as he wavered, the vice-general, drawing upon his own experiences, earnestly advised him. After weighing the pros and cons, the client consented to a temporary truce and reported his intentions to the court, receiving a letter from His Majesty the Emperor 2 weeks later, granting him permission to return to the capital. As he set forth back to the Yin dynasty, traversing rocky cliffs, his army fell into an ambush, and the client fought valiantly against the assailants, only to find the vice-general suddenly captured. He gave chase, but upon reaching a precipice, he felt an unsettling change, his body collapsing unexpectedly, while the enemies holding the vice-general released their grip. The vice-general, his face weathered and marked by hardship, glared at him with malice as he was backed against the abyss, the ominous premonition manifesting. Driven to the edge of the cliff, perhaps to ensure his demise was comprehensible, the vice-general bitterly recounted the trials of the past few years. Having painstakingly outlived his father, he never anticipated the emergence of a rival in the form of a young boy, whose military rank surpassed that of his own decades-experienced deputy. Years of meticulous scheming had been thwarted by a mere adolescent, inciting an insatiable resentment within him. The eldest prince, advocating for the welfare of the populace, was thwarted by the deputy, who was acutely aware of the heir's commitment to his father's legacy. The father had once proclaimed that, regardless of the circumstances, it was the common people who endured the hardships of war. This understanding fostered within the heir a deep compassion and concern for the citizens along the border. The recent enemy incursion was orchestrated by the deputy, who, under the pretense of trading 2 cities, conspired with the Shou prince to set an ambush against the heir. The deputy's treachery left the heir restless in death, not from a sense of betrayal, but from the realization that the Yin dynasty could not withstand the machinations of such a man, capable of trading away cities as bargaining chips. Perhaps it was due to the heir's monumental contributions to the nation's defense that his spirit found no rest after death. He witnessed the deputy upon returning to the Yin dynasty, distorting the truth and accusing him of personal gain and treason, claiming that the heir, out of self-interest, had relinquished the cities he had valiantly reclaimed by assassinating the former Shou king. The deputy asserted that the heir feared exposure and a loss of public support, and subsequently colluded with the Shou prince to ruthlessly eliminate the citizens of the 2 cities, plotting to silence him as well. Had it not been for the valiant protection of his loyal subordinates, who risked their lives to escort him back, the truth would have been forever obscured. Those loyal subordinates, whom the heir had painstakingly promoted, were unjustly vilified, and the aristocracy secretly fanned the flames of dissent leading to a vast uproar that ensnared the old general. The situation escalated rapidly. The emperor had only reigned for 5 years, and the entrenched aristocracy wielded immense power with intricate connections. The mess left behind by the late emperor was far too convoluted. In desperation, the emperor had no choice but to temporarily detain the old general while discreetly dispatching the Golden Dragon Guard to investigate the truth. The emperor's intention was to protect the old general. However, the general, with his unwavering integrity and lifelong loyalty to the throne, refused to implicate his family or burden the sovereign he had served so faithfully. In a tragic turn, he took his own life in prison, seeking to prove his innocence through death. The once grand general's estate was left desolate, with only the elderly matriarch remaining. Her husband, son, daughter-in-law, and grandson had all perished, leaving her to weep through the nights. Her health deteriorated, and within months, she succumbed to her grief. The heir, heartbroken and weeping blood in his despair, offered his soul as a sacrifice. Even if the emperor were to uncover the truth and vindicate the general's estate, the departed could not return. The heir yearned to reverse the tide of fate, longing for the safety of the citizens of the 2 cities and the general's family. As for the alternate timeline, the deputy was merely one of many male antagonists, harboring affections for the heroine. She regarded his honest visage and recalled her previous boyfriend, who had also appeared sincere, yet had betrayed her with a close friend. Faced with the deputy's affections, she found him insufferable, delivering a blow and then soaring away to embark on her own adventures in the world. The female protagonist, a ruthless assassin from a post-apocalyptic world, possesses a mysterious spatial spring. She swiftly assimilates the information of her original identity and systematically eliminates the enemies who brought calamity and suffering to her predecessor. Soon, she steps into the martial world and joins the Assassin Guild, continuously taking on missions while remaining oblivious to the external chaos, gradually ascending in rank. Hardened by her experiences in the wasteland, the protagonist remains indifferent to numerous suitors, unyielding in her resolve. Ultimately, she dispatches the guild leader and ascends to power as a woman. The demise of the former leader triggers a brief turmoil within the guild, yet she eradicates all dissenters without mercy, thereby consolidating the entire guild under her control. In her later years, she inadvertently hears the tale of a valiant young general and regrets not having met him. After much inquiry, she locates the traitorous deputy and exhumates his remains, vowing to scatter his ashes, declaring, "I have long tolerated betrayal. My inefficiency allowed you to live in peace for so many years." 001 hisses, observing, "This protagonist is indeed ruthless." The information is received in an instant, and Chuzhuo, resting her hand on her brow, gazes upward. What is the request of the client? 001 turns to the next page. In your lifetime, reclaim the Xiongnu and save the general's family, along with the lives of the citizens of 2 cities. Chuzhuo's expression softens. The spirited young general, barely 17 or 18 at death, wishes only for his family and country. As they soar through the air, 001 probes. Host, this world possesses lightness of foot. Later, you should stand on my back and pretend to have ascended with agility. Chuzhuo nimbly positions herself, and as the great bird flies over the cliff's edge, nearby soldiers gasp in astonishment. The general is alive. The general rides back on a bird. They rush to inform their comrades. Our general has returned. Indeed, General Chuzhuo's prowess is unparalleled, a miraculous return from the brink, capable of taming even the mightiest of birds. 001 queries. Chuzhuo response, "Can you be seen?" In Chapter 65, in the general disrobe, 001 hastily checks the background and quickly reports to the host. In the previous world, 001 received a surge of energy that enables the indigenous people of this world to perceive me. Chuzhuo understands and pats 001's feathered back. Given the circumstances, carry me down. 001 descends rapidly, the colossal bird approaching the cliff with urgency, while the soldiers do not falter. Their excitement only intensifies. Once 001 stabilizes, Chuzhuo leaps to the ground. The moment she lands, her subordinate, a lieutenant, inspects her anxiously. "General, you are alive. Deputy Shou said you were besieged by enemies and fell from the cliff. I just peered down there. It seems bottomless. Thank goodness you are unharmed. You frightened me. Young General, how did you tame this great bird? It is so obedient. Standing still. What great bird? It saved the young general's life. It is a divine creature. General Qi, I was under the impression that you had met your demise here. Indeed, the contractor has perished in such a manner. Chuzhuo raised her hand, signaling for 001 to bow its head. The great bird complied, lowering its neck as her palm brushed over its crown. It called out to Zhongming, and upon seeing my peril, it came to my rescue. Several soldiers expressed their gratitude to 001, a wave of goodwill washing over it, leaving 001 somewhat embarrassed as it shyly retracted its wings. Host, please convey to them that no thanks are necessary. Rescuing the host is my duty. The others heard only the soft chirping of the divine bird, which the young general interpreted. It says that it saved me because it cares for me. It is only natural, so no thanks are needed. Host, you are adding your own commentary. 001 blushed, nuzzling Chuzhuo's neck. Affection. 001 holds the host in the highest regard. The news of the young general's safe return, riding atop the divine bird, swiftly reached the encampment. Deputy Commander Shou initially thought it was merely a rumor spread by those fearing for the morale of the troops. He had already surveyed the cliffs nearby, which were unfathomably deep. Even the most formidable martial artists would meet their end there. Witnessing the young man clad in dark iron armor approach, Deputy Commander Shou's pupils constricted, his legs faltering as he stumbled back several steps. His subordinate, Lieutenant Liu, steadied him with a hand on his back. General Shou, what troubles you? Shou waved him off. I am fine. As the young man drew nearer, Shou's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Do you believe in ghosts? Lieutenant Liu, perplexed, responded. Most likely, there are none, right? Is he here to claim my life? Steady yourself, Shou commanded, taking a deep breath and forcing a strained smile. Congratulations, General Qi, on your safe return. Chuzhuo crossed her arms, scrutinizing his earnest demeanor. Shou had long served faithfully beside the contractor's father in this guise. Perhaps he had once been loyal to the contractor's father, but not to the contractor herself. Furthermore, he had exploited the trust bestowed upon him by the contractor's familial connections to secretly plot for his own benefit. Congratulations? Chuzhuo scoffed, questioning the sincerity of Shou's words. Shou remained unfazed by her mockery, his honest and straightforward nature having earned him respect in the military over the years. He did not believe that Chuzhuo would openly confront him about everything, nor did he expect anyone to believe her. However, he never anticipated that 001 would make a dramatic entrance, leaving everyone in a state of mild shock. Lieutenant Liu, bewildered, inquired, General Qi, what do you mean by that? Chuzhuo drew her spear, its tip aimed at the deputy commander's chest. Deputy Commander Shou has betrayed us. This ambush was orchestrated by him in collusion with the Xiongnu king, a trap laid for my demise. Soldiers, I owe you an explanation. She then named several cavalrymen. I recall that you possess the finest horsemanship. Each of you shall select a noble steed and accompany me back to the frontier. I shall show you just how terrifying a seemingly honest individual can be when they conceal their true nature. The soldiers did not belong to young General Qi's faction, nor were they aligned with Deputy Commander Shou. They were connected to another Deputy Commanderess network. The Vice General remained silent as the chosen few selected their steeds. Suddenly, from the darkened mountain crest, a magnificent and resplendent bird soared into view. It approached Chuzhuo, its slender legs bending gracefully as it inclined its back, a clear invitation. The assembled soldiers witnessed General Qi mount the grand creature, which then straightened its legs once more. With fiery red wings, a tail of shimmering gold, and a deep indigo belly, its colossal form was indeed a rarity, an omen from the heavens, a divine manifestation for our great Yan dynasty. Where had the young general tamed such a splendid beast? What a breathtaking divine bird, subdued by the young general. Truly, he was capable of anything. Chuzhuo glanced down and addressed the named few, instructing them to follow him. Rather than relying on feeble words, he chose to demonstrate through action. The bird soared for a day and a half, with the cavalry closely pursuing their young general until they finally returned to the border city of Bingzhou. They halted a few miles away, noticing that the sentinels atop the walls were not only their Yan soldiers, but also the Xiongnu clad in tribal garments. The reclaimed city bore a significant implication evident to all. The cavalrymen gripped their reins tightly, their anger boiling over, their respect for Vice General Shou evaporating as they bid his name with disdain. With no word yet from the ambushers, Chuzhuo seized the opportunity presented by their ignorance. Under the cover of night, he eliminated the Xiongnu and Vice General Shou's subordinates, subsequently positioning his own men. The initial loss of the city had largely stemmed from the abrupt death of the contractor, leaving the defending soldiers leaderless. Under Shou's oppressive command, the troops loyal to the contractor were deprived of their voice. After neutralizing the rebels and safeguarding the citizens of both cities, Chuzhuo set forth for the capital. Meanwhile, the main force continued its advance. Vice General Shou, plagued by unease for several days, found his plans unraveled by the sudden arrival of the grand bird. The closer they neared the capital, the more restless he became. With just 2 days' journey remaining, he feigned a need for relief and vanished into the woods. The soldiers sent to find him returned dejected, and when pressed by Zhu's anxious subordinates, one stammered, reporting, "Lieutenant Liu, we could not locate Vice General Shou." A chill gripped Lieutenant Liu's heart. Having served Zhu for many years, he could not fail to recognize the latter's distracted demeanor. After a long silence, Liu glanced towards the woods, watching his hopes gradually extinguish, and returned to the encampment despondently. "We shall depart at the hour of the rooster tomorrow." The originally 2-day journey was now condensed into a day and a half to reach the imperial city. Prepared to face the consequences, Lieutenant Liu suddenly felt a shadow pass overhead, catching a glimpse of the familiar, golden-tailed bird in his peripheral vision. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Chuzhuo, atop the grand bird, appeared at the imperial city. The citizens' praises flowed endlessly, proclaiming that the creature was a divine bird, towering and fierce. Akin to the lions and tigers of the mountains, its splendid form an exquisite marvel, a harbinger of good fortune. Their goodwill was genuine and pure. 001 flapped its wings with increasing vigor, excitedly suggesting, "Host, I wish to take you on a flight around the imperial city." Fortunately, 001 was mindful of the occasion, knowing it was a significant day, and gracefully descended before the dashing emperor clad in a bright yellow dragon robe. The surname of the Yin dynasty was Yin, and the current emperor was named Yin Jihun. As Chapter 66 unfolds, the young general approached with remarkable poise, capturing the emperor's unwavering gaze. Clad in dark armor that accentuated his slender yet powerful physique, the emperor scrutinized his exquisite features. The general's bright eyes sparkled like gemstones, and a subtle smile graced his lips. Yin Jiheng's heart raced with fervor, a deep yearning stirring within him. Not quite adept, Chuzhuo raised his hands in a gesture of respect, his waist unbent, when a large, calloused hand gently grasped his wrist and lifted it slightly. A low, resonant voice broke the silence. No need for such formalities. Chuzhuo curiously looked up, meeting the gaze of the man before him. Yin Jiheng stood tall, the bright yellow dragon robe draping him in unparalleled nobility. His brows were stern, and his phoenix eyes were calm and unwavering. His nose was strong and smooth, with sharply defined facial contours, and his voice resonated with magnetism. "By my decree, from this moment forth, General Chuzhuo shall see me without the need for formalities. There shall be no kneeling in court. Under the divine bird's aura, not a single soul among the commoners or officials dared to voice dissent, including the prominent families observing from the shadows." After all, the young general had returned riding the divine bird. The creature exhibited an unmistakable trust in the young general. Should the divine bird take flight in anger, the emperor would hold them accountable for any perceived disrespect. Yin Jiheng's gaze subtly scanned the surroundings before he calmly remarked, "When the young general descended, I heard the sound of something heavy hitting the ground." Chuzhuo turned and called out, "Zhongming?" 001's talons grasped the unconscious deputy Zhu, who was tossed aside with a thud. Your Majesty, it is he who attempted to frame me, trying to escape halfway. I apprehended him. Chuzhuo casually kicked Deputy Shou. A hint of remorse in his smile as he realized he had struck a little too hard, evident in the man's slumber. The term sleep was used with a certain flair. Yan Jihing's expression remained unchanged. Bring a bucket of water to wake him. A brief, rustling sound echoed from the shadows. Chuzhuo explained the situation. Your Majesty, he is a villain who conspired to take my position. He set an ambush on my return journey, colluding with the Xiongnu king to exchange the cities of Bingzhou and Xinzhou for a chance to kill me. Fortunately, my martial prowess prevailed, and with Zhongming's assistance, I returned safely to report to you. Yan Jihing's gaze swept over Chuzhuo's indignant expression, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I understand. The young general has been wronged. He has been captured. This is a case of evil receiving its due. Chuzhuo felt a surge of camaraderie. Moments later, the dark guard approached with a wooden bucket, ready to douse the unconscious middle-aged man sprawled on the ground. Vice General Shou was jolted awake, water splattering as he wiped his face in a state of disarray. The coolness of the water roused his senses, and he recalled that he had been struck unconscious by Chuzhuo. Panic surged through him as he glanced around. The crowd was teeming, the hushed whispers barely discernible. Upon spotting Chuzhuo, his heart raced, and then his gaze was drawn to the blinding yellow dragon robe. The Emperor's visage loomed before him, nearly stopping his heart. Your Majesty, what brings you here? He stammered, momentarily disoriented, realizing he needed to comprehend why he found himself in this predicament. A commanding guard stepped forward, reprimanding him in a low voice. Impudence! How dare you speak in the presence of His Majesty? Vice General Shou trembled, suppressing the fear in his eyes, and bowed his head respectfully. Your Majesty, I harbor no intention of offending your esteemed presence. Yan Jihing's gaze shifted from Chuzhuo to the middle-aged man on the ground, whose demeanor resembled that of a lost dog. His voice was as frigid as ice. Young General Qi has reported that Vice General Shou has abused his authority, trading in the affairs of the two provinces with the Xiongnu king, and has conspired to ambush and assassinate young General Qi on his return to Yan. Is this true? A report? A flicker of hope ignited in Vice General Shou's heart. It seemed the Emperor had not fully believed Chuzhuo's accusations. Perhaps he could maneuver the situation to his advantage and eliminate those accompanying Chuzhuo back to the border. Perhaps the situation was not yet beyond redemption. With this thought, he lifted his head, only to find the Emperor regarding him with an expressionless gaze, his eyes cold and indifferent, as if he were a mere beggar on the streets. Vice General Shou felt a weight settle in his heart. The surname Qi carried significant weight in the Yin dynasty, 3 generations of loyalty and renowned martial prowess, with Chuzhuo's father having perished on the battlefield 2 years prior. As long as Chuzhuo acted wisely, the general's honor would shield the Qi family for generations to come. Yet, Vice General Shou felt a sense of discontent. Having served under the late General Qi and gained considerable military accomplishments over the years, he had aspired to rise to the rank of general himself, only to find himself overshadowed by the young Qi. Time was slipping away, and if he did not seize this opportunity, would he ever find his moment to shine? Determined not to concede defeat, he declared, Your Majesty, I am unwaveringly loyal to the Yin dynasty and could never commit such treacherous acts against my homeland. I implore you to see my sincerity. He bowed deeply, his forehead striking the ground to demonstrate his earnestness. The sound made Chuzhuo wince in sympathy. Yan Jihong, catching a glimpse of the youth's animated demeanor, allowed a trace of amusement to flicker in his eyes before addressing the prostrate vice general in a grave tone. The truth shall be discerned by me. Guards, take Vice General Shou into custody. Vice General Shou slowly raised his head, confirming the blood that had formed a mark on his forehead. I obey your command. However, he realized that playing the victim before the Emperor was a fool's errand. This Emperor was unlike the late one. In the earlier years of the late Emperor's reign, he was diligent and prudent, neither achieving notable success nor incurring significant failures. However, in his twilight years, he became somewhat befuddled, swayed by the scheming aristocracy who sought the elixir of life. The court became a spectacle of absurdity 7 or 8 years ago. His Majesty was originally the legitimate heir designated by the late Empress, yet the noble families, having tasted power, subtly influenced the Emperor's heart, intending to elevate a puppet to the throne and manipulate the state affairs. Foreseeing their intentions, His Majesty feigned inaction until the day of the late Emperor's demise, when the blood of the traitors stained the Grand Hall and the puppet was executed alongside them. The hall was littered with severed limbs. Upon ascending the throne, His Majesty purged the court of corruption, executing those who peddled slander and alchemists seeking immortality. Within 2 years, he extended his reach to the noble families, whose connections had been entrenched since the previous dynasty, with roots that ran deep. After 3 years of employing iron-fisted tactics, he had dealt with approximately a tenth to a fifth of them. Now, several officials from humble backgrounds, elevated beyond their station, were trusted confidants of Yin Jiheng. Despite having reigned for 5 years, the emperor's ruthless methods had already left a profound impact on the court. The ministers who had witnessed the coup took a good half year to recover from the shock of the bloody purges, after which the noble families fell into a state of silence. Vice General Shou, having been away from the court for an extended period, was oblivious to the current dynamics, where the emperor's word was absolute. As long as their interests remained unthreatened, the noble families were forced to tread carefully. The surrounding ministers maintained a stoic demeanor, observing without comment. Vice General Shou was dragged away by the guards, leaving behind a trail of watermarks. Yin Jiheng turned to the spirited young general. "What reward do you desire, young general?" Chuzhuo pointed to the grand bird behind him. "Your Majesty, are you not curious about Chongming?" Yin Jiheng cast a glance at it, and the creature quietly raised its tail feathers, anticipating praise. The emperor's tone was indifferent. "Indeed, it is worthy of being the young general's steed, though it barely matches your stature." 001, filled with confusion, transmitted its thoughts to Chuzhuo. "Of course. I am a perfect match for my host. You, a feudal despot, were likely playing in the mud while my host and I were enjoying our time together." Chuzhuo pondered. Yin Jiheng probably did not play in the mud as a child. 001 then displayed a pitiful expression. "Ah, the ruler of a nation. And he cannot even play in the mud?" Noticing the complexity in Chuzhuo's gaze, Yin Jiheng paused for a moment. What did it say? Chuzhuo avoided his gaze. "I do not speak the language of beasts. I am merely a warrior." Yin Jiheng did not believe the bird had spoken anything commendable. However, the young general seemed intent on defending it, and thus he chose not to press the matter. "No need to amend your self-reference. I shall defer to your preference." Yin Jiheng acquiesced, gently lifting the conversation. "In 3 days, I shall host a banquet for the young general in the palace. You may return to your residence to rest, but remember to come to the palace for the feast." Chuzhuo nodded earnestly. "Understood. I will be punctual." As for 001's whereabouts, Chuzhuo explained, "Chongming cherishes its freedom. It has chosen me as its master and will not seek another. Let us not confine it, shall we? Should Yin Jiheng refuse?" Chuzhuo was already prepared to shrink and cloak 001. 001 is not merely a companion, but a cherished friend. He would not be constrained by the limitations of any realm. Yin Jiheng was pleased by his words. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." As the army dispersed, Chuzhuo was escorted back to the general's residence by the long-awaited elderly general. Upon seeing her grandson, who had been absent for so long, the aged Lady Qi tenderly caressed his cheek, shoulder, and arms, shedding tears as she lamented, "You have grown thinner, yet taller." The old general, however, expressed dissatisfaction. Of course he has grown taller after years apart, but he hasn't tanned at all. After 6 or 7 years on the battlefield, he still resembles a delicate youth, lacking any ruggedness. Lady Qi playfully chastised him. "Do you think being tanned is better? Would you prefer to have a face like yours, dark as coal?" The old general exaggeratedly rubbed his shoulder. "Ah Xing, be gentle. My heart can't take such blows. Don't speak so dramatically. Who was it that, upon hearing of Shou Zhui's return this morning, rose early to practice his boxing?" Lady Qi promptly exposed him. The old general shifted his gaze. Meanwhile, Lady Qi was already in tears, and seizing the moment, Chuzhuo hurried to her side, retrieving a handkerchief from his robe to wipe her tears, affectionately calling out, "Mother, I have returned safely." Unable to contain herself any longer, Lady Qi embraced him, weeping uncontrollably. "It is enough that you are home. Just being back is enough." After 2 days of busy travel, Chuzhuo had finally caught up on his sleep. On the day of the banquet, after a refreshing bath, he donned a splendid crimson robe cinched with a black belt, his hair elegantly tied up. He stood there, vibrant and spirited, a youthful figure brimming with life. Lady Qi circled around him, smiling in satisfaction. "My son is extraordinarily handsome." The old general arrived fashionably late, casting a glance and remarking, "He looks better without armor. That is the true image of a valiant man." Lady Qi shot him a disapproving look. "At the imperial banquet, how could you have Shou wear armor? Do you not fear his majesty might accuse him of disrespect?" This prompted the old general to share his thoughts. "I am not afraid at all. Guess what his majesty said a few days ago?" Lady Qi looked on with curiosity, as the old general burst into laughter. "This lad has brought honor to the Qi family. His majesty has granted him permission to meet the sovereign without kneeling." That proclamation was amplified by Yin Jiheng's internal energy, resonating for miles around. Lady Qi quietly inquired, "Is what father said true?" Chuzhuo nodded. "Indeed, his majesty is a wise ruler. In his previous life, under the pressure of the prominent families, the sovereign resolutely sought the truth for the Qi family, freeing the late old general from unjust accusations. This was the essence of his kingship. He is indeed a wise ruler, there is no doubt about that. Fortunately, everything has changed in this life." Before departing, Chuzhuo embraced Lady Qi and the elderly Lady Qi one by one. "Mother, grandmother, I shall take my leave now." The grandfather and grandson climbed into the carriage, which rumbled off towards the palace. At the banquet, the courtiers were already seated, engaged in hushed conversations. The chief eunuch, Fu Pei, entered with a feather duster in hand and announced in a sharp voice, "His Majesty has arrived." The ministers rose in unison, kneeling to respectfully greet His Majesty. A sea of kneeling figures filled the hall, and the young Chuzhuo raised his hands in a symbolic gesture, though he had yet to complete the motion when the emperor passed by him, gently brushing the back of his hand and saying, "There is no need, you may stand." Clad in a black and red ceremonial robe and adorned with a crown, the emperor advanced step by step towards the exalted throne. Yin Jiheng's gaze fell upon the only person standing in the grand hall. Dressed in resplendent red, with bright, captivating eyes, he exuded a clean allure. Yin Jiheng cleared his throat and called out, "Rise." The ministers returned to their seats. Old General Qi tugged at his grandson's sleeve, inquiring, "What did His Majesty say to you, little Zhuo?" Chuzhuo relayed, "He said I could stand." The old general found this rather peculiar. This banquet was held in honor of General Qi, a celebration of merit and reward. Yin Jiheng bestowed countless treasures, with box after box being carried in, the scale reminiscent of a grand marriage proposal. The old general was left speechless, prostrating himself in fear and reverence, responding, "Your Majesty, this is against protocol. My grandson is undeserving of such lavish gifts." Yin Jiheng pressed him to remain silent, saying, "Old General, Qi need not worry. I have more to announce." The old general, bewildered, rose and returned to his seat. After the various awards had been read aloud, Fu Pei presented a bright yellow imperial decree, unfurling it to proclaim, "By Heaven's will, in accordance with the times, I hereby decree, the Qi family has a son, Qi Chuzhuo, a general of the Yin dynasty. With a countenance like jade, endowed with intelligence, bravery, and remarkable demeanor, exceptional in chivalry. I hereby appoint the young General Qi as my personal guard." Thus decreed, the hall fell into a profound silence. The decree was unprecedented. It granted a personal title while retaining his position as general. Furthermore, the praise within the decree constituted the majority of its content. Was the emperor in his right mind when he composed this? No wonder he had bestowed such lavish gifts. It was well known that he was the most targeted emperor since ascending the Yin dynasty throne, and while being a close minister to the emperor was alluring, it also came with peril. Consequently, the attention shifted back to the rows of treasure boxes and the singular decree, overshadowing any feelings of envy. Old General Chi's emotions were quite tumultuous, yet he remained less pessimistic than others. Instead, he pondered why the emperor had lavished such commendations upon his grandson. Chuzhuo received the decree and was invited to stay in the palace that evening. The emperor had instructed, "Let your servant return to the general's residence to gather your daily garments. From today onward, you shall reside in my side hall." The old general returned home, feeling solitary. When questioned by his wife and daughter-in-law, he recounted the events faithfully, concluding with, "Why does His Majesty hold little Shou in such esteem?" Unlike the carelessness of men, Madame Qi sensed an ominous premonition. The position of personal guard in the great Yin dynasty represented a close minister to the emperor. Had little Shou returned to the capital merely for a few days, was it the Qi family that the emperor valued, or was it Chuzhuo himself? A strange thought flashed through her mind, fleeting and leaving no trace. Meanwhile, back in the palace, after retaining Chuzhuo, Yan Jiheng pointed to the adjacent side hall, saying, "That will be your resting place. I will take you to familiarize yourself with the main hall." Fu Pei followed to the doorway, instinctively halting. "Your Majesty is familiarizing people with the main hall?" Such words could only be uttered by His Majesty himself. The imperial palace, vast and grand, features a front hall designated for the handling of state affairs. As one ventures further inside, the sleeping quarters lie at the rear, with a resplendent bright yellow bed exposed to view. After completing a circuit, Yan Jiheng leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "It is getting late. The young general should retire." In the stillness of the night, the emperor's reference to the young general felt strangely intimate. Chuzhuo waved at him. "Then, I shall see you tomorrow. Good night, Your Majesty." Yan Jiheng watched the joyous figure of the youth depart. With a slender waist and vigorous physique, what sensations would it evoke to grasp him? Confined to his bed, would he slowly strip away the youth's garments, his undergarments, shoes, and socks, staining the pure white form with the color he bestowed? Would the spirited young general weep? Surely, his tears would be strikingly beautiful. The man's eyes, once concealed in obsession, now shimmered with a profound depth. That night, the young emperor summoned Fu Pei for water. The head eunuch, perceptive, spoke up. "Your Majesty, the young general is next door. You need not I wish for him to come willingly." The emperor interrupted, his gaze piercing with a profound yearning. To force someone is simplicity itself. Merely possessing a body is mundane, but to claim a heart, entwined with the fiery passion of fleshly desires, is what I truly seek. With that, Yan Jiheng stepped into the cold water. Chapter 68. And the general unveiled the battle armor. Chuzhuo's life as a personal attendant had become exceedingly relaxed. Each morning, he would report to the emperor, partake in breakfast, and then stand behind him, transforming into a mere post. More often than not, the emperor would have a special chair arranged for him, allowing him to sit comfortably. This was justified as ensuring he was well-rested, capable of responding to any sudden situations. Even a post would occasionally grow weary from standing too long and need a stretch. The hidden guard in the trees, corners, rooftops, and beams all shook their heads. The emperor was quite the charmer. As lunch approached, Yan Jiheng inquired, "What has the kitchen prepared today?" "Lotus leaf chicken, peony fish slices, exquisite meat rolls, and jade butterflies." "Does Chuzhuo desire anything else? Is there any poria cake?" Chuzhuo replied. Yan Jiheng sighed. "That is not a staple food. If you wish for it, I shall instruct the imperial chef to prepare a separate dish." Fu Pei silently noted this. Initially shocked, he had now grown accustomed to it. The emperor had truly settled down. Having ascended the throne for 5 years, he repeatedly suppressed ministers' petitions to expand the harem, leading many to believe, given his cold demeanor, he would end his days in solitude. Yet unexpectedly, he had turned his affections towards the young General Qi, though General Qi was male. His strikingly delicate features were both refreshing and captivating, appealing to both men and women alike. Not only would the emperor be drawn to the young general, but even Fu Pei, despite his age, could not help but admire the extraordinary young man. In the afternoon, a shadow guard sent to investigate Deputy General Shou reported back. Having been dispatched that day, he was unaware of the recent interactions between the young general and the emperor. Upon noticing another figure within the hall, he glanced at the emperor, awaiting a command for the person to exit. Yin Jiheng, speak freely. There is no need for pretense. Dark Guard, just a few days have passed. Does General Qi have the Emperor's favor so soon? The noble families of this era have not had the opportunity to stir the waters and create obstacles. The Dark Guard has successfully uncovered a considerable amount of information, promptly reporting their findings to the Emperor. It turns out that behind the young man's casual threat to kill me, there lies a far more intricate plot. Had I not been fortunate enough to be rescued by a divine bird after being cast down a steep cliff, my remains would have been lost forever. Upon hearing this, Yin Jiheng's eyes blazed with fury as he gripped the armrest of the dragon thrown tightly, his knuckles cracking ominously. His voice was icy. This man shall face 1,000 tortures. Chuzhuo remained relatively undisturbed. Perhaps Yin Jiheng's words resonated with him. Noticing Chuzhuo's acquiescence, Yin Jiheng turned slightly, his tone softening. Chuzhuo, accompany me to the prison and personally deal with him, shall we? Chuzhuo nodded instinctively. As the Emperor's closest attendant, I shall follow you wherever you go. The prison was damp and oppressive as they approached the innermost cell. The Vice-Captain Shou bore the marks of cruel punishment on his body, and with a faint, ironic smirk, he remarked, I wonder who it could be, without clear evidence. The Emperor resorts to extrajudicial measures. Does he not fear the discontent of the civil and military officials? Chuzhuo was genuinely taken aback by the sight of the vice-captain in such a pitiful state. During his time spent with Yin Jiheng, he had perceived nothing amiss. It was a well-kept secret. Yin Jiheng noticed Chuzhuo's glance, but offered no defense. For this was the undeniable truth. Those who intended to harm Chuzhuo would not be spared. The Emperor has already confirmed the evidence. I am here to escort you to your final destination. Chuzhuo selected a torture instrument, casting his gaze down upon him, his eyes reflecting an unwavering resolve. The citizens of the two cities are utterly innocent. Remember to atone for your sins in the afterlife. One by one, Chuzhuo severed his tendons with steady precision, the cell echoing with the sounds of his anguished cries. The vice-captain's temples throbbed violently, a relentless buzzing in his ears, veins bulging at his neck. As the ordeal continued, his body curled into a ball, his eyes vacant and despairing, pleading for mercy, flinching at even the lightest touch. Eventually, the vice-captain succumbed, his breath extinguished. After a protracted 2 hours of torment, it came to an end. Yin Jiheng used a damp cloth to wipe the blood splatters from Chuzhuo's face and meticulously cleaned his blood-stained fingers. Then calmly commanded, remove his head and display it at the city gate as a warning. Strip his flesh to feed the dogs, and grind his bones to dust to scatter in the purification chamber. This man has incurred divine wrath. In 5 years of reign, the Emperor has never resorted to such barbarity. He typically executes swiftly and decisively. The jailer trembled as he dragged the vice-captain away on a roll of straw mat. Outside the prison, darkness enveloped the sky, stars twinkling overhead. Chuzhuo spoke lightly. Your Majesty, I wish to bathe and refresh. Yin Jiheng turned to inquire, where shall we go for amusement? In the 3rd month of spring, it is perfect for a day out. Let's go on an excursion. Very well. Yin Jiheng smiled silently. The progress of the warm water boiling the frog has surpassed the halfway mark, and the youth has already grown accustomed to his existence. The following day, Yin Jiheng took it upon himself to publicly denounce the crimes of Deputy General Shou. The cities of Bingzhou and Xianzhou, lost under the previous emperor, had only recently been reclaimed, yet were now being offered to the Xiongnu for personal gain. The populace seethed with righteous indignation, hurling rotten vegetable leaves and foul eggs at that detestable head, even dousing it with the accumulated wastewater, still feeling unsatisfied. Curse Xiongnu! How many innocent lives of our great Yin have perished at their hands? How dare you? The conflict between Great Yin and the Xiongnu is a matter of either death or subjugation. I fervently hope our young General Qi can tame those savage northern barbarians. Upon mention of General Qi, more voices joined the discussion. Having settled all affairs, Yin Jiheng took Chuzhuo for a stroll in the countryside. This outing went unnoticed by the palace, with Chuzhuo adorned in a light green brocade robe, while Yin Jiheng donned an elegant dark blue long robe. The two, striking in appearance, made a captivating sight together. In the springtime, even the grass by the roadside appeared lush and vibrant. Yin Jiheng led Chuzhuo into a lakeside pavilion, where the view was expansive, everything meticulously arranged, with ample food and drink. Surrounding them were other young nobles enjoying the spring outing. Yin Jiheng, you are truly considerate, Chuzhuo exclaimed, circling the stone table. Suddenly, hearing him directly address the emperor by name, a concealed guard instinctively drew his blade halfway. But upon recalling General Qi's significance in the emperor's heart, quickly sheathed it and remained still. Yin Jiheng felt a warmth in his chest. If he were not considerate, how would he keep the young general by his side? The emperor possesses unparalleled governance skills. Truly, he is a wise ruler, Chuzhuo generously praised. However, upon the mention of the emperor again, Yin Jiheng's brow furrowed slightly, though he displayed no outward unease. They still required a catalyst, and Yin Jiheng did not forcefully alter the youth's perspective. On the stone table were delicacies such as green dumplings, juju pastries, glutinous rice balls, candied hawthorn, pear blossom wine, and plum sake, along with games like Go, the Lubon Lock, kites, throwing pots, and kuju. Chuzhuo sought Yin Jiheng's opinion. There are so many activities, Your Majesty. May I invite those outside to join us? Yin Jiheng nodded gently. These were specially prepared for you. Chuzhuo spread his arms and gave a light hug. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I will forever follow you. Before he could fully savor the moment, his arms were suddenly empty. Yin Jiheng pressed his lips together, shaking his head with a bemused smile moments later, clearly entertained by the youth's innocence. Chuzhuo bit into a green dumpling, sipped the plum wine, and engaged with a modified Lubon Lock when an unusual sensation washed over him. He touched his shoulder and, from the corner of his eye, caught a glimpse of Yin Jiheng's curious expression. Chuzhuo returned a smile, and with his diminutive form, 001 remained unseen by others. He whispered to himself, 001, scan Yin Jiheng. 001 muttered to himself, pondering what merit a monarch in a feudal society could possibly hold for the host to personally inquire, while dutifully commencing the scan. Moments later, 001 was taken aback. Host, Yin Jiheng is the antagonist. Chapter 69. The Emperor and the General unravel the battle robes at first. Chuzhuo felt an undeniable sense of certainty. According to the dialogue with 001 in the system space, he and the antagonist were bound to be together. Thus, was Yin Jiheng also destined to be included? Lost in thought, Chuzhuo's fingers ceased their playful manipulation of the Lubon Lock. A hand gently brushed against his shoulder, and the man inquired in an affectionate tone, "Why have you stopped playing?" Turning his head, Chuzhuo's nose grazed the sharp jawline of the other. He lifted his gaze and found reflected in his eyes the expression of concern from the emperor, Yin Jiheng. "Yes, I am here," Yin Jiheng replied. The unguarded and wholly sincere gaze was disarmingly charming, causing the man's breath to deepen slightly. His voice took on a heavier timbre than usual, while the hand hidden behind his back clenched into a fist. He restrained himself, knowing that he must at least lead them to the bed. Chuzhuo took 2 steps back. The young emperor remained still, observing him leisurely. A joie? Each small world filled with exploration and uncertainty, alongside the completion of tasks, felt like an additional reward, a mysterious lover waiting to be discovered. Yin Jiheng's mind was steeped in the ideologies of a feudal monarch. Chuzhuo felt a flicker of curiosity about how a ruler would behave. Nearby, the sound of light chatter reached his ears, as a group of young men and women playfully jostled one another, coaxing a certain gentleman in blue. His cheeks flushed, emboldened by his friends, he approached with trepidation. Just then, the hidden guards appeared to block his path. A mere glance from Yin Jiheng sent them discreetly back to their positions. Shou stood a few feet away and boldly introduced himself. "My name is Shou. Might we play together?" Yin Jiheng remained motionless, quietly observing Chuzhuo's response. Chuzhuo's thoughts were straightforward. Outings were meant for enjoyment, and the liveliness only added to the fun. He readily agreed. "I am Chuzhuo." Yin Jiheng's gaze fell upon the young gentleman, who introduced himself as Shou. With a slight lift of his arm, the hidden guard understood his intent. and one of them promptly left to fulfill the command. As Chuzhuo took a few steps forward, he suddenly realized something and turned to ask, "Your Majesty, since today is a day of rest, I need not remain by your side for protection, correct? Go and enjoy yourself." Yin Jihing replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor composed. Once the others had moved away, he reined in his smile, and a hint of darkness settled in his eyes. Having ascended to the throne merely 3 to 5 years ago, the young emperor never engaged in ventures without certainty. Every act of patience was merely temporary. In this ancient world of autocratic feudalism, Chuzhuo was not naive enough to invite the emperor to frolic with ordinary folk. After receiving affirmation, he eagerly brought along a Chuzhuo ball and raced toward the group. The open countryside provided ample space for the game, and 2 teams were formed for the match. Shou instinctively positioned himself behind Chuzhuo. The man serving as referee tossed the ball into the air. Chuzhuo fixed his gaze on its descending trajectory, leaning back as he hooked his long leg, skillfully juggling the ball. Shou catch. Shou shed his earlier shyness, taking on a serious demeanor as he lunged forward, skillfully receiving the ball with his foot and passing it to the next player. That individual quickly directed the ball with a swift side kick, sending it soaring into the goal. One team erupted in cheers, while the other wallowed in disappointment. After playing for a while, everyone felt somewhat fatigued. Yet Chuzhuo remained unfulfilled, continuing to juggle the ball with his feet. The group settled down to catch their breath, their eyes drawn to the young lad effortlessly keeping the ball aloft, clad in a light green robe that harmonized beautifully with the spring day. His striking features sparkled with vitality. For a moment, a young woman hesitantly remarked, "Do you not find that the name Chuzhuo sounds somewhat familiar?" A friend interjected, "Not particularly, but I recall that General Qi, who returned to the capital recently, also bears the surname Qi. I wonder if they are related." Upon hearing this, they instinctively turned their gaze towards the boy juggling the ball. His age, appearance, and temperament closely resembled that of the young General Qi rumored about in the streets these past few days. Could it be? In the liberal society of Yin Dynasty, few women formally wed men. If this lad truly was the young general, they exchanged knowing glances, directing their attention to Shou. The unspoken words were clear. Shou's complexion paled slightly. Surely, it cannot be that fortuitous? Everyone knew that the Qi family was comprised entirely of military figures, with General Qi having perished in battle 2 years ago, leaving only the young general as the sole heir. Surely, the old general would not consent to his grandson marrying a man, lest the Qi lineage be extinguished. After a brief pause, someone, perhaps clinging to a glimmer of hope, suggested, "This is merely our conjecture. As Bozhang said, the capital is vast and prosperous. Such coincidences are rare. Yet, if such a notable figure existed in the capital, we should have heard of him. He seems to have appeared out of thin air." How wonderfully they had struck a nerve. It must be said that the young general's reputation is considerable. At merely 17 or 18, he is yet to reach maturity, and many are unaware of his name, referring to him simply as young General Qi, or just the young general. Chuzhuo seized his juggling, toyed with the ball in his hands, and spun it on his fingers, bemused by the sudden silence of the group. "Have you all rested enough?" Shou gazed at the enchanting youth who had captivated him, his expression a mixture of turmoil and curiosity. "Are you young General Qi?" Chuzhuo, with nothing to conceal, replied, "Indeed. I just returned to the capital a few days ago." Shou felt a sense of resignation. Sometimes, feigning ignorance is indeed necessary. Not everything needs to be disclosed. Acknowledging the lack of opportunity, he resolved to regard the encounter as a chance to make a true friend. The others, noticing Shou's acceptance, enthusiastically resumed their game of Chuzhuo with Chuzhuo. As the minutes passed, Chuzhuo felt a pang of hunger, and just then, a shadow guard called for him. Waving his hand as he departed, he said, "I must take my leave. Farewell, everyone." Shou managed a faint smile, and as the boy walked away, he allowed a self-deprecating smirk to form. A friend comforted him. "There are countless flowers blooming in the world. Let us not trouble the young General Qi. He has a good nature, and forging a friendship with him is not a bad outcome." This sentiment brought some solace to Shou. However, upon returning home the next day, he found himself inexplicably busy, besieged by various trivial matters. By the time he finished, he heard that the young General Qi had departed for the frontier. Chuzhuo rushed back to the pavilion, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on his forehead. Yan Jiheng took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his brow. "Are you tired from play?" he inquired. "Not really, mainly just hungry," Chuzhuo replied, his gaze drifting to the array of delicacies laid out on the stone table. The tantalizing aroma wafted into his nostrils. He inhaled deeply. "Your Majesty, may we begin our meal?" Beside them was a basin of clear water, and Yan Jiheng dampened the cloth to cleanse Chuzhuo's hands. "Go ahead." The dark guards brought the food over with their lightness of foot. "It's still warm." Seated, Chuzhuo picked up a piece of fish, succulent and tender, with few bones, and savored it alongside a spoonful of rice soaked in broth. After finishing the meal, Yan Jiheng poured him a small cup of plum wine. Chuzhuo tilted his head back and drained it. "It's pleasantly tart and sweet, quite appetizing. I feel I could eat more." The slender yet vigorous young general had an astonishing appetite, prompting Yan Jiheng to take his bowl away. "Don't be greedy. Zhu, you've eaten quite a lot." Chuzhuo obediently acknowledged and joined Yan Jiheng for a game of Go. He lost the first match swiftly, his white stones completely surrounded by the black ones. Reluctant to concede, Chuzhuo swept the white stones off the board. "Let us play again." In the second game, he lasted longer, his eyes twinkling with mischief. "Am I clever, Yan Jiheng?" Yan Jiheng, with a hint of affection in his demeanor, replied, "The young general is unparalleled in the world." After 5 rounds of Go, Chuzhuo grew restless. "Your Majesty, would you like to play the throwing pot? I challenge you." Yan Jiheng surveyed the pot on the ground, his eyes silently asking, "If it's a competition, shall we make a wager? Is there something the young general desires?" Chuzhuo rummaged through his mind. "I don't have a specific wish at the moment. Perhaps I could promise the winner something?" Yan Jiheng chuckled softly. "Very well." Arranging the copper pot, they divided the arrows equally. Yan Jiheng slightly inclined his body. "You may go first, young general." Chuzhuo did not hesitate. Rolling up his sleeves, he aimed at the mouth of the pot and released the arrow, which flew straight in. With successive throws, the sound of arrows clattering resonated, all 10 arrows finding their way into the pot. Chuzhuo clapped his hands, unabashedly boasting, "Your Majesty must be feeling a sense of crisis now." Yan Jiheng, with a casual grip on his arrows, tossed them, hitting 8 targets, and skillfully inserted the remaining 2 into the small holes on either side of the pot. Chuzhuo glared at the copper pot, his frustration palpable. "How infuriating! Your Majesty is cheating. I should have let you go first." Yan Jiheng was about to respond when a faint gust of wind swept by. Swiftly, he shielded Chuzhuo behind him. Concurrently, the hidden guards in the nearby thicket sprang into action. Chuzhuo immediately turned, standing back to back with Yan Jiheng, alertly scanning their surroundings. "Your Majesty can rest assured I will protect your back." A deep voice resonated from behind him. "Very well, then I place my trust in you, Zhu." In an instant, a group of masked figures clad in black emerged from the hillside, armed with blades, charging forth to engage in combat with the guards who had revealed themselves from the shadows. The outskirts were far different from the palace. They were outnumbered, and with no cover in sight, it was inevitable that a few would slip past the encirclement. Chuzhuo drew the soft sword from his waist. It was an exceptionally rare weapon, crafted a century ago by the master swordsmith Sun Tian, forged from the finest materials of heaven and earth. It coiled softly around the waist, and when drawn with inner strength, it became as unyielding as iron. Regardless of how it was wielded against adversaries, there was no indication of yielding. The sharp, jarring sound of blades clashing reverberated through the air. Chuzhuo, with a swift reverse grip on the hilt, pierced sideways, sending the cloaked man crashing to the ground. A gust of wind swept through, tousling the hair on his forehead as he turned to thrust into the man's abdomen. Another cloaked figure approached him unguarded, a silver blade inching closer to his eye. Chuzhuo swiftly pulled Yan Jiheng aside, instinctively severing the man's carotid artery, blood splattering across his face. Yan Jiheng, with urgency in his voice, inquired, "Are you hurt, Zhu?" Chuzhuo replied rapidly, "No, Your Majesty, do not divert your attention." I will protect you. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the cloaked figures were eradicated, yet the last surviving assailant, seizing the moment of vulnerability, quickly bit through the concealed poison hidden between his teeth, taking his own life. Another batch of assassins eliminated. The leader of the Dark Guards checked for breath, feeling for a pulse, then knelt on one knee, reporting, "Your Majesty, he has no breath." The man's obsidian eyes glinted with a chilling calmness, reminiscent of a deep, silent abyss. Investigate which clan was behind this. Convey a warning to them. Rumors outside claimed that Yin Jiheng was the emperor most frequently targeted for assassination, primarily due to his interference with the interests of the noble families. The vast empire of Yin was intertwined with numerous noble families, their complex familial ties spanning generations, often causing a ripple effect from the slightest disturbance. As for the multitude of assassination attempts, Yin Jiheng had seemingly allowed them to occur intentionally. Over the years, through various assaults, he had gradually unraveled the secrets of half the noble families. The information disseminated to the outside world was merely a fraction of the truth, a deliberate deception on his part. After speaking, Yin Jiheng filled a basin with water, meticulously wiping the blood from Chuzhuo's face, his gaze softening instantly. "Thank you for your protection, Chuzhuo. What promise do you desire?" Chuzhuo shook his head. "As your personal guard, it is my duty to protect you." Yin Jiheng replied, "Regarding the recent game of throwing arrows, the last 2 arrows were a ruse. I merely managed 8, while you achieved 10. You are the true victor, and according to the rules, I owe you a promise. Can it truly be counted in such a manner?" Chuzhuo was skeptical, yet recognizing the opportunity to gain from the emperor was too enticing to overlook. He beamed widely. "Then it's settled. The Dark Guards will bear witness." The Dark Guards trembled in trepidation. Following the assassination incident during the spring outing, Chuzhuo remained closely by Yin Jiheng's side for several consecutive days, his hand always poised at his waist, ready for any assailant that might emerge from the shadows. Yin Jiheng silently relished the youth's vigilant protection for days, eventually recognizing his anxiety and, with a relaxed tone, reassured, "The palace is heavily fortified. Assassins cannot breach these walls. There is no need for such tension." Chuzhuo, not possessing the same level of cunning, sought confirmation. "Is that truly the case?" "Of course, why would I deceive you?" The man responded with a calm gaze, betraying no hint of deceit. Believing him, Chuzhuo exhaled in relief, pouring himself a cup of tea and downing it in one gulp. "Your Majesty, may we rest for half a day? I wish to fly kites. The Imperial Garden is vast. I will accompany you." Yin Jiheng's authoritative tone brooked no dissent. The little bird, 001, perched on Chuzhuo's shoulder, chirping, "Why should the antagonist join in our fun?" Chuzhuo tilted his head slightly, and the small creature flapped its wings, making a dismissive gesture towards Yin Jiheng. A flicker of keen awareness crossed Yin Jiheng's sharp eyes as he discerned the young man's subtle movement. But his gaze fell upon the empty space on his shoulder, devoid of anything significant. Naturally, Yin Jiheng's hand settled on Chuzhuo's shoulder. "Let's have some pastries before we proceed." 001 flapped its wings and alighted on Chuzhuo's opposite shoulder, indignantly complaining, "Host, do you not think the antagonist is doing this on purpose? He knows I am here, yet still chooses to rest his hand on you." Whether Yin Jiheng intended it or not was unclear, yet 001 was thoroughly incensed. Chuzhuo quietly reassured it. "We shall share half of the pastries from the imperial kitchen, leaving none for Yin Jiheng. We will indulge ourselves." The notion of exclusivity delighted 001, and it inched closer, affectionately nuzzling against the soft, white skin of Chuzhuo's neck. When the pastries arrived, Chuzhuo lifted the white jade platter brimming with plum blossom cakes. "Your Majesty, I shall retire to my chamber to enjoy these. Once I am finished, I shall change my attire, and then we shall go fly kites." Chuzhuo afforded Yin Jiheng no opportunity to respond. He dashed away as if pursued by a formidable beast. Yin Jiheng, unable to intervene in time, could only watch him depart, his gaze dark and lips pressed tightly together, before returning to the long table to attend to official documents. As he opened the first volume, he quickly scanned its contents, finding nothing of significance. With a few strokes of his brush, he marked it as read. After reviewing several volumes, impatience gnawed at him. Setting aside his brush, he rose and made his way to the side hall. The young man was in the midst of changing clothes. Upon realizing this, Yan Jiheng held his breath and tilted his body at an angle. Through the screen, the sight was not entirely clear, but tantalizing nonetheless. Silently, Yan Jiheng approached, a flash of dazzling white entering his view, igniting a fervent yearning within him, an insatiable desire that stirred in his chest. As the rustling sounds dwindled, sensing the presence of another, Yan Jiheng discreetly retreated from the side hall. Chapter 71. The emperor and the general unveil their battle robes. The imperial garden of the Yin dynasty was vast, adorned with Taihu stones, Mount Tai stones, and other collected rocks forming artificial hills, with babbling brooks and golden fish swimming gracefully in the water. Finding a relatively open spot, Chuzhuo whispered to 001, "You fly the kite up high. It will appear unremarkable." 001 nodded enthusiastically. "Understood. I shall ensure your kite soars to the highest point." Chuzhuo felt a surge of competitive spirit. "Your Majesty, let us see whose kite can ascend the highest." Yan Jiheng recognized his determination. Very well. Chuzhuo gave the kite a vigorous shake, running lightly to gain momentum, while 001, using its beak, propelled the kite upward into the sky. "Look, Yan Jiheng, my kite is flying." The young man's bright eyes sparkled with excitement, gazing into the distance with an expression of joy, as if sharing a momentous occasion. Yan Jiheng's breath slowed momentarily, his brows and eyes, long tainted by resentment, gradually softened as he gazed into the pure and sincere eyes of the young boy before him. He encouraged, "Excellent. It seems I've lost again." It had seemed that way. Chuzhuo, upon reflection, wondered if Yan Jiheng, as a sovereign, might feel a loss of face. Quietly, within the recesses of his mind, he communicated with the auxiliary system 001, saying, "Great auxiliary system 001. Could you assist in making Yan Jiheng's kite soar higher?" With a swift release of its claws, 001 turned and emphasized, "I only went for that great remark. I have not reconciled with the antagonist. He lacks the innate affinity with the little bird." As Yan Jiheng raised his head, the kite, which had been on the verge of collapsing moments ago, was suddenly lifted by the wind, shooting skyward. The wooden spool in his hand spun rapidly, trailing a line that stretched to its limit, rendering it immobile. Yan Jiheng spoke. "Chuzhuo, quickly." Chuzhuo urged 001, "Lower it a bit and let out more line. It's moving a bit too fast." Realizing the folly of his actions, 001 yanked the line to its end, only to come to the realization of his mistake. And with a relaxed grip, the kite wavered in midair before plummeting to the ground with a soft thud. Chuzhuo remarked, 001, "You've messed up. I apologize." To which Chuzhuo replied, 001, "Go chase some butterflies. There are plenty in the Imperial Garden this season." Yan Jiheng tightened his jaw, his gaze fixed intently on Chuzhuo. Once again, the boy seemed to drift into a moment of distraction. A martial artist is acutely attuned to fluctuations in energy. And for one like Yan Jiheng, who has practiced since childhood and possesses profound inner strength, even the briefest lapse was perceptible. Chuzhuo was conversing with an invisible presence. The man's previously softened gaze narrowed, revealing an undisguised aura of menace. 001 felt a chill run down its back, instinctively wanting to flee the scene. It flapped its wings hastily, saying, "Host, I shall go chase butterflies." The urgency in its tone suggested it was being hurried along. Chuzhuo, puzzled, grasped the line tightly, inquiring, "Your Majesty, shall we continue the contest?" As Yan Jiheng met Chuzhuo's probing gaze, the menacing aura dissipated, replaced by a gentler tone. "No more competition. Let us return and tidy up. Last time we went out, we didn't enjoy ourselves fully. I will take you out of the palace for some leisure." The peach blossoms at the temporary palace had bloomed, and they were exceedingly beautiful at this time of year. "I must see it. Is it even more beautiful than the Imperial Garden?" Chuzhuo's curiosity was piqued. The two locations each held their unique charm, and Chuzhuo would know once he visited. The temporary palace, located on the outskirts, was a splendid retreat during the summer months. Yet since Yan Zhiheng's ascension to the throne, he had been too burdened with affairs to visit. As the carriage progressed, Chuzhuo devoured all the snacks, feeling a bit overstuffed, while Yan Zhiheng attended to state matters. He caught a glimpse of the boy slowly inching closer, which brought a quiet amusement to his heart. He remained silent, waiting for Chuzhuo to initiate conversation. Yan Zhiheng, are you busy? Chuzhuo halted, maintaining a distance of fist width. The warmth of his breath brushed against Yan Zhiheng, who, maintaining his composure, slightly propped his leg and glanced over gently. What is it? With a sincere smile, Chuzhuo earnestly requested, I seem to have overeaten. My mouth feels uncomfortably sticky. May I ride out for the remainder of the journey? Yan Zhiheng furrowed his brow slightly and reached out to probe the boy's abdomen. Startled, Chuzhuo shivered but remained still, obediently allowing the examination. You are quite grown. Fortunate that you haven't overindulged, the man remarked after confirming the boy's condition. He set aside the letter in his hand and extended his palm, saying, I shall take you with me. Chuzhuo placed his hand into Yan Zhiheng's, who gently grasped it, lifted the curtain, and bent down to step out of the carriage. The shadowy attendant, upon noticing, promptly slowed the pace and respectfully remarked, Your Majesty, please convey your commands from within. I wish to ride alongside the young general. Bring forth 2 steeds, Yan Zhiheng commanded with calm authority. The attendant halted the horses and, within a mere tea's length of time, returned with 2 robust chestnut steeds. Chuzhuo leapt from the carriage, inquiring, Which horse does your Majesty wish to ride? I shall choose first. Then I shall not hold back, Yan Zhiheng replied. Chuzhuo circled the horses before pausing beside one with a slight white marking in its mane. I choose you. If you consent, show me a sign. The attendant dismissed the request, as the horses trained under the emperor's methods had never known familial bonds. They were meant to cooperate with soldiers, maximizing efficiency with minimal casualties. To their astonishment, however, the stallion bent its forelegs and knelt, lowering its body in submission, inviting Chuzhuo to mount. The attendants exchanged astonished glances, their composure intact, yet silently communicating their surprise. But recalling how the young general had subdued a great bird, they deemed a horse's submission less remarkable. Yan Zhiheng's eyes gleamed with pride. Well done, my companion. There is no need for deference. Chuzhuo affectionately stroked the horse's forehead and patted its leg, saying, Rise, I can mount now. After a brief pause, the horse complied, standing tall. With a single hand on the saddle, Chuzhuo effortlessly swung himself onto the horse, seizing the reins. Your Majesty? He inquired. Let's depart. Yan Zhiheng responded as he mounted another steed. The 2 horses galloped swiftly, the emperor donned in a dark brocade robe, trailing behind the youthful figure clad in red, either advancing side by side or in tandem. The rhythmic sound of hooves stirred up a slight cloud of dust along the official road as they veered onto a sloping mountain path, flanked by rows of white birch trees. Chuzhuo gently pulled the reins, causing the horse to slow its pace. Your Majesty, how far remains to the palace? He asked, glancing sideways. The vibrant and youthful visage of the boy momentarily distracted Yan Zhiheng. Call me Yan Zhiheng. Chuzhuo paused, then readily acquiesced. Yan Zhiheng? Approximately 15 miles. Yan Zhiheng responded, firmly gripping the reins. Chuzhuo calculated, about 7.5 kilometers, not too far. Seizing the moment while Yan Zhiheng was distracted, he urged his horse to accelerate, the wind whipping through his hair, shrinking his figure in the distance. With the spring breeze, galloping hooves, and the exuberance of youth. Such moments are rare. Yan Zhiheng allowed him to revel in the freedom for a while before urging his horse to catch up. As the initial moments unfolded, Chuzhuo tightly clasped his legs around the horse's belly. Soon, the sound of approaching footsteps grew nearer, accompanied by the youthful and clear voice of a boy, laced with a hint of mischief, who remarked disdainfully, Yan Zhiheng, you are so slow. Chuzhuo, eager to hurry along, found himself in the company of a man who chuckled softly, offering an apology laced with a touch of indulgence. The imperial palace was vast, nearly equivalent to 1/5 of the royal palace of Yan, serving as the residence for emperors during their autumn hunts. The cook had arrived before them, dismounting to cleanse himself of the weariness from the journey before indulging in a sumptuous dinner, as the twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. Yan Jiheng proposed, Chuzhuo, sleep with me tonight. Chuzhuo stifled a yawn, tears brimming at the corners of his eyes. Has your majesty not prepared any other accommodations for me? He inquired, recalling the way his name had been called. Yan Jiheng corrected his address and continued, the palace has not been maintained for some time, and our arrival was abrupt, leaving little time for the attendants to prepare. They only managed to tidy this room. Do you find me unworthy? The iron-willed emperor, known for his decisiveness, now displayed a hint of vulnerability. Do not overthink. I have said nothing. I merely inquired, Chuzhuo replied, unable to decipher the emotions flickering across Yan Jiheng's face. Was it feigned or genuinely melancholic? He instinctively took the matter seriously, chastising himself for contemplating his own faults. Yan Jiheng, you have explained sufficiently, I understand. Very well, I comprehend. Yan Jiheng's heart softened permanently for the one before him. As night descended, the two settled down, with Chuzhuo tossing and turning in bed. It was evident that Yan Jiheng, even if asleep, would remain vigilant enough to awaken at the slightest disturbance. Are you not accustomed to sleeping? Yan Jiheng gently called out to him. Chuzhuo turned onto his side, facing Yan Jiheng. I am not feeling drowsy. At this hour, according to modern time, it was merely past 7 o'clock. Yan Jiheng's fingers brushed against the boy's cheek, prompting an affectionate nickname to escape his lips. Zhuobao, do go to sleep. Tomorrow we will fly kites, admire the peach blossoms, and there are targets at the practice field. Would you like to try archery? Chuzhuo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he playfully pushed against Yan Jiheng's chest. You got me all worked up. Yan Jiheng, this is all your fault. Yan Jiheng grasped the boy's wrist, his throat tightening slightly, and once again uttered that beloved name. Is it my fault, Zhuobao? Do you wish to punish me? Intrigued, Chuzhuo asked, punish you for what? For making me so anxious, Yan Jiheng rationally replied, swallowing the affectionate word that nearly escaped him. He steadied his breath and added, punish me by keeping my eyes open while I sleep. Chuzhuo pondered for a moment. Perhaps not, Yan Jiheng. One should not push beyond their physical limits. Although Yan Jiheng did not fully grasp the term physical limits, he understood the essence. Very well, as you wish. This diversion gradually lulled Chuzhuo into a sense of drowsiness, and it was not long before he succumbed to sleep. After a brief interval, confirming that Chuzhuo was indeed slumbering, Yan Jiheng reclined, propping his face with the back of his hand, his dark hair cascading over his shoulders. With his other hand, he delicately brushed against the boy's long, curled lashes, delicate and slender. His fingers trailed down to rest upon the boy's pronounced nose, the tender skin starkly contrasting with the rugged exterior of a seasoned general, resembling instead a delicate and effervescent young master. As the man's rough fingertips pressed against the youth's crimson lips, he leaned his head down, drawing near with a gentle arc. When the distance shrank to merely the width of a finger, Yan Jiheng slightly tilted his head and pressed a soft kiss upon the other's tightly shut eyelids. Zhuobao, I can hardly contain myself. Yan Jiheng sighed in a hushed tone. The emperor, now clad in yellow robes, was once the deposed crown prince. His journey had been fraught with challenges and trials. Over the span of 5 years, he had spoken and acted with unwavering resolve, never looking back as long as he felt assured in his heart. Murder, clandestine schemes, framing others, allowing assassinations, and the tyranny of the past seemed like distant memories. Zhuobao, a meaningless whisper escaped his lips in the stillness of the night. Yan Jiheng gasped, his palm dripping with an unknown liquid. Having spent 3 to 5 days in the temporary palace, Chuzhuo was thoroughly enjoying herself, and today they were to depart for the encampment. As Yan Jiheng entered the hunting grounds, he sensed an unfamiliar presence. He discreetly raised his hand, signaling the hidden guards to spring into action. Moments later, a shadowy guard emerged, holding a woman captive. The color drained from her face, her arms severely wounded, blood pooling around her, the metallic scent wafting through the air. Qi Xingli cursed her misfortune. She had intended to seek out a miraculous remedy in the spirit spring space, only to be intercepted by a dark-clad guard with formidable skills. Injured and unable to confront them directly, she was brought here, her expression wary as she inquired, "Who are you?" Noticing Yin Jiheng's commanding presence among the group, she declared, "I am unacquainted with any of you. Let us pretend this meeting never occurred. And I assure you, I shall not speak of it. Otherwise, may thunder strike me. I beseech you to grant me leniency." Having heard that the temporary palace had been uninhabited for years, she had fled here for her life, only to find herself in the company of strangers today. Uncertain of which royal or noble had come, she hoped it was not his majesty in attendance. It was unlikely, as the emperor did not usually travel incognito. Since that day in the Imperial Garden, 001 had rarely approached the host, keeping a considerable distance whenever Yin Jiheng was near. It flew from afar and landed on Chuzhuo's shoulder. "Host, it appears this woman is noticing 001's unusual interest," Chuzhuo added with clarity. "The female lead?" 001 verified the timeline to be certain, confirming, "Indeed, she is injured and her face is obscured in darkness. I nearly failed to recognize her." "Chuzhuo inquit? Is she about to leave at this point in time?" 001 nodded affirmatively. "Yes, the female lead is set to embark on a great adventure, leaving wounded as she ventures into the world. The original body she replaced had met a tragic end, tormented by her stepmother and nearly losing her purity. Her beauty attracted the attention of unruly scions of noble families who sought to take her as a concubine. She resisted their advances, but her father, driven by greed, threatened her with her mother's remains. Lacking kin to support her, her siblings bullied her, turning her home into a scene of chaos and bloodshed, ultimately leading to her being hunted down. Chuzhuo gently tugged at Yin Jiheng's sleeve, urging, "Let her go." Yin Jiheng narrowed his eyes dangerously, his piercing gaze sweeping over the injured woman. The emperor of a feudal dynasty, particularly one who ascended to power through iron-fisted means, exuded a formidable presence that was impossible to dismiss with indifference. Qi Xingli's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, yet she quickly met his gaze without fear, clasping her hands in salute. "I assure you, I shall keep my lips sealed." Moments later, Yin Jiheng waved his hand dismissively. Qi Xingli understood his intent, recognizing the hierarchy between them. With a swift glance, she turned to the young noble beside her and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for your generous words." Chuzhuo's eyes curved into a smile. "You are most welcome. I wish you a smooth journey." The next instant, a large, unfamiliar hand covered Chuzhuo's eyes. He remained still, aware that revealing his royal identity was not an option, and murmured softly, "Brother?" Yin Jiheng's gaze sliced through the intruder like a blade. "Why are you still here? Depart at once." Qi Xingli discreetly rolled her eyes, her hand slipping into her sleeve as she pretended to search. In truth, she retrieved a small white porcelain vial from her spiritual space and turned to present it to Chuzhuo. "This is a secret medicine from my homeland, remarkably effective for recovery. The instructions are attached at the bottom of the vial. Please take care of it." In the apocalyptic world she hailed from, people were quite liberal regarding matters of intimacy. With humanity on the brink of extinction, they indulged in hedonism, regardless of gender, and same-sex relationships had become commonplace. In the chaos of societal collapse, with dwindling supplies of contraceptives, individuals often prioritize partners of the same gender to avoid unnecessary complications. Qi Xingli could discern that there was mutual affection between the two, albeit with differing depths of feeling. However, she had no intention of exposing it. The young noble's amiable disposition made him quite endearing, and it would be a shame to deny this man even a moment of happiness. Yin Jiheng positioned himself protectively in front of Chuzhuo, his deep-set eyes glinting with menace. "If you do not leave now, you will lose your chance." Chuzhuo reached out a hand to accept the vial offered by the female protagonist. "I will take it. Now hurry along. I hope you will come to appreciate this world." From the moment of her birth, the female protagonist's reality had been the apocalypse, waking each day to confront the trials of humanity against the undead. One moment, she might save someone, only to be thrust into a horde of zombies by the same person in a desperate bid for survival. Just a day prior, kindred spirits could swiftly turn into opportunists seeking support, their attitudes shifting in an instant. When she could provide benefits, Her relatives greeted her with smiles and flattery. But when they could no longer gain anything from her, they would sever ties, hurling countless disparaging remarks. In contrast, this world exhibited a lower level of productivity and, at least, lacked a widespread survival crisis, resulting in a less sharpened human disposition. Chapter 73. The Emperor and the General disrobe their armor at first glance. The statement seemed innocuous, yet upon deeper reflection, it felt out of place. Qi Xingli felt her eyelids twitch. She hoped her concerns were unfounded. Farewell, or rather, may we not meet again. After a while, Chuzhuo removed the hand that had covered his eyes, leaving only the silhouette of the female protagonist, who subsequently vanished from sight. In a moment of distraction, the object in his hand was taken away. The mysterious item prompted Yan Jiheng's instinct to ensure safety, and he turned the vial over to inspect the inscriptions on its base. The characters were somewhat different from what he was accustomed to. They were excessively simplistic. Approximately, is it possible to apply some ointment for wounds? Upon catching a glimpse of the item in Yan Jiheng's hands, Chuzhuo swiftly reclaimed it. It is merely a surface abrasion remedy. It is quite effective. I have heard of her hometown, renowned for selling such medicine, famed for its miraculous healing properties. Chuzhuo explained with a semblance of authority, as if he were truly knowledgeable. Yan Jiheng's brow furrowed with a hint of suspicion as he gazed silently, before abruptly chuckling. Then you should keep that well. Chuzhuo, unaware of Yan Jiheng's unusual demeanor, tucked the small porcelain bottle into his pocket. His instinct urged him to ensure that Yan Jiheng remained oblivious to its true purpose for the time being. After spending nearly half a month in the palace, Chuzhuo gathered a collection of peach blossom petals before his departure. Yan Jiheng, I intend to return to the general's residence first. Chuzhuo meticulously folded a cloth bundle. Having only spent half a day at home during this period, his mother had informed him that she was making him a garment, which would soon be completed. I wish to return today to accompany my mother for a couple of days. I shall make up for it later. Yan Jiheng replied, Very well. I shall come to fetch you in 2 days. Oh, since becoming Yan Jiheng's personal guard, the latter had scarcely referred to himself as I in Chuzhuo's presence. Hearing it now, Chuzhuo approached the emperor with a beaming smile. Your Majesty, I have yet to depart. Yan Jiheng playfully pinched his nose. Are you mocking me? Chuzhuo shook his head earnestly, adopting a posture of reverence. I would not dare, Your Majesty. As the supreme ruler, jesting must certainly be done behind your back. The secretive guards, ensuring safety, thought to themselves, how can they be so deaf? Why must they witness the emperor in such a flirtatious manner? Yan Jiheng chuckled, momentarily suppressing his displeasure. If you have matters to discuss, come to the palace. I have instructed those at the palace gates to permit you to enter freely. Chuzhuo nodded vigorously. With such a formidable backing, I shall certainly not squander the opportunity. Still calling him Your Majesty? Yan Jiheng pinched his cheek, his rosy lips slightly pursed, revealing a few pearly white teeth. What a charming visage of youth, with lips like cherry blossoms and teeth as white as pearls. The man grew momentarily entranced. Yan Jiheng, if you do not release me soon, I might just drool, Chuzhuo protested, his words somewhat garbled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Yan Jiheng, as if awakening from a dream, released the young man's chin and took a couple of hasty steps back. I apologize. I lost my composure. No need for apologies. It did not affect me, Chuzhuo replied, rubbing his cheek and casting a sidelong glance at him. However, if you were to continue for a moment longer, who knows what might happen? Yan Jiheng indulgently played along. Fortuitously, I have avoided a calamity. As they set off back to the general's residence, Yan Jiheng accompanied him to the entrance. Remember, should any trouble arise, come to the palace. Chuzhuo leaped from the carriage, turning back to wave. Understood. The day is waning. Your Majesty should return. After watching the young man enter the residence, Yan Jiheng returned to the carriage and instructed to the dungeon. The dungeon, distinct from the regular prison, was specifically designated for handling matters of treachery among noble families. The environment is darker than a prison, enveloped in a damp odor that permeates the entire space. The excursion was shrouded in secrecy following an assassination attempt. Yan Jiheng's absence from a morning court was feigned under the pretense of illness, while in reality, he was clandestinely seeking the mastermind behind the plot. Indeed, a rat has revealed its tail, caught in the act. The stench of blood lingers in the air, refusing to dissipate. The black-clad man, subjected to brutal torture days prior, hangs there like putrid flesh. Beside him is a corpulent middle-aged man. The jailer moved a grand chair closer to the middle-aged man, and Yin Jiheng gracefully seated himself, wielding a long whip dampened with brine. Only the Xia family could not possibly mobilize such formidable assassins. Xia Huayong trembled, his flabby body quaking, as he fell to his knees before the emperor. "Your Majesty, I do not know this man. The Xia lineage has always been unwaveringly loyal to you. We could never commit such an act of treason against you." "Ah, Xia Huayong, this is your final opportunity." Yin Jiheng's chilling gaze radiated a murderous intent as he rose. His concealed guards swiftly seized the man, binding him to a wooden post behind him. Xia Huayong's legs trembled, his complexion turning an alarming shade of pale, cold sweat pouring down. "Your Majesty, the Xia family is innocent. Do not heed the slanders of vile men." A sharp crack of the whip sliced through the air. Before he could finish his plea, Xia Huayong shrieked in agony. The stinging brine seeped into his lacerated flesh, causing him excruciating pain. Bound and weeping, he begged for mercy. "Your Majesty, spare me. I am but a fool. The head of our family has concealed many matters from me. I am unaware." Yin Jiheng remained indifferent, lashing the whip until the skin was shredded, then grasped a dagger and plunged it into Xia Huayong's eye. Blood erupted instantaneously, splattering across the man's face as he muttered softly, "Unaware, then enjoy this." Xia Huayong writhed in agony, desperately struggling. "Your Majesty, I am truly innocent." "Oh, Xia Huayong, do you truly believe your family head will ensure your family's safety, just to be used as a pawn?" The emperor's sinister gaze swept over his bloodied eyes. "On that day, Shou nearly lost his sight. Your eyes, incapable of discerning the situation, are of no use. Let me relieve you of them." With that, Yin Jiheng twisted his wrist, the blade slicing through flesh, his voice tightening the heart as he forcefully extracted the eyeball. The blood-stained orb thudding to the ground. Xia Huayong let out a scream before succumbing to unconsciousness. Yin Jiheng lightly turned his gaze aside as the jailer brought a bucket of water, splashing it over the unconscious Xia Huayong. After a considerable time, Xia Huayong awoke, only to find he was without eyes. Hollow eye sockets dripped crimson blood. His breath was faint, and trembling fingers reached toward his eyes, but halted just before contact. Xia Huayong recalled the words spoken before his loss of consciousness, and sorrow filled his heart for his wife and children. "Your Majesty, I am acutely aware of my grave sins, yet my wife and children are innocent. I implore you to spare them. I am willing to divulge everything, only beseeching you to grant them mercy." The incessant chatter buzzed in his ears, yet Yin Jiheng feigned ignorance. He cast aside the bloody dagger, which clattered crisply to the ground. He picked up the silk handkerchief presented by the jailer and declared, "I do not indiscriminately execute entire clans." After wiping his hands, Yin Jiheng settled back into the Grandmaster's chair and concluded, "Thus it is said." Chapter 74. The Emperor and the General unrobe initially. Chuzhuo shared a meal with the family of the general. As night approached, just as he was about to retire, a servant knocked at the door. "Young master, the lady inquires whether you are ready to rest." Chuzhuo donned his garments and approached Lady Qi. "Did mother seek me?" Lady Qi responded with a gentle affirmation, holding a light blue, straight-collared long shirt. "Try on this garment I made for you. It is fully lined. If it is too large or small, I can make adjustments. Mother's craftsmanship is exquisite. It will surely fit perfectly," Chuzhuo replied, bending slightly to nuzzle Lady Qi's shoulder. "Now I can say I have a mother who makes my clothes. When I return to the barracks, let them see that I do not solely rely on ready-made garments or the seamstresses at the tailor's. Your meticulous stitching will surely incite their envy." With a face full of maternal affection, Lady Qi gently ruffled his hair. "Enough of this childishness. You're no longer a child. Your father was your age when you were nearly born. Now go change into your new attire." Carrying the clothing back to his room, Chuzhuo changed into the entire set of light blue long robes. The flowing fabric was loose and comfortable, the collar fitting perfectly. He opened the door and spun around before Lady Qi. It fits just right. I told you, Mother S skills are extraordinary. Lady Qi adjusted the collar for him. Indeed, my son looks splendid in anything. Mother, you should rest, Chuzhuo said, a gentle smile gracing his lips, warmth sparkling in his eyes. The following morning, after breakfast, Chuzhuo ventured into the kitchen to prepare peach blossom cakes. The kitchen staff was taken aback and initially attempted to dissuade him, citing the saying that a gentleman stays away from the kitchen. Chuzhuo replied, I am making these for my mother and grandparents, a matter of filial duty. Moreover, the saying does not imply one should avoid the kitchen altogether, but rather that a gentleman cannot bear to witness the act of killing. In the end, Chuzhuo confidently introduced himself. I am the emperor's personally appointed close attendant, holding the rank of general in the army. I am a martial general, not merely a gentleman. The kitchen staff listened intently, ultimately bursting into laughter at his self-deprecating humor. When the peach blossom cakes were served, both the elderly matriarch and Lady Qi expressed their delight by sampling several pieces. When it came to the old general, he wore a disdainful expression. I do not care for this overly sweet and cloying food. Take it away. Chuzhuo blinked his large eyes in surprise. Grandfather, just as Lady Qi was about to reprimand him, the old general fainted off. I suppose trying it out of obligation is not out of the question. Chuzhuo laughed heartily, crossing his fingers to form a heart and playfully showing it to the elderly matriarch. She, not fully understanding, mimicked his gesture in return. Time passed swiftly at the general's residence, and Chuzhuo soon returned to his daily duties as the emperor's close attendant. As summer drew to a close, the lingering heat of the sun remained formidable. Upon returning from court, Yan Jiheng took the cool melon from the youth's hand, shaking his head in resignation. Indeed, it is cold. One should not consume such icy foods early in the morning. It is detrimental to the spleen and stomach. Chuzhuo extended his hand to snatch. My constitution is robust. In this sweltering summer, you deny me my only pleasure. Yan Jiheng, do not deprive me of this joy. Having eaten a small portion, I am satisfied. I must reserve some appetite for breakfast. If I fill my stomach solely with the cold melon, I shall have no appetite left for the morning meal. Yan Jiheng's stance was unyielding. Chuzhuo inquired, what is on the breakfast menu today? I long to savor the crystal glutinous rice dumplings, desiring a refreshing taste. Yan Jiheng assured, there will be, as long as you wish for it. Chuzhuo immediately ceased his attempts to snatch, only to observe Yan Jiheng consuming the remaining half of the cold melon. Ah, I see now. It turns out His Majesty craved it himself, Chuzhuo interpreted. Yan Jiheng regarded him with an expression of complete understanding. If I do not consume it now, after breakfast, Zhuo Bao will undoubtedly return to claim it, arguing that it would be wasteful to let it go uneaten. Chuzhuo thought of the crystal glutinous rice dumplings he yearned for at breakfast as he proceeded to the training ground to lead his troops. His responsibilities had evolved beyond merely serving as Yan Jiheng's personal guard. He now dedicated half an hour each morning to military training. Upon entering the training ground, the soldiers, upon seeing the young general, were invigorated. Young general, the technique you demonstrated before your departure yesterday, our subordinates truly could not grasp it. Will you teach us today? Young General Chuzhuo is remarkable. I practiced all night and still could not comprehend how you executed that move so fluidly. What a redundant observation, with divine support. Young General Chuzhuo is naturally extraordinary. Chuzhuo broke down the movements in slow motion, demonstrating each step meticulously. He swiftly threw a punch, creating a gust of wind. His body bent and spun, executing a side kick with one leg, while simultaneously sweeping the other in a series of fluid motions. Concluding the sequence, he brushed off the dust clinging to his palms. Did you all see clearly? Before I begin teaching everyone who would like to give it a try, a tall soldier eagerly stepped forward. Without discussing finesse or standards, he achieved an 80% similarity in execution. Chuzhuo applauded. Not bad. You possess potential. With that, he raised his voice. Everyone, follow my lead. If anything is unclear, stop and call out to me. Do not pretend to understand what you do not. I will conduct a review afterwards, and those who fail will have double the horse stance tomorrow. The soldiers perked up, attentively observing the young general's instructional steps. As time passed, the training became increasingly arduous. After several days, one soldier managed to complete the entire set of movements fluidly, discovering his body had become considerably lighter. He shared this transformation, prompting Chuzhuo to smile broadly. "Excellent. You have grasped the essence. This technique not only serves to vanquish foes, but also strengthens the body. With diligent practice, each application yields invaluable experience." The crowd erupted in cheers. Yan Jiheng entered the training ground, witnessing the captivated youth, warmth flooding his heart. An attendant announced, "His Majesty has arrived." Instantly, the training ground fell to its knees. Yan Jiheng raised his hand, and the soldiers rose in unison. Chuzhuo rushed towards Yan Jiheng. "Yan Jiheng, what brings you here?" Yan Jiheng awaited his breath to steady before producing a silk handkerchief to wipe his sweat. "Today's state affairs are few. I came to check on our young General Chuzhuo. This group of individuals is remarkably astute. They have grasped the concepts in no time at all." "Yan Jiheng, from where did you recruit them?" Chuzhuo felt a sense of exhilaration akin to that of a mentor witnessing the successful impartation of knowledge. Yan Jiheng replied, "Each member of the Golden Dragon Guard has one opportunity to recommend someone. If their candidate passes the test and is retained, they receive an additional day off each month." Chuzhuo remarked, "Truly a commendable leader, using leisure time to win the hearts of the people." As the training neared completion, he turned to bid farewell, saying, "I will attend to some matters. Wait for my return." Yan Jiheng gazed at him with warmth, and soon the youth dashed back toward him. "Yan Jiheng, allow me to accompany you on a stroll," Chuzhuo offered, extending his hand. Yan Jiheng grasped the youth's delicate hand, smooth as jade. After a period of leisure, with all matters concerning the Xiao family resolved, Yan Jiheng reflected that it had been a long time since he had taken Zhuo Bao out of the palace. As the Mid-Autumn festival approached, Yan Jiheng inquired, "The capital holds a lantern festival every year. Would Zhuo Bao care to attend?" Without hesitation, Chuzhuo responded, "Of course. The more people, the merrier." Yan Jiheng nodded, stating, "Later, accompany me to the Ministry of Attire to measure and tailor garments for the Mid-Autumn celebration." Chuzhuo had no objections, following the directives of the female officials, raising his hands, straightening his posture, and broadening his shoulders, during which a thought occurred to him. In the following days, Yan Jiheng noticed that the youth returned to his quarters with a mysterious demeanor and occasionally left the palace without informing him, as if concealing a significant secret. Chapter 75. The Emperor and the General unveil their battle robes. Zhuo Bao intentionally concealed his plans, undoubtedly intending to surprise him. The young and handsome Emperor stifled the urge to dispatch his hidden guards for a glimpse. In this moment, the benevolence of a ruler was laid bare, especially one entrenched in feudal autocracy. Accustomed to absolute authority, Yan Jiheng found himself at a disadvantage with Chuzhuo, leaving him in a rather discontented state. This discontent was palpable during the morning court session, where ministers, already stripped of their voice before a powerful emperor, now found themselves utterly silenced. Yan Jiheng lounged upon the dragon throne, lightly tapping the armrest, casting a nonchalant gaze upon his assembled ministers, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. The Minister of Rites broached the subject of the Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival, inquiring whether the palace required a banquet. "Go live your lives behind closed doors. Do not wander before me." Yan Jiheng curtly dismissed him. The Minister of Rites awkwardly retreated. The Minister of Justice stepped forward, but Yan Jiheng interjected. "I am aware of your matters. The time is not yet ripe. You may return." The Minister of Justice silently turned back. The Deputy Minister of War cupped his hands in respect, to which Yan Jiheng remarked, "If you wish to discuss recent events, there is no need for further words." "Understood, Your Majesty," the Deputy Minister of War replied, retreating in dismay. Observing the Emperor's impatience, the remaining ministers fell silent, exchanging apprehensive glances among themselves. Seizing the moment, Fu Pei declared, "Court is dismissed." With only a day remaining until the Mid-Autumn Festival, Chuzhuo hurriedly completed a lantern. On that day, Yan Jiheng noticed a marked relaxation in his demeanor, which eased his concerns. The following afternoon, as arrangements were made for a carriage to exit the palace. Chuzhuo unexpectedly collided with Yan Jiheng, instinctively lowering his gaze to inspect his attire. It is no mere illusion. The embroidered patterns on the collars of the two garments are identical. The lake blue brocade robe bears only one distinction. A dark pink peach blossom is embroidered on his chest, while Yan Jiheng's attire features a majestic bamboo, intricately woven with green threads. Yan Jiheng, did you have our outfits made in the same style? Chuzhuo mused as she compared the front of their garments, convinced that her floral design was more exquisite. Yan Jiheng merely acknowledged her with a hum. Chuzhuo wrapped a piece of cloth around her lantern, while Yan Jiheng contemplated how to feign ignorance. However, Chuzhuo was not one to conceal. She presented it before him, saying, Yan Jiheng, can you guess what my lantern represents? Ah, it seems the lantern itself is of little significance. Rather, it is the design that holds the essence. Yan Jiheng pondered. Zhuo would surely not craft something as mundane as a rabbit. Could it be an intricately shaped mooncake? Chuzhuo pouted in dismay. Is a mooncake truly so trivial? Yan Jiheng gently pinched her cheeks, lifting the corners of her mouth, and humbly inquired, Then what does Zhuo say it is? If you can't guess, I shall reveal it upon our arrival. It will surely leave you astounded, Chuzhuo retorted with a huff. Yan Jiheng simply smiled in response. Upon reaching the palace outskirts, they dined at a tavern to satisfy their hunger. As the sun's last rays faded, the deep blue hues of the sky swiftly vanished, giving way to an oppressive darkness. The mid-autumn dock buzzed with life, filled with young gentlemen and ladies releasing lanterns or enjoying boat rides. Yan Jiheng, ever the foresight one, donned a veil as they exited the tavern, revealing only their eyes and foreheads. Upon reaching the dock, Chuzhuo unveiled the cloth bundle. The lantern was hollow on 3 sides, sealed with a layer of delicate oil paper, and one side was intricately carved with 2 small figures. Yan Jiheng immediately recognized them as himself and Chuzhuo. The figure of himself donned a black and red ceremonial robe, while Zhuo was clad in dark iron armor. They stood hand in hand, gazing toward the horizon. Yan Jiheng turned his gaze to Chuzhuo, whose clear eyes sparkled with the reflections of the surrounding lanterns, illuminating his features with a soft and bright glow. When he looked at her intently, he felt an involuntary connection to her emotions. Yan Jiheng's breath deepened, the veil obscuring his swallowing throat. He gently traced the 2 figures on the lantern, asking, Does Zhuo understand what the lantern symbolizes on the Mid-Autumn Festival? Chuzhuo pondered earnestly. It signifies blessings, reunion, and peace. Yan Jiheng replied in a hushed voice, You have omitted one. Chuzhuo gazed silently at the man, striving to contain himself. The desire in his eyes threatened to engulf him. Suddenly, she chuckled softly, standing on tiptoe to whisper in his ear, Yan Jiheng, you cannot hide it any longer. The warmth of her breath brushed against him, igniting a tingling sensation in his heart. Yan Jiheng's pupils darkened, his gaze fixated on her parting lips. After a few moments, he reached out to embrace Chuzhuo by the waist, but found only air. Unaware of his intentions, she squatted to ignite the wick inside the lantern, the warm yellow flame flickering to life. She then tugged at his garment's hem, saying, I have spent several days crafting this lantern, Yan Jiheng. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, we shall release it together. Yan Jiheng closed his eyes briefly, suppressing his restlessness, and patiently squatted alongside her, his palm cradling the lantern as they prepared to release it together. Drifting along for a while, Chuzhuo straightened up, still unsteady on his feet, when a strong arm encircled his waist, lifting him off the ground. For a moment, he was dazed, but then he wrapped his arms around the man's neck. Yan Jiheng? The man responded with a deep voice and carried him to a more secluded spot. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the veil on Chuzhuo's face was lifted. The man leaned down urgently, halting when their faces were merely a finger's breadth apart. His large hand enveloped Chuzhuo's cheek, his thumb pressing against the corner of his mouth, his voice coaxing, Zhuo, do you believe I can hide anything from you? Chuzhuo's lips moved uncomfortably. Yan Jiheng. Yan Jiheng took these 3 words as an affirmation, no longer hesitating, and kissed Chuzhuo's rosy lips with fervor. Soft and sweet, reminiscent of the glutinous rice cakes the youth used to relish. As Yan Jiheng deepened the kiss, he pried open Chuzhuo's lips, desperately indulging. Yan. Chuzhuo pushed against Yan Jiheng's shoulder, but the man remained unmoved, even playfully biting his lower lip. A martial artist possesses profound inner strength and can endure for long. Just as Chuzhuo began to feel lightheaded, he was finally released by Yan Jiheng, who received a light slap from him. The sound was gentle, akin to flirtation. Yan Jiheng tightened his grip on Chuzhuo's delicate wrist and kissed it near his lips. Is that enough? Shall we continue? Chuzhuo, riding the momentum, playfully tugged at the man's cheek. Yan Jiheng, did I permit you to kiss me? Yan Jiheng feigned a wince, pretending to be deaf. Chuzhuo laughed in exasperation, touching his tingling lips, which seemed to have a cut, and reproached the man. It's definitely chafed now. You kissed too long. It feels like your chaotic presence still lingers in my mouth. Yan Jiheng, do you realize you resemble a dog? Yan Jiheng's heavy breath settled, covering his mouth and pleading, please, baby, no more. Chuzhuo's complaints were genuine, yet he also enjoyed teasing him. At that moment, he blinked and spoke with a hint of mischief. Oh dear, has your majesty's hearing returned? Yan Jiheng leaned down, tasting the youth's honeyed lips lightly. You may torment me as you wish. Chuzhuo pushed him away, lightly touching the ground with his toes. Using his agility to depart, the lanterns have been released. I must return to the general's residence for a reunion dinner with my mother. Your Majesty, enjoy the breeze. Chapter 76. In the general unrobe, the general's residence was bustling on the night of the Mid-Autumn Festival. As Chuzhuo's voice of mother caught in his throat, Madame Qi scrutinized his face and inquired, why are your lips so vividly red? Chuzhuo touched his lips. Are they really that red? Upon seeing his expression, Madame Qi recalled the Mid-Autumn Festival, where many unmarried couples visited the Lantern Fair, the intent of which was all too clear. After pondering for a moment, she lowered her voice. Little Zhuo, speak honestly to your mother. Do you have someone you fancy? Although our Qi family comes from a martial background and does not strictly adhere to the lofty principles of gentlemen, one must not engage in frivolous behavior with innocent maidens before marriage. Chuzhuo replied earnestly, Mother, I am the one being frivolously treated. Madame Qi's first reaction was one of astonishment. Which young lady possesses such audacity? Just look at my son's swollen lip. It seems rather unfortunate. Gulme, accompany your mother to the room to fetch some ointment for the swelling. It would not bode well when we meet your grandparents later. As they made their way to the chamber, an inexplicable unease settled in Madame Qi's heart. Zhuo obediently applied the soothing balm, and once done, he glanced at Madame Qi with a lingering gaze. The prolonged silence stirred a flutter in her heart, prompting her to instinctively adjust her hair. Little Zhuo, why do you stare at me so? Is my hair disheveled? Zhuo subtly shook his head. Mother, I have expressed my sincere feelings to His Majesty. Madame Qi's mind was momentarily engulfed in confusion, and after a pause, she stammered, the feelings you speak of, do they align with what your mother understands? Zhuo candidly pointed to his lip. Here, the one kissed by His Majesty is not some audacious young lady. Madame Qi's expression darkened, and she fell silent for a long while. A servant called them to the dining hall, and a flicker of conflict flashed through her eyes as she hesitantly asked, Did His Majesty compel you? Zhuo took her hand, his gaze unwavering and free of any hint of coercion. His Majesty is quite kind. He has never forced me. Understanding dawned upon Madame Qi, and she sighed deeply. Very well. Every generation has its own fortune. After your father passed, I have learned to accept much. As for your grandparents, do not worry. I shall discreetly gauge their sentiments. Mother, you are the best. I love you, Zhuo responded, not shunning her goodwill. He added, my feelings for His Majesty are genuine. As long as I communicate clearly, grandfather will not object. Grandmother, too, will not make things difficult if my affections are sincere. Madame Qi playfully flicked his forehead. Only you possess such a silver tongue. Zhuo feigned innocence. Is it scolding if I speak the truth, dear mother? Madame Qi was at a loss against his playful antics. After a while of urging from the dining area, they hurried over to partake in a meal. Once seated, the old general, Qi, stammered a few words about family reunion, and soon the conversation naturally gravitated toward Shou. They all knew Shou had gone out to release lanterns, yet they were uncertain of any developments. Old Madame Qi inquired, "Has little Shou found a young lady of interest? Grandmother can act as a matchmaker for you." The old general remained silent, but his thoughts echoed the same sentiment. Shou set down his pear pastry. "There is one, but no need for grandmother to intervene. She is quite self-aware." Self-aware? Old Madame Qi pondered, suspecting Shou was merely shy. Just as she was about to speak, Madame Qi interjected. "The one who shares feelings with little Shou is that lady." She gestured towards the direction. Old Madame Qi paused, realizing the reference was to the emperor. The old general was equally taken aback, yet having devoted his life to loyalty and patriotism, his resistance was not profound. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes deepened. "Are your feelings genuine?" Shou raised his hand in an oath. "They are indeed sincere, and grandfather, I have no reason to invite discomfort upon myself." The elderly Lady Qi, who valued the family more than anyone else, regained her composure. Witnessing her grandson's solemn vow, her eyes reflected genuine emotion, momentarily setting aside her concerns. "If your heart is true, then that is sufficient. Should the emperor tire of you one day, do not fear, for the general's residence shall always be your home." This sentiment was quite rebellious, yet no one in the family dared to contradict her. The emperor had left his harem vacant for 5 years, which was enough to demonstrate his fastidiousness regarding matters of the heart. Unlike past emperors who selected consorts from 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, those times were marked by sincerity, and all hoped that the emperor could remain steadfast. The next morning, upon returning to the palace, Chuzhuo discovered that the emperor's morning court had yet to conclude. The chief eunuch under Fu Pai spotted him and promptly ordered the kitchen to prepare some food. Yan Jiheng remained unaware that the treasure he had longed for throughout the night had already entered the palace. At that moment, he stood upon the court-s platform. Below, a throng of ministers knelt, each one cautious and uneasy, as if treading on thin ice. Yan Jiheng's voice resonated coldly, akin to piercing ice. "Have you all lost your tongues? Minister of Justice, you speak." The emperor casually pointed to someone. The Minister of Justice, trembling, emerged to respond. "Your Majesty, the perpetrator has indeed confessed. Minister of Works, Qian Hai, in collusion with his wife's family, orchestrated this arson to provoke the grief of the dowager, hoping to sow discord between her and your Majesty. However, the dowager had no such intention. In their shame and fury, fearing exposure, they sought to create a diversion to silence the dowager." Yan Jiheng unsheathed his gleaming sword and strode toward Qian Hai with deliberate calmness, executing a swift and lethal strike. As Qian Hai pleaded for mercy, a blade pierced through his chest, pain ripping through him as blood gushed forth. In his dying moments, like a trapped beast, he issued a warning. "Your Majesty, you have meddled with the interests of the aristocracy. Beware of retaliation." Yan Jiheng's gaze remained unblinking, his eyes chilling and fearsome, urging the Minister of Justice to continue before moving on to the next. The ministers were rendered mute, terrified of sharing a similar fate. After dispatching 4 individuals, the Minister of Justice completed his report and withdrew. Yan Jiheng discarded the bloodied sword and resumed his seat upon the dragon throne. With the imperial examinations approaching, I have already identified candidates for the vacant positions. Should anyone dare to overstep, I shall sever their hands. Next, the Minister of Punishment presented his report. Yan Jiheng listened with disinterest, casually waving his hand, prompting the minister to fall silent and withdraw obediently. Trembling with fear, the officials departed the court, drenched in cold sweat. The remaining aristocrats bore grim expressions, their former glory now a distant memory. Pan Chimin pondered Qian Hai's final words, a thought brewing in his mind. If the aristocracy continued to be suppressed, their room for maneuvering would be severely limited. They must unite in retaliation. The current emperor was neither the same ruler of years past nor his predecessor. The young sovereign had learned to bide his time, and the days of the deposed crown prince had caught everyone off guard. Now, he was maturing rapidly and becoming increasingly formidable. A strategy was imperative. Once the emperor had departed, the guards retrieved the sword, wiped it clean with cloth, and sheathed it once more. In the early morning, Chuzhuo was savored 2 steamed buns at home, yet his hunger remained unquenched. Upon arriving here, he drank a bowl of nutritious grain porridge and indulged in a few pieces of crystal cake when he noticed the emperor's return from afar. Chapter 77. The emperor and the general unveil their armor on his way back. Yan Jiheng encountered someone from the imperial kitchen carrying an empty plate. Instantly realizing that Chuzhuo had arrived, he stepped into the palace and sat beside the young man, inquiring what else he desired, instructing the kitchen to prepare it. Chuzhuo pushed a bowl of porridge towards him, insisting, "Your Majesty should eat. This is sufficient." After finishing the porridge, Yan Jiheng embraced him, scrutinizing his features with tender intensity. "You left me behind last night, Chu Bao. How ruthless you are." Chuzhuo brushed aside his hand, asserting his own stance. "When I return home, my mother will question me about my swollen lips." "Yan Jiheng, you're not innocent in this, pretending before me?" Yan Jiheng's heart tightened as he repeatedly checked the young man for injuries. "Are you hurt? The old general didn't lay a hand on you, did he?" To ease his concerns, Chuzhuo permitted the man to examine him. "My grandfather loves me dearly. Yan Jiheng, there's no need to worry." Seeing that he was unchanged from their parting yesterday, Yan Jiheng playfully smacked his backside. "You are too reckless. I took you away. The responsibility lies with me. What if the old general suddenly turns against you? Chu Bao, I am genuinely worried about you. Please trust me, Your Majesty." Chuzhuo covered his behind, awkwardly perched on the man's lap. "I'm not reckless. They're my family. I understand my grandfather, grandmother, and mother. They wish the best for me, but more importantly, they want me to thrive." As he tenderly touched the emperor's stern yet affectionate features, he took a small bite from his mouth. "I do not wish to conceal anything from them, nor do I want to impose on Yan Jiheng." The young general's love was sincere and fervent. Yan Jiheng grasped the back of his head and bestowed upon him a lingering kiss. Once it concluded, Chuzhuo lazily rested on the man's chest and asked, "Isn't the Mid-Autumn Festival a 2-day holiday? Why are you attending court today?" Yan Jiheng's hand froze, and Chuzhuo immediately held it. "No secrets. Speak the truth." "I dealt with a faction of noble families," Yan Jiheng confessed. "A fire broke out in the palace of the Dowager Empress yesterday, and the Golden Dragon Guards discovered the shadow of a noble family behind it. Following the trail, they caught them red-handed before they could conceal their tracks. It could only be said that those individuals underestimated the emperor's efficiency. Since the beginning of the year, Yan Jiheng had intensified his covert operations, and his sudden return to the palace last night had taken everyone by surprise." Chuzhuo climbed to his collar and sniffed. "So, it wasn't an illusion. There's a faint scent of blood on you. Did you kill someone at court?" "I did my utmost to avoid it and ensured no blood stained me," Yan Jiheng replied, his brow furrowing slightly. He too caught a whiff of the faint metallic scent. "Chu Bao, wait for me. I shall change into fresh attire." At the other end of the round table, 001 quietly remarked, "Host, I must admit, I am somewhat shipping you two. The fierce, tyrannical feudal emperor, who just moments ago killed someone in the court, returns to embrace his beloved. How sweet you both are." Chuzhuo raised an eyebrow. "Weren't you just expressing disdain for him?" With a mouthful of cake, 001 remarked, "It's because you, the host, accepted him, and he treats you well. My disdain for him does not affect my support for both of you." A faint smile graced the corners of Chuzhuo's lips as she dismissed the palace attendants and pushed a plate of dried fruits towards 001. Yan Jiheng should still take a bath and change his clothes. It's too early for him to come out. "You can eat without worry, 001. Eagerly, 001 shuffled over, seizing the dried fruits with enthusiasm. The aura of the true dragon surrounding the emperor was indeed extraordinary. 001 felt as if he could see him, yet at times, when he flew before Yan Jiheng, the latter remained unresponsive. Scratching his head in confusion, 001 found it perplexing. Once Yan Jiheng had changed his attire, he approached and planted a kiss on Chuzhuo before attending to state affairs. Chuzhuo practiced martial arts nearby, occasionally waving her sleeves, and the two coexisted in a harmonious yet undisturbed manner. At night, Chuzhuo instinctively ran towards the side hall, only to be redirected by Yan Jiheng, who lifted her shoulder and asked, "Where are you going?" "From today onwards, you will sleep with me." Following his lead, She placed a hand on her forehead. I've grown accustomed to it, but I sent your eagerness a bit premature, Your Majesty. Yan Jiheng playfully scooped her up and kissed her lively lips. You cannot refute this. Have you considered the consequences of your words, Zhuang Bao? Chuzhuo defiantly replied, I say no. Feeling a tinge of disappointment, Yan Jiheng responded, Rest assured, I would never disregard your wishes. Whenever you agree, we shall revisit this matter. Chuzhuo rewarded him with a kiss on the cheek. That as for your efforts. With no other recourse, Yan Jiheng's handsome features lit up with joy. Even a simple kiss from her was enough to excite him. A month later, the emperor discreetly visited the general's residence to pay respects to the venerable General Qi. It was the first time the elderly general looked at the powerful young emperor as an elder. Your Majesty, though I am aged, I still possess the strength to reclaim a grandson. Yan Jiheng took Chuzhuo's hand and solemnly promised, Rest assured, General, I shall never betray Ajua. Otherwise, may I meet an untimely end. The mention of an untimely demise shocked General Qi. Yet he replied robustly, I hope your Majesty stands by your word. In recent days, the emperor's every action had been scrutinized, and even the elderly matriarch of the Qi family could not help but remark on the stark difference between the emperor in Chuzhuo's presence and the emperor in front of others. After lunch, the matriarch suddenly cast a reproachful glance at General Qi and said in a slow, aged voice, You were once like this in your youth, always clinging to me. General Qi's face flushed, his sun-kissed skin making it difficult to discern his embarrassment, as he muttered, Which young man does not behave thus when he meets someone he cherishes? This only proves that His Majesty will be like me, devoted to one for a lifetime. The Qi family was not only known for their martial prowess, but also for their steadfast loyalty. They did not engage in frivolous affairs, and, apart from their lawful wives, never took concubines, maintaining a pristine household that stood as a refreshing breeze in the Yan dynasty. In the past, those noble families had actively assisted Deputy General Shou in concealing traces of wrongdoing, conspiring to obstruct the emperor's gaze, perhaps seeking to diminish the prestige of the general's residence. In their eyes, the Qi family, a steadfast bastion of royalist sentiment, was akin to a thorn in their flesh, a source of deep-seated loathing. Stepping into the courtyard for the first time, Yan Jiheng was greeted by a serene environment, marked by a meandering bamboo grove. As he entered the flower-adorned courtyard, the intricately designed winding corridors and the pebble path made of rainflower stones led to a pavilion by the rocky hill. His mother enjoyed cultivating these flowers in my courtyard. Chuzhuo pulled him toward the room, asking, What do you wish to see? I will introduce it to you. Yan Jiheng replied, While you are here, I desire to see nothing else. Chuzhuo summarized, You want to see me? Yan Jiheng's emotions were stirred by his words. Is that permissible? Chuzhuo, with a playful smile, leaped before him, declaring, Today it is. Yan Jiheng caught him by the waist, lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on his chin, and his lips searched upward, teasingly nibbling on that captivating mouth. Chuzhuo willingly parted his lips, and, as his back pressed against the bed, he turned to sit upon Yan Jiheng's waist. Feeling the emperor's chest tremble intensely, his abdomen taut, he could not help but squeeze his legs together, saying, Yan Jiheng, touch me. The youth was candid about such matters. Though not overly enthusiastic, he recalled some dishes from the earlier lunch, surmising that General Qi had brought out some of his reserves to entertain him. Yan Jiheng's gaze darkened, his large hand surreptitiously exploring. As early winter arrived, the days passed swiftly, and the festive atmosphere filled the palace with the approach of the new year. According to palace customs, on the eve of the new year, the emperor would host a banquet in the grand hall for court officials, allowing them to bring their wives and children. Chuzhuo took a brief leave and accompanied the general's household into the hall. The emperor entered clad in a dragon robe woven with golden thread, and the ministers called out, Long live your Majesty. Yan Jiheng silently raised his arm. Fu Pei called out loudly on his behalf, Be seated. The ministers returned to their places. During this time, dancers entered, playing their instruments, and it seemed that the emperor, in a good mood today, refrained from executing anyone. The atmosphere relaxed, with laughter and conversation among colleagues. Chuzhuo admired the dancers, their pink sleeves gracefully flowing, twirling and then gathering back, their soft smiles enchanting. It was no wonder that feudal emperors enjoyed such spectacles. Yan Zhiheng tightened his grip on his wine cup, his fingertips turning white as he cast a shadowy gaze upon the entranced young general. In the harsh borderlands, it was entirely natural for the youth to yearn for such experiences, yet why did he not seek him out? Was it because he had not made Chuzhuo feel comfortable during their last encounter? Lost in thought, Yan Zhiheng's mind wandered. As the banquet drew to a close and the ministers took their leave, Chuzhuo finished his farewells with the Qi family and hurried to find Yan Zhiheng. The emperor removed his dragon robe and sank into the royal bath, resting against the jade wall with his eyes closed. After a short while, he sensed a movement in his ears but did not react, waiting for the footsteps to draw near. A shadow loomed above him, and Yan Zhiheng slowly opened his eyes. Yan Zhiheng, you have consumed quite a bit of wine today. Do you have something on your mind? Chuzhuo, having removed his shoes and socks, sat beside him, dipping his feet into the water and splashing gently. The youthful boy's snow-white instep arched slightly, releasing a pool of clear water, droplets cascading from his dampened heel. His calves, slender and well-proportioned, were grasped by Yan Zhiheng, who pulled him into the water. My outer garments remained unremoved, and as the water soaked him, Chuzhuo struggled momentarily. Before he could utter a word, he found himself submerged in the pool. Yan Zhiheng encircled his waist, drawing him tightly into his embrace, and lowered his head for a deep kiss. Chuzhuo, caught off guard, met the kiss head-on, his body still wet, and pushed against Yan Zhiheng's robust chest, complaining that wearing soaked clothes was uncomfortable. As Yan Zhiheng kissed him, he began to remove Chuzhuo's garments. The belt loosened, and the shirt slipped effortlessly down, tossed aside carelessly onto the platform. Both were clad only in white undergarments, half hidden and half revealed by the warm water, evoking boundless imagination. After savoring the kiss, Yan Zhiheng's broad palm cradled Chuzhuo's thigh, and he took a few steps in the water, placing him at the edge of the royal pool. Zhu Bao, you seem to watch those dancers for quite a while today. Chuzhuo, completely drenched, with water trickling from his hair and his undergarment clinging to his skin, revealing his lean physique, replied, I was merely appreciating their dance. He licked his lips, thinking the emperor's jealousy was rather absurd. Baby. Yan Zhiheng's gaze fixated on the small glimpse of Chuzhuo's delicate tongue, his voice turning hoarse. Is today the day? I promise I won't go all the way. Just let me indulge a little, please? With his head bowed, Chuzhuo gently caressed the top of the man's head, bending down to plant a kiss at the corner of his mouth. All right, comfort my emperor. Yan Zhiheng's Adam's apple bobbed, his pupils ablaze with fervor, and he pulled Chuzhuo back into the royal water. The surface of the water rippled in layers until nightfall. Chuzhuo yawned, resting his chin on Yan Zhiheng's shoulder. His voice languid. I feel so sleepy. Carry me to the bed, your majesty. Yan Zhiheng tenderly kissed his forehead, whispering, sleep now. On New Year's Eve, the court officials enjoyed a 10-day respite. On the day of the court session, 10 days later, urgent reports arrived from the border. The Xiongnu king had been making incessant minor movements, launching small-scale attacks on towns adjacent to Yingzhou, resulting in minor casualties, but laden with provocation. Chuzhuo changed out of his guard attire and donned black iron armor to attend court, clasping his fists and stating, Your Majesty, as long as the Xiongnu remain, our dynasty will be ensnared in perpetual turmoil. Please grant me permission to lead our forces into battle. Yan Zhiheng gripped the dragon throne tightly, veins standing out on the back of his hand, his gaze sweeping over the youth's resolute brow and eyes. He exhaled heavily and replied in a deep voice, granted. In a past life, Deputy General Shou had colluded with the Xiongnu to slaughter the citizens of 2 cities, intending to frame his employer. Almost a year later, the Xiongnu had again launched an assault on the border towns of the Yan dynasty. However, Deputy General Shou, despite his ambitions, lacked the strength, and thus he faced defeat in this battle. Chuzhuo received the exclusive imperial decree drafted by Yan Zhiheng, granting him the authority to act first and report later. Upon returning to the general's residence, the aged general offered no superfluous words but patted his shoulder and said, The situation has not yet reached an irretrievable point. Prioritize safety above all else. Remember not to underestimate the enemy or let your guard down. I recognize your capability in leading troops in a battle. But heed this one point. Remain calm. Madame Qi rose early and ventured out to a temple in the countryside to seek a talisman for peace, only returning in the afternoon. Rubbing her eyes, which were reddened and brimming with unshed tears, she tucked the talisman into a pouch she had painstakingly sewn herself, murmuring, "May this talisman ensure your safety, my dear child. All I wish for is your well-being, nothing more." Chuzhuo promptly fastened it at her waist, assuring her mother, "Do not worry, mother. I shall return safely." That night, the family of the general gathered to enjoy a sumptuous meal together. The elderly matriarch wiped away her tears and pressed a stack of silver notes in her grandson's hands, saying, "The frontier is harsh. Beyond the battlefield, do not neglect yourself." Chuzhuo secured the notes and vowed to everyone at the table, "Grandfather, grandmother, and mother on this journey, I shall subdue the Xiongnu and spare the people of the border from their torment." On the day of departure, the sky was cold, with delicate snowflakes drifting down. Winter had not yet fully receded, and Yin Jiheng's gaze lingered on the young man's face as he draped a warm cloth around his hands, whispering, "It is bitterly cold. Do not let yourself freeze. Take care of yourself, your majesty. If you miss me, send a message by carrier pigeon." Chuzhuo touched his chest with her fingertips, her bright eyes shimmering with fervor as she declared, "In my lifetime, I shall surely conquer the Xiongnu, bringing an end to the century-long turmoil between us, and you, your majesty, shall be remembered as a wise ruler who writes history." The fervent spirit of youth surged within her, and Yin Jiheng bent down to embrace her, his passionate heart brimming with determination. He suppressed the pang in his chest and spoke deliberately, "Upon your return, we shall shed our battle robes together." Their words, filled with trust and anticipation, became the farewell between them. The troops prepared for departure, their figures gradually fading beyond the outskirts of the capital. As night fell, Yin Jiheng awaited the arrival of Fu Pei, who reminded him, "Your Majesty, it is late. Shall I have the kitchen prepare dinner?" "No need. Bring some memorials to my chamber," he replied, stepping down the castle stairs with his long legs. Fu Pei knew how to persuade the emperor, cutting straight to the point. "If General Qi were here, she would surely worry upon seeing you neglecting your meals." Would she worry? Yin Jiheng imagined her voice expressing concern, followed by her direct command to the kitchen to prepare a meal, then watching him eat. Chuzhuo's worries had always been tangible. After a long pause, the young emperor sighed and cast Fu Pei a sidelong glance, devoid of emotion. Fu Pei, with a kind smile, replied, "I shall prepare your supper forthwith." Chapter 79. We shall shed our battle robes together. Arriving in Yingzhou, a month had passed. The warm cloth given by Yin Jiheng was no longer needed, and Chuzhuo was stored away. On the day they took residence in Yingzhou, the governor of Yingzhou opened the city gates wide. The governor, now in his 40s with half of his hair turned white, knelt to welcome the young general. "I bow before you." General Qi Chuzhuo elegantly dismounted, taking a few steps forward to assist the governor. "Please rise, Sir Fong. Time is of the essence. Let us swiftly find a study where you can provide a detailed account of the Xiongnu's movements over the past month." Without further delay, Sir Fong led the young general to the study. The area of Yingzhou is not extensive. Prior to this, Chuzhuo had already dispatched a team to safeguard the town. After Lord Fong recounted the movements of the Xiongnu, Chuzhuo drew a line on the map, separating here, as the nomads are formidable adversaries, yet manageable. While Chuzhuo was occupied, Yin Jiheng, far away in the capital, did not lag behind. Half a month after the army's departure, prominent families united in a fervent demonstration, endeavoring to persuade the emperor to relinquish some power back to them. Their once steadfast bonds, forged over a century, were now twisted together like a rope of determination. Unfortunately, the emperor was no benevolent ruler, and the noble families, whether blind to the circumstances or acutely aware of them, seemed intent on a desperate struggle. Increasingly, the court was populated by officials from humble origins, elevated by the emperor himself, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to him, without a trace of disloyalty. The outcome was predictable. After a protracted 6-month tug-of-war, their counter-offensive ended in failure. Han Shimin, in a state of despair, clutched the gaping wound in his abdomen, his gaze becoming vacant. Catching a glimpse of the emperor, drenched in blood. The dark robe was stained with crimson, rendering him akin to a malevolent specter risen from the underworld. We exerted the strength of the noble families, and yet we have lost, Pan Shimin lamented, unable to close his eyes in eternal rest. With the immediate concerns resolved and the remaining traitors eliminated, Yin Jiheng raised his hand to wipe the blood from his chin, speaking nonchalantly. "Gentlemen, you may depart." The guards swiftly cleared the traces within the palace. After bathing, Yin Jiheng took up his pen to write to Chuzhuo, pausing briefly at the end to add, "The Mid-Autumn Festival approaches. Last year at this time, I felt as though I had found a treasure, but this year, that treasure is not by my side, leaving me restless at night. Last night, I dreamt of your embrace, reluctant to awaken." Having finished, Yin Jiheng secured the letter to the leg of a carrier pigeon, which circled the palace before soaring out into the world. The response arrived later than anticipated. From a distance, he saw an object dangling from the pigeon's leg. Upon closer inspection, it was a translucent jade pendant. Yin Jiheng raised his hand to catch the pigeon, unfastening the pendant and clutching it tightly before retrieving the envelope. The jade bore evident signs of having been worn. A realization dawned upon Yin Jiheng as he opened the envelope, the first line reading, "I miss you too." His fingers grazed over those 4 words, imbued with tenderness, as he continued to read. The letter was filled with ramblings, recounting amusing anecdotes from the youth's surroundings. The pendant was a cherished item he often wore, imbued with his essence, serving as a reminder for the emperor. Yin Jiheng's heart felt as though it were submerged in warm water, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips as he carefully placed the youth's letter in a cabinet. Several other letters were neatly stacked beside it. As for how the pigeon managed to carry the jade pendant over miles, 001 lamented in indignation, vowing never to undertake such a task again. A mere antagonist, how dare they make the host worry from such a distance? Upon returning to Yingzhou, 001 cried out, "Host, I miss you dearly. It has been so many days since we last met. Do you think of 001? Chuzhuo praised it. Indeed, you delivered it safely. 001 is truly remarkable. The scene unfolds with the emergence of 001, a remarkable weapon, during the first battle against the Xiongnu, where the young general rode forth atop this extraordinary creature. The Xiongnu, having long heard the